In his previous life, struck by lightning, Liu Wenyu's family, in a misguided attempt to bring good fortune by marrying Li Xiaoqing, ultimately ruined his existence. After 2 decades of deceitful matrimony, she absconded with their entire savings and 2 children who were not his own, eloping with her lover. Upon being reborn, Liu Wenyu unexpectedly acquires a system that, leveraging his past life memories and continuous rewards, enables him to guide his family through famine. He begins by hunting in the mountains, meticulously amassing wealth during a tumultuous era. Confronting the adversaries from his former life, he first breaches their defenses to earn rewards, and when they become obsolete, he annihilates them without hesitation. For those who treated him kindly in his past, he repays them with gratitude. For those who wronged him, he ensures their swift demise. Chapter 1. Returning to 1959, the acquisition of the system. On May 6, 1959, the beginning of summer. Have you heard? The third son of the Liu family was struck by lightning last night. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, several women sat together, stitching shoe soles, while Aunt Zhang spoke in hushed, conspiratorial tones, prompting the others to lean in closer. Is that true? Granny Wang paused her needlework, her eyes widening in disbelief. I did hear a thunderclap last evening, but I never imagined it would be that. Absolutely true, Aunt Zhang insisted, thumping her thigh for emphasis. Last night, the eldest son of the Liu family rushed to summon Zhao Dege. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Widow Li remained skeptical. Though the third son of the Liu family may be a bit lazy and foul-mouthed, he is not a wicked man. Why would he be struck by lightning? Who knows? Aunt Zhang replied, her tone laden with meaning. Perhaps he was engaged in some unspeakable deeds unbeknownst to us. Even heaven could not bear to witness it. You're talking nonsense. An angry shout rang out from behind the group, startling the gossiping women and almost causing them to tumble from their stone benches. Lu Mu, son Xiaoyun, wore a dark expression, her wild vegetable basket trembling in her grasp, while her eldest daughter-in-law, Zhao Xiulan, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront anyone who dared to speak against her family. I'll tear you apart for your foul tongues. My son is innocent. How dare you gossip about him? Lu Mu trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes. Sister-in-law Lu, we were merely speaking casually. Aunt Zhang quickly rose, a fawning smile plastered on her face. Casually speaking? Zhao Xiulan scoffed. My younger brother lies unconscious in bed, and you are here weaving tales? Sister-in-law, let it go. Zhou Yuang, the second daughter-in-law, tugged at Zhao Xiulan's arm, softly advising, why stoop to their level? We must hurry home to check on Wenyu. Lu Mu cast a fierce glare at the women, spat, and then turned to leave. The group exchanged glances, none daring to utter another word. Liu Wenyu felt himself adrift in a sea of darkness, fragmented voices echoing around him. He struggled to open his eyes, but found even moving his fingers an insurmountable challenge. Zhao Leoj, what has become of my son? Came the raspy voice of his father, Liu Dashin. The pulse is steady yet. He remains unresponsive. I cannot say for certain. Surviving a lightning strike is a stroke of luck for your third son. The village barefoot doctor, Zhao Dage, hesitated before suggesting, let's prepare some medicine and see if he awakens within 3 days. Struck by lightning? Liu Wenyu's heart raced. This was the very incident from his 17th year. That summer, while pursuing wild chickens on the back mountain, a bolt of lightning had struck him directly, and he had no recollection of what transpired thereafter. When he awoke again, it was already the night of his wedding. Memories surged like tidal waves. Liu Wenyu suddenly realized that this might not be a dream. He could very well have been reborn. He had returned to 1959, the pivotal year of his fate. Ding, system binding in progress. The subsequent words were lost on Liu Wenyu as a sudden dizziness enveloped him, and blinding white light flashed before his eyes. He sensed his consciousness being drawn downward by an invisible force, plunging into the abyss. The next morning, come on, third son, wake up. His mother's tearful voice resonated once more in his ears as warm rice soup was carefully fed into his mouth. Your father and brother are frantic. Your eldest sister has rushed back from her in-laws upon hearing of your misfortune and is currently brewing medicine for you in the kitchen. A wave of sorrow washed over Liu Wenyu. In his past life, he had been entranced by Li Xiaoqing's beauty, remaining oblivious until his 40s that the children he had raised for over 20 years were not his own. His wife, Li Xiaoqing, had fled with all their savings, leaving him the subject of ridicule in the village. Fortunately, several of his nieces and nephews, as well as his siblings, were dutiful. Otherwise, he might not have lived to see his 80s. Mother, what if we try that method Aunt Zhao suggested? His sister-in-law Zhao Xiulan interjected suddenly. Let's find a wife for the third son to bring him good luck. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's voice, Liu Wenyu felt a jolt of dread surge through him, internally screaming, no, absolutely not. This was precisely how events unfolded in his previous life. After 5 days of his unconsciousness, his parents, swayed by the words of the village shaman, arranged for him to marry Li Xiaoqing from a neighboring village. Perhaps Liu Wenyu's body had finally begun to recover, or perhaps Li Shaoqing had simply been fortunate. Regardless, on the very night of their wedding, Liu Wenyu indeed awoke, and the entire family attributed his revival to the auspicious union. In the early days of their marriage, Li Shaoqing presented herself as dutiful and respectful, but 7 months later, after giving birth to their first hefty child of the Liu family's third generation, her true nature emerged. She not only squandered the family's meager 50 yuan to marry off her brother, but also sent half of their scant food supplies back to her maternal home. Had it not been for the timely assistance of his maternal grandparents and his elder sister, the Liu family could have faced starvation that year. Shortly thereafter, Li Shaoqing compelled her parents to separate their household. At that time, Liu Wenyu was utterly captivated by her beauty and skills, so when confronted by his parents and elder brothers, he remained utterly speechless. "This," Liu Mu hesitated. "Your father claims this is feudal superstition, but the third son has been unconscious for 2 days." Zhao Xiaolan insisted. Aunt Zhao mentioned she has a suitable girl in mind from the neighboring Li family, named Li Shaoqing. She is lovely and industrious. Liu Wenyu felt a chill run down his spine. That name, the name that had ruined his life. He desperately attempted to move, to cry out, but his body felt as if it belonged to someone else, immobile. "Let's wait a couple more days," Liu Mu finally sighed. "If the third son does not awaken, I will discuss it further with your father." As night fell, the Liu family courtyard lay enveloped in silence. Liu Wenyu sensed his awareness sharpening, memories of his past life becoming increasingly vivid. "Wenyu," his father's deep voice suddenly broke the stillness, and Liu Wenyu realized his father had been sitting beside him in the darkness for some time. "If you do not awaken soon, my dear son, your father will have no choice but to must resort to discussing a marriage proposal for you." Liu Wenyu felt a tightening in his heart. No, he could not repeat the same mistakes. With every ounce of strength, he endeavored to open his eyes, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. Just as Liu Wenyu listened to his father's incessant rambling, struggling with all his might, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. "Ding, the defense-breaking system has been bound. When the host breaks the defenses of others, rewards shall be granted. Given the host's current exceptionally weakened physical condition, a body enhancement gift is hereby bestowed." The system. How outrageous! Chapter 2. Continuous rewards from defense breaking. Liu Wenyu now not only confirmed that he had been reborn, but also that he possessed a system at his side. What incredible luck! Subsequently, he felt a wave of comfort wash over his body, and his mind inexplicably cleared. When he once again exerted himself to try and open his eyelids, this time he finally succeeded. "Father," Liu Wenyu croaked, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Liu Dashan was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly stood up, his rough hand trembling as it reached toward his son's face. "Son, you have awakened. My dear wife, the third one has awoken." Liu Wenyu gazed greedily at the familiar yet unfamiliar visage before him. His father's face bore few wrinkles etched by time, his hair only partially grayed, far from the aged appearance he remembered from his past life. The low beams of the earthen house, the walls pasted with old newspapers, and a mingling scent of herbs and smoke made everything feel so vividly real. "Father, Liu Wenyu was about to speak when he was interrupted by the family rushing into the room. His mother stumbled forward, her face smeared with tears and mucus, while his elder brother Liu Wengang had lost one of his shoes in his haste, and his second brother Liu Wenxiang still clutched the axe he had just used to chop firewood. Third brother, his elder sister Liu Wenwan burst in from the kitchen, her clothing stained with medicinal residue. "You nearly gave us a fright." "Mother, elder sister, elder brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, I am fine now," Liu Wenyu managed to say, his throat burning with pain. Gazing at the array of familiar yet youthful faces, Liu Wenyu was overcome with a bittersweet sensation. In his previous life, he had squandered the latter half of his days, only to realize too late the preciousness of family. Now, heaven had granted him a second chance at life. He scrutinized each person carefully. His mother's crow's feet were not yet deeply etched, his elder brother's back remained upright, and his sister-in-law held his 3-year-old niece Liu Haoyue in her arms. These were all relatives he had failed in his past life. "Third brother, why are you crying?" His elder sister, Liu Wenwan, gently wiped the tears from his face with her rough palm. "Is something hurting?" Liu Wenyu shook his head. This was a divine opportunity granted to him. He would not squander time again, would never marry that venomous Li Shaoqing, and would never bring disappointment to his family again. "Third brother, you scared us to death." His second brother Liu Wenxiang, with reddened eyes, lightly punched him. "You are never to go to the back mountain again. Do you hear?" Liu Wenyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over each family member. When he noticed the expression of his sister-in-law, which suggested she was about to speak but hesitated, a sense of foreboding gripped him. "Surely, my parents have not already made arrangements with Granny Zhao." "Mother, I vaguely heard while in a daze. Are you planning to break the curse for me?" He feigned weakness as he inquired. Liu's mother wiped her tears. "You were unconscious," and Granny Zhao said that breaking the curse might help. No, Liu Wenyu's voice was hoarse yet resolute. I am still young. I do not wish to marry so soon. You are already 17. Your second brother was engaged at your age. Liu's father frowned. Liu Wenyu knew he could not sway his stubborn father, so he quickly devised a plan. Father, mother, I had a dream while I was unconscious. I dreamt that my grandfather told me I must not marry until I turn 20, or great calamity will befall me. The family exchanged glances. In this era, such dream messages held considerable weight. Really? Liu's mother asked, half convinced. Absolutely true. Liu Wenyu nodded emphatically. Grandfather also said that I must not marry a woman with the surname Li, or else our household will be in turmoil. Zhao Xiaolan gasped in astonishment. This is too coincidental. The girl Granny Zhao mentioned happens to have the surname Li. The room fell silent. Liu Wenyu secretly sighed in relief. It seemed he had temporarily escaped the calamity. Ding, body enhancement has been completed. The host's physical constitution has been greatly enhanced. Liu Wenyu settled himself to carefully experience the changes. His hearing, smell, touch, and vision had undergone a remarkable transformation. It felt as though an inexhaustible power lay dormant within him. What else did your grandfather say in the dream? Looking at his father Liu Dashan's weathered face, Liu Wenyu suddenly felt his nose tingle with emotion. Grandfather also said that you and mother have endured much hardship over the years, sacrificing your own meals to provide for us. Liu Dashan froze, almost dropping his pipe to the ground. Ding! Liu Dashan has experienced deep defense breaking, earning 3 points of defense breaking value. As the target is the family core, the reward is doubled, totaling 6 points. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan has experienced deep defense breaking, earned 3 points of defense breaking value. Ding! Defense breaking successful, triggering rewards. 6 pairs of cloth shoes. 3 pounds of eggs. Rewards have been stored in the system space, available for the host to retrieve at any time. Liu Wenyu did not anticipate that a mere casual remark would lead to such a profound emotional breakthrough for his parents, leaving him feeling both guilty and pained. He struggled to sit up, grasping his parents' calloused hands. Father, mother, from now on, I will be dutiful and cherish you. Liu Dashan's rough hand trembled slightly, his weathered eyes shimmering with tears. He opened his mouth but could not find the words. Instead, he gave his son a hearty pat on the shoulder. You, my child. Sun Xiaoyan wiped her tears, her voice choked. What is the need to say such things just after waking? Liu Wenyu looked at his parents' tattered clothing and mended shoes, a wave of sorrow washing over him. How had he overlooked these details in his previous life? Ding! Liu Dashan has experienced light defense breaking, earning 1 point of defense breaking value. As the target is the family core, the reward is doubled, totaling 2 points. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan has experienced light defense breaking, earned 1 point of defense breaking value. Ding! Defense breaking successful, triggering rewards. 2 yuan in cash. 10 pounds of rice. Reward have been stored in the system space, available for the host to retrieve at any time. Father, mother, while I was unconscious, I also dreamt that grandfather said. Liu Wenyu continued to speak as the system's prompt echoed in his mind, that there is something buried beneath the old jujube tree in our yard. What? Liu Dashan's head snapped up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Grandfather said it was something he buried in his youth, and we should dig it up. Liu Wenyu said mysteriously. This was not mere fabrication. He recalled that when Li Shaoqing had divided the family, she had wished to take that very jujube tree, but was sternly denied by his father. In a fit of rage, Li Shaoqing uprooted the roots of the jujube tree in the courtyard, only to unexpectedly unearth an iron box beneath its boughs, containing $30 silver and a gold ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Dashan seized the rusty shovel leaning against the door and dashed outside, prompting the entire family to exchange bewildered glances before following suit. Shortly thereafter, a muffled gasp of astonishment echoed through the courtyard. Liu Dashan burst into the house, cradling a rusted iron box, his hands trembling as he exclaimed, Indeed, we have truly struck gold. The family gathered around him, marveling at the contents within the box. $30 silver and a gold ring, shimmering faintly under the flickering light of the kerosene lamp. Ding! Liu Dashan experiences a moderate breach of defense, earning 2 points in breach value. The reward is doubled. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan, Zhao Xiaolan, Zhou Yueying, Lu Wengang, Lu Wenxiang, and Lu Wenshu also experience a moderate breach of defense, each earning 10 points in breach value. As a series of system notifications resounded, Liu Wenyu was momentarily dazzled by a cascade of golden light. Congratulations, host, you have acquired exquisite tobacco leaves weighing 2 pounds. Intermediate hunting specialization. 2 bottles of Lianhua Bai. Cash amounting to 8 yuan. Liu Wenyu stifled a laugh, observing the family encircling the iron box, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Father, how much do you suppose this is worth? Exclaimed his sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan. her eyes wide with disbelief. Liu Dashin, cradling the iron box, suddenly found himself overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, "Father, may you rest in peace and watch over us." Sun Xiaoyan also dissolved into tears. Liu Wenyu, witnessing this poignant scene, felt a mixture of joy and guilt. He had merely borrowed memories from a past life, yet managed to evoke such profound emotion in his parents. "Father, Mother, this is a blessing left to us by Grandfather," Liu Wenyu seized a moment to say. "While I was unconscious, Grandfather mentioned that a severe drought would plague us in the coming 3 years, urging us to stockpile grain." Liu Dashin abruptly lifted his head. "Is that truly so?" "Absolutely true," Liu Wenyu affirmed with a resolute nod, vividly recalling the 3 years of natural disasters that commenced in 1959. Ding! Liu Dashin experiences a deep breach of defense, earning 3 points in breach value. The reward is doubled. Chapter 3. Breaking Through and Acquiring Valuable Resources. Ding! A special reward has been triggered, and you have obtained advanced fishing proficiency. Liu Wenyu felt a surge of joy within. With both hunting and fishing skills now at his disposal, and fishing mastery having reached an impressive advanced level, life at home was bound to improve significantly. Liu Dashin pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oldest in a few days. Take the second brother to sell the goods in the capital city, and then exchange them for food at the black market." "Dad," brother Liu Wengang interjected anxiously. "These items were all left to you by Grandfather. You should at least keep something as a memento. Listen to your grandfather," Liu Dashin declared decisively. "When your grandfather was young, he was a deity. Since he specifically entrusted dreams to the third, it is clear that he has orchestrated everything." As Liu Wenyu observed his father's resolute demeanor, warmth enveloped his heart. In his previous life, his father had been just as steadfast. Though stubborn, he was decisive in his actions. It was a pity that he had not lived up to his expectations. "Third, you have just awakened. Take a good rest." Liu Dashin turned to his wife, saying, "Darling, go and kill a hen to nourish the third." "No need, no need." Liu Wenyu quickly waved his hands. "Dad, Mom, a bit of porridge is sufficient for me." Before he could finish speaking, his stomach let out a rumbling sound, eliciting laughter from the entire family. "Uncle, how shameless!" Little Hao Yue giggled as she leaned over the bed, playfully scratching his face. Liu Wenyu gazed fondly at his most dutiful little niece, feeling his heart soften. He remembered that in his previous life, little Hao Yue married well and often provided for him. "Come here, Uncle will give you a hug." Liu Wenyu reached out, lifting the little one onto the bed, and produced 2 orange-flavored candies from beneath the pillow. "Here, these are secretly hidden by your uncle." "Candy." Little Hao Yue's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly grabbed one and popped it into her mouth. Ding! Liu Hao Yue experienced a mild breakthrough, earning 1 point in breakthrough value. "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 pound of white rabbit creamy candy." Liu Wenyu's eyes lit up. In this era, white rabbit creamy candy was indeed a precious commodity. "Where did you get this candy, third?" his sister-in-law inquired, puzzled. Liu Wenyu blinked. "I bought it when I went to town before. I've been saving it." "This child." Sun Xiaoyan chuckled, shaking her head as she turned to the kitchen to prepare the chicken. Before long, the sound of a chicken crowing filled the courtyard. As Liu Wenyu listened to the familiar noise, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This was the essence of home. "Third, you scared our parents half to death during your 2 days of unconsciousness." The second brother, Liu Wenxiang, said quietly while sitting by the bed. "Mom and Dad stayed up all night watching over you. Their eyes are bloodshot." Seeing his younger brother's youthful face, Liu Wenyu felt a pang in his heart. Throughout his life, he had endured 2 beatings from his father, one that left him with a nosebleed and another that confined him to bed for 3 days. It wasn't that his father couldn't bear to discipline the youngest. It was that his elder brothers would always shield him. Just like Su Sanduo from the later television series Soldier Assault, his eldest brother took the hits for him, and his second brother fought his battles. However, he was far luckier than Su Sanduo, for he not only had a loving mother, but also 2 sisters-in-law who always looked out for him. "Second brother, I promise to be filial to our parents from now on," Liu Wenyu declared earnestly. Liu Wenxiang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "Did being struck by lightning finally open your eyes?" An hour and a half later, his eldest sister entered with a bowl of fragrant chicken noodle soup. "Third, you've been lying down for days. You must be starving. Eat while it's hot." The noodles were topped with 2 golden fried eggs and accompanied by 2 chicken drumsticks, filling the room with an enticing aroma. As Liu Wenyu watched his family gazing longingly at the chicken noodle soup, desperately trying to suppress their salivating mouths, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. Especially little Hao Yue, who was clearly drooling but selflessly stepped back, not wanting to disturb him. Yeah, come here." Liu Wenyu beckoned to his little niece. "Uncle needs your help with something." Little Hao Yue blinked her big eyes and asked sweetly, What does Uncle need help with? Look, this bowl of noodles is too much for me alone. Could you help Uncle eat a bit? Otherwise, it will go to waste. Liu Wenyu pretended to frown. The little girl immediately straightened her back, nodding earnestly. Of course. Yeah is the best helper. Just as Liu Wengang and Zhao Xiaolan were about to protest, Liu Dashan waved his hand to interrupt them. Yeah is still so small. How much can she eat? You all don't just stand there. Go serve yourselves some chicken soup. Dad, no need. We're not hungry. The siblings protested, shaking their heads. With a fierce glare, Liu Dashan raised his voice. I said go. The third needs to nourish his body. The meat is for him. Anyone who disobeys will have their legs broken. Seeing the situation escalate, Liu Wenyu quickly smiled and mediated. Eldest sister, you are the head of our family. You must set an example. If you don't eat, then I won't either. He pretended to set the bowl down. Caught off guard, Liu Wenwan shook her head helplessly. You. She then turned to her two brothers and sisters-in-law and said, Come on, let us go to the kitchen and serve ourselves some soup. Once Liu Wenyu's eldest sister led everyone away, he asked his sister-in-law to bring another bowl, carefully portioning out half of the chicken leg and egg for little Hao Yue. I've set aside some for you. Take your time and enjoy. Little Hao Yue gazed at the delectable food in her bowl, her eyes shining like stars. She puffed out her little chest and solemnly declared, Uncle, don't worry. Yaya will eat every last drop and not waste a single drop of soup. Liu Wenyu couldn't help but chuckle at his niece's little adult demeanor, ruffling her hair affectionately. Watching Hao Yue delicately use her chopsticks to pick up the egg and nibble away, he felt a mix of warmth and sorrow. In his previous life, this beloved little niece would sneak him money whenever she returned home. Now, having been granted a second chance, he vowed to ensure this sensible little girl would live a prosperous life. Is it delicious? Liu Wenyu asked softly. Little Hao Yue nodded vigorously, a bit of egg yolk on her lips. Uncle, you should eat too. She trembled as she lifted a piece of chicken towards Liu Wenyu's mouth. All right, Uncle will eat with Hao Yue. Liu Wenyu opened his mouth, pretended to take a big bite, but only gently nibbled a small piece. The savory flavor of the chicken spread through his mouth, and he realized just how hungry he truly was. Ding! Liu Hao Yue experienced a mild breakthrough, earning 1 point in breakthrough value. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 can of malted milk. Upon hearing the system notification, Liu Wenyu was overjoyed. He hadn't anticipated that the items his little niece acquired during her 2 breakthroughs would be such rarities. In an era of scarcity, malted milk was a premium nutritional product, second only to powdered milk. After consuming a chicken leg and half a bowl of noodles, Liu's mother entered with a bowl of clear broth. Liu Wenyu looked at the soup in his mother's bowl and then at the noodles and eggs in his own, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. Mom, let's switch bowls. Without waiting for a response, Liu Wenyu exchanged their bowls. I've been lying down for days. I need something lighter. This won't do. His mother protested urgently. You are the patient. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan experienced a moderate breakthrough, earning 2 points in breakthrough value. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 pounds of brown sugar. Chapter 4. Analyzing the system rules. Third, you should listen to your mother. Liu Wenxiang, the second brother, entered with a bowl of the same clear broth. You, having been struck by lightning, seem to have learned to care for others. Liu Wenyu glanced at the soup in his brother's bowl and then at the bowls of the other family members, feeling increasingly uneasy. He knew that the old hen at home was meant for laying eggs, and now it had been killed to nourish him. Surely, the others would be reluctant to eat more than their share. Dad, Mom, you should eat some meat too. Liu Wenyu pushed his bowl towards his parents. Liu Dashan waved his hand dismissively. Neither I nor your mother is hungry. You go ahead and enjoy your meal. Sun Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously. You've just awakened. You must replenish your strength. Liu Wenyu, well acquainted with his parents' temperament, ceased his insistence. Suddenly, he clutched his abdomen and moaned. Oh, my stomach hurts. This tactic proved effective, as the entire family immediately fell into a state of alarm. What happened? Did he eat too quickly? Sun Xiaoyan rushed over to check. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan experienced a moderate emotional breach and received 2 points of breach value. Ding! Liu Dashan also faced a moderate emotional breach, earning an additional 2 points of breach value. Rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 bottles of painkillers. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic medical skills. Feigning weakness, Liu Wenyu waved his hand gently. Perhaps I laid down for too long. Eating too much at once is hard to digest. Could you all help me share some? He then divided the noodles and eggs in his bowl among his parents. Little Hao Yue followed suit, offering a piece of chicken from her bowl to her mother. Liu Dashan's eyes grew misty, his rough hands tenderly stroking his son's head. Ding! Liu Dashan experienced a deep emotional breach, earning 3 points of breach value. Rewards doubled. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan also faced a deep emotional breach, receiving 3 points of breach value. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 6 pounds of flour. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 pounds of pork. Liu Wenyu beamed at the system's rewards. These items would prove invaluable in the challenging times ahead. Just then, little Hao Yue let out a loud burp, causing the whole family to burst into laughter. Uncle, I'm full, she said, patting her round little belly. Liu Wenyu, charmed by her adorable demeanor, couldn't he help but plant a kiss on her cheek. As the night deepened, the flickering flame of the kerosene lamp cast warm shadows on the earthen walls. After feasting, the family gathered on the Kong to chat for a while. Liu Dashan puffed on his dry tobacco, periodically reminding his 2 sons of the precautions for selling goods in the city in the coming days, while son Xiaoyun anxiously watched Liu Wenyu. It's getting late. Let us all head to bed, Liu Dashan remarked, tapping his pipe bowl and rising to his feet. However, little Hao Yue suddenly leaped into Liu Wenyu's arms. Clutching his clothing tightly, I want to sleep with uncle. Nonsense. Zhao Xiaolan, his sister-in-law, quickly intervened. Your uncle just woke up. He needs to rest well. No. Little Hao Yue twisted her small body, refusing to let go. Uncle has candy and tells stories. Liu Wenyu chuckled and patted his niece's head. Let little Yeye sleep here. I can tell her a story. Just as Zhao Xiaolan was about to protest further, Liu Wenwan, his elder sister, interjected. How about this? I'll stay here tonight as well, so I can care for the third and keep an eye on Yeye. Liu Wenyu glanced at his wife and then at his stubborn daughter, shaking his head in resignation. All right then, yeah. Be good and don't disturb your uncle. Little Hao Yue instantly brightened, nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice. The early summer night carried a slight chill, and his sister brought a thin blanket, carefully spreading it on the Kong. Little Hao eagerly burrowed under the covers, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked up at Liu Wenyu. Uncle, tell me a story. All right. Uncle will tell you the story of the good little rabbit. Liu Wenyu leaned against the Kang's head, speaking softly. Little Hao Yue nestled beside him, and before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she dozed off. Liu Wenwan quietly ensured her niece was settled before turning to her brother. You should sleep too. I'll watch over them. If anything happens during the night, just call me. Noticing the exhaustion etched on his sister's face, Liu Wenyu felt a pang of sympathy. You should also rest. There is no need for you to keep watch. I feel much better now. Liu Wenwan nodded and lay down fully clothed on the Kong. As the night deepened in silence, Liu Wenyu listened to the steady breaths of his sister and little Hao Yue and quietly summoned the system interface in his mind. The kerosene lamp had gone out, leaving only the moonlight streaming through the window, casting mottled shadows on the earthen Kong. System, could you elaborate on the relationship between breach value and rewards? Liu Wenyu thought inwardly. Ding. Detailed explanation of breach system rules activated. A translucent screen, visible only to Liu Wenyu, unfolded before him. Breach rewards are categorized into 5 types. 1. Daily rewards, 89, 99 probability, various vouchers, grain vouchers, meat vouchers, cloth vouchers, etc. Basic living supplies, rice, flour, oil, salt. Cash, 1, 10 yuan. 2. Skill rewards, 5 probability, basic skill books, e.g., hunting, fishing. Skill experience packs, to enhance existing skill levels. 3. Physical enhancement rewards, for probability, strengthening pills, randomly enhance strength, agility, constitution. Senses enhancement agents, improve vision, hearing, etc. 4. Special rewards, 1 probability, fragments of future information, forecast of key events. Special items, unprecedented effects. 5. Ultimate rewards, 0. 1 probability, opportunities to alter destiny, significant fate shifts. Legendary golden items. Calculation rules for breach value. Light breach, surprise, embarrassment, etc. 1 point. Moderate breach, anger, shame, etc. 2 points. Deep breach, disbelief, horror, etc. 3 points. Extreme breach, deep-seated hatred, relentless pursuit, etc. 5 points. Special mechanisms. 1. Breach points directly impact the quantity and quality of rewards. 2. Breaching special members results in doubled rewards. 3. Consecutive breaches of the same target result in diminishing rewards. Liu Wenyu suddenly understood. It was no wonder his father's breach rewards were doubled earlier. He meticulously recalled today's gains. Liu Dashan, a core member, had double rewards for each breach. Thus, he mused inwardly. To maximize benefits, he must prioritize his father's emotional breaches. Warning, excessive targeting of the same individual for breaches will lead to diminishing returns. It is advised to distribute breaches evenly. Liu Wenyu nearly chuckled. This system was quite considerate. He continued to delve into the system rules when he suddenly noticed a detail. System, what exactly is this fragment of future information? Fragment of future information can predict significant events that will occur within the next 3 months, including but not limited to natural disasters, policy changes, resource allocations, etc. Liu Wenyu's eyes brightened. This was a valuable asset. As he prepared to enter challenging times, being able to foresee the allocation of food resources would be invaluable. Just then, he heard little Hao Yue roll over beside him, murmuring, "Uncle, candy." Liu Wenyu quickly patted his niece's back, watching her drift back into slumber. Under the moonlight, the little one's sleeping face appeared exceptionally serene. In this lifetime, I vow to fully utilize this system, ensuring a prosperous life for my entire family, Liu Wenyu silently swore. As the night grew even deeper, he gently yawned and slowly closed his eyes. Tomorrow would herald a new day. As for that wretched Li Shaoqing, he needed to contemplate how to maximize his benefits from her. After all, according to memories of his past life, that wretched girl should be over 2 months pregnant by now. Chapter 5. The Hidden Affair Confirmed. Early the next morning, Liu Wenyu was roused by the sounds of conversation outside. "Look at how beautiful this girl has grown," his aunt exclaimed. "Moreover, she is remarkably nimble. Renowned in the village for her industriousness. We reside in 2 neighboring hamlets, and if your family harbors any doubts, you may inquire at the Li Clan's brigade." Upon hearing the familiar voice of Granny Zhao, Liu Wenyu surmised that she must have brought that wretched Li Shaoqing to the house. Just as he was about to don his clothes and venture outside, his elder sister pushed open the door and entered. "Little third, you are awake?" "Elder sister, what is all that commotion outside?" Liu Wenyu inquired, feigning a look of confusion. "Granny Zhao has brought the girl to cheer you up. She is indeed quite lovely. Were it not for our grandfather's dream on your behalf, she could truly be a good daughter-in-law." Liu Wenyu scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. While Li Shaoqing possessed an admirable figure and countenance, her heart was dark. In his previous life, when Liu Wenyu awakened, Li Shaoqing had been atop him, shamelessly reveling in her dominance, which had led him to question the legitimacy of their child. Reflecting now, he realized how naive he had been. "Little third, our mother asked me to convey a message, peer out of the window, and assess the girl's appearance. If she is satisfactory, then perhaps we should proceed with the marriage." Despite any prior misunderstandings, upon hearing his sister's words, Liu Wenyu nearly choked on his own blood. His late grandfather had been invoked, yet he could not dissuade his sister and mother from their intentions. "I will not look. What use is beauty if it cannot fill one's belly? Besides, some may appear decent on the outside, yet their hearts are profoundly corrupt." Liu Wenwan was momentarily taken aback by her brother's words, assuming he was simply shy, and thus she merely shook her head with a smile. "You have yet to see the girl's appearance. I assure you, one glance would leave you smitten." As the brother and sister engaged in idle chatter indoors, the conversation continued outside. "Granny Zhao, to speak plainly, my son awakened last night, so this matter is hereby concluded. Furthermore, I inquired about my youngest son's thoughts yesterday, and he stated unequivocally that he shall not marry before the age of 20. "Awakened?" Granny Zhao's voice carried a hint of delight. "Isn't that fortuitous? Hurry and let him come out to take a look." To say it is an exaggeration. The Li girl's beauty cannot be matched in all 10 miles and 8 villages. Perhaps the 2 young people will take a liking to each other, and today they can arrange an engagement, with marriage following swiftly. You, an old Liu, might be able to hold your first grandchild soon. "What do you mean, Granny Zhao? Are you cursing my sister-in-law and me to bear no sons?" The voice of the elder sister was filled with exasperation. "Oh dear sister-in-law, you mustn't take my words so harshly. That was not my intention." "Not your intention? My mother has stated that our family does not approve of this marriage. So why do you cling to it like a stubborn adhesive?" Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Granny Zhao became agitated. "How can you speak to me in such a manner? Everyone in the village is aware of your family's little third's reputation, idling away his days, refusing to work the fields, preferring instead to roam the mountains hunting birds. To have such a fine girl marry into your family would be a boon beyond measure. What of it? My younger brother consumes the food from our own home, without taking a single grain from yours. Why do you meddle?" Hearing his sister-in-law's retort, Liu Wenyu could not help but laugh, prompting a gentle slap from his elder sister. "Are you truly not going to take a glance at that girl's appearance? I tell you, she is astonishingly beautiful." At his sister's words, Liu Wenyu began to entertain thoughts. It was not that he still longed for Li Shaoqing's form, but rather, now equipped with a system, he should be able to reap some benefits from her. Moreover, in his previous life, Li Shaoqing had secretly eloped with that scoundrel while he was at work. Although he had his suspicions regarding the identity of that scoundrel, they were merely conjectures. This opportunity could serve as a means to test Li Shaoqing. "Have you come to a realization?" Liu Wenyu, noticing his sister had misunderstood his intentions, refrained from explaining, instead feigning shyness as he said, "Elder sister, perhaps you could let her in. I would like to speak with her for a moment." Upon hearing this, Liu Wenwan's eyes brightened, believing her brother had finally seen the light, and she quickly nodded with a smile. "All right, I shall fetch her at once." Moments later, Li Shaoqing lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Her head was bowed, cheeks flushed, exuding an air of shyness, yet her eyes furtively surveyed Liu Wenyu. She stood at the door, perfectly backlit by the morning sun, her figure exquisitely outlined. Standing at approximately 1 meter 63, her long, straight legs could not be concealed even by her coarse trousers, accentuating her alluring curves. As she walked, her waist swayed gracefully, radiating an indescribable charm. She wore a faded floral shirt, yet the fabric clung tightly to her form, rising and falling slightly with each breath, captivating the gaze. Her slender, fair neck led to an oval face, her skin so tender it seemed one could pinch water from it. Her apricot-shaped eyes sparkled, slightly upturned at the corners, imbued with a hint of shyness while concealing a latent strength. Her full, rosy lips resembled ripe cherries, ready to yield their juices with the slightest bite. At that moment, she lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering, fingers twisting the hem of her shirt, her voice soft as if sweetened with honey. "Why hello?" Li Xiaoqing's voice was delicate, laced with a touch of feigned allure. Liu Wenyu found himself wishing he could eliminate the woman who had toyed with him for over 20 years in his previous life. Yet he maintained an expression of captivated intrigue, deliberately gazing at her. "Sister Xiaoqing, you are truly stunning." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoqing felt a surge of pride. She was known as the village beauty, and she had long grown accustomed to such reactions from men. However, she pretended to be modest. You jest." Suddenly, Liu Wenyu stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Sister Xiaoqing, with such beauty, why must you come to bring cheer to others? How could Zhang Wenba bear to part with you?" Li Xiaoqing's expression shifted instantly. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around her shirt. Ding! Li Xiaoqing's defenses have been severely breached. Gain 3 points of breach value. Reward: strengthening pill X3. I don't understand. What are you saying? Her voice trembled, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Liu Wenyu chuckled coldly, pressing on. "What, feeling guilty? Should I inquire with Zhang Wenba about the sensation of wearing a green hat?" Li Xiaoqing was now thoroughly panicked. She never imagined that Liu Wenyu would uncover her affair with Zhang Wenba. She stumbled back 2 steps, her face ashen. "Why, you're slandering me." Liu Wenyu deliberately lowered his voice. "What? Dare to do, but not admit it. Should I announce it in your brigade, so the whole village will know?" "You." Li Xiaoqing was consumed by shock and fury, her eyes reddening as she turned to flee. Ding! Li Xiaoqing's defenses have been critically breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Reward: 50 yuan cash. Liu Wenyu felt a jolt of excitement. This Li Xiaoqing was indeed formidable. She had delivered 2 substantial gifts right off the bat. Yet, he had no intention of letting her escape easily. He seized her wrist, lowering his voice once more to threaten. "If you dare run, I will expose you." Li Xiaoqing trembled all over, tears brimming in her eyes. What do you want?" Liu Wenyu smirked coldly. "It's quite simple. Tell me what benefit Zhang Wenba offered you to come and wreak havoc in my family?" Li Xiaoqing bit her lip, refusing to utter a word. Liu Wenyu remained unhurried, leisurely stating, "Very well. If you choose silence, I shall head to your brigade and reveal the truth about you too. You're fabricating lies. There is nothing between us." Li Xiaoqing let out a low growl, fierce yet inwardly trembling, her face betraying an unmistakable terror. Ding! Li Xiaoqing's defenses have been utterly shattered. Gain 5 points of defense break. Reward: master-level proficiency in marksmanship. Liu Wenyu's eyes glinted with coldness. The one who had once betrayed him in his past life was undoubtedly that scoundrel Zhang Wenba, for Li Xiaoqing's reaction could not be otherwise explained. He released his grip and coldly commanded, "Get lost. If I see you near my home again, I will ensure that you and that scoundrel Zhang Wenba are utterly disgraced." Although Li Xiaoqing's legs wobbled in fear, she stumbled out of the door. In the courtyard, Zhao Pozi, witnessing her state, hurriedly pursued her. "Oh dear, Xiaoqing, what happened to you?" Li Xiaoqing dared not say much, shoving her aside and running off without looking back. Liu Wenyu stood at the doorway, a smirk of vindictive satisfaction curling his lips. "Zhang Wenba, indeed a scoundrel. The score between us will be settled in due time." Chapter 6. A thunderous clash in the countryside. After Li Xiaoqing departed, Liu Wenyu closed the door and retrieved a jade-like strengthening pill from the system space. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a refreshing stream, sliding down his throat and into his belly. In an instant, a torrent of scorching energy erupted from his dantian, sweeping through his entire being like a wildfire. He stifled a groan as beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, his muscles tensing uncontrollably. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, as if each inch was being reorganized and reinforced. The heat coursing through his meridians brought with it a pain akin to tearing. Yet Liu Wenyu gritted his teeth, his fingers digging deep into the edge of the con. But soon, this excruciating pain transformed into an indescribable sense of euphoria. He could distinctly feel his once skinny arms bulging with muscle, and his chest becoming robust and powerful, even his breaths deepening and lengthening. When the last vestige of heat dissipated, Liu Wenyu abruptly opened his eyes. In the dim room, he could see the ants crawling at the doorway with remarkable clarity. Testing his strength with a punch, the sound of air being sliced through resonated sharply. His power at least tripled. Even more astonishing was the complete vanishing of the weakness that had plagued him for days, replaced by an inexhaustible vitality. As if he could single-handedly fellable. Is this the potency of the strengthening pill? He glanced down at his bulging veins and suddenly noticed the clucking of the hens in the yard becoming extraordinarily clear. His senses had sharpened. The little girl turned in her sleep, prompting Liu Wenyu to quickly rein in his aura. With this newfound physique, the prospect of vengeance felt significantly more attainable. After adjusting his attire, Liu Wenyu strode out of the room, calling out to his mother, who was busy by the stove, "Mother, I'm going out for a bit." Upon hearing this, Liu's mother immediately set aside her tasks, frowning. "Child, just waking up and you're off running around? You should rest for a couple of days. Don't faint again." Liu Wenyu grinned widely, playfully bouncing on the spot and doing a few squats. "Look at me. Do I seem like an ailing person? I could run 2 miles without breaking sweat." Seeing him so lively, Liu's mother felt a pang of confusion. How could he wake from a coma, feeling even more vigorous than before? Yet, she still cautioned, "Just be careful, don't go near the river. And don't run up the mountain." Got it. Liu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively, striding out with long strides. Just as he exited the courtyard, he collided with Aunt Wong from next door. At the sight of him, Aunt Wong instantly donned a sarcastic smile. "Oh, isn't this the third son of the old Liu family? I heard you were in a coma, hoping to chase away bad luck. So, has your new bride done the trick?" Liu Wenyu chuckled inwardly. This old gossip had not spared him in her previous life, often slandering him as lazy and unproductive, and even kicking him when he was down. Deliberately grinning, he raised his voice. "Aunt Wong, your news travels fast. But don't worry, I'm as fit as a fiddle. It's your second son I'm concerned about. I heard he was recently caught sneaking over Widow Li's wall. TSK. If someone finds out, he might not escape a charge of lewdness." Aunt Wong's face instantly turned pale, her voice rising in indignation. You're talking nonsense." Ding. Aunt Wong's defenses have been moderately shattered. Gained 2 points of defense break. Reward, 10 pounds of cornmeal. Liu Wenyu chuckled to himself. The defense-breaking system truly was effective. He continued to stoke the flames. "Oh dear, am I speaking nonsense? We shall see. Be careful your son doesn't get taken away by the commune for target practice." Aunt Wong, furious and stamping her feet, dared not confront him further, muttering curses under her breath as she turned to leave. Liu Wenyu hummed a little tune as he continued wandering through the village. After a few steps, he encountered the village slacker, Liu Ergu, chewing on a stalk of grass, glanced at him sideways. "Wenyu, I heard you're getting married? That girl from the Li family is quite a catch. You're truly blessed." Liu Wenyu shot him a glance. This Liu Ergu had been a good-for-nothing in his past life, often associating with Zhang Wenbo and causing him trouble. He sighed dramatically and shook his head. "Ergu, what are you talking about? Speaking of blessings, I heard you've been exchanging glances with Aunt Wong's daughter next door. TSK. If Uncle Wong finds out, he break your legs?" Liu Ergu instantly panicked, stammering, "Why you don't say such things? I'm innocent with Aunt Xinghua." Ding. Liu Ergu's defenses have been deeply shattered. Gained 3 points of defense break. Reward, 3 agility potions. Agility potion. Increases speed by 3 points upon consumption. Liu Wenyu felt a surge of delight. This system was truly a treasure for reaping benefits. He patted Liu Ergu on the shoulder, feigning mystery. "Don't worry. I'm tight-lipped, but if someone crosses me, I can't guarantee I won't spill." Liu Ergu, no longer daring to stay, chuckled awkwardly and slipped away. As Liu Wenyu strolled along, he continued to provoke the village as gossip-mongers and slackers, who were driven to their wits' end, while the system's notification sounds chimed incessantly. By the time he reached the village entrance, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the brigade, faint sounds of argument reaching his ears. Liu Wenyu furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. Pushing through the crowd, he saw the village team leader, Yan Mingpeng, haughtily berating a young man lying on the ground. "You scoundrel! The things from the mountain belong to the collective, and you dare not turn over even a portion of your cash to the team? If I don't send you to the commune today, I, Yan Mingpeng, will write my name backward." The young man on the ground protested. "I hunted this myself. Why should I give anything to you bunch of heartless bastards?" Liu Wenyu's expression hardened. The man on the ground was none other than his good friend Wang Taizhu. During his most destitute times in his previous life, this lad would often bring sweet potatoes to share drinks with him, always saying, "Brother Wenyu, if a woman leaves, let her go. We men live with our dignity." "Taiju, get up and speak." Liu Wenyu stepped forward to help Wang Taiju to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. What the team leader said is correct. The things from the mountain dew belong to the collective. According to village rules, we must turn over a portion of what we hunt in the mountains. Wang Tieju's eyes instantly reddened at this. "Brother Wenyu, according to village rules, if it were truly just 20, I wouldn't complain. But this scoundrel wants me to give up half. He is clearly bullying me." "You're talking nonsense." Yin Mingpeng kicked over a nearby basket. Turning over 20 is already old news, according to the document issued by the commune. Now any game caught in the mountains or rivers must yield half. Liu Wenyu narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Team leader Yin, if there is a document, let us see it for everyone. Yin Mingpeng disdainfully curled his lips. "You can't even recognize a single character. And you wouldn't know if the pole fell over. Can you understand what is written if I show it to you?" Hee. Liu Wenyu remained calm and unhurried. "It matters not that I cannot read. I can take the document to the commune and ask Secretary Li to determine whether it is an official directive or merely a scheme for some to line their own pockets." In an instant, Yin Mingpeng's expression changed, his eyes turning cold as he hissed, "You little brat, are you courting death?" "Captain Yin." Suddenly, Liu Wenyu sprang into action, rushing forward in a swift motion and delivering a resounding slap. "Regardless of your position, how can you resort to insults?" The crisp sound of the slap echoed at the village entrance. Yin Mingpeng stumbled back, one side of his face swelling immediately, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Yin Mingpeng's defenses are severely breached. Gained 3 points of defense value. Reward acquired. Chapter 7. Memories that warm the heart. Reward acquired. Mastery of combat advanced. As Liu Wenyu felt the sudden influx of combat skills in his mind, he nearly burst into laughter. "So, one can earn rewards for striking someone. Where's the logic in that? You dare to hit me?" Yin Mingpeng clutched his face, staring at Liu Wenyu in disbelief. "What is wrong with hitting you?" Liu Wenyu flexed his wrist. "Should I give you another one to make your face symmetrical?" The onlookers erupted into laughter. Enraged and humiliated, Yin Mingpeng swung his fist and charged forward. Liu Wenyu stood his ground, the combat techniques flashing in his mind automatically. He sidestepped the punch, delivering an elbow strike to Yin Mingpeng's ribs, followed by a swift kick. Bang! Yin Mingpeng crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Wenyu is awesome," Wang Taiju shouted excitedly. Liu Wenyu placed his foot on Yin Mingpeng's chest. "Now, you have 2 choices. Either pay the customary 2 tenths as per village rules, or we can go to the commune and settle this. Which will it be?" Yin Mingpeng grimaced in pain. 2 tenths, you're ruthless. But let us see how this unfolds. Liu Wenyu's gaze turned icy, unconsciously applying more pressure with his foot until Yin Mingpeng gasped for breath, finally begging for mercy before he relented and stepped back, brushing off his hands. "Had you said this earlier, we could have avoided this." He turned to the gathered villagers. Everyone heard that. "From now on, when hunting in the mountains, adhere to the old rules and pay 2 tenths. The villagers erupted in cheers. Wang Taiju excitedly put his arm around Liu Wenyu's shoulders. "Wenyu, when did you become so formidable?" "It's a secret," Liu Wenyu replied with a mysterious smile, but he caught a glimpse of Yin Mingpeng walking away, casting him a venomous glare. Memories of a troubled past surged like a tidal wave. The village gossip echoed in his ears. "I heard Li Shaoqing is having an affair with Yin Mingpeng. Some claim to have seen them together in the back hills, indulging in illicit activities." Liu Wenyu wore the proverbial green hat with great conviction, though he never caught them in the act in his past life. Such rumors surely bore some truth. He recalled how every time he confronted Li Shaoqing, she would weep like a wilted flower, threatening to take drastic measures. And in the end, the issues were always left unresolved. "Wenyu, Wenyu." Wang Tieju's voice jolted him from his reverie. Liu Wenyu realized his nails had dug deeply into his palm, leaving a few trails of blood. "What were you lost in thought about?" Wang Taiju asked, a hearty smile on his dark face. "I've been talking to you for ages, and you haven't heard a word." Liu Wenyu forced a smile. "It's nothing. Just reminiscing about old times. Come on, let us not dawdle here." Wang Taiju rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Yesterday, I went hunting in the mountains and got lucky, hitting a small wild boar weighing around 40 to 50 pounds with 1 shot. I've already prepared the meat. I was going to bring some to your home, but since you're awake now, let us go to my house for a couple of drinks and celebrate your good fortune." Liu Wenyu nodded, following Wang Taiju to his home. Last night, he had confirmed with the system that as long as his mental strength was sufficient, he could store anything in the system space. This meant that if Yin Mingpeng dared to set him up again, as in his previous life, he could make that man vanish without a trace. With this thought, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Liu Wenyu's eyes. "When you go, why are you so distracted today?" Wang Taizhu looked at him in confusion. "Is your body not fully recovered yet? Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night." "Taizhu, you head back first." Liu Wenyu suddenly halted. "I need to grab a bottle of wine from home." Wang Taizhu scratched his head. "No need. When you go, I have plenty at my place. Celebratory wine cannot be left over." Liu Wenyu patted his shoulder and stepped toward his own home. Once Liu Wenyu confirmed he was out of Wang Taizhu's sight, he swiftly darted into a nearby alley. Ensuring no one was around, he focused his mind and retrieved the 2 bottles of lotus flower White awarded by the system last night. And after a moment's thought, he also took out a pound of brown sugar. Wang Taizhu's earthen house was at the eastern end of the village, with 2 crooked jujube trees laden with green jujubes in front. Even before entering, the rich aroma of meat mingled with the scent of garlic and ginger wafted through the air. "Uncle, Auntie, Taizhu, I'm here," Liu Wenyu shouted, causing the old hen in the yard to flutter in panic. Wang Taizhu's mother peered out from the kitchen, her hands still dusted with flour. "Oh, Wenyu, you're here. Come in and sit down." Aunt Wang squinted her eyes in a smile as she scrutinized Liu Wenyu. "I heard you were struck by lightning a couple of days ago, and it scared me half to death. Just yesterday, I sent Taizhu to your house to check on you, and your parents told me you hadn't woken up yet. How come you're up now?" Liu Wenyu felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, when he fell from grace, aside from his family, the Wang family had helped him the most. When he was forced to leave the village, he hadn't even had the chance to say thank you. "Auntie, I'm tougher than that," Liu Wenyu replied, placing the 2 bottles of white liquor and a pound of brown sugar on the table in the living room. "Please accept this small token of my gratitude." "You child," Aunt Wang exclaimed, slapping her thigh in exasperation. "You shouldn't have brought anything. Taizhu, quickly put that brown sugar away and make sure Wenyu takes it with him when he leaves." Just as Wang Taizhu was about to reach for it, Liu Wenyu pressed his hand down. "Auntie, if you don't accept it, I won't dare to eat this meal." He feigned a stern expression. "When I was a child, I stole jujubes from your house, and you not only scolded me, but also filled my pockets with them. Why bring that up now?" Aunt Wang laughed, her eyes disappearing with her smile. She turned and rummaged through the cupboard, pulling out a blue-rimmed coarse porcelain bowl, lowering her voice mysteriously. "Just yesterday, your uncle brought back half a pound of sesame paste from the commune, perfect for mixing with cold noodles." On the 8 immortals table in the living room, a plate of braised pork was already laid out, the glossy meat chunks trembling in the sauce, steaming invitingly. Wang Taizhu produced a glass jar from under the bed, filled with ginseng and angelica, the liquid inside an amber hue. "This medicinal wine was brewed last winter. My father said it's very nourishing." "No need. Just drinking the 2 bottles I brought is fine." Liu Wenyu protested. "That's medicinal wine, and you don't even have a wife. What do you need to nourish yourself for?" Watching the jovial banter between the 2 young men, Aunt Wang turned and headed back to the kitchen. "You 2 enjoy your drinks first. I'll go prepare the noodles." Liu Wenyu stood up to stop Aunt Wang. "Annie, let me help you with the dough." No need. In the kitchen, Liu Wenyu adeptly assisted in kneading the dough. Aunt Wang skillfully rolled out the dough while chattering. "Wenyu, it's not that I'm scolding you, but you're already 17 or 18. It's time to settle down." The dough obediently transformed into thin sheets at the hands of the elderly lady, while the kitchen knife rhythmically sliced through it, producing a batch of uniformly thick noodles. Suddenly, Liu Wenyu was reminded of Aunt Wang from his past life, who, despite being over 70 and trembling, would still make shoe soles for him, causing a tightness in his throat. Indeed, Aunt was right. This time, having narrowly escaped disaster, I have come to a profound realization. From now on, I shall diligently show filial piety to my parents, ensuring that my family enjoys a good life. After a few years, I will marry a beautiful wife and raise a few chubby children. That would render my life complete. Oh dear, Aunt Wang nearly dropped the rolling pin from her hands, her eyes squinting in delight. Is the sun rising in the west? Or have you rascals finally grown up? Chapter 8. The Initial Harvest in the Forest. The drinking continued until the sun hung low in the sky. Wang Tiezhu's father, Wang Changshun, returned from the fields and was also pulled to the drinking table. After 2 bottles of Lianhua were emptied, Wang Changshun's dark face glowed with a flush as he patted Liu Wenyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, having survived this great calamity, you are surely destined for future blessings. Uncle, tomorrow, I and Juzi will go for a stroll in mountains." Liu Wenyu poured the last half cup of wine for Uncle Wang, saying, "If luck is on our side and we catch some game, we can sell in the city and buy 2 bottles of fine wine to honor you." Wang Changshun, grinning from ear to ear, replied, "Good lad. But remember, only roam around the foot of the mountain. Do not venture too deep." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Liu Wenyu swayed slightly as he made his way home. The evening breeze swept over him, and tipsy with wine, He hummed a tune as he entered his yard, only to collide with his mother, who stood with her hands on her hips in the courtyard. "So you know to come back?" Liu's mother scolded, her broomstick thumping against the doorframe. "You dare to drink until this hour, and you're still injured." Liu Wenyu did not shy away, allowing his mother to pinch his ear as he grinned. "Mother, I'm just so happy." "Happy? I'll show you what happiness is." Liu's mother pretended to raise her broom to strike, but it fell gently. In the main room, Liu's father cleared his throat with a stern expression. "You little rascal, come in." Liu Wenyu shrank his neck and obediently entered. He saw his father seated by the 8 immortals table, the tobacco pipe making a rhythmic sound against the surface. His elder and second sisters stood nearby, one winking at him while the other held a cup of cool water, gesturing with her lips. "Father, I was wrong." Without hesitation, Liu Wenyu admitted his fault, taking the cup of water offered by his second sister and downing it in one go. "Wrong about what?" Liu's father glared. "About drinking too much and making my parents worry." Liu Wenyu spoke sincerely, catching a glimpse of his elder sister, giving him a thumbs up from the corner of his eye. His mother followed him into the room, continuing her reprimand. "How old are you? Still so reckless. Even a lightning strike wouldn't wake you." "Mother, little brother is fine." His elder sister interjected. At least this time, he didn't cause a scene after drinking. The second sister chimed in. "Exactly, little brother already knows he was wrong." The elderly couple continued their back and forth for quite some time, while Liu Wenyu smiled and nodded in agreement. Finally, his father waved his hand. "All right, go rest. The smell of wine on you gives me a headache." Liu Wenyu felt as if he had received a reprieve, just as he was about to leave. His mother called out, "There's porridge warming on the stove. Drink it before sleeping." After searching for a while, he found that his elder sister had already returned home around noon, for there were still many chores to attend to. Stepping out of the main room, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Liu Wenyu gazed at the familiar old locust tree in the yard, listening to the laughter and chatter from within the house, his heart swelling with warmth. Everything he had lost in his previous life, he vowed to cherish in this one. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Liu Wenyu stealthily slipped out of his home. The morning mist had not yet lifted, and dew clung to the tips of the grass, soaking his cloth shoes. He held a homemade bow and arrow in his hands, with a quiver of self-made arrows slung across his back, and a gleaming machete secured at his waist. Wang Taiju was already waiting beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, shouldering a homemade elm bough and carrying a machete at his waist. Seeing Liu Wenyu approach, he waved excitedly. "Brother Wenyu, look at the animal trap I made last night." Liu Wenyu took the rusty iron trap and shook his head inwardly. This contraption would barely suffice for catching a hare, let alone a boar with its tough hide and thick flesh. Nevertheless, he raised his thumb in approval. "Not bad. It's better than the last one." The two of them made their way up the mountain along a narrow path. Wang Taiju boasted as they walked. "A few days ago, I discovered more wild boar tracks near where I caught that little pig. They were huge." He exaggeratedly gestured. "Surely a beast over 200 pounds. Liu Wenyu smiled silently. Even if they encountered a wild boar, with the tools they possessed, it was unlikely they could even breach its defenses. "Let us set a few traps on the outskirts today." Liu Wenyu crouched down to arrange the traps, with the snare made of hemp rope cleverly concealed among the dry leaves. "If we happen upon a big one, our bows won't even pierce its hide." Wang Taiju nodded in agreement, fiddling with the wooden arrows in his possession, and suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Wenyu, listen!" A rustling sound came from the bushes. Liu Wenyu instantly tensed, deftly knocking an arrow. Just then, the thicket shifted, revealing a gray-furred hare. "Hey!" Wang Taiju deflated, about to rise, but Liu Wenyu pressed him down. "Don't move." Liu Wenyu squinted, carefully observing. His system-enhanced body had rendered him unusually keen in this environment. 20 paces away, beneath the hickory tree, freshly disturbed earth was clearly visible. The morning forest lay shrouded in a thin mist, dew dripped from the leaf tips, splattering on the dry leaves below. Liu Wenyu crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the fresh paw prints in the soil. The moist earth left distinct impressions under his touch. 3 toes on the front paw, a rounded heel, and shallow webbing between the toes. "It's a badger," he whispered, measuring the depth of the tracks with his fingers, indicating it had passed less than 15 minutes ago. Wang Taiju leaned in excitedly. "Brother Wenyu, this is a good find. They fetch a high price at the state-run restaurants in the city." Liu Wenyu remained silent, his gaze following the direction of the tracks. The system-enhanced body and his intermediate hunting specialization heightened his senses, allowing him to faintly hear the sound of claws scratching at the ground from 30 paces away, beyond a thicket of brambles. Even more astonishing, the intuition granted by his master-level marksmanship instinctively presented him with the optimal angle and timing for a shot. "Juzi, you go around to the left," Liu Wenyu instructed, pulling an arrow from the quiver, his fingers gliding over the rough shaft. "When you hear my signal, rush in." Just as Wang Taizhu was about to ask, Liu Wenyu had already slipped into the grass like a wildcat. Amidst the morning mist, his figure melded seamlessly with the forest, each step calculated to avoid the dry twigs and leaves. Even the most alert of mountain sparrows remained oblivious atop the branches as he passed. Strange. Wang Taizhu rubbed his eyes. In his memory, Brother Wenyu would always stomp through the woods with heavy footsteps, cracking the branches underfoot. Today, he seemed like a different person. At this moment, every muscle in Liu Wenyu's body was engaged. He could discern the rhythm of his prey's breathing from the gentle rustle of the grass. Could calculate the best moment to shoot from the trajectory of the falling dew. Crouching behind a cluster of wild roses, he slowly drew back his homemade elm bough. The rough bowstring pressed against his fingertips, yet it filled him with an unusual sense of grounding. Whoosh! The instant the wooden arrow was released, Liu Wenyu knew it would hit its mark. The arrow sailed through the thicket, striking a gray figure with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp yelp, a plump badger stumbled out. The arrow embedded deep in its hind leg. Zhuzi! Liu Wenyu shouted as he lunged forward. As Wang Taizhu charged forward with a hatchet in hand, Liu Wenyu had already seized the badger by the nape of its neck. The hatchet glinted coldly under the sun, decisively ending the creature's suffering. Warm blood splattered across his hand, imbued with the unique, sweet savory scent of the mountain forest. Brother Wenyu, you're incredible, exclaimed Wang Taizhu, his eyes wide as he gazed at the hefty badger, undoubtedly weighing over 20 pounds. Did you really manage to hit it through such a dense thicket? Ding! Wang Taizhu's defense has been slightly breached. Gain 1 point of breach value. Chapter 9. Blood spattered across the forest, capturing wild boars. Reward obtained. 1 pound of pork. Liu Wenyu shook the blood from his hands and deftly bound the badger's limbs with grass rope. Just lucky, he remarked, tossing the prey onto his back, the weight pressing the straps deeply into his shoulders. For Wang Taizhu, the ensuing hunt felt like a fantastical dream. Whenever he found himself still in a daze, glancing around in bewilderment, Liu Wenyu had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. 7 paces away, a gray squirrel perched on a camphor tree, indulging in its pine cone feast. Liu Wenyu's arrow sliced through the air, piercing its throat with precision. A wild hare drinking by the stream barely had time to perk up its ears before a wooden arrow pinned it to the ground, its hind legs twitching involuntarily. Even a dove, soaring 30 paces overhead, fell victim to an arrow, its feathers scattering in the breeze. Brother Wenyu. Wang Taizhu caught the descending dove, his voice trembling. When did you master such archery skills? Last autumn, while hunting pheasants, you couldn't hit a target even 10 paces away. Liu Wenyu merely smiled in response, wiping the sweat from his brow. The midday sun pierced through the mist of the forest, casting fragmented golden rays upon his eyelashes. He checked his quiver. 12 arrows remained. As the sun reached its zenith, the duo spoils had accumulated to such an extent that their movement was hindered. 5 wild hares, 3 badgers, 2 pheasants, and 7 or 8 doves and squirrels dangled from a vine around their waists, clanging as they walked. The scent of blood attracted a few green-headed flies, buzzing and circling around them. Let's take a break, Liu Wenyu suggested, finding a flat rock to sit on, pulling out 2 cornmeal pancakes from his pocket. Wang Taizhu plopped down on the ground, his hatchet clattering beside him. He stared blankly at Liu Wenyu as he cleaned his bow and arrows, suddenly grasping his wrist. Brother Wenyu, tell me honestly, did you get struck by lightning and gain enlightenment? The kind that indirectly opens the meridians. Ding. Wang Taizhu's defense has been deeply breached. Gained 3 points of breach value. Reward obtained. Danger perception. Danger perception provides a 3-second warning before potential threats arise within a 30-meter radius. Capable of sensing murderous intent, traps, and sudden dangers, this skill is as keen as a sixth sense, a divine technique for survival and counterattack. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liu Wenyu nearly choked on his pancake. He hastily gulped down a mouthful of mountain spring water. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet failed to extinguish the shock surging in his heart. The sudden acquisition of the danger perception skill was beyond his expectations. Who could have foreseen that the honest Wang Taizhu would breach his defense and gain such an extraordinary skill? Stealing a glance at his childhood friend, who was still marveling in disbelief, Wang Taizhu was crouched on the ground, inspecting the badger, his dark face etched with incredulity. This brother had always been rather simple-minded. If he dared to jest about this matter, it would not be surprising if, come the next rainy day, Wang Taizhu actually chased after lightning bolts, waiting to see if he could transform into a superhero with his underwear worn outside like a scion. What are you thinking about all day? Who's ever benefited from being struck by lightning? Except for me, of course. I am. Before he could finish his sentence, the nearby thicket suddenly shook violently. It was not the cautious rustling of small creatures, but rather the thunderous commotion of a large beast barreling through. Both men tensed instantly. Liu Wenyu's hand rested on his quiver. With a crash, a half-grown wild boar weighing about 100 pounds burst forth, its brown-black bristles glistening with resin. Its newly emerged tusks reflecting a cold glint in the sunlight. It sniffed warily, its front hooves anxiously scraping the ground, clearly having caught the scent of blood in the air. Wang Tieju's hand reached for his hatchet, but Liu Wenyu slowly shook his head. He knocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut like the moon. Whoosh! The arrow struck true, hitting the wild boar squarely in the right eye. The wounded beast let out a piercing howl, frantically spinning in circles, blood mingling with the fluid from its eye, spraying onto the surrounding bushes. Liu Wenyu advanced rather than retreating, as the wild boar charged. He sidestepped and swiftly drew his hatchet, its blade gleaming like lightning as it accurately struck the boar's carotid artery. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering Liu Wenyu's face. The wild boar staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground, its limbs twitching involuntarily. "When Wenyu, my mouth is agape," Wang Taiju exclaimed, unable to close it. "Oh, master, please accept my bow." Ding! Wang Tieju's defense has been deeply breached. Gain 3 points of breach value. Reward obtained, 30 yuan in cash. Liu Wenyu nonchalantly flicked the blood off his hatchet, preparing to show off a bit more when suddenly his expression shifted. The sense of crisis brought on by the newly acquired danger perception skill made his hair stand on end. A much larger creature was approaching. The ground trembled slightly, and the nearby thicket shook unnaturally. "Climb the tree. Quick!" He yanked Wang Taiju, who was still processing the situation, just as they scrambled up the nearest oak tree. The underbrush below exploded apart. A mother wild boar, weighing nearly 300 pounds, charged out with red eyes, its tusks as long as a baby's arm. It circled the dead wild boar, nudging its carcass with its snout, emitting a chilling whimper. "We're done for." Wang Taiju clung to the tree trunk, his voice trembling. "We've stirred up a hornet's nest." Yet Liu Wenyu remained unervingly calm. He counted the remaining arrows and swiftly retrieved 3 from his quiver, knocking them to his bow. The mother wild boar suddenly went berserk, charging toward them. In the next moment, the tree swayed violently as the boar collided with it, bark peeling away. Wang Taiju screamed, nearly losing his grip. At the critical moment, Liu Wenyu hooked his legs around a branch, executing a backflip as he released 3 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck the boar's most vulnerable spot, the tip of its snout. The mother wild boar recoiled in pain, letting out a deafening scream. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Wenyu flipped back on the branch and fired 2 more arrows, hitting the wild boar squarely in both eyes. Blinded and frenzied, the wild boar charged wildly, ultimately colliding with a rock. Liu Wenyu had been waiting for this moment. Like a mountain leopard, he leaped down, bringing his hatchet down with all his weight. Crack! The blade embedded itself accurately between the wild boar's vertebrae. The colossal creature crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Liu Wenyu was also thrown off balance by the recoil, landing on the ground, his palm grazed by sharp stones, leaving several bloodied scratches. "When Wenyu!" Wang Taiju cried out as he slid down the tree. Liu Wenyu rolled away from the boar's final thrashing, seizing the fallen hatchet, and aimed for the death spot just behind the boar's ear, striking down fiercely. A minute later, the wild boar lay still, only its heavy breathing echoing through the forest, gradually fading into silence. "Come help me," Liu Wenyu said, kicking the boar's carcass. "We need to bleed it out before the blood coagulates." By the time Wang Taiju trembled down the tree, Liu Wenyu had already begun to prepare the boar for gutting. The sharp hatchet sliced through, the steaming entrails slipping out, the stench of blood thick in the air. Ding! Wang Tieju's defense has been deeply breached. Gain 3 points of breach value. Ding! Reward obtained, 30 pounds of pork. How are we going to carry back such a massive wild boar? Wang Taiju swallowed hard. After draining the blood from the wild boar, Liu Wenyu looked up with a mysterious smile and deftly unfastened a sturdy hemp rope from his waist. In a matter of moments, he bound the boar's 4 hooves together and found a thick branch to thread through. He then hoisted it up and began to walk. Liu Wenyu wiped the blood and sweat from his brow. But what about that little wild boar? Chapter 10. Rewards for breaking defense pour in. There was no time to ponder that now. He needed to conceal the smaller one first and address it later. As Liu Wenyu directed Wang Taiju to gather the scattered belongings of the 2 men, he skillfully used a machete to chop some branches to cover the small boar. However, under the guise of Tieju's distraction, he had already stowed the little boar into the system space. Counting 1, 2, 3, on their way back to the village, Wang Taiju led the way while Liu Wenyu followed, both carrying over 300 pounds of wild boar, their waists adorned with smaller game. From a distance, they resembled 2 mobile butcher shops. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and the blood droplets glistening on the boar's tusks shimmered like amber in the evening light. As Liu Wenyu reached halfway up the hill, Wang Taizhu could no longer contain himself and gasped, "Will you take me on as your apprentice?" Liu Wenyu burst into hearty laughter, his mirth startling the sparrows scattered across the mountain. Adjusting the weight on his shoulder, he gazed toward the distant village, its smoke curling into the sky, and with a teasing tone, he replied, "I shall indeed accept you as my disciple." As the sun sank low, the clouds in the sky were painted a vibrant orange, resembling a spilled palette of paint. Liu Wenyu and Wang Taizhu, laden with a hefty wild boar and a bounty of pheasants and rabbits hanging from their waists, trudged along the dirt path back to the village. Sweat trickled down their cheeks, sparkling in the waning sunlight. "Brother Wenyu, just a little further, we're almost there," Wang Taizhu panted, his shoulder aching under the weight of the boar, yet unable to conceal the excitement on his face. Liu Wenyu adjusted the wooden beam on his shoulder, his coarse garments soaked through. "Taizhu, do you think the villagers will be envious when they see our haul?" "Of course." Wang Taizhu grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "That boar must weigh at least 300 pounds. The villagers will undoubtedly be green with envy." As they conversed, a distant barking of dogs reached their ears. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a group of playing children were the first to spot them. "Look, Uncle Wenyu and Uncle Taizhu are carrying something." A little girl with braided pigtails shrieked, pointing excitedly. "It's a wild boar. What a massive wild boar." The children swarmed over, hopping and shouting around the two men. News spread like wildfire, and soon the village path was crowded with villagers rushing to witness the spectacle. Liu Wenyu spotted Old Man Li leaning on his cane, his steps noticeably quicker than usual, while several young wives with children stood on tiptoe at the edge of the crowd, eager to catch a glimpse. "Heavens! It's really a wild boar. Those tusks must be 3 feet long. Wenyu, how on earth did you manage to catch this?" "Ding. Chen Erling has suffered a minor defense breach. Reward, 1 point of breach value." "Ding. Zhang Godin has suffered a moderate defense breach. Reward, 2 points of breach value." "Ding. Severe defense breach. Reward, 3 points of breach value." "Ding. Wang Xinghua has suffered a severe defense breach. Reward, 3 points of breach value." "Ding. Ding." Amidst the chorus of astonished exclamations, Liu Wenyu felt a surge of joy as the system notifications echoed in his mind. After a brief inspection, Liu Wenyu discovered he had received over 30 system rewards in that short span. Cash alone amounted to over 100, while a plethora of other tickets piled high. There were substantial amounts of rice, flour, pork, and even eggs. As they walked, listening to the system notifications ringing in his mind, Liu Wenyu and Wang Taizhu finally placed the wild boar on the open ground in front of Wang Taizhu's home. The boar's heavy body stirred up a cloud of dust, its blood-streaked tusks glinting ominously in the sunset, causing another wave of gasps from the onlookers. Liu Wenyu wiped his brow and surveyed the crowd, realizing it felt as if the entire village had turned out. Their Woda team had been formed by families fleeing here 30 or 40 years ago, totaling just over 30 households, barely reaching 200 souls. Though few in number, they bore 8 or 9 different surnames. Liu Wenyu noticed Yin Mingpeng standing at the back of the crowd, his small eyes glinting with calculation. "Brother Wenyu, I'll go call my father out." Wang Taizhu exclaimed excitedly as he rushed into the house, nearly tripping over the threshold. Before long, Wang Changshun emerged from the courtyard, his expression one of disbelief. Upon seeing the wild boar on the ground, his murky eyes sparkled with surprise. "Oh my, Xiaoyu, did you really catch this with your brother?" "Father, it was all Wenyu's doing," Wang Taizhu exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. He shot it right through the eye with a single arrow. The accuracy was incredible. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and throughout their journey back, the system notifications in Liu Wenyu's mind had not ceased. Just as he was lost in the joy of the moment, an ill-timed inquiry interrupted his reverie. "Liu's third son, are you selling this wild boar meat? I'll give you $5 for hind leg." It was Chen Erlang from the village, rubbing his hands together, eyes fixed greedily on the boar's plump rear. "I want the front leg. I'll take the head for $3. The villagers erupted into a frenzy, clamoring to place bids. Liu Wenyu initially shot a furious glare at Chen Erlang, then disdainfully curled his lip. What a shameless opportunist. Not only were their offers woefully low, but even if they had offered exorbitant prices, he would not entertain such thoughts. It was 1959 after all. If he dared to sell pork so brazenly, the label of speculation would surely land him in dire straits. Moreover, that scoundrel Yin Mingpeng was currently seeking a chance to settle scores with him. He wasn't foolish enough to hand a weapon to his adversary. "Dear villagers," Liu Wenyu raised his voice, signaling for silence with a downward motion of his hands, initially intending to explain the situation to them. However, recalling his golden finger. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Liu's third son, just give us a straightforward answer. Will you sell it or not? If you think the price is too low, we can negotiate. Chun Erlang, the instigator, prodded again. Exactly. If the price isn't right, let us talk it over. The price of pork in the commune is only 75 cents a pound. We're all fellow villagers. So don't try to gouge us. Watching Chun Erlang stir up trouble, Liu Wenyu replied with a sly smile. Erlang, I dare to sell. But do you dare to buy? Speculation can land you in serious trouble. Are you willing to risk your life for a bit of meat? As soon as these words left his mouth, the crowd quieted somewhat. The expression of Chun Erlang, standing at the forefront, shifted dramatically. I didn't mean it that way. Chapter 11. The iron pot heats up for stewed wild fragrance. Enough. Close your mouth. Liu Wenyu's tone shifted. Although I won't sell this wild boar meat, everyone will still have the chance to enjoy some. According to our village's customs, any game hunted in the mountains must be surrendered 2/10 to the brigade. Taiju. Isn't that right? Wang Taiju paused for a moment, then quickly understood. Yes, the old rules. Liu Wenyu crouched down, pulling out the machete secured at his waist. Uncle Wang Taiju, come lend a hand. Let us first divide the portion we need to turn in. Then, in full view of the crowd, the three began to dissect the wild boar. Liu Wenyu, with deft hands, skillfully maneuvered the blade along the joints, swiftly separating the entrails and the neck meat. Brother Wenyu, Wang Taiju whispered, are we really turning this in? The neck meat is quite fatty. Liu Wenyu continued his task, quietly explaining, Zhuzi, the meat from a neck contains lymph nodes. Consuming too much is detrimental to one's health. By turning this in, we adhere to the rules and avoid wasting quality meat. Wang Taiju and his grandfather nodded, somewhat understanding. Though they were unclear about lymph nodes, they trusted Liu Wenyu wouldn't deceive them. All right, Liu Wenyu stood up, placing the sorted meat into a bamboo basket. Whoever is quick on their feet, go call the main group. A 12 or 13-year-old boy, upon hearing Liu Wenyu's call, took off towards the brigade headquarters. Wait, just then, a sharp voice pierced through from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see the production team leader, Yin Mingpeng, squeezing to the front, squinting as he scrutinized the meat in the basket. Lu Laosan, doesn't this submitted portion seem a bit scant? Liu Wenyu shot him a disdainful glance. How about we weigh it to see if the quantity is sufficient? You can't just claim it's insufficient without evidence. At that moment, a busybody had already fetched a scale from the brigade office. The wild boar weighed a total of 316 pounds, while the meat in the bamboo basket weighed a substantial 64 pounds. If one were to be meticulous, Liu Wenyu and the others had even contributed an extra 8 ounces. Yin Mingpeng let out a grunt and crouched down to inspect the meat in the basket. Upon seeing the thick neck meat, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Very well, he stood up, brushing off the grease from his hands. I'll accept this on behalf of the brigade. However, Lu Laosan, next time you hunt, remember to notify the brigade immediately rather than dividing it yourself first. As Yin Mingpeng motioned for his 2 lackeys to lift the bamboo basket, Liu Wenyu firmly pressed down on the basket with his hand. Not so fast. He looked up at Yin Mingpeng, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But his gaze was as cold as ice. Lu Laosan, what do you mean by that? Yin Mingpeng's face darkened, his voice seething as if squeezed through clenched teeth. At that moment, another figure arrived at the scene. The villagers instinctively took a half-step back, as if the air had solidified. Wang Taiju nervously swallowed, instinctively reaching for the hatchet at his waist. Observing the tense standoff, Niu Desui was utterly bewildered. Didn't they say that Lao-san and Zhuzi had caught a wild boar and were here to divide the meat? What is going on? Niu Desui, the militia leader of Wota Brigade, was known for his courage in battle, though his single-mindedness led him to disdain the underhanded tactics of the brigade leader, Yin Mingpeng. Because of this, they generally ignored each other. However, in his past life, he had maintained a decent relationship with Liu Wenyu, often sharing a drink when they encountered wild game. Seeing Niu Desui arrive, Liu Wenyu calmly straightened up and brushed off the wood shavings from his hands. Uncle Niu is here. Niu Desui chuckled. Lao-san, you've got quite the skill. I heard that boar weighed over 300 pounds. Liu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Niu, we can discuss that later. Right now, I want to ask you, according to our village's customs, shouldn't the hunted game be divided among all villagers? Absolutely. Since our village was established, that has always been the custom. What is this? Is someone trying to pull a fast one on you? As he spoke, Niu Desui shot a glance at Yin Mingpeng, fully aware that this scoundrel likely had some ulterior motive to claim a larger share. Niu Desui's disdain for Yin Mingpeng was openly evident. He almost pointed a finger at him in accusation. Observing Niu Desui, who remained unchanged from his recollections, Liu Wenyu smiled, appreciating that the man had retained his essence. All right, now that the meat has been divided, I propose we cook it right here and share it in front of the whole village to prevent any future complications. As soon as his words fell, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Wenyu is right. It's best to divide it on the spot. With 64 pounds of meat, each family could roughly receive 2 pounds. Yin Mingpong's expression soured even further, narrowing his slanted eyes. Lu Laosan, are you questioning the integrity of the brigade? Ding. Yin Mingpong suffered a critical emotional blow, gained 3 points of emotional damage. Ding. Reward acquired. 30 pounds of prosperity powder. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Liu Wenyu felt a surge of joy, though he maintained an innocent facade. Captain Yin, you've misunderstood. I'm merely concerned that you might not preserve it well. What if some unknown scoundrel were to steal it? That would be quite unfortunate. No doubt about it. Neo Desui laughed heartily at Liu Wenyu's veiled jab. You. Yin Mingping's face turned a deep shade of anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Liu Wenyu and Neo Desui. Ding. Yin Mingpong suffered extreme emotional damage, gained 5 points of emotional damage. Ding. Reward acquired. 50 yuan cash. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. This Yin Mingpong was like a walking treasure chest, yielding bountiful rewards with just a few provocations. Very well. Yin Mingpong ground his teeth. Since you've said so, let us proceed as you wish. Mingjiu, take 2 people to the brigade office to fetch the large iron pot. Yin Mingjiu, Yin Mingping's cousin, promptly nodded and scurried off with 2 others to the brigade office. The villagers instinctively parted to make way, with several strong young men joining in to help carry the pot. Liu Wenyu noticed the cold glint in Yin Mingping's eyes as he turned away. In his past life, this scoundrel had frequently tried to undermine him, and it appeared that in this life, he remained unrepentant. Brother Wenyu, Wang Taiju leaned closer, lowering his voice. Did we offend Yin Mingpong too severely? Liu Wenyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Zhuzi, remember this. When dealing with scoundrels like him, you cannot show an ounce of weakness. Otherwise, he'll surely try to exert his dominance over us in the future. You are right, Brother Wenyu. If he dares to bully me again, I will take him down. Once the pot bearers departed, Liu Wenyu and Wang Taiju resumed processing the remaining wild boar meat. Aunt Wang had gone to boil water, and several familiar uncles had volunteered to help. Brother Wenyu, Wang Taiju asked while scraping the pig's hair, was what you said about the neck meat being bad true? Yin Mingpong seemed to relish it. Liu Wenyu added a ladle of water to the pot, steam rising as his expression grew somewhat contemplative. Zhuzi, do you trust me? Of course. Wang Taiju replied without hesitation. Then remember, try to avoid eating the neck meat from wild boars in the future. Liu Wenyu lowered his voice. There's a reason behind it, but it's not something I can explain in a hurry. Wang Taiju solemnly nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The 3 of them worked in harmonious silence, cutting the wild boar meat into chunks. Liu Wenyu took special care to wrap the finest tenderloin separately, intending to take it home for his family to taste. Before long, 3 large iron pots, nearly a meter in diameter, were set up in the open space in front of the Wang family home. Several men volunteered to fetch water from the well, while women busied themselves gathering firewood. The entire village buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a festive occasion, with children darting through the crowd, their laughter echoing merrily. As Liu Wenyu watched this scene unfold, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. In this era of scarcity, a single meal of meat could ignite such fervor throughout the village. Wenyu, Aunt Wang approached, holding a coarse porcelain bowl in her hands. This is the wild mountain pepper from my home. Add a bit while stewing the meat to eliminate the odor and enhance the flavor. Thank you, Aunt Wang, Liu Wenyu replied, taking the bowl and inhaling the spicy aroma that surged into his nostrils, prompting him to stifle a sneeze. Ha ha ha. Wang Taiju laughed heartily beside him. Brother Wenyu, your nose is too sensitive. Liu Wenyu pretended to kick him. You little rascal, what are you laughing at? The 2 continued to banter while processing the wild boar, surrounded by the good-natured chuckles of the villagers. Only Yin Mingpong stood aside with a sullen expression, coldly observing the scene. Chapter 12. The aroma of wild boar meat fills the village. As the chunks of meat were placed into the pot, it wasn't long before the rich scent of meat began to waft through the clearing. The onlooking villagers collectively inhaled deeply, with some children eagerly swallowing in anticipation. How fragrant! Wang Tieju's eyes sparkled as he wielded his cleaver with renewed vigor. As the aroma intensified, Liu Wenyu was rewarded once more. Ding! Zhang Tsuehua's defenses have been slightly breached. Gain 1 point of breach value. Ding! Reward, 10 eggs. Ding! Li Tieju's defenses have been moderately breached. Gain 2 points of breach value. Ding! Reward, 6 feet of coarse cloth. As Liu Wenyu sliced the meat, he listened to the alerts resounding in his mind. Though some villagers harbored discontent at his display, The prevailing sentiment was positive. In that brief moment, his system space was already filled with a variety of resources. As the cooking continued, the tantalizing aroma enveloped the entire village. Many households even brought out their bowls, eagerly awaiting their share of meat to accompany their meals. Liu Wenyu finally spotted his family, their attention drawn by the commotion. At some point, Yin Mingpeng had sidled up to Liu Wenyu, sarcastically remarking, "Lu Laosan, you're quite impressive now. Your skills in winning over people's hearts are truly masterful." Liu Wenyu continued to focus on the ribs, not looking up. "Captain Yin, you jest. I'm merely adhering to the rules. But you, as the production team leader, aren't you happy that the villagers can enjoy some meat?" Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses have been deeply breached. Gain 3 points of breach value. Ding. Reward, 15 pounds of vegetable oil. Yin Mingpeng was left speechless, snorting in annoyance as he walked away. Liu Wenyu watched his retreating figure, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, he had endured much from Yin Mingpeng, and now, being able to confront him directly felt immensely gratifying. As the meat neared completion, Liu Wenyu called for Accountant Wang to bring over the roster from the Team S office, preparing to distribute the portions by household. "Wait," Yin Mingpeng suddenly interjected. "Since this is collective property, we should first consider the team leaders and the 5 guarantee households." The statement immediately silenced the crowd. Villagers exchanged glances, a few of the younger ones frowning in discontent. Liu Wenyu calmly wiped his hands. "Captain Yin, do you wish to reconsider your words? I recall the village rules state that it should be divided equally by household, with no mention of prioritizing the leaders. Shall we invite Elder Wang and Elder Liu to clarify?" The elders he mentioned were the 2 oldest respected figures in Wodo village, known for their fairness, earning the respect of all surnames in the village. Laosan is correct. I don't recall such a rule either. Neo Desui firmly stood by Liu Wenyu's side. "You." Yin Mingpeng's face turned purple with rage. "You'll pay for this, Lu Laosan." Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses have been extremely breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward, 1 bicycle ticket. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. A bicycle ticket. This was a coveted item that could fetch a handsome price on the black market. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the former team leader, Wu Jiansheng, finally stepped in to mediate. All right, let us adhere to the village rules, dividing it equally by household. Rules are rules." With the old leader's decree, the distribution went smoothly. Each family received approximately 1.5 pounds of meat. Though not much, it was a rare luxury for villagers who seldom enjoyed meat. When it was Yin Mingpeng's turn, Liu Wenyu first scratched his nose and then deliberately selected a piece of pure lean meat to hand over. "Captain Yin, you've worked hard." Yin Mingpeng glared at the piece of meat with a sinister look. "Lu Laosan, we shall see." With that, he snatched the meat and turned to leave. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses have been extremely breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward, 1 Swiss watch. Cash, 50 yuan. Liu Wenyu raised an eyebrow. What a sight. He had truly driven him mad. Even a watch had popped out. After the meat was distributed, night had fallen. The villagers, satisfied, dispersed, heading home to savor this unexpected delicacy. Liu Wenyu, along with his father, mother, and older brothers, each carrying a piece of meat, walked home. Wenyu, his father lowered his voice on the way back. "You've certainly offended Yin Mingpeng today. That man holds grudges. He'll likely cause you trouble in the future." Liu Wenyu smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, father, I know my limits." At that moment, his second brother leaned in, speaking conspiratorially. "Laosan, I just saw Chun Erling sneaking towards Yin Mingpeng's house. It can't be good." Liu Wenyu's expression turned icy. Chun Erling was notorious in the village as an ne'er-do-well, always idling about and eager to report back. He had previously suspected that Chun Erling's suggestion to buy meat with money was instigated by someone else, and it seemed that scoundrel Yin Mingpeng was indeed behind it. "Don't worry, second brother. If they don't provoke me, it will be fine. But if they dare to cross me, I will ensure they regret it." Moreover, although he had thoroughly offended Yin Mingpeng, today's gains far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he acquire a wealth of resources, but more importantly, he established his authority among the villagers. In this unique era, having the support of the masses often mattered more than anything else. In the distance, the lights in Yin Mingpeng's house still glimmered. Liu Wenyu narrowed his eyes, faintly discerning several moving figures inside. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson, preventing any underhanded tricks against him. As dusk enveloped the world, Liu Wenyu followed his family along the winding dirt road through the village, the weighty wild boar meat exuding an enticing fragrance. The Liu family courtyard was situated at the western end of the village, directly behind Wang Taiju's home. It consisted of 3 adobe rooms encircling a small yard, with walls built from mountain stones, where a few resilient wild grasses thrived in the crevices. "Wife, yeah, come out and see." His second brother, Liu Wenyu, shouted before even stepping inside. The wooden door creaked open, and his sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaolan, peeked out, spatula in hand. When she saw the chunks of meat in her family's hands and the wild chicken and rabbit hanging from Liu Wenyu, her eyes widened in shock. Heavens! So much meat? His second sister-in-law, Zhou Yueying, also poked her head out from the kitchen, covering her mouth in disbelief. I can't be dreaming. Can I? Meat? Are we really having meat today? A small figure with braided pigtails rushed out. It was Liu Haoyue, his 3-year-old niece. She ran to Liu Wenyu, looking up with her big, black, grape-like eyes blinking in wonder. Uncle, did you catch these rabbits and wild chickens? Liu Wenyu casually discarded the game he had caught at his feet before bending down to lift the little girl into his arms, planting a kiss on her cheek. Indeed, isn't Uncle San impressive? Impressive. Uncle San is the best. Liu Haoyue clapped her tiny hands, then suddenly leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Uncle San, can we have meat tonight? Her mischievous demeanor elicited laughter from the entire family. Liu Wenyu playfully pinched her little nose. Of course. I saved a prime cut of meat just for you. I'll make you some boiled pork slices shortly. Boiled pork slices? Are they delicious? Little Haoyue blinked her big eyes, and saliva unconsciously dribbled from her mouth. Chapter 13. Wenyu in the kitchen, a family's doubt. The family entered the house in a lively manner. On the square table in the main room, dinner was already laid out. A pot of wild vegetable soup, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a few coarse corn buns. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a decent meal, but in contrast to the wild boar meat tonight, it appeared particularly meager. The second brother, an impatient man, barely settled onto the bench before tugging at Liu Wenyu's sleeve. Third brother, quickly tell us how you and Zhuzi managed to take down such a massive wild boar. Liu Wenyu placed Liu Haoyue on his knee and casually replied, it was nothing much. When we encountered the boar, Zhuzi and I were equally startled. We climbed a tree and shot a couple of arrows aimlessly. Luck struck, and one of the arrows pierced the boar's eye. Just like that, Liu Wenxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. That boar weighed over 300 pounds. It was mere luck, Liu Wenyu chuckled, deliberately glossing over the harrowing moment when the wild boar had gone berserk, nearly costing them their lives by crashing into a tree as thick as a bowl. The eldest brother, Liu Wengang, who had remained taciturn thus far, finally spoke up. I heard from Zhuzi that you also caught a smaller one. Yes, it was about 100 pounds, Liu Wenyu nodded, but we couldn't manage it, so we hid the smaller one in the woods. Tomorrow morning, I plan to go back up the mountain with Tai Zhu to check on it. What? The second brother abruptly stood up, causing the bench to wobble. Wait until tomorrow morning? There are wolves deep in the back mountain. By morning, that massive wild boar will likely be reduced to nothing but bones. He turned to their father, Liu Dashan, and urgently suggested, Father, why don't we call Uncle Wong and his son now, and go up the mountain with torches to bring that boar back? It's nearly 100 pounds. If we split it, each family would get 50 pounds of meat. Nonsense. Liu Dashan slammed his hand on the table, causing the soup to splash. Although this farmer in his 50s had a slight stoop, his anger still commanded formidable presence. Do you understand how dangerous the mountains are at night? The scent of the wild boar's blood could attract numerous wild beasts. Liu Wenxiang slumped back onto the bench, deflated. But that's 50 pounds of meat. Liu Wenyu patted his second brother's shoulder. Brother, greed will lead to downfall. We've already secured over 100 pounds of meat. That is sufficient for our family to feast for several months. Exactly, added sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaolan. Over 100 pounds of meat is more than enough. We should be content. Liu Wenyu, ignoring his second brother's complaints, retrieved the cut of tenderloin. Mother, let's stir-fry 2 pounds of meat tonight. Our family hasn't had meat in quite a while. Lu Mu glanced at her 3 sons and then at Liu Hai, who was eagerly gazing at the meat before finally nodding. All right, as a special occasion, we'll stir-fry 2 pounds. I'll pickle the rest. With the heat now, if we don't pickle it, it will spoil in 3 to 5 days. Mother, let me cook tonight. Liu Wenyu rolled up his sleeves. I learned a dish called boiled pork slices in the city. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it. The room fell silent. Sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan dropped the spatula with a clatter, while second sister-in-law Zhou Yueying's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the usually quiet eldest brother, Liu Wengang, looked up, astonished. What? Sister-in-law was the first to regain her composure and couldn't help but laugh. When did our youngest master, who never touches water, learn to cook? She bent down to pick up the spatula and waved it at Liu Wenyu. All right, you better not make a mess. Let me do the frying. Liu Wenyu held on tightly, pulling the meat closer to his chest. Sister-in-law, I can truly cook, and I assure you it will be delicious. Eldest, second brother Liu Wenxiang looked skeptical. You've hardly stepped outside. How can you possibly cook? Don't ruin the good meat. Little Haoyue, however, bounced with excitement. Supporting her uncle, I want to eat the meat Uncle San makes. Uncle San is the best. As the family debated, their father, Liu Dashin, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, enough of the bickering. He tapped his tobacco pipe, looking at Liu Wenyu. Third, are you sure you can do this? Father, I promise. Liu Wenyu replied with unwavering determination. Liu Dashin nodded. Then let him give a try. Eldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, you both take the night off. With their father's approval, the others ceased their objections. Sister-in-law reluctantly handed the spatula to Liu Wenyu, muttering under her breath, just don't set the kitchen on fire. Liu Wenyu accepted the spatula from his sister-in-law and carried the meat into the kitchen. This less than 6 square meter earthen kitchen was a place he knew well. After his mother's passing in his previous life, he often dreamt of this smoky, cramped space. The iron pot on the stove had been in use for over a decade, its bottom charred black from the firewood, while a clay jar in the corner contained the family's scant supply of cooking oil. Several coarse pottery bowls were neatly stacked on a wooden rack, each with tiny chips along the edges. What ingredients do we need? His mother entered, retrieving a string of dried chilies and a few cloves of garlic from the rafters. Liu Wenyu scanned the room and sighed inwardly. The lack of seasonings in rural areas during this era was indeed disheartening. Essential ingredients like dabanjiang, fermented broad bean paste, and Sichuan peppercorns were entirely unavailable. Thankfully, he had the system space. Mother, do we have any cabbage? There is some in the cellar. I'll go get it. His mother turned to leave. Let my second brother go. I don't want you straining your back. With only himself left in the kitchen, Liu Wenyu swiftly retrieved a small packet of Sichuan peppercorns and a packet of bay leaves from the system space. These items were rewards he had obtained earlier that afternoon, initially intended to be used gradually, but tonight, he couldn't hold back in order to let his family enjoy a delightful meal. When his mother returned with 2 heads of cabbage, Liu Wenyu had already sliced the tenderloin into thin pieces and was coating them with salt and flour. Seeing her son's deft movements, a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes, though she said nothing. However, when she realized that he was using flour to marinate the tenderloin, she could no longer contain her frustration. You wasteful child. Liu Mu lifted the lid of the flour barrel, gasping at the sight of the noticeably diminished flour. Her hands trembled with distress. Do you know how precious this white flour is? And you're using it to coat meat? Liu Wenyu quickly flashed a smile. Mother, this will make the meat tender and smooth. You'll see once you taste it. Taste what? Liu Mu was furious, stomping her feet. This amount of flour is enough to steam 2 steamed buns. Mother, Liu Wenyu elongated his tone, much like when he was a child begging for sweets. Just trust me this once. I promise it won't be wasted. If it doesn't turn out well, I'll buy you 10 pounds of flour from the commune tomorrow. Liu Mu glared at him, ready to scold him again, but then noticed little granddaughter Liu Haoyue peering longingly at the doorway, and her heart softened. What a sin. How'd I end up with such a wasteful child? Do as you please. With that, she turned angrily to stoke the fire, making the stove crackle. Mother, you rest. I'll take care of this. Liu Wenyu took the cabbage from her. Didn't Yaya want to eat sugar pancakes? You go and make her a couple. Chapter 14. The family tastes the flavor, and all are moved. After sending his mother away, Liu Wenyu swiftly continued his preparations. He tore the cabbage into small pieces, soaked and sliced the dried mushrooms, crushed the garlic, and chopped the chili peppers into segments. The fire in the stove was already roaring, and when the iron pan began to smoke, he ladled in a spoonful of oil. With a sizzle, the oil splattered, accompanied by an enticing aroma that instantly filled the modest kitchen. Liu Wenyu first sautéed the Sichuan pepper, chili, and minced garlic until fragrant, then added the cabbage and mushrooms to stir-fry. Although he lacked dabanjiang, he discreetly added a spoonful of chili oil produced by the system, which instantly enlivened the entire dish with its vibrant red hue. After adding water and bringing it back to a boil, Liu Wenyu slid in the marinated slices of meat one by one. The pink meat quickly turned white in the scalding broth, resembling blossoms opening in the heat. Finally, he drizzled a bit of fragrant oil from the system space, a rare commodity in rural areas of that era. Just as he was about to serve the dish, Liu Wenyu took out a strong body-enhancing pill rewarded by the system and tossed it into the pot. The pill dissolved upon contact with water, filling the kitchen with a rich fragrance. How delightful! Little Haoyue tiptoed at the kitchen door, peering in. Uncle, what is this? This is called water-boiled meat slices. Liu Wenyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up a small piece of cooled meat to feed her. Get a try. As soon as the little girl placed the meat slice in her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment. So spicy. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she was reluctant to spit it out, puffing and chewing, exclaiming, but it's so delicious. Ding. Liu Haoyue broke through her limits, earning 1 point of breakthrough value. Reward. 1 can of milk powder. Liu Wenyu chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Time to eat. When a large basin of vibrant water-boiled meat slices was placed on the table, the expressions of the entire family were priceless. Sister-in-law's mouth was agape, able to fit an egg, while second brother stood up in astonishment. Even their usually stern father couldn't help but sniffle. What kind of cooking is this? Eldest brother Liu Wenyu stared at the meat slices floating in red oil, his Adam's apple bobbing. Water-boiled meat slices, a Sichuan dish. Liu Wenyu placed the basin in the center of the table. It's a bit spicy. Everyone give it a try. As the first chopsticks dove in, the dining table erupted with excitement. Heavens, this is too fragrant. Second brother Liu Wenyu exclaimed as he devoured a piece of meat, his eyes widening, his lips instantly turning bright red. Ding! Liu Wenyu experienced a deep breakthrough, earning 3 points of breakthrough value. Reward: 30 gene of flour. Sister-in-law, before she could swallow her first piece, eagerly reached for a second, grimacing as it was too hot, but unwilling to spit it out. Ding! Zhou Yuwang experienced a moderate breakthrough, earning 2 points of breakthrough value. Reward: 2 boxes of North Polar soda. Sister-in-law, having just bitten into a piece of meat, was so overwhelmed by the numbing spiciness that she dropped her chopsticks. Third brother, your cooking is extraordinary. Ding! Zhao Xilan experienced an extreme breakthrough, earning 5 points of breakthrough value. Reward: 10 feet of cloth tickets. Most astonishing of all was their father, Liu Dashan. This usually serious farmer, after tasting a bite, unexpectedly welled up with tears. This flavor reminds me of the days your grandfather took me to the county. Ding! Liu Dashan experienced an extreme breakthrough, earning 5 points of breakthrough value. Rewards doubled. Reward: 100 yuan in cash. Little Hao Yue, her tongue out from the spiciness, still desperately shoved more into her mouth. Uncle, I want more. Ding! Liu Hao Yue broke through her limits, earning 1 point of breakthrough value. Reward: 1 bottle of canned fruit. Liu Wenyu watched the system notifications flood the screen, his heart overflowing with joy. From this meal alone, he had earned 100 yuan in cash. Not to mention the scarce resources. What delighted him most was that even his frugal mother had broken through after tasting it. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan experienced a deep breakthrough, earning 3 points of breakthrough value. Reward: 3 sewing machine tickets. Looking at the mountain of rewards piled in the system space, Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. This meal was worth it. Sister-in-law, perspiring but unable to stop eating, exclaimed, Third brother, when did you learn this skill? With your talent, you could probably be a chef at a state-run restaurant. It's so spicy. Little Hao Yue drank water while shoveling meat in her mouth, her face as red as an apple. But it's so delicious, better than what mother makes. Sister-in-law, hearing this, pretended to scold her daughter. You ungrateful child. Do you no longer need your mother now that you have uncle? Yet, she herself was enjoying the meal more than anyone else. Father Liu Dashan said nothing, but his speed with the chopsticks had more than doubled. After tasting a piece, Mother's eyes lit up, only to furrow her brow immediately. Third brother, how much oil did you use? This dish looks overly greasy. Liu Wenyu lowered his head, feeling guilty. Not much, just the normal amount. Nonsense. Mother suddenly stood up, quickly walking into the kitchen, and soon emerged holding an almost empty oil canister, her voice trembling. Did you use up half a month's worth of oil in one meal? Ding! Sun Xiaoyan experienced a deep breakthrough, earning 3 points of breakthrough value. Reward: 3 strength potions. Strength potion increases strength attribute by 3 points upon consumption. The living room fell into an immediate silence. Everyone paused, staring at Liu Wenyu with shock, as such extravagance was considered wasteful in that era. Mother, Liu Wenyu pressed on, this dish needs more oil to taste good. Delicious? Mother's hands trembled in anger. The amount of oil in this meal is enough for the whole family for half a month. You wasteful boy. She turned to her husband. Look at what your son has done. To everyone's surprise, Liu Dashan picked up another piece of meat, chewing slowly before finally speaking. True, the oil is a bit too much, but it is indeed delicious. He glanced at Liu Wenyu, a hint of approval in his eyes. Third brother, your skills are commendable. Father, Mother looked at him incredulously, her eyes wide. You're praising him? All right, Liu Dashan waved his hand. Since third brother brought back so much meat, tomorrow when you have time, just render down that fatty meat into oil. He added, let us enjoy a good meal, don't spoil the mood. With the head of the family's endorsement, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively again. However, Mother's occasional glances at the empty oil canister still made Liu Wenyu feel uneasy. This meal was unprecedentedly lively. The large basin of water-boiled meat slices quickly emptied, with even the red oil soup being devoured by second brother with cornbread. Little Hao Yue's belly round. She nestled in Liu Wenyu's arms, humming, Uncle, I want to eat this again tomorrow. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Mother glared as she cleared the dishes. From now on, do not let your uncle into the kitchen. I'm heartbroken over this meal. Sister-in-law and second sister stifled their laughter, while Liu Wenyu wore a pained expression, pleading, "Mother, I promise to use less oil next time." "No next time," Mother declared emphatically. "From tomorrow on, if I see you running into the kitchen again, beware that I'll break your legs." The entire family burst into laughter. Liu Wenyu looked down at his drowsy little niece in his arms, and then at the empty dish on the table, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. In his past life, before marrying Li Shaoqing, he had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, never prepared a proper meal for his family. Now, having been reborn, being able to provide his family with a satisfying meal was worth everything. As night deepened, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered gently within its glass shade, casting the shadows of father and son upon the mottled earthen wall. Liu Wenyu watched as his family returned to their rooms, quietly tugging at the hem of his father's clothing as the last arise. "Father, I need to discuss something with you." He lowered his voice, his eyes shining with excitement. Liu Dashin yawned, his rough fingers rubbing his face. "Spit out quickly. I want to go to the black market tonight." Liu Wenyu leaned closer to his father's ear to sell those wild chickens and rabbits. "What?" Liu Dashin suddenly widened his eyes, his voice sharply rising before he quickly lowered it again. "Have you gone mad? The black market is not a place one can casually visit. What if the police catch you?" Chapter 15, Night Discussion on the Black Market for Wild Game. "Father, please lower your voice." Liu Wenyu hastily waved his hand, pointing towards the inner room. "Look, we already have over 100 gene of meat at home. It will last us for quite some time. Those wild chickens and rabbits could be sold to supplement our household expenses." Liu Dashin furrowed his brow, his rough fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the table. The flickering light of the kerosene lamp danced across the deep lines of his face, illuminating his hesitance with stark clarity. "No," the elder finally shook his head. "It's dark and the roads are treacherous. What if something goes wrong?" "Father," Liu Wenyu exclaimed, anxiously wringing his hands. "I've heard that meat is in short supply in the city. Just those few wild chickens and rabbits could conservatively fetch us over 10 yuan. This figure caused Liu Dashin's fingers to pause. He narrowed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. 10 yuan could equate to the labor points his family would earn from foraging in the fields for half a year. "Very well, you may go," the elder finally relented, but then immediately adopted a stern expression. "You must take your elder brother or second brother with you." A jolt of realization struck Liu Wenyu. This would not do. If his two brothers accompanied him, how could he possibly retrieve items from a system space? "Father, my elder brother and second brother have to work in the fields tomorrow." He quickly improvised. Besides, having two people would draw more attention, making it easier to get caught. Liu Dashin eyed his youngest son suspiciously. "Are you up to no good?" "Of course not." Liu Wenyu chuckled nervously, his eyes darting. "What if I go find Juzi? His family just received meat today. He would surely want to exchange it for money." The old man silently took a puff of his dry tobacco, the smoke swirling in the lamplight. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. "It's better not to go. Father, I promise to return before dawn." Liu Wenyu immediately raised his hand to swear. "No." Liu Dashin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the flame of the kerosene lamp to flicker violently. "Hey, you know me, Father? If I wanted to, I could easily sneak out in the middle of the night." "You dare," the old man retorted. "If it comes to that, I will simply tie you up." With that, the elder actually stood up and began searching for rope around the house. Liu Wenyu stared in disbelief, quickly blocking his father. "Father, are you really going to tie me up? And why not? When you were a child and misbehaved, did I not tie you up then?" Liu Wenyu was both amused and exasperated. He quickly lowered his voice, saying, "Father, have you forgotten what grandfather told me while I was unconscious? Tonight is the perfect opportunity for me to check the black market and see if grain prices have truly risen. If it is as grandfather said, we should prepare in advance." Seeing his father's expression soften, Liu Wenyu seized the moment. "If you're worried, I can go to Juzi's house and invite him along. If he refuses, I will come back and fetch my second brother. How does that sound?" Liu Dashin scrutinized his son for a long moment before finally relenting. "Remember, if Juzi does not go, you must return to fetch your second brother. If I catch you sneaking off to the black market," the elder raised his rough palm. Understand. Liu Wenyu nodded eagerly, his heart brimming with joy. Once he stepped out the door, he would be the one in charge. Pushing open the creaking courtyard gate, a cool summer breeze rushed towards him. The moonlight, like water, cast a hazy glow upon the rural path. Liu Wenyu took a deep breath and directly retrieved 3 vials of strength potions from the system space, uncapping one and gulping it down. "Moments latte." A groan escaped Liu Wenyu's lips as an overwhelming sensation of power surged through him. 7 or 8 minutes later, he stood at Wang Tieju's doorstep. The kerosene lamp in the main room was still lit, casting flickering shadows on the paper windows. As Liu Wenyu approached the front door, He overheard a heated discussion from within. I say, let's send 20 gene of wild boar meat to your elder sister and second sister's families. That way, they won't have anything to complain about. This was Grandma Zhuzi's voice. Why should we? Given the nature of my second sister, even if we send her more meat, she wouldn't eat much. Zhuzi retorted defiantly. Tomorrow morning, I'll take the meat to my elder sister and bring my second sister and her 2 children back home. At that point, I wouldn't mind how much they eat. What Zhuzi said made sense. Their in-laws are just ungrateful wretches. Wang Changshan's authoritative voice concluded the debate. Liu Wenyu stood outside Wang Tieju's house, listening to the intense argument within, and couldn't help but sigh. In these times, who didn't meticulously count their meat? He raised his hand and knocked on the weathered wooden door, the sound ringing out clearly in the still summer night. Who is it? Wang Changshuan's wary voice called from inside. Uncle Wang, it's me, Wenyu, Liu Wenyu replied in a hushed tone. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Zhuzi's round face, still glistening with grease. Brother Wenyu, what brings you here at this late hour? Come in and talk. Liu Wenyu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before slipping into the courtyard. Inside the Wang family's main room, a flickering kerosene lamp cast a dim glow. A half bowl of leftover wild boar meat glistened on the table. Aunt Wang was busy wiping dishes with a coarse cloth. Upon seeing Liu Wenyu, she immediately called out, Wenyu, have you eaten yet? No need to trouble yourself, Aunt. I've already eaten. Liu Wenyu waved his hand, noticing the serious expressions of the 3 inside, aware they were still fretting over the distribution of the wild boar meat. Zhuzi pulled over a stool. Brother Wenyu, sit. What brings you here? Liu Wenyu sat down, taking a deep breath. I want to visit the black market in the city to sell the wild chickens and rabbits from our home for some money to help with household expenses. He paused, noticing the sudden change in their expressions, and quickly added, My father has already agreed. Nonsense. Aunt Wang nearly dropped the bowl in her hands. That place is not suitable for young people like you. What if you get caught? Ding. Chu Chuanfang's defenses have been moderately breached. You have gained 2 points of breach value. Ding. You have received a reward, 20 yuan. Wang Changshan frowned, tapping his rough fingers on the table. Wenyu, did your father really agree? Absolutely. Liu Wenyu nodded emphatically. At first, he wanted my second brother to accompany me. But I thought your family also has quite a few wild chickens and rabbits. Since the wild boar meat we received today is enough for both our families for some time, it would be better to sell these and exchange them for cash. Zhuzi's eyes brightened, ready to agree, but was immediately silenced by a glare from his mother. No way, Aunt Wang asserted firmly. What kind of place is the black market? Just a few days ago, a boy from the Li family went to buy grain and ended up chased by the patrol team into the river. He is still lying in bed. Wang Changshuan's keen gaze fixed on Liu Wenyu, clearly pondering the feasibility of this venture. Seizing the moment, Liu Wenyu lowered his voice. Uncle, I heard recently that there has been a famine in Hebei, and friends in the city told me that grain prices in the black market have surged by 20% in recent days. I thought we could take advantage of the situation while we still have some wild game to exchange for money. It's better than being caught off guard later. Chapter 16. Wild game sales yielding profits. Upon hearing this, Wang Changshan's expression shifted dramatically, the tobacco pipe striking the table with a heavy thud. Is that true? Ding. Wang Changshuan's defenses have been deeply breached. You have gained 3 points of breach value. Ding. You have received a reward, 30 gene of corn flour. Liu Wenyu nodded solemnly. The Wang family had treated him well in the past, and he didn't mind sharing some information in advance. Moreover, if they truly faced difficult times, he would undoubtedly lend a helping hand. By a stroke of fate, a few days ago, Wang Changshan happened to overhear 2 passing officials while conducting errands of the commune, discussing that certain neighboring areas had begun to experience famine. He glanced up at his wife's worried visage, and then at his son's eager eyes, letting out a long sigh. If we must go, then so be it. Wang Changshan finally relented, but not without laying down a few rules. First, maintain a low profile and avoid causing any trouble at all costs. Second, if confronted by patrols, retreat immediately. If escape is impossible, discard the goods and flee. Third, return before dawn. After imparting these instructions, he turned to his son. Zhuzi, your brother Wenyu is more astute than you, so no matter what happens, you must heed his counsel. Dad, Zhuzi exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up. Rest assured, if Wenyu says to head east, I shall not venture west. Aunt Wang intended to voice her concerns, but Wang Changshan firmly waved her off. Let them go. They are on the cusp of establishing their own lives and must learn to shoulder some responsibilities. He then fixed a stern gaze upon Liu Wenyu. Wenyu, I entrust Zhuzi to you. Uncle, you can count on me, Liu Wenyu assured, thumping his chest. Even if I encounter trouble, I will ensure Zhuzi remains unharmed. Although Aunt Wang still harbored some anxiety, she ultimately transformed it into a simple admonition. Remember, safety first. Zhuzi grabbed the wild chickens and rabbits he had yet to process, weighing them in his hands with a grin. Mother, just wait to count the money. Under the cover of night, the two young men stealthily exited the village. The moonlight flowed like water along the rural path, while the surrounding chorus of insects and frogs muffled their footsteps. Liu Wenyu carried a bamboo basket, while Zhuzi scavenged a tattered burlap sack to stow away their game. Brother Wenyu, how much can we sell these for? Zhuzi asked eagerly. Liu Wenyu, reflecting on the current market conditions, replied, the city is in dire need of meat. I've heard that in the black market, a wild chicken can fetch 1 to 2 coins. 1 or 2 coins. Zhuzi gasped, then lowered his voice. So can we sell these for over 10 coins? Roughly. Liu Wenyu smiled, though his mind was busy calculating how to discreetly procure some items from the system space upon their return. He needed to avoid Zhuzi's notice while ensuring he did not raise any suspicions. After walking along the dirt path for about 2 hours, the outline of the city of Sijio gradually came into view. Liu Wenyu suddenly pulled Zhuzi aside, hiding behind a large tree. What is wrong, Brother Wenyu? Zhuzi asked nervously. There are people ahead. Liu Wenyu pointed towards some flickering lights in the distance, likely belonging to the patrol team. Zhuzi gasped, nearly dropping the burlap sack in his hands. Liu Wenyu pressed a calming hand on his shoulder. Stay calm. We'll take a detour. Liu Wenyu skillfully navigated through the paths between the fields, with Zhuzi closely following, hardly daring to breathe. They crossed a small road and circumvented a pond, drawing near the city wall of Sijio. Liu Wenyu paused to check the watch awarded by the system. It was past midnight. The black market should be in full swing. He lowered his voice to impart a few instructions to Zhuzi. Remember, once we enter, keep your mouth shut and just follow my lead. Zhuzi nodded anxiously, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the moonlight. Use this to cover your face. Liu Wenyu produced 2 ragged pieces of cloth from his pocket. Zhuzi did not question the prior use of the fabric, promptly accepting one and tying it around his face. With everything prepared, Liu Wenyu led Zhuzi to a collapsed section of the city wall, one of the secret entrances to the black market. 2 shadowy figures stood at the opening. Upon noticing the pair approach, one of them called out in a low voice, "What is your business?" "We caught 2 rabbits while hunting in the mountains today. We're here to trade for some grain," Liu Wenyu replied calmly. The shadow stepped closer, scrutinizing Liu Wenyu and Zhuzi before extending a hand. "Entrance fee is 20 cents. Liu Wenyu, having frequented this black market in a past life, was well acquainted with its rules. Upon hearing the man's words, he promptly retrieved 2 dimes from his pocket and handed them over. "Go on in, but keep your voices down. Most importantly, avoid causing any trouble." As they slipped through the opening, the sight before Zhuzi widened his eyes in astonishment. The narrow alley was teeming with people, yet it was eerily quiet. Figures flitted like shadows in the darkness, with sporadic beams of flashlight illuminating anxious faces. Transactions occurred in hushed whispers, the exchange of goods and currency swift as lightning. "Stay close to me," Liu Wenyu tugged at Zhuzi's sleeve as they squeezed into the crowd. The alley's sides were lined with a variety of goods, grains packed in cloth bags, bundles of vegetables, chickens and ducks with their beaks sealed, and even several pieces of pork wrapped in oil paper, glistening enticingly in the moonlight. Liu Wenyu found a vacant spot and signaled for Zhuzi to set down the sack. He spread a rough cloth on the ground and carefully arranged a wild chicken and a rabbit upon it. "Brother Wenyu, is this all we're selling?" Zhuzi queried, puzzled. "Aren't we bringing more?" Liu Wenyu smiled mysteriously. "Let us test the waters first." Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a tattered straw hat squatted down, gently prodding the rabbit. "How much?" 3 coins, Liu Wenyu replied with composure. The man clicked his tongue. "That is too expensive. With that money, I could buy 3 pounds of pork. Look at this rabbit. It weighs at least 5 or 6 pounds, Liu Wenyu countered nonchalantly. "Besides, buying pork requires a ticket and some connections. Can you still find pork in the butcher shop?" The man hesitated, ultimately pulling out 2 crumpled 1 yuan bills and several smaller notes. 2.80. "That is all I have." "Fine if it's fine. If not, then forget it." Liu Wenyu pretended to deliberate for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, their first transaction was sealed. Zhuzi watched in awe, and once the man had departed, he whispered, "Brother Wenyu, you're truly remarkable." Liu Wenyu simply smiled without replying, retrieving another rabbit from the bamboo basket and placing it in front of him. Over the next hour, their goods swiftly sold out. Liu Wenyu counted the earnings, discovering to his delight that they amounted to 32 yuan and 80 cents, exceeding his expectations. "Brother Wenyu, we've struck it rich," Zhuzi exclaimed, clutching the 16 yuan and 40 cents Liu Wenyu had allocated to him, his voice trembling with excitement. Liu Wenyu scanned their surroundings cautiously. "No time for chatter. Quickly stow the money away." "Brother Wenyu, shall we leave now?" Zhuzi asked, tucking the money close to his body. instinctively pressing his fingers against his chest as if fearing the money might sprout legs and flee. Liu Wenyu did not respond immediately. His gaze swept the alley. The stalls selling grain were noticeably fewer than those offering other goods, and each grain stall was surrounded by numerous customers. He also noticed a detail. Those purchasing grain paid swiftly, rarely haggling. "Zhuzi, do you trust me?" Liu Wenyu suddenly lowered his voice, inquiring. Zhuzi was taken aback, but then thumped his chest. "Brother Wenyu, what kind of question is that? Who else would I trust if not you? I've always followed you. Why have I ever doubted you?" Liu Wenyu nodded, leaning closer to Zhuzi's ear. "While grain prices haven't skyrocketed yet, let us convert all our money into grain." "All of it?" Zhuzi's eyes widened. "What if we need some for emergencies? Trust me, in a short while, this money might not even buy half the grain." Liu Wenyu stated firmly. Zhuzi recalled the dwindling grain supply at home, grit his teeth. "All right, if Brother Wenyu says we should trade, then let us trade." Subsequently, the two individuals began to meander through the black market, inquiring about the prices of various grains. Rice had surged to 35 cents per pound, while white flour cost 30 cents, and even the least expensive cornmeal had reached 10 cents. Upon hearing these prices, Liu Wenyu felt a quiet astonishment. The cost of grains exceeded his expectations, indicating that the repercussions of the famine were manifesting more swiftly than he had anticipated. "Brother Wenyu, isn't this exorbitant?" Zhuzi tugged at Liu Wenyu's sleeve, whispering, "Last month, rice at the grain station was merely 25 cents per pound, and now it has nearly doubled." "Enough chatter, follow me," Liu Wenyu urged, leading Zhuzi to a grain vendor's stall. The vendor was a gaunt man in his 50s, with several bulging cloth bags laid out before him. "Sir, how much for the rice and flour?" Liu Wenyu squatted down, gently parting the opening of a bag to reveal the pristine white rice within. The old man scrutinized the two young men, raising 3 fingers. "Rice is 35 cents, flour is 30 cents, no bargaining. We're purchasing in bulk. Surely you can offer a discount?" Liu Wenyu proposed. "No matter how much you buy, the price remains the same," the old man retorted arrogantly, dismissing them entirely. "Very well. I shall take 10 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, and after a moment's hesitation, how much is the cornmeal per pound?" 20 cents. "Then I will add 30 pounds of cornmeal," Liu Wenyu resolved. The old man nodded, swiftly commencing to weigh the goods. Liu Wenyu observed that the old man employed an antiquated scale, with the weights clearly skewed in favor of the seller. However, he chose not to call attention to it, recognizing that securing any grain at this juncture was a small victory. "That will be 17 yuan, the old man declared, handing Liu Wenyu 3 bags of flour. "What? Are you suggesting I am uneducated?" Liu Wenyu retorted. "Should the total for these 3 items be 15 yuan and 50 cents? The old man regarded him with disdain, then chuckled. "Young man, you're carrying nothing but a bamboo basket. Where do you expect me to place the grain?" 3 bags of flour amount to 1 yuan and 50 cents. Any objections? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the old man's explanation, Liu Wenyu managed a sheepish smile, then retrieved the money he had earned from selling his catch, counting out 30 cents and offering the remainder to the old man. "Old man, do not be so unreasonable. Selling us a bag for 50 cents is outrageous. Why not simply steal it?" he challenged. "If I recall correctly, these bags sell for merely 20 cents apiece at the supply and marketing cooperative." Ding ding. Dogsheng's defenses are mildly breached. Gain 1 point of breach value. Ding. Reward received, 10 yuan. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, Liu Wenyu chuckled inwardly. Splendid, splendid. I hadn't anticipated a return on investment." The old man, having been caught out by Liu Wenyu, offered an awkward smile as he accepted the money, carefully counting it twice. "Transaction complete. We are settled." Zhuzi then emulated Liu Wenyu, purchasing 10 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, and 30 pounds of cornmeal. After concluding their transactions, Liu Wenyu meticulously placed the grain into his bamboo basket, covering it with a layer of tattered cloth, while Zhuzi stuffed his goods into the burlap sack he had brought, slinging it over his shoulder. "Brother Wenyu, shall we return now?" Zhuzi inquired, his voice betraying a sense of accomplishment. Liu Wenyu, however, remained vigilant. He noticed 2 individuals in the vicinity glancing in their direction, setting off alarm bells in his mind. "Do not look back. Someone is watching us," Liu Wenyu whispered. "Proceed slowly toward the exit. Do not run." Zhuzi immediately tensed, his steps becoming awkward. Liu Wenyu patted his shoulder, attempting to project calm. "It's all right, just relax." The 2 feigned nonchalance as they approached the exit. Liu Wenyu caught sight of the 2 men rising, seemingly intent on following them, causing his heart to race. "Quickly, before they tighten their focus, let us turn," Liu Wenyu urged, steering Zhuzi sharply down a side alley and quickening their pace through a series of narrow lanes. After several twists and turns, they finally emerged at the exit. The 2 guards stationed at the opening were still present, and upon seeing their exit, One of them grinned widely. Finished with your business? Liu Wenyu nodded, pulling Zhuzi quickly out of the opening. Once outside the confines of the black market, they both exhaled a sigh of relief in unison. Brother Wenyu, what was the situation with those two earlier? Zhuzi asked, still shaken. Most likely, they were after our grain, Liu Wenyu replied, glancing back to ensure no one was trailing them. But it seems clear now. Let us hurry home. The two retraced their steps along the path they had come. The moonlight remained bright, yet in Zhuzi's eyes, it seemed to cast an ominous shadow. He clutched the burlap sack tightly, afraid that someone might leap out from the roadside unexpectedly. After walking a short distance, Liu Wenyu suddenly halted. Wait, let us take a detour. Huh? Why? Zhuzi asked, puzzled. Liu Wenyu pointed toward a small grove ahead. If we pass through the woods, even if someone is following, they won't be able to find us. Zhuzi regarded Liu Wenyu with admiration. Brother Wenyu, your mind is truly sharp. Liu Wenyu smiled, but remained silent, thinking it was merely the accumulated wisdom of his past life. The two ventured into the woods, cautiously making their way by the light of the moon. The forest was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the rustle of leaves beneath their feet and the occasional call of a bird. After a while, Zhuzi suddenly spoke up. Brother Wenyu, please wait here a moment. I need to relieve myself. Oh, all right. Liu Wenyu nodded, placing the bamboo basket on the ground and finding a tree root to sit upon and rest. A few minutes later, Zhuzi reappeared before Liu Wenyu. Brother Wenyu, I'm done. Liu Wenyu hoisted the bamboo basket back onto his shoulders, his tone playfully teasing. What is the matter? Did you get scared by earlier events? Haha, not at all. I probably just ate something too oily for dinner and my stomach is upset. The two resumed their journey, and after a considerable time, Liu Wenyu spoke again. By the way, Zhuzi, let us not mention our grain purchase to anyone when we return. Zhuzi looked at him in surprise. Why not? Consider this. What would happen if others discovered we have such a quantity of grain? Liu Wenyu explained gently. Zhuzi pondered for a moment before a look of realization crossed his face. People would come to borrow. Not just that, Liu Wenyu replied, his tone serious. With the current tightness of grain supplies, what if someone harbors ill intentions? Zhuzi gasped, quickly nodding in understanding. I get it, Brother Wenyu. I want to breathe a word. Liu Wenyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. No need to be overly anxious. Just keep a low profile. If anyone inquires, tell them we traded some game for a bit of grain, but do not specify the amount. The two continued on their way, emerging from the woods. The familiar rural path came into view, with the outline of their village faintly visible in the distance. Brother Wenyu, do you really think this famine will be as severe as everyone says? Zhuzi suddenly asked, his voice laced with unease. Liu Wenyu fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Zhuzi, have you noticed that since the new year, there hasn't been a single drop of rain? Zhuzi reflected carefully, his expression gradually shifting. Now that you mention it, it has indeed been a long time without rain thus. We must prepare early. Liu Wenyu tightened his grip on the bamboo basket. If we ration this grain, it should last until the autumn harvest. But what if the autumn harvest is poor as well? Zhuzi couldn't help but ask. Liu Wenyu did not respond immediately. He looked up at the starry sky, softly saying, then we must find a way to procure more grain. We cannot let our loved ones go hungry. The two fell into silence, silently making their way toward the village. The night breeze swept across the fields, carrying with it the distinctive heat of summer. Liu Wenyu was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. More arduous days lay ahead. Yet, with the presence of the system space, he could at least safeguard his family and those who had shown him kindness, and that was sufficient. The moonlight flowed like water, gently illuminating the country path. Liu Wenyu parted ways with Zhuzi beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, watching as Zhuzi safely entered his home, burdened by a heavy sack, before he turned to head in the direction of his own house. The night breeze brushed against his face, carrying the distinct fragrance of fresh grass from the fields. Liu Wenyu weighed the bamboo basket resting on his shoulder, and after confirming that no one was around, he directly retrieved 10 pounds of flour and 5 pounds of rapeseed oil from a system space. He quickly inspected the items. The flour was packaged in bags reminiscent of those from future era, while the rapeseed oil was contained within a large glass bottle. These high-quality materials were rewards from the system, far superior to what could be procured on the black market. Fortunately, there were no labels on the packaging. Otherwise, he would have had difficulty explaining their origin. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Wenyu gritted his teeth and retrieved a tin can and a small cloth bag. The tin was emblazoned with the familiar red characters spelling out Milu Jing, while the bag contained half a pound of white rabbit milk candy. Such items were rare treasures in the rural landscape of this era, beyond the reach of ordinary working-class families. The thought of the little girl brought to mind the image of Xiao Wei's withered yellow hair and her notably oversized head, causing a pang in Liu Wenyu's heart. Malnutrition was rampant in this age, But since he possessed the means, he could not allow his family to endure any further suffering. In the distance, a few barks from dogs pierced the night, prompting Liu Wenyu to perk up his ears. After confirming that it was merely the village's guard dogs performing their routine, he hoisted the bamboo basket onto his shoulder and continued on his way. The moonlight transformed the dirt path into a pale expanse, resembling a dusting of frost. His shadow stretched long on the ground, swaying gently with each step. As he rounded the grain storage of the production team, the earthen house of the Liu family came into view. To Liu Wenyu's surprise, the courtyard gate was ajar, leaving a gap wide enough for a hand to pass through. He distinctly recalled having secured the door tightly before leaving. It was the gate his father had entrusted to him. A warm surge coursed through him as he cautiously pushed the gate open. The old wooden door creaked softly, its sound unusually clear in the stillness of the night. Holding his breath, he tiptoed across the courtyard, fearful of disturbing his family. Just as Liu Wenyu reached the doorstep, a deliberate cough emanated from within the house, followed by his father's slightly hoarse voice. "Sanner, is that you returning?" Liu Wenyu paused, his heart fluttering. The tone in which his father had called him Sanner mirrored the memories from his past life exactly. Taking a deep breath, he replied softly, "It's me, father." "You're still awake?" "I was asleep, but your footsteps woke me," Liu Dashin replied, feigning drowsiness. "You should hurry back to bed. It's getting late." Liu Wenyu couldn't help but smile slightly. This old man, who had clearly been waiting up for him, insisted he had been awakened instead. With his enhanced physical abilities granted by the system, he walked lighter than a cat. How could his father possibly have heard him? "Understood, father. You should also get some rest," Liu Wenyu replied, suppressing a chuckle. He placed the flour and rapeseed oil on the dining table in the main room before stealthily making his way to his own room. However, just as he took 2 steps, his father's voice called out again from inside. "Did you take care of the matter?" Though the question was vague, Liu Wenyu grasped his father's meaning. He turned back towards the main room and replied softly, "All settled, and I even took care of a few other things. I'll explain it to you in detail tomorrow." A rustling sound followed, as if his father had turned over on the heated bed. Go to sleep," came the simple yet unmistakably caring reply. Suddenly, Liu Wenyu felt a prick of emotion in his nose. His father had been just like this in his past life. Never one for many words, but every action concealed a deep concern for his children. He murmured a soft before turning towards a small room. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, moonlight streamed through the paper windows, casting a silvery sheen over the humble earthen bed. Liu Wenyu quickly shed his clothes and lay down on the bed. Rice was priced at 3.5 cents per pound, nearly double the official price, with a continuing upward trend. This was still only the early stages of famine. By next year, prices would likely soar to astronomical heights. Outside, a nightingale suddenly began to sing, its clear notes piercing the night sky. Liu Wenyu gazed at the swaying shadows of trees against the window paper, his thoughts drifting far away. Memories from his past life intertwined with his current experiences, forming a complex tapestry. He recalled that in the winter of that year, most families in the village began consuming tree bark, and by spring, even the wild vegetable roots in the mountains would be completely dug up. By winter, the sight of having a meal every 2 to 3 days would become the norm. It seemed he needed to have a serious discussion with his father about their grain storage plan for the future. However, with the existence of the system, Liu Wenyu felt confident in facing the impending 3 years of natural disasters with a smile. His consciousness sank into the system space, tallying the rewards he had received over the recent days. Cash, 305 yuan, rice, 10 pounds, premium tobacco, 2 pounds, cornmeal, 30 pounds, flour, 86 pounds, pork, 84 pounds, a can of milujing, a can of milk powder, a bottle of canned fruit, rapeseed oil, 10 pounds, 2 cases of Beibinjiang soda, brown sugar, 2 pounds, eggs, 34 pounds, 10 bottles of ergotu. There were also 2 types of special potions, 3 bottles of agility potion and 3 bottles of strength potion. Additionally, there were a considerable number of various tickets, 8 B-level tobacco tickets, 6 A-level liquor tickets, 30 feet of cloth tickets, 1 bicycle ticket, 3 sewing machine tickets, and a Swiss watch. As for skills, this was what Liu Wenyu found most gratifying. Intermediate hunting specialization, advanced fishing proficiency, intermediate medical skills, master-level marksmanship, advanced combat mastery, and danger perception. The fishing skill exceeded the hunting skill by a level. How delightful. Fishing proficiency, advanced 3,000 increase in fish catch probability. Note, the host's fishing gear strength increases by 300. 3,000? Goodness, my system is impressive. With such odds, it seemed that simply casting a line would yield a catch. Gradually, fatigue began to take its toll. Liu Wenyu's consciousness blurred, with his last thought being, tomorrow, no matter what, he must go to the river to test this fishing skill. The moonlight silently crept across the window pane, and the breathing within the room became even and prolonged. The old locust tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound. Meanwhile, on the earthen bed in the main room, Liu Dashin listened to his son's rhythmic breathing and finally felt at ease enough to close his eyes. His rough hands instinctively reached for the hatchet hidden beside his pillow, a precaution he had prepared for the night. Thankfully, his son had returned safely. Chapter 19. Dawn and discussions of surplus grain. Early the next morning, Liu Wenyu was jolted awake by a piercing scream. It was his mother, Sun Qiaoyan. Her voice echoing from the main room, laced with disbelief. Following that was his father, Liu Dashin, admonishing her in a hushed tone. Keep your voice down. Do you want to alert the entire village? Liu Wenyu sprang upright from the bed, the dawn light barely breaking outside. He hastily donned a pair of shorts and slipped on some cloth shoes, dashing outside, his hair a tousled mess. What happened, mother? Is there a problem? He hurried into the main room, only to find his mother pointing at the grain he had placed on the table the previous night. Her mouth agape as if it could swallow a duck egg. His father stood nearby, his expression unusually grave. Sanner, how much grain do you think this is? Liu Wenyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned widely. 10 pounds of rice, 30 pounds of white flour, 30 pounds of cornmeal, and 5 pounds of rapeseed oil. Good heavens! His mother gasped, her rough hands clutching her chest. How much could this possibly cost? Liu Wenyu waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone lighthearted. I sold all the wild chickens and rabbits at the black market yesterday, exchanged every last cent for grain, not a single coin left. His father's brow furrowed, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Can a mere dozen wild chickens and rabbits fetch such a considerable sum? Father, you have no idea. Liu Wenyu lowered his voice to explain. The townsfolk are in dire need of meat right now. A single rabbit sells for 3 yuan. And wild chickens can go for anywhere between 1 yuan 80 to 2 yuan. 3 yuan for a rabbit. His mother gasped, stepping back in shock, nearly colliding with the cabinet behind her. Liu Wengang, his elder brother, and Liu Wenxiang, his second brother, had just reached the doorway and were equally taken aback by this revelation. The second brother rubbed his eyes as he entered, and upon seeing the mountain of grain bags on the table, his drowsiness vanished instantly. Goodness, so much fine grain. At that moment, little Hao Yue scampered in barefoot, her tunic buttons askew. She timidly stood at the doorway, her large eyes curiously surveying the adults. Liu Wenyu's eyes brightened as he bent down to scoop up his little niece. Oh my, why is our little Hao Yue up so early today? He nuzzled her cheek with his chin, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. Uncle Sam brought you something wonderful last night, Liu Wenyu said with a mysterious wink. Come, let me fetch it for you. He carried little Hao Yue back to his room, retrieving a tin can and a small cloth bag from the farthest corner of the com. The red characters spelling out malted milk powder on the tin glimmered in the morning light, while the bag contained half a jean of white rabbit candy. Wow! Little Hao Yue's eyes sparkled, but she paid no heed to the expensive malted milk powder, instead fixating on the bag of candy. Candy! It's candy! She cheered, wriggling free from Liu Wenyu's embrace, eagerly clutching the entire cloth bag to her chest. She carefully extracted a piece of candy, clumsily unwrapping it. But instead of eating it herself, she tiptoed and offered it to Liu Wenyu. Uncle San, eat. Liu Wenyu felt a warmth in his heart as he crouched down, gently holding his niece's hand. Little Hao Yue is so good. Uncle Sin won't eat it. I'll save it all for you. No, no. The little girl stubbornly shook her head. Mother said if there's something good, I should give it to Uncle San first. She nudged the candy closer, her big eyes brimming with anticipation. Liu Wenyu's heart ached with emotion. He had to feign a bite. All right, Uncle San has had a taste. So the rest is for you, okay? Only then did little Hao Yue gleefully pop the candy in her mouth, the sweet flavor causing her to squint her eyes in delight, her cherubic face radiating happiness. Liu Wenyu gently stroked her dry, yellowing hair, a bittersweet feeling tugging at his heart. In the main room, the family was still in awe of the mountain of grain. His elder brother picked up a bag of flour, his fingers gliding over the silky powder, murmuring, "This flour is so white, better than the special supply flour sold at the grain station." His sister-in-law, Zhou Yueying, had tears welling in her eyes. Since marrying into this family, I've never seen so much fine grain. Their father, Liu Dashin, cleared his throat heavily, signaling for silence. He scanned the room and spoke solemnly. This matter must not be discussed with outsiders, understood? If word gets out that our family possesses such a bounty of grain. Rest assured, father, his elder brother immediately affirmed, we know how to keep our mouths shut. Exactly, the second brother quickly echoed, even if someone close asks. I won't say a word. Their mother had already begun calculating. If we ration this grain, combined with the rations from the communal kitchen after the meal, we should be fine until the autumn harvest. Liu Wenyu, still cradling little Hao Yue, returned to the main room and, hearing his mother's musings, could not help but interject. Mother, there's no need to skimp on this grain. From now on, whenever I catch something, I'll head to the city to exchange for more grain. Go again? Liu Dashin's brow furrowed. That's too dangerous. Father, I know my limits, Liu Wenyu reassured him. The city isn't as strictly regulated now. There are plenty of transactions happening in the black market. Suddenly, little Hao Yue wriggled free from Liu Wenyu's arms, running to her mother and proudly presenting the slightly melted candy. Grandma, candy. It's so sweet. Sun Xiaoyan was taken aback, her eyes misting. Oh, my dear granddaughter. She bent down and took a small bite. It's truly sweet. The rest, you can keep for yourself. Yeah. Watching this scene, Liu Wenyu felt a blend of warmth and sorrow in his heart, in his memories from a past life. It was the famine that had claimed the first child of his sister-in-law. But in this life, he would ensure that such a tragedy would never repeat itself. Ah, the third one. His elder sister-in-law wiped her eyes. This malted milk powder is far too precious. Save it to nourish your body. You can't afford to fall ill while trekking up the mountains. Big sister, Liu Wenyu interrupted. This is for Hao Yue. Look at how lean she is. She needs to build up her strength. His elder brother approached and patted Liu Wenyu's shoulder firmly, saying nothing, but the gratitude in his eyes spoke volumes. Gazing at his silent father, Liu Wenyu suddenly remembered something. He smacked his forehead and, after handing little Hao Yue to his elder sister-in-law, turned back into the room. In a short while, he emerged carrying 2 bottles of erguo and a packet of tobacco leaves. Father, when I was at the black market yesterday, I saw some liquor and tobacco leaf for sale, so I picked up a little for you. Though Liu Dashin grumbled about his son's frivolous spending, the smile on his face was unmistakable. Carefully picking up the liquor bottles and tobacco leaves from the table, Liu Dashin turned towards the inner room and soon returned, holding a cloth bag filled neatly with 20 yuan and some grain coupons. Take this, he said, handing the bag to Liu Wenyu. Next time you go to the city, see if you can trade for more grain. Just as Liu Wenyu was about to decline, his father fixed him with a stern look. Take it. The family cannot rely solely on you. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the family. Liu Wenyu looked at the concerned expressions of his loved ones and suddenly realized that the greatest fortune of his rebirth was not the system he had obtained, but the chance to once again have these loving family members by his side. All right, he accepted the cloth bag, nodding solemnly, I will definitely bring back more grain. Chapter 20. The bounty of the fishing trip surprises the children. His mother had already begun preparing breakfast. Today, we shall have steamed buns. Make 2 pure white ones for Yeye, so my granddaughter can savor the taste of fine grain. Little Hao Yue clapped her hands in delight. We're having white steamed buns. She rushed over to Liu Wenyu, tugging at his clothing and looking up with her little face. Uncle San is the best. Liu Wenyu bent down and playfully tickled her nose, silently thanking the system in his heart. With this golden opportunity, he was determined to lead his family safely through the impending hardships. Outside, the morning sun had fully risen, its golden rays enveloping the little courtyard. Voices from the neighbors floated in the air, heralding the dawn of a new day. Just as Liu Wenyu swallowed the last morsel of his meal, a series of loud knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. When you go? Is when you go home? Wang Tieju's booming voice carried over the courtyard wall. Liu Wenyu set down his bowl and chopsticks, hastening to the courtyard to open the door. There stood Wang Tieju, excitement radiating from his face. Bow, an arrow slung over his back, a machete at his waist. Juzi, so early. Have you eaten yet? Liu Wenyu greeted him. Wang Tieju rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. When you go, we must hurry up the mountain to see if that little wild boar is still there. I was worried it might have been taken by other beasts last night. Liu Wenyu chuckled inwardly. That little wild boar had already been secured in his system space. Yet, seeing the eager look in Juzi's eyes, he couldn't bear to decline. All right, let me gather my things. Liu Wenyu turned back into the house, quickly informing his parents of his plans, and tousled little Hao Yue's hair. Uncle San is going to catch some rabbits for you on the mountain, and when I return tonight, I'll roast a rabbit leg for you. All right? Little Hao Yue's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Uncle San is the best. Liu Wenyu slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, fastening a machete at his waist as he made his way up the mountain behind the village alongside Juzi. The mountain path in the early morning was still damp with dew, and soon their pant legs were soaked. Brother Wenyu, do you think that little wild boar could weigh 100 pounds? Juzi asked excitedly as they walked. If it's still there, we could split it between our 2 families, 50 pounds of meat each. That sounds about right. Liu Wenyu replied vaguely, calculating in his mind how he would later compensate Juzi. As the incline steepened, the 2 had to slow their pace. Suddenly, Liu Wenyu halted, raising a finger to his lips to signal Juzi to be quiet. He had keenly heard a slight rustling in the bushes to their right. A rabbit, he whispered, slowly lowering his bow from his shoulder. Juzi squinted trying to see, but found nothing. Liu Wenyu, however, seemed to possess an almost supernatural insight, as his arrow tipped steady toward his seemingly ordinary patch of grass. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed in the valley. Liu Wenyu quickly approached and retrieved a plump gray rabbit weighing around 5 to 6 pounds from the underbrush. Incredible! Zhuzi exclaimed. Brother Wenyu, your eyesight has improved remarkably. Liu Wenyu merely smiled without replying, placing the rabbit into the bamboo basket he carried. It wasn't his vision that was extraordinary. It was the system's intermediate hunting proficiency that was at play, allowing him to sense the movements of animals within a 50-meter radius, as if he had radar in his mind. The two continued toward the location where they had hidden the wild boar the previous day. Along the way, Liu Wenyu spotted 2 more rabbits, effortlessly gathering them. Zhuzi watched in awe, exclaiming that Liu Wenyu was extraordinarily lucky that day. Brother Wenyu, tell me the truth. Did you get struck by lightning and gain special powers? We used to spend an entire day in the mountains and barely catch 3 rabbits. Zhuzi scratched his head, incredulous. Liu Wenyu merely smiled in silence. Upon reaching the spot where they had concealed the wild boar, they found it completely empty. This is bad. It must have been taken by wolves. Zhuzi lamented, stamping his foot and searching the area fruitlessly. Liu Wenyu feigned disappointment, sighing perhaps, but we did catch 3 rabbits today, so it's not a total loss. Zhuzi scratched his head. That's true. These 3 rabbits add up to nearly 20 pounds. Brother Wenyu, your luck today is remarkable. Should we keep searching? Liu Wenyu glanced at the sky. The sun had climbed high without notice. Remembering the system's reward of fishing mastery, he felt a surge of excitement. Zhuzi, let us call it a day for now. I'd like to try my luck by the river. I've heard the water has receded quite a bit lately, and there are plenty of fish. Fishing? Zhuzi replied skeptically. The fish in that river are quite clever. Old Zhang from the village has been fishing for a lifetime and only catches 2 or 3 small crucian carp a day. Liu Wenyu smiled mysteriously. I've recently figured out a few tricks. I want to give it a try. After descending the mountain, the two parted ways, with Zhuzi joyfully carrying a rabbit home, while Liu Wenyu made his way back to his house with the remaining 2 rabbits. The house was quiet. The courtyard gate locked from the outside. The family members were likely out working in the fields at this hour. Observing the earthen wall that was only slightly taller than himself, Liu Wenyu took a couple of steps back, then propelled himself over the wall with a leap. As one of the village's notorious idlers, he certainly had no shortage of fishing gear at home. After spending half an hour gathering his fishing equipment, he arrived at the riverbank, where the sunlight had turned the water into shimmering gold. Liu Wenyu found a shaded, deep area under a tree and retrieved some cornmeal from his spatial storage as bait. The unremarkable fishing rod, made of rowan bamboo, felt surprisingly harmonious in his hands. He skillfully baited the hook and cast his line, the hook drawing an elegant arc as it landed about 7 or 8 meters from shore. Just as the float steadied, it suddenly plunged underwater. Liu Wenyu flicked his wrist, and the rod bent into a perfect bow. A fierce struggle ensued beneath the surface, sending splashes of water flying. He maintained a firm grip on the rod, feeling the strength of the creature below. What fighter! After 2 minutes of contention, a grass carp weighing 3 pounds emerged from the water, its silvery scales glimmering in the sunset. Liu Wenyu tossed the grass carp into the nearby basket and rebaited his hook to cast again. Almost instantly, as the hook touched the water, the rod bent sharply once more. The second and third fish were caught with almost every cast. Grass carp, crucian carp, and even 2 rare perch were all added to his catch. In less than half an hour, Liu Wenyu's basket was brimming with fish, with the remaining 7 or 8 weighing over 5 pounds each, all stored away in his system space. This is simply unbelievable, Liu Wenyu thought to himself. Although he was aware of the system's impressive fishing proficiency, he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. The 3,000 probability of catching fish felt akin to having a cheat code. His fishing prowess soon attracted 3 children playing by the river. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they watched Liu Wenyu reel in one fish after another, as if performing magic. Uncle Wenyu, how are you catching so many fish? One of the snot-nosed kids timidly asked. Ding! Li Gowei has suffered moderate emotional damage. Gained 2 points of emotional damage. Ding! Reward received. Chapter 21. A basket full of fresh fish shocks the villagers. Ding! Reward received. 2 sets of premium fishing gear. Ding! Zhang Jinjin has suffered moderate emotional damage. Gained 2 points of emotional damage. Ding! Reward received. 10 boxes of herring canned food. Ding! Zhang Dachuan has suffered moderate emotional damage. Gained 2 points of emotional damage. Ding! Reward received. 10 yuan in cash. Hearing the system's notifications, Liu Wenyu chuckled as he patted the heads of the 3 children. Just lucky, I suppose. Here, take 1 each and bring them home for your mothers to stew. He handed each child a grass carp weighing around 2 pounds. The 3 children cheered and ran off. And soon, several elders from a village arrived upon hearing the news. Old Zhang, with a hoe slung over his shoulder, stared in disbelief at the large fish in Liu Wenyu's basket, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Young Wenyu, have you disturbed the Dragon King's fish pond? Old Zhang trembled, his eyes fixated on the largest grass carp. Ding! Zhang Daqiang has suffered mild emotional damage. Gained 1 point of emotional damage. Ding! Reward received. A pack of Daqianmin cigarettes. Ding! Zhao Laishi has suffered mild emotional damage. Gained 1 point of emotional damage. Ding! Reward received. A bottle of Erguota liquor. Ding! Liu Wenyu scoffed at the system notifications, bemused by the 4 old men who remained unfazed despite witnessing his impressive catch. He still found it amusing that none of them had suffered emotional damage. Nevertheless, he generously selected a carp and handed it to Old Zhang. Here, Grandpa Zhang. Take this home for soup. Old Zhang hesitated. How can I accept this? Yet his hands reached out to accept the fish earnestly. The other 3 elders, seeing an opportunity, quickly gathered around. I've always thought the Liu family's boy was exceptional. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. One praised. Indeed. This boy has always exhibited a cleverness since childhood, another added. Liu Wenyu inwardly scoffed at the old men, thinking these old geezers, shamelessly chasing after a bit of food. He was well aware of his reputation in the village from his previous life. While not entirely despised, he certainly wasn't as well-liked as he seemed now. However, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, Liu Wenyu still handed out a fish to each of the old men. Although the fish generally weighed around a pound each, they were sufficient to bring uncontainable joy to the elderly men, their smiles wide enough to reveal teeth but not eyes. As twilight descended, Liu Wenyu's catch had piled up into a small mountain. He estimated that the fish stored in the system's space must weigh at least 400 pounds, with at least 25 or 26 pounds visibly displayed. Continuing to fish would only complicate matters. Thus, he stowed away his fishing rod, dividing the catch into 2 portions. One was placed into a fish basket, while the other was threaded onto willow branches destined for the brigade's headquarters. On his way back to the village, the setting sun elongated Liu Wenyu's shadow. In his left hand, he carried the heavy fish basket, while his right hand held the 2 large fish strung on willow branches, their scales shimmering with silvery light in the fading glow. The damp stains on his trousers had yet to dry, producing a creaking sound as he walked. Wenyu, have you fished out all the fish from the river? The first to greet him was Aunt Lier, who lived at the village entrance. She was carrying a wooden basin to wash clothes by the well, and nearly dropped it in astonishment upon seeing Liu Wenyu's haul. Her rough hands could not resist touching the largest grass carp, which immediately splashed water as its tail flicked. Ding! Aunt Lier has suffered a mild shock. Gained 1 point of shock value. Ding! Reward acquired. 1 pound of eggs. A slight smile crept onto Liu Wenyu's lips. The system's notification arrived just in time. He deliberately lifted the fish basket higher, allowing the fish to thrash about more energetically. In air, we'll be having fish soup at the brigade headquarters soon. This commotion attracted more villagers. A group of elderly men squatting in the corner, smoking, turned their gazes in unison, while the wife and the Zhang family rushed out, abandoning her cooking fire, and several naked children swarmed over, their grimy little hands curiously poking at the fish gills. Uncle Wenyu, this fish is thicker than our rolling pin, exclaimed a little girl with braided horns, her black grape-like eyes filled with admiration. Ding! The villagers collectively suffered mild shock. Gained 15 points of shock value. Ding! Reward acquired. 10 pounds of flour. Ding! Reward acquired. 5 pounds of pig lard. The continuous notification from the system made Liu Wenyu's head spin. Yet his heart soared with joy. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice intentionally. According to regulations, I must hand over 2/10 of my catch to the brigade headquarters. He paused, observing the villagers unconsciously inching forward. Everyone can now take their bowls and line up at the brigade headquarters for fish soup. The crowd erupted in excitement. Grandma Zhao clapped her thighs in delight, exclaiming, "Oh my, we just received pork yesterday, and now we can have fish soup. What a stroke of luck," she shouted as she hurried home, nearly tripping over her own foot wrappings. A few young boys raced home, shouting with glee as if it were a festival. Liu Wenyu continued toward the brigade headquarters, followed by an ever-growing throng of villagers, resembling a parade. Someone even spontaneously composed a rhyme. Liu the Third, skillful and bold. With 1 fishing rod, he fills the village with gold. This elicited laughter from the crowd. As he caught sight of the brigade headquarters blue brick building from afar, Liu Wenyu deliberately slowed his pace. He knew that Yin Mingpong despised gatherings of people, and this commotion would surely draw him out. As expected, the wooden door was abruptly kicked open. Yin Mingpeng stood on the steps, hands on his hips, his shirt sleeves stained with ink, evidently busy recording work points. His square face flushed with anger, the trademark white streak in his hair quivering with irritation. Liu III, what trick are you up to now? His bellow startled the sparrows in the trees. Unfazed, Liu Wenyu raised the fish string, Captain Yin. I am here to comply with the regulations and present 2/10 of my catch. The onlookers collectively held their breath. Everyone knew the history between Yin Mingpeng and Liu Wenyu. Yin had publicly berated Liu as a good-for-nothing, and Liu had never missed an opportunity to retort, never sparing him any dignity. Yin Mingpeng squinted at the string of fish, suddenly sneering. Is this handful of small fish worthy of fanfare? Take this back and use it to boost your intellect. He poked at the largest grass carp with his finger, provoking a few suppressed snickers from the crowd. However, Liu Wenyu remained unperturbed. Instead, he stepped forward, nearly poking the fish string into Yin Mingpeng's chest. Captain Yin, are you certain you don't need me to submit this? If that's the case, I won't be handing over any of my future catches either. His words were like a spark falling into a haystack. The villagers chimed in. Why should we? Rules are rules. Exactly. Are you blatantly favoring Liu III, Captain Yin? If that's the case, will we also be allowed to keep our catches? Yin Mingpeng's expression darkened. He abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. Enough. Turning to fixate on Liu Wenyu, he barked. Liu III, don't twist my words. I only said this time you don't need to submit it. I didn't say anything about the future. Ding. Yin Mingpeng suffered moderate shock. Gained 2 points of shock value. Ding. Reward acquired. Chapter 22. A battle of wits with the captain for great gains. Ding. Reward acquired. 20 portions of hot pot base. Liu Wenyu felt a wave of joy wash over him. Though he feigned a look of grievance, Captain Yin, you're the one who says I need not submit. You're the one who says I must submit. What's the matter? Is your mouth less reliable than your wife's cotton-padded trousers? He suddenly raised his voice. The good people here heard what Captain Yin just said. It's not that I refuse to submit. It's that he won't let me. With that, he pretended to turn and leave, causing the crowd to stir. Several hungry youths began to wail, we want fish soup. An elder pointed accusingly at Yin Mingpeng. You pest. You eat public funds and don't care about the villagers. Yin Mingpeng's temples throbbed. He caught sight of several older men in the village glaring at him disapprovingly, and he quickly seized the fish string. Let go. You think you can take collective property as you please? He retorted, pulling out a key to unlock the warehouse door, instructing several people to bring out the large pot for making fish soup. Ding. Yin Mingpeng suffered severe shock. Gained 3 points of shock value. Ding. Reward acquired. 90 yuan. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter, knowing full well the malicious intent behind Yin Mingpeng's actions. He had not come to generously offer fish. Rather, he sought to extract more benefits from him. Watching Yin Mingpeng grind his teeth as he directed others to set up the pot and boil water, Liu Wenyu felt a sense of satisfaction akin to drinking ice water on a sweltering summer day. Captain Yin, I must trouble you for a note. What note? Yin Mingpeng feigned ignorance, genuinely perplexed. Liu Wenyu scoffed, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. With so many fish, my family cannot possibly consume them all. They must be sent to the procurement station in the capital for sale, to exchange for money. What's this, Captain Yin? Do you not understand this simple rule? Or do you wish for me to sneak off to the black market? He deliberately elongated the last sentence, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear. The crowd immediately burst into low murmurs. Indeed, how can one sell without a note? Could Captain Yin be pretending to be ignorant? He caught the fish himself. Why shouldn't he be allowed to sell? Yin Mingpeng's face grew increasingly grim, a vein pulsing on his forehead, clenching his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. But with so many villagers watching, especially those respected elders, he could not afford to say no to selling. Fine, I'll give you a note. He gritted out through clenched teeth, turning and striding towards the brigade office with heavy footsteps that echoed like stomping on the ground. Liu Wenyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leisurely followed along, turning back to wink at the villagers, prompting a few young men to stifle their laughter. In the office, Yin Mingpeng rummaged through his papers and pens, writing with such fervor that the tip of his pen nearly pierced the paper. Once finished, he yanked open the drawer, retrieved the official seal of the brigade, and stamped it down with such force that the table shook. Here you go. He slammed the document onto the table, his gaze dark and menacing as it fixated on Liu Wenyu. Unfazed, Liu Wenyu picked up the document and scrutinized it in the light, nodding in satisfaction only after confirming the clarity of the seal. He gently blew on the still wet ink, grinning as he remarked, Comrade Yin, you worked hard. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses were shattered. Gained 3 points of vulnerability. Ding. Reward obtained. 15 braised pig heads. Yin Mingpeng's chest heaved violently, his face flushed crimson, resembling an enraged rooster. He glared at Liu Wenyu, wishing he could bore several holes into him with his stare. Meanwhile, Liu Wenyu was in high spirits, methodically folding the document and tucking it into his pocket, patting it to ensure its security. Catching a glimpse of Yin Mingpeng's disgruntled expression, he chuckled inwardly. This is no brigade leader. He is merely a puffed-up pig head. Upon exiting the brigade office, the villagers instinctively turned their attention toward him. As he emerged, they crowded around, asking Old San, how did it go? Did you get the document? Liu Wenyu raised the proof in his hand and replied with a smile, Yes, I did. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and a few young boys excitedly shouted, Brother, you bring back some candy. Sure, no problem. Liu Wenyu readily agreed, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Yin Mingpeng standing at the office door. His face a thunderous shade of blue, fists clenched tightly. Intentionally raising his voice, he declared, Captain Yin, rest assured, I will handle matters according to the rules and will not act recklessly. Yin Mingpeng was so enraged he nearly spat blood, yet he was powerless to retaliate. Only managing a cold snort before he turned and slammed the office door shut. Liu Wenyu watched the quaking wooden door, his heart brimming with joy. This was a win-win. Not only did he gain vulnerability points, but he also acquired 15 braised pig heads and could later exchange the fish from his storage for money in town. Ah, Yin Mingpeng, you truly are my benefactor. On his way home, Liu Wenyu took a deliberate detour to the east end of the village to visit Zhuzi's house, bringing along 2 large fish for his family. However, Zhuzi was unexpectedly absent, as Aunt Wang informed him that he had gone to deliver pork to his 2 sisters. Aunt Wang trembled as she accepted the fish, exclaiming, Such big fish. If sold, it would be enough to exchange for 20 pounds of coarse grain. She suddenly lowered her voice. Wenyu, you wouldn't have. Glancing around as she made a gesture of casting a net, Liu Wenyu understood Aunt Wang's concern. Fishing was not illegal, but netting was another matter entirely. Don't worry, Auntie. I caught them one by one, and many villagers saw me while I was fishing. Upon returning home, his father, Liu Dashin, sat on a stone bench in the yard, smoking a cigarette. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw his son carrying a basket full of fish. Old San, have you robbed the fish stall at the supply and marketing cooperative? He stammered. Liu Wenyu grinned broadly, Dad. I tried my luck by the river today, and it turned out quite well. His mother, drawn by the commotion, emerged from the house and gasped. Oh my heavens. So many fish. Mom, let's feast tonight. You can clean and pickle the leftovers, and tomorrow I'll take some to my elder sister's house. Liu Wenyu declared, already setting up to process the catch in the yard. His elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as his second brother and sister-in-law, rushed out to help upon hearing the noise. Little Hao Yue squatted nearby, her small hands gripping the edge of the wooden basin, her wide eyes glued to the lively fish within. Droplets of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, shimmering in the setting sun. Third uncle, the little girl drawled, poking the largest carp with her muddy finger. Will this fish turn into a dragon? Just like Grandma said in her stories. Chapter 23. The Ancestor's Dream bestows a marvelous method. Liu Wenyu feigned a serious expression, bringing the knife down onto the cutting board with a decisive thud. Indeed, this fish just told me that if it gets eaten by Yiya, it will come back at midnight to tickle her feet. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out as if to grab her small feet. Hao Yue squealed, darting back in a panic, only to plop down on the ground. In her fluster, she covered her feet. Yet she couldn't resist sneaking glances at the fish in the basin. Then, can Yiya just have a tiny bite? The entire family erupted in laughter. His mother approached and playfully smacked him. You're all grown up, yet you still act like a child. If you truly scare my granddaughter, just wait until I deal with you. His sister-in-law wiped away tears of laughter, lifting the little girl and brushing the dust off her backside. Your third uncle is just teasing you. If fish could talk, their first words would surely be, hurry, stew me, for Yiya to eat. Upon hearing this, little Hao Yue immediately pouted, her cheeks puffing up like a little puffer fish, stomping her foot in indignation. Humph. Third uncle is the worst. Yiya won't play with you anymore. After declaring this, she dramatically turned away, tossing her little braid high. But within 3 seconds, her big, shiny eyes couldn't help but sneak a peek at the basin. The plum carp was leisurely blowing bubbles, its tail gently swaying and creating ripples on the water surface. The little girl subconsciously swallowed, her tiny feet shuffling closer to the basin. Liu Wenyu stifled a laugh, intentionally sharpening the knife with a loud scrape. Oh dear. This fish says it's most afraid of being tickled. If Yiya's little hands touch it, it will surely laugh itself silly. Really? Little Hao Yue instantly forgot her earlier vow of friendship termination, her eyes widening as her hand unconsciously reached for the basin. But as soon as her fingers grazed the surface of the water, she quickly recoiled, darting into her sister-in-law's embrace. Mom, third uncle is lying again. Fish wouldn't be afraid of being tickled. His sister-in-law, holding the adorable girl, laughed until she could hardly breathe. Then tell me, if fish were afraid of being tickled, where'd you scratch them? Little Haoyue tilted her head, pondering seriously, her eyes suddenly lighting up. I know. You tickle their gills. She then stretched out her tiny fingers above the basin, mimicking the motion of scratching, while giggling as she imitated a fish's laughing sound. The entire family was in stitches at her whimsical antics. Even the father, who was tending to the fire, couldn't help but chuckle, causing the flames in the stove to flicker, casting a rosy glow on everyone's faces. After a while, the family finally finished cleaning all the fish. The mother salted 8 or 9 of them, leaving 3 for dinner that night. Liu Wenyu placed one of the cleaned fish into the pot, and the hot oil immediately began to sizzle and pop. Little Haoyue had long forgotten about her earlier grievances, peering eagerly over the kitchen doorframe while occasionally sneaking glances at her third uncle, resembling a little cat eagerly awaiting its meal. At dinner, the Liu family's table was unexpectedly adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, a large bowl of braised carp, a plate of steamed perch, a plate of braised pork, a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables, and a big bowl of Crucian carp soup. Little Haoyue devoured her food with glee, her face beaming with happiness. Third uncle, the fish is delicious. She mumbled with her mouth full, a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her lips. Liu Wenyu wiped her mouth. If it's tasty, eat more. Tomorrow, I'll catch you some more. His father took a sip of erguo too, gazing thoughtfully at Liu Wenyu. Old San, it seems you've really found your way lately? Liu Wenyu poured a full cup of wine for his father and smiled mysteriously. Ah, struck by lightning. Outside the window, the moonlight gently bathed the small courtyard. Listening to the satisfied laughter of his family, Liu Wenyu felt a sense of security and warmth enveloping his heart. With the system's assistance, he was certain he could guide his family safely through the impending hardships. Tomorrow, he planned to take a stroll around the capital. And if fortune smiled upon him, he might exchange something for a job for his sister-in-law. If that proved unfeasible, he could always trade some fish from his space for cash. After dinner, the rich aroma of fish soup lingered in the Liu family's yard. Little Haoyue, with a round little belly, was nestled in her grandmother's embrace, dozing off while clutching a large white rabbit candy, mumbling sleepily, Third uncle, the fish is delicious. The braised pork is tasty, and the milk candy is so sweet. Liu Wenyu chuckled as he ruffled her hair and turned to his father. The old man, having indulged in a rare couple of drinks tonight, had a rosy glow on his usually dark complexion, and his gaze was noticeably softer than usual, savoring the wine's flavor. He pondered aloud, Third, what's the story behind today's catch? Liu Wenyu had already prepared his response, and chuckled slyly. Father, during the days I was unconscious, Grandpa spoke to me in a dream, imparting many words of wisdom and teaching me numerous skills. Just as his father was lifting the water bowl to his lips, he jerked in surprise, spilling most of it onto his clothes. His eyes widened in disbelief, his dark skin twitching as he stammered. What did you say? Your grandfather taught you skills in a dream. Ding! Liu Dashan's defenses were moderately breached. Gained 2 breach points. Rewards doubled. Ding! Reward received. 6 wild ginseng roots, 100 years old. Liu Wenyu's mother, holding her granddaughter, unconsciously trembled. Third, you mustn't speak such nonsense. Her voice quivered, and her eyes reddened instantly. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan's defenses were deeply breached. Gained 5 breach points. Ding! Reward received. 50 feet of fine cotton fabric. His sister-in-law, who had been clearing the dishes, nearly dropped a bowl with a loud crash upon hearing this, her complexion paling as she stuttered. What else did Grandpa teach you in the dream? Ding! Sister-in-law's defenses were deeply breached. Gained 5 breach points. Ding! Reward received. 50 pounds of fresh eggs. Liu Wenyu's heart brimmed with joy, yet he maintained a serious facade, lowering his voice. Grandpa said our family has faced difficulties these past few years, urging me to care for everyone. He also taught me many skills, like fishing and hunting. Oh, and he feigned mystery, producing a wild ginseng root from his bosom, actually from the system space. Grandpa said this ginseng is for you, to brew into wine for your health. His father stared intently at the ginseng, trembling even more, nearly overturning the table. Is this really a gift from your grandfather? Not directly from him. He revealed where to find it. I harvested it yesterday while foraging in the mountains. Liu Wenyu clarified. His mother snatched the ginseng from his father's hand, examining it under the oil lamp, her tone utterly transformed. Good heavens! The quality of this ginseng is unparalleled. I doubt even state-owned pharmacies have such fine specimens. Sister-in-law covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. This is a sign from Grandpa. Little Haoyue, disturbed by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and clambered out of her grandmother's arms, sleepily asking, Did great-grandpa come to eat fish too? The entire family responded with a stunned silence. Ding! The family collectively breached defenses. Gained 10 breach points. Ding. Rewards received. Chapter 24. The moon awaits third uncle to bring sweet candy. Ding. Reward received. 20 pounds of pork, 20 pounds of flour. Liu Wenyu could hardly suppress a laugh. What a bountiful harvest this was. Alas, if only his elder brothers were present, the rewards could have been even greater. His father, thrilled, tugged at Liu Wenyu third. Do elaborate on what else your grandfather conveyed. Feigning a somber sigh, Liu Wenyu replied, Grandpa instructed us to keep this matter private to avoid inciting jealousy. Moreover, he lowered his voice. He indicated that the coming years would be harsh, urging us to stockpile grain. Upon hearing this, his father's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet, pacing the room, and finally thumped his thigh with determination. Very well. We shall heed your grandfather's words. Tomorrow, I will dig deeper into the cellar in the backyard. His mother wiped her tears, carefully wrapping the ginseng in red cloth, murmuring, the old man is clearly worried about us. Sister-in-law discreetly pinched herself, doubting if she was dreaming. Observing the astonished and joyful expressions of his family, Liu Wenyu felt a warm glow inside. He looked up at the moon outside the window, silently saying, Grandpa, please forgive me for borrowing your name, but rest assured, I will ensure our family lives well. As Liu Wenyu was internally apologizing to his grandfather, his father's voice resounded once more, You returned late last night and left early today. I have yet to ask you, what's the current situation in the city? Have food prices risen? They have. Liu Wenyu's voice turned somber. Rice and flour prices have soared to 30 cents, and cornmeal has reached 10 cents a pound. Liu Dashin's pipe fell to the ground with a loud clatter, sparks scattering everywhere. In the dim light of the oil lamp, his face appeared particularly grave. The wrinkles etched with shock. 30 cents a pound? Last autumn, I remember flour being just 18 cents. Liu Wenyu nodded solemnly. The price of meat was even higher, pork at $1.20 and eggs now 5 cents each. The room fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of the oil lamp's wick. His parents trembled, realizing their grain storage held less than 100 pounds of cornmeal, which would barely last until the new harvest. Don't worry, I'll find a way to manage the food situation, Liu Wenyu reassured them. Shadows danced on the mottled earthen walls, flickering with the light. Sister-in-law suddenly exclaimed, What about our private plot? We can plant potatoes. Absolutely, Liu Dashin declared decisively. Potatoes are drought-resistant and yield abundantly. We could also plant some pumpkins. Their vines can serve as vegetables. But we have no seeds. Liu Wenyu's father interjected. I'll go to the village tomorrow. Liu Dashin vowed fiercely. Hee, father, mother, sister-in-law, you needn't worry excessively. Did you forget what I mentioned earlier? Grandpa taught me many skills in the dream. Enough of this boasting. It's merely a stroke of luck, Liu Dashin sighed, casting a knowing glance at his ambitious son, fully aware of his character over the years. What do you mean by boasting? Father, don't forget, I managed to hunt a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds yesterday. And today, I caught this bounty of fish. Liu Wenyu defended himself stubbornly. Seeing Liu Wenyu's defiance, sister-in-law couldn't help but chuckle. Wiping her tears away, she softly remarked, Father, I believe Third has indeed changed for the better. Just think, when has he ever caught a boar of such size? Let alone today's haul of fish. His mother nodded vigorously, delicately caressing the wild ginseng. Old man, we have never seen ginseng of such quality in our lifetime. If it weren't for Grandpa's divine intervention, how could Third have acquired this? Liu Dashin furrowed his brows, taking another puff from his pipe, assessing his son through the haze of smoke. Indeed, this boy, who had previously squandered his days, seemed to have undergone a transformation. Could yesterday's wild boar and today's fish truly be signs from his father in the afterlife? Very well. Liu Dashin finally conceded. When I find a day with leisure, I shall venture up the mountain once more, hoping to secure some game on my return. Up the mountain again? I'm getting anxious, child. The mountain is not as simple to navigate as you think. Why don't you just stick to fishing by the river from now on? Mother, rest assured, Liu Wenyu replied with a mysterious wink. Grandfather told me personally that I shall live to be over 80. The sister-in-law listened intently, unable to resist clasping her hands together in prayer towards the beams. Ancestors bless us. It seems our fortunes are about to change. In the soft glow of the kerosene lamp, hope once again illuminated each face. The following morning, Liu Wenyu rose with vigor. His sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast, and after hastily consuming a few bites, he slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder and prepared to depart. Just as he reached the threshold, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Third uncle, little Hayue, barefoot and with tousled hair, had rushed out, clearly just awoken. She clung to Liu Wenyu's leg, her bright eyes sparkling. Third uncle, I heard from Dad that you're going to the city, right? Can you take me with you? Liu Wenyu chuckled. There are too many people in the city. What if I lose you in the crowd? I promise I won't wander off. The little girl insisted earnestly. Liu Wenyu looked down at his niece, who was tightly gripping his leg, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her rosy cheeks and wide eyes brimmed with anticipation, resembling a little kitten begging for food. He squatted down, gently pinching her slightly gaunt face. "How you Third uncle is going on business, not for leisure. I promise to be good," she insisted, stamping her little foot, her tiny hands clutching his trousers tightly. "Just take me with you." At that moment, the sister-in-law emerged from the kitchen, her expression immediately turning stern. "Liu, how you Are you pestering your third uncle again?" She hurried over, lifting the little girl by the back of her collar. "Let go now. Your third uncle has important matters to attend to. I want tea." Little Hao Yue clung on like an octopus, her lips protruding in a pout. "Third uncle, please take me with you." The sister-in-law raised her hand as if to scold. "If you don't behave, mother will spank you." The little girl instantly covered her bottom with one hand, but remained undeterred, her big watery eyes pleading with Liu Wenyu. "Can you bring me back some peach crisps? The kind sprinkled with sesame, please. What else do you want?" Liu Wenyu teased her. Little Hao Yue thought for a moment, counting on her fingers. "I want a red hair tie. I want sunflower seeds. I want candied hawthorn. I want—" "What else?" The sister-in-law interrupted, exasperated, lightly tapping her on the bottom. "Let your third uncle bring back the whole supply store for you, all right?" "Ouch!" Little Hao Yue exclaimed, releasing her grip, but immediately she tugged at Liu Wenyu's clothing again. "At least the peach crisps and the red hair tie." The sister-in-law feigned another scolding gesture, and finally, the little girl reluctantly let go, pouting as she stepped back. Chapter 25, A Fortuitous Encounter at the Police Station. Liu Wenyu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a large piece of candy for her. "Don't worry, third uncle will remember. Be good at home, and I'll bring you something delicious, all right?" Little Hao Yue's frown transformed into a smile as she unwrapped the candy, savoring it while reminding him, "Don't forget, I want sesame peach crisps. The prettiest red hair tie." The sister-in-law shook her head helplessly, tidying the little girl's clothes while murmuring, "This child is becoming increasingly mischievous. All because of you spoiling her." "Of course, my dear niece deserves to be spoiled." Liu Wenyu winked at little Hao Yue, striding confidently out of the courtyard with his bamboo basket. Behind him, her cheerful voice rang out, "Third uncle, if you see any milk candy, bring some back too." This child's antics, coupled with his sister-in-law's playful admonishments, faded into the distance as Liu Wenyu touched the money his father had given him the previous night. His steps light as he made his way towards the village outskirts. The sunlight bathed the country road, elongating his shadow. After over 2 hours, Liu Wenyu finally arrived at the bustling Sijia city. He didn't rush to the purchasing station or the supply store. Instead, he boarded a bus heading directly to the department store on Shidong North Street. The Shidong department store, situated on the east side of Shidong North Street, stretches from the eastern entrance of Huili Hudong to Zitangzi Hudong, nestled between Gonsher Bridge and Shidong. Established in 1930, the store transitioned into a comprehensive shopping center after the public-private partnership in 1950. Following 6 years of construction, the 5-story Shidong store was completed in 1974. At this moment, it was morning and the department store bustled with activity, its shelves brimming with an array of goods. Yet, what captivated Liu Wenyu most was a row of gleaming bicycles in a corner. Phoenix brand, Forever brand, Flying Pigeon brand. Each bicycle was meticulously arranged, their handlebars gleaming as if polished to a mirror finish. The salesgirl, a young woman with glasses, noticed Liu Wenyu's gaze fixed on the bicycles and scrutinized him briefly. "Comrade, are you looking to purchase a bike?" Liu Wenyu nodded, retrieving money and a bicycle ticket from his pocket. "Could you please fetch me a Forever 28? The salesgirl examined the ticket closely and then glanced at Liu Wenyu's attire. Though clean, it was evident that his clothes had seen better days. She expressed doubt. "This bike costs 195 yuan. Do you have enough money?" Without hesitation, Liu Wenyu pulled out a substantial stack of cash from his inner pocket, counting out 20 bills and handing them over. The salesgirl's skepticism transformed into a look of professionalism and seriousness as she accepted the thick bundle of cash and the precious bicycle ticket. "Please wait a moment. I'll handle the paperwork for you." She turned to retrieve a wooden clipboard from the counter and swiftly filled out the details. One Forever brand 28 bicycle, priced at 195 yuan, signing her employee number as the handler. Next, she secured the sales receipt, cash, and bicycle ticket together with a large metal clip. The climax of the process arrived as she gracefully lifted her arms, expertly pinning the clip onto a thick iron wire that spanned the entire hall. This iron wire, like a spider's web, connected various corners of the department store, ultimately leading to a high, kiosk-like cashier station. With a swift motion, the salesgirl propelled the metal clip along the slightly inclined wire, sending Liu Wenyu's entire payment sliding rapidly toward the cashier. The clip and wire emitted a crisp, buzzing sound, tracing a smooth arc in the air, becoming a unique spectacle amidst the bustling store. The cashier deftly caught the incoming clip, verified the tickets, counted the cash, stamped the records, and then, with the stamped receipt and chain secured in the same clip, sent it back along the wire with a swift motion. The salesgirl received the returning clip, took out the receipt and delivery slip, and handed them to Liu Wenyu with a beaming smile. "Comrade, your paperwork is complete. Take this delivery slip to the warehouse to collect your bicycle." This seamless and melodious transaction process, characterized by a flurry of flying tickets, showcased a high efficiency in an era devoid of electronic payments, where many counters lacked independent payment authority. 10 minutes later, Liu Wenyu emerged from the department store, pushing a brand new Forever 28 bicycle. He touched the seat, still bearing the scent of fresh ink, feeling a wave of satisfaction. In these times, a bicycle was a rare treasure. The entire Woda village boasted only a single decrepit bicycle belonging to the brigade office. Riding his newly acquired Forever 28, Liu Wenyu followed the salesgirl's directions to the Shidan police station, where he could register his bicycle. On the cement wall at the entrance, bold characters painted in crimson declare the bicycle registration office. The courtyard is sparsely populated, as few can afford bicycles in this era. "Comrade, here to register your new bicycle?" A kind-hearted passing officer gestured towards the notice on the wall, reminding him to prepare the necessary documents: the purchase invoice, household registration booklet, and a letter of introduction from his workplace. Liu Wenyu felt a jolt in his heart. He fished out the freshly issued invoice and the household registration booklet he carried, but he was stymied by the missing letter of introduction. Noticing his predicament, the officer chuckled. "Without the letter, you'll need to obtain a certificate from your brigade's office." "Well, comrade, I reside in the Watu brigade of the Hongqi commune. This back and forth would certainly take at least 3 hours. Could you perhaps make an exception? Do you have any other proof aside from the household registration?" The officer, unfazed, clearly accustomed to such situations, remembering the note issued by the brigade office yesterday. Liu Wenyu's mind sparked. He reached into his pocket, actually from his system space, and produced a note. "This is the note issued by the brigade office yesterday. It was originally intended for selling some fish at the purchase station. Would this suffice?" The officer's eyes brightened at Liu Wenyu's words. He took the note, casually glanced at the official seal, then nodded, saying, "No problem. However, I would like to discuss something with you." "Please, I'm all ears. I will gladly assist." Liu Wenyu replied as he offered a cigarette from his pocket. The officer smiled and waved it off, then went to the window to request a form. "Special circumstances require special handling. Please fill out this bicycle registration card. We can discuss the other matters shortly." The form itself was straightforward. 1. Owner's name, Liu Wenyu. 2. Adresse, W2 Brigade, Hongqi Commune. 3. Vehicle brand, Forever 28 model. 4. Frame number, stamped on the frame. 5. Purchase date, month X 1959. The officer struck the frame with the stamping tool, creating the registration number Jing Z Deng Z number 03857. Then handed over a palm-sized metal license plate. "Attach this to the rear fender, and remember to pay an annual management fee of 2 yuan. The entire process took less than 20 minutes. Liu Wenyu thanked the officer and then inquired about the earlier matter. "Comrade, you mentioned wanting to discuss something?" Liu Qiushi glanced around to ensure no one was listening before pulling Liu Wenyu to a secluded corner of the precinct's backyard. He retrieved a pack of De Qianmen cigarettes from his inner jacket pocket and deftly offered one to Liu Wenyu. "Care for a smoke?" Liu Wenyu accepted the cigarette with both hands, pulling out a matchbox from his trousers to strike a flame, lighting Liu Qiushi's first before igniting his own. As they exhaled, Liu Qiushi lowered his voice. "May I ask your surname?" "Comrade, I'm Liu Wenyu, from the Watu brigade of the Hongqi commune." "What a coincidence." Liu Qiushi's eyes lit up as he clapped his thigh. Liu Qiushi. According to the old saying, we must have been family 500 years ago. Liu Wenyu chuckled in understanding, the glowing end of his cigarette flickering in the dim corner. Leaning in closer, Liu Qiushi whispered, "I overheard you mentioning sending fish to the purchase station. I'd like to discuss something." He paused, noting that the 30 officers at the station had not seen fresh meat in over a month. "Could you possibly sell the fish directly to our precinct?" Liu Wenyu's heart raced, forgetting to flick off the ash. This was a windfall. In a time of scarcity, establishing a connection with the police station would bolster his standing in the village, especially against that scoundrel Yin Mingpeng. Liu Wenyu's mind raced. This was indeed a solid government connection. He slapped his thigh decisively. "Absolutely. The people's police serve the people, and we common folks must support your work." He began to rise. "Wait a moment." Liu Qiushi stopped him. "We haven't settled on a price yet. What is there to discuss?" Liu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively. "You risk your lives for our safety, so you can set the price." Liu Qiushi was moved to the point of having moist eyes, gripping Liu Wenyu's hand firmly. Good comrade. If you encounter any difficulties in the village, do not hesitate to seek me out. After a brief moment of sentimentality, Liu Qiushi returned to business. The purchase station currently offers 2 jiao 50 for fish over 2 jin, and 2 jiao for those under. I will give you 3 jiao per jin regardless of size. How's that sound? You're generous, Liu Wenyu replied with a grin. However, I must insist on one condition. The fish must be fresh. I cannot accept anything spoiled. Also, if needed, the precinct can provide a formal procurement certificate. Absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the villagers might suspect I'm selling the fish elsewhere. Liu Qiushi chuckled at Liu Wenyu's exaggerated words and continued. How many jin of fish do you plan to deliver to us? At least 100 jin. Liu Wenyu replied confidently. Ding. Liu Qiushi's defenses momentarily crumbled, earning him 1 point of vulnerability. Ding. Special identity of the defender. Rewards are doubled. Ding. Reward obtained. 1 Mosin-Nagant rifle, 100 rounds of ammunition. The Mosin-Nagant, a classic bolt-action rifle developed during the Tsarist era, was officially adopted by the military in 1891. This 7.62mm caliber rifle measures 130 centimeters in length, weighs 4 kilograms, and utilizes a 5-round magazine, with an effective range of up to 800 meters. Due to its reliability, it was widely used by Soviet forces during World War II and had been extensively replicated in China, Type 53 rifle. Its most notable features are the curved bolt handle and distinctive ladder-style sights, often equipped with a sling ring on the wooden stock. Due to the unique sound it produces when fired, the Chinese military and civilians affectionately refer to it as Water Lianju. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but utter an exclamation of surprise. Gazing at Liu Qiushi in uniform before him, he pondered whether he should bring him more gifts in the future, ensuring he would never have to worry about ammunition again. Moreover, this fellow's rewards could potentially be doubled, hinting that he might be able to procure even better items next time. Exiting the precinct, Liu Wenyu pedaled his brand-new Forever 28 bicycle straight to the nearest supply and marketing cooperative, remembering his niece's eager expression. He first approached the grocery counter to weigh out 2 jin of sesame peach crisps and selected 2 vibrant red hair ties. Comrade, I'd also like a jin of 5-spice melon seeds, freshly roasted. The salesgirl, a young woman with braided hair, discreetly observed this generous young man from the countryside as she filled the order. Liu Wenyu then moved to the tobacco and liquor counter. Comrade, please give me 3 packs of the Fengshuo and 1 packet of Qianmen. It wasn't that he was unwilling to buy better cigarettes. He simply dreaded being lectured by his father upon returning home. As Liu Wenyu awaited the salesgirl to fetch the cigarettes, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere around him. Several sales staff behind the counter were whispering to each other, occasionally casting inquisitive glances his way. The girl with the braided hair even trembled slightly as she handled the melon seeds. Comrade, here are your cigarettes. A middle-aged male clerk placed 3 packs of the Fengshuo and 1 pack of the Qianmen on the counter, his gaze frequently darting towards Liu Wenyu's cloth shoes and the mud-stained hem of his trousers. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase on the 2nd floor. A man in his 50s, clad in a 4-pocket cadre uniform, strode down quickly, followed by the older saleswoman who had previously disappeared. Comrade, I am Ding Shichong, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. The man's expression was grave as he produced his work identification. May I see your introduction letter and proof of purchase? Liu Wenyu's heart tightened, though his face betrayed no emotion. He leisurely retrieved the bicycle license issued by the police station from his inner pocket, followed by a slip bearing the official seal of the brigade. Greetings, Director Ding. I am Liu Wenyu from the Wolta Brigade of the Hongqi Commune. His voice was robust, devoid of any timidity one might expect from a rural youth. I understand your suspicions, but I assure you that the source of this money is entirely legitimate. Today, I have arranged with Comrade Liu Qiushi from the Xidan police station to deliver some live fish to them. If you have any doubts, feel free to dispatch someone to inquire. Ding Shichong scrutinized the items Liu Wenyu had handed him, and upon seeing the vivid red seal of the police station, his furrowed brow relaxed. He turned to the onlookers and smiled. My apologies for the misunderstanding. This Comrade Liu is here on official business. Then, lowering his voice, he expressed his regrets. Given the severe infiltration of enemy agents, we must adhere to protocol. I comprehend. Liu Wenyu took the opportunity to offer a Qianmen cigarette, remarking on Director Ding's diligence, which is commendable and worth emulating. Ding Shichong, unable to refuse, accepted the cigarette, and suddenly a thought struck him, causing his eyes to light up. Wait, you mentioned you were going to deliver live fish to the police station? Our cooperative is also in need of some meat. I wonder, young brother, could you spare us a couple? Ding Shichong's defenses were notably breached. Ding gained 2 points of defense value. Ding reward obtained, 20 yuan. Liu Wenyu was taken aback. After all, he was dealing with the director of the cooperative. Yet the reward was not doubled. Moreover, it was rather shameless of him. Moments ago, he had been so stern, and upon hearing of available resources, his demeanor completely shifted. A man in his 50s addressing an 18 or 19-year-old as brother showed no sign of embarrassment whatsoever. Liu Wenyu smiled in understanding. That one do, as I've already made arrangements. Observing Ding Shichong's displeasure, he quickly added, however, I will be heading into the city again in a couple of days. How about I reserve 5 large carp for you at the police station as price of 30 cents per pound? Agreed, Ding Shichong exclaimed, slapping his thigh, personally assisting him in packaging the goods, and even adding half a pound of fruit candy for Liu Wenyu to take home to his children. In the end, Liu Wenyu also purchased 50 large burlap sacks and 20 small ones, which would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. As he exited the cooperative, his bicycle handle was laden with net bags, and dozens of burlap sacks occupied the rear seat entirely. He felt the procurement proof he had received from the cooperative in his pocket and smiled subtly. This trip into the city not only established connections with the police station, but also opened avenues with the supply and marketing cooperative. Waving goodbye to Ding Shichong, Liu Wenyu mounted his bicycle and sped off toward the Shidong police station. As he passed through a secluded alley, Liu Wenyu made a swift turn, confirming the absence of passersby. With a thought, all his belongings were instantly stored in the system space. When he emerged from the alley on his bicycle, 2 large burlap sacks, brimming with goods, now adorned his rear seat and crossbar. Upon returning to the police station, Liu Qiushi had long been waiting at the back entrance with 2 young officers. Wow, so much! Liu Qiushi exclaimed as he opened a corner of the burlap sack, splashing water in the process. Several plump fish tails were flailing within the bag, their scales shimmering in the sunlight. As they weighed the fish, the head chef from the police station's cafeteria also came out to observe. Goodness, this carp must weigh at least 8 pounds. He lifted a red-tailed carp, grinning broadly. Director, how about we make fish soup for the comrades tonight? Director? Chapter 27. Gossip at the village entrance rewarded. Hearing the title of director, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but re-evaluate Liu Qiushi, who seemed so approachable. He never expected this unassuming public security officer to be the head of the Shidong police station. Liu Qiushi, clearly noticing Liu Wenyu's surprise, casually waved his hand. No need for titles. We are all here to serve the people. It was at that moment that Liu Wenyu comprehended the true implication of the system's hint regarding the unique identity of the person whose defenses had been breached. He had initially thought that the doubled reward was merely due to the individual being a police officer. But now he realized the significance lay in the fact that he was the head of the police station. After careful weighing, Liu Wenyu's delivered fish totaled 188 pounds. When it came time to settle the payment, he insisted on receiving only 55 yuan, which further elevated Liu Qiushi's regard for him. Before departing, Liu Qiushi not only slipped him a procurement-proof stamp with a red seal, but also discreetly placed a pack of peony cigarettes in his pocket, saying, brother, if you come across any good items in the future, be sure to come find me first. Rest assured, brother, Liu Wenyu promised, patting his chest. Whenever I have something worthwhile, you'll be the first to know. If you decline, I'll consider taking it to the collection station. Ha, good lad. Liu Qiushi laughed heartily. I will await your good news at the police station. On his way back to the village, Liu Wenyu was in high spirits, humming a tune as the net bags on his bicycle swayed with the bumps of the road. On the yellow earth path, the setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Occasionally, he would touch the 2 procurement proofs in his pocket, and the image of Yin Mingping's furious face surfaced in his mind. Damn it, I am now a person of influence. Liu Wenyu inwardly cursed. Wait until the day you fail to yield rewards. I will make you regret it. For now, he would allow him to continue his antics for a few more days. With the bicycle as his mode of transport, what previously required over 2 hours was now accomplished in less than 50 minutes as he approached the silhouette of the Wolta Brigade. Liu Wenyu found a secluded grove to stop, lit a cigarette, and after confirming no one was around, summoned his bicycle into the system space. It was not that he was overly cautious. Rather, the poverty of rural life in this era was stark. Take his family, for instance, with his elder brother and sister-in-law. Younger brother and sister-in-law, plus his father, they all worked hard for points in the brigade, yet by the year's end, they would only see a maximum of 15 to 20 yuan in cash, aside from their rations. In his previous life, Liu Wenyu had been reluctant to participate in collective labor, partly because he could not endure the toil, and partly because hunting in the mountains or fishing in the rivers was a quicker way to earn money. But it was not merely a matter of not earning points. In his former life, he had been publicly criticized in village meetings for his absence from labor, and points would be deducted. Fortunately, he could occasionally bring home some game to improve the family's meals. Otherwise, his family would have long held grievances against him. However, this life was different. With the system's assistance, Liu Wenyu was determined to change the status quo entirely. Not only to provide his family with a better life, but also to make those who once looked down on him take heed. Especially after the recent distribution of fish and meat in the village, the villagers' perceptions of him had begun to shift gradually. Holding various snacks he had purchased for the little girl, Liu Wenyu hummed a nonsensical tune. Before the age of 15, even if someone is willing, it still counts as coercion. After a few minutes, he arrived at the village entrance, where under the old locust tree, several villagers were seated, enjoying the shade. Liu Wenyu approached each of the villagers, greeting them warmly, offering the elderly men to fengshuo cigarettes, and the elderly women some fruit candy. Oh my! This child Wenyu is becoming more and more successful. Granny Wang unwrapped the candy and placed it in her little grandson's mouth, her eyes squinting with joy. Indeed, Grandpa Li puffed contentedly on his cigarette. Just a few days ago, he distributed meat and fish to everyone, and now he is so considerate. I believe our village's young men can't compare to Wenyu. Liu Wenyu chuckled with a hint of modesty, just as Aunt Zhao interjected. Wenyu, you're 17 this year, aren't you? How about I find you a bride? My niece just turned 20. She's quite pretty and adept at work. Upon hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Liu Wenyu scoffed, curling his lip. In this day and age, a 20-year-old girl in the countryside who hasn't married is either disabled or exceedingly unattractive. While there could be circumstances, such as the passing of elders leading to a delay in marriage, the likelihood of such cases is exceedingly slim. Enough of that, Aunt Zhao, he thought. But before he could respond, Uncle Sun chimed in with laughter. Come on, Wenyu is now quite the capable young man. Surely he wouldn't settle for a country girl? I say you should find someone from the city who eats quality grain. At this remark, laughter erupted among the group. Liu Wenyu, undeterred, merely waved his hand with a smile. Please, uncles and aunts, do not jest at my expense. I'm still quite young and have not yet had my fill of fun. Let us talk about this in a couple of years. Sanwazi, when are you going hunting in the mountains again? Suddenly, old Chun, who had been silent, queried. That wild boar you caught last time has my little grandson craving meat. He keeps talking about it. Yes, yes. Others echoed. Wenyu, if you go back to the mountains, don't forget about us old bones. At this, a chorus of swallowing sounds ensued from the villagers. Ding! The villagers collectively broke through their defenses. Gained 25 defense points. Ding! Reward received. 50 yuan cash. 10 pounds of eggs, 3 pounds of fruit candy, 5 packs of Dafengshi cigarettes, 20 pounds of pork, 2 live fish, weighing 5 pounds each. Yes here. Yes here. Yes brought rewards. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, Liu Wenyu finally wore a satisfied smile, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Though these elders claimed to crave meat, the truth was they rarely indulged, as most of it ended up in their grandchildren's mouths. In this era, who doesn't live frugally? Rest assured, uncles and aunts, he said, patting his chest, I will venture into the mountains whenever I have the chance. If fortune smiles upon us, everyone will have meat to enjoy. At this, the elders' faces lit up with joy, and they began to praise him for his prospects. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Wenyu picked up his snacks and headed home. As he turned past the village's earthen wall, the smile on Liu Wenyu's face gradually morphed into disdain. The flattery he had just received was something he had never heard in his past life. Back then, the villagers secretly referred to him as a good-for-nothing drifter, and even children would shy away from him. Chapter 28. The Deep Bond Between Uncle and Nephew. Ah, such is reality, Liu Wenyu mused with a self-deprecating smile. Wealth and capability elevate one to the status of a lord, while the impoverished are scorned even by dogs. However, times have changed. With the system at his disposal, he not only aims to provide a better life for his family, but also aspires to ensure that everyone in the entire Woda village knows that he, Liu Wenyu, is no longer the idle drifter of old. With this resolve, he quickened his pace homeward. The prospect of hunting in the mountains was not merely idle chatter. Now that he possessed genuine tools, he was eagerly looking forward to testing his luck in the woods. Upon reaching the earthen wall behind his house, Liu Wenyu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before reaching into the system space to retrieve some items. First, he pulled out 3 packs of Dafengshi for his father and older brothers, followed by 2 bottles of Erguo with red labels. This stuff was a hard currency in the village, and his father would surely beam upon seeing it. Next, he produced a can of milk powder, its tin glinting with the bold red characters of the brand. Shining under the sun. The little girl will surely love this, he muttered to himself, then extracted a glass jar of fruit preserves. The yellow pear pieces swayed in the syrup, and even from a distance, one could smell the sweet aroma. After a moment's hesitation, he also pulled out 10 pounds of pristine white rice and 30 pounds of cornmeal, the weight of the bag substantial in his hands. Just as he bent down to arrange these items, he suddenly heard faint murmurs from beyond the courtyard wall. The voice was soft and delicate, reminiscent of a pouting kitten. Liu Wenyu tiptoed closer to the wall, straining to listen. Clumsy third uncle, naughty third uncle. The voice of little Hao Yue was thick with nasal tones. Take me with you. Why won't you take me? You've been gone so long, and Haven Tea returned. My tummy is so hungry. The last sentence was delivered with a quivering tone, and Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. This little imp was likely waiting at the threshold for him, just as he was about to call out to tease her. He heard his sister-in-law's voice from the main room. Stop mumbling. Hurry back for dinner. Your mother has made cornmeal pancakes. I don't want to eat. The little girl shouted back, her voice ringing clear like a small trumpet. I want to wait for third uncle to come back. He promised to bring me peach crisps. Stupid girl. If your third uncle doesn't return until dark, are you going to starve all day? I'll starve to death. Little Hao Yue retorted with a prolonged whine. But before she could finish, she suddenly exclaimed. Liu Wenyu stepped around the corner and caught sight of the little girl raising her thin little face. In the sunlight, her eyes were still glistening with tears, her nose a rosy hue, resembling an abandoned puppy. Yet in the next moment, her big, grape-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Third uncle. Her shout was loud enough to be heard across the entire Woda village. The little girl sprang up, her short legs moving like a whirlwind, the hair ties in her braids drawing cheerful arcs in the air. She ran so fast that she stumbled over her own feet, nearly tumbling. But she still managed to dash towards him. Liu Wenyu quickly crouched down, arms wide open. The little cannonball of a body crashed into his embrace, carrying a faint scent of milk. The little girl scrambled up on him, her dirty cloth shoes leaving 2 smudged marks on his trousers. Slow down, slow down. Liu Wenyu chuckled, supporting her little bottom. ISN to your third uncle back now? Little Hao Yue, however, did not respond. Her tiny hands were eagerly digging into his pockets. Her round eyes filled with anticipation. Where are the peach crisps? Third uncle promised to bring me peach crisps. When she felt nothing, her little mouth immediately pouted. Third uncle. You big bad guy, you're lying. Who said that? Liu Wenyu, like a magician, produced a large net bag from behind him. Wrapped in oiled paper, the golden, shiny peach crisps exuded a sesame fragrance even through the packaging. The little girl let out a squeal and reached out to snatch them. First, say 3 nice things to third uncle. Good third uncle. Good third uncle. Good third uncle. Little Hao Yue called out crisply, her eyes glued to the peach crisps packaging, her little tongue unconsciously licking her lips. Liu Wenyu stifled a laugh as he unwrapped the packaging. No sooner had he taken out a piece than the little girl eagerly bit into it, the flaky crust crumbling and falling, which she quickly tried to catch with her small hands, even licking her fingertips clean of sesame bits. Eat slowly. There's no one to snatch it from you. Liu Wenyu wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with his sleeve, but the little girl suddenly widened her eyes, finally noticing the heap of goodies piled around the net bag. Wow! With her hands still covered in peach crisp crumbs, she seized the can of milk powder. What is this, third uncle? Magic powder to help you grow tall. Liu Wenyu twisted open the tin, releasing a rich, milky aroma. Little Hao Yue pressed her nose close, inhaling deeply, her eyes squinting in bliss. Just then, his sister-in-law emerged from the courtyard, shocked to see the scattered goods. Lao San, what have you brought? But her words were cut short by little Hao Yue's excited shriek. Mom, third uncle brought magic powder. The little girl bounced up and down, holding the can and exclaiming, and sweet water, and rice. Suddenly remembering something, she turned and dashed towards Liu Wenyu. Third uncle is the best. I love third uncle the most. Liu Wenyu was nearly toppled backward by her exuberant charge, instinctively scratching her to make her giggle. The little girl giggled as she twisted like a braided pastry in his embrace, her hair coming undone, resembling a frizzled little sparrow. You ungrateful child. His sister-in-law chided with a smile. Just this morning, you were calling your third uncle a rogue. I did not. Xiaowei protested anxiously, stamping her feet before turning to hug Liu Wenyu's neck, exclaiming, Uncle is the best. Better than Dad. With that, she planted a sticky kiss on his cheek, leaving a mark reminiscent of a peach pastry. Liu Wenyu's heart melted in an instant. In his previous life, among his nieces and nephews, she was the one who cared for him the most, remaining by his bedside during his last 3 months. Third uncle? Xiaowei tilted her head and observed him. Why are your eyes red? Just some sand, Liu Wenyu replied, blinking vigorously before suddenly sweeping the little girl into his arms. Let us go. Uncle will make you some magical powder to drink. The little girl kicked her legs excitedly, then suddenly lowered her voice as if recalling something. Uncle, Yia hid half a boiled egg. Can I share it with you? Under the sun, the laughter of the uncle and niece startled the sparrows perched upon the courtyard wall. Liu Wenyu thought, for this little glutton, he must live life to the fullest. As Liu Wenyu stepped over the threshold into the main room, a loud clatter echoed. His mother, who was mending shoes, had her hands tremble, causing the sewing basket to tumble to the ground. His father's smoking pipe also fell with a loud thud, sparks scattering everywhere. Ding! Liu Dashin's defenses have been moderately breached. Gained 2 breach points. Rewards doubled. Ding! Rewards acquired. Chapter 29. Waiting with Guns in the Deep Mountains. Ding! Reward. System space expanded by 50 cubic meters. Liu Wenyu felt a surge of joy upon hearing that reward. Although he could use the system space for free, it was only about 500 cubic meters. As the rewards from the system grew increasingly abundant, he often felt his space was insufficient. If the system space could be expanded through rewards, then he could finally relax. My heavens! His mother trembled as she touched the milk powder can, her fingers shaking. How much did this cost? Suddenly, she grabbed a broom and threatened, "You wasteful child." Reacting quickly, Liu Wenyu raised Xiaohui in front of him as a shield. The little girl, still holding a piece of peach pastry in her mouth, blinked her big eyes at her grandmother and said, "Grandma, Uncle brought magical powder." Ding! Sun Xiaoyin's defenses have been moderately breached. Gained 2 breach points. Ding! Reward. 2 basic healing potions. His father, shaking, picked up the pipe and pointed at the Erguo 2 on the ground. "Did you use the money and tickets I gave you to buy this junk?" Suddenly, he noticed the 3 large catches in the net, his throat visibly moving. "Dad, all these things were bought with the money I made from selling game." Liu Wenyu replied with a grin, placing Xiaohui on a stool. "Look, this is to nourish Iya. She has become so thin." The iron spoon clanked against the enamel jar. The little girl squirmed restlessly on the stool, her eyes fixed on the spoon in her uncle's hand, opening her mouth wide with each scoop of milk powder as if that would allow her to eat more. Nonsense! His elder brother, Liu Wengang, suddenly stood up. "You can't keep any secrets from me with your meager savings." He halted mid-sentence upon seeing the white rice and golden cornmeal on the ground. Ding! Liu Wengang's defenses have been deeply breached. Gained 3 breach points. Ding! Reward. 3 points in strength attribute. Liu Wenyu suddenly felt a lightness in his body, as if an endless energy surged within him. Third, brother swallowed hard. "Didn't you say grandfather dreamed of a famine in the coming years? Why are you wasting money like this?" Xiaohui burst into tears. "Dad, don't scold uncle. Calm down, brother." Liu Wenyu gently patted his brother's shoulder before pulling out the purchase proof from his pocket. "Look at this." The bright red official seal was particularly striking under the oil lamp. The room fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of the fire in the stove. "Are you trying to make a fool of me?" Knowing full well that big brother can't read, "Why don't you read what's written on this for me?" Liu Wengang glared at the 2 pieces of paper in his hand, utterly confused. Shidong Police Station and a supply and marketing cooperative? Liu Wengang's second brother, Liu Wenxiang, had unknowingly approached. "When did you establish this connection?" Liu Wenyu smiled without answering, focusing on preparing the milk powder. As warm water poured in, the rich aroma of milk instantly filled the room. Xiaohui stamped her feet impatiently, her little hands reaching for the enamel jar. "Is it ready yet, uncle?" "It's a bit hot. Let it cool for a while." Liu Wenyu placed the jar on the windowsill, then turned and tossed a large catch to his second brother. "I know you crave this." His second brother clumsily caught it, eagerly tearing open the packaging. As the sound of tearing foil filled the air, their father suddenly thumped his smoking pipe on the Kong table. Everyone stopped. The old man's face turned pale. "Explain clearly. Where did all this come from?" Liu Wenyu, unfazed, pulled out a thick wad of cash from his inner pocket. As the family gasped collectively, he leisurely counted out 5 large black $10 bills onto the Kong table. "From selling fish. I delivered nearly 200 pounds to the police station today, and Director Liu personally provided the proof." Ding! Family collectively breached defenses. Gained 16 breach points. Ding! Reward. 30 yuan cash, 50 pounds of rice, 10 grade B cigarette tickets, and 10 grade B alcohol tickets. His mother sat down heavily on the stool, her fingers turning white from clenching. 200 pounds of fish. Where on earth did you get so much fish? "I caught them yesterday afternoon. I was afraid the villagers would get jealous, so I found a place to hide them." Liu Wenyu tested the milk powder's temperature before handing it to his eagerly awaiting little niece. "I'll go back to the mountains tomorrow. I guarantee our family will have meat every day from now on." Xiaohui held the enamel jar with both hands, sipping delicately like a kitten stealing milk. She didn't even bother to wipe her milk-stained mouth as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle is the best. Better than Aunt Zhao's big yellow dog." Laughter erupted throughout the room, while Liu Wenyu's veins throbbed involuntarily. "Aunt Zhao's big yellow dog? That was just a dog, for heaven's sake." The tense expression on his elder brother's face softened as he squatted down to pat his daughter's head. "Drink slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Family members' expressions finally eased, prompting Liu Wenyu to quickly change the subject. By the way, these 10 pounds of rice are a gift for you two elders. Mom, don't you often complain about stomach aches? From now on, you two and Yaya will eat fine grains. Just as his mother was about to scold him, she found herself momentarily speechless. In the meantime, his second brother had already lit a cigarette, delighting in the moment. Amidst the light blue smoke, he winked at Liu Wenyu third. Can you take me with you to the mountains tomorrow? There hasn't been any work in the team lately. No way, you're too clumsy. You'll scare away the game before we even see it. Liu Wenyu flatly refused. Goodness, now that I finally have my means of equality, no one is allowed to disturb my indulgence. Suddenly, Xiaowei slammed the empty milk jar onto the table, her little face tightening. Uncle, I want to go too. She leaped into Liu Wenyu's arms, clinging to his neck like a koala. I promise to be good. Liu Wenyu laughed heartily as he supported the little girl. But there are tigers in the mountains that specifically eat children. He winked at his second brother. Tomorrow I'll go alone. I promise you'll get a taste of the wild. The next day, as the dawn was still shrouded in a gray mist, Liu Wenyu treaded along the dew-soaked mountain path, his figure flickering amidst the trees. He deliberately avoided the hunting trails frequented by villagers, opting instead for the thorny, overgrown paths. Dew-soaked pant legs clung uncomfortably to his skin, yet he felt no discomfort. The 3 points of strength bestowed upon him by the system infused his entire being with boundless vigor. This location seemed adequate. Liu Wenyu wiped the fine sweat from his brow, standing atop a ridge with a panoramic view. The village lay over 20 kilometers away, nestled deep within the heart of the mountains. In the distance, the undulating peaks loomed, shrouded in morning mist, resembling a slumbering dragon. He inhaled deeply, and with a flicker of thought, the legendary water Lian Zhu manifested in his grasp. The weighty barrel glimmered with a cold sheen, the wooden stock still exuding a faint scent of gun oil. Liu Wenyu's fingers caressed the barrel gently, savoring its metallic chill. What a fine weapon, he murmured in admiration, expertly pulling back the bolt for inspection. 5 golden-hued bullets glimmered enticingly in the morning light. These rounds were a generous gift from the system, each polished to a brilliant shine. Liu Wenyu squinted his left eye, aligning the mechanical sights of the rifle with an ancient pine tree in the distance. The 3-point alignment brought to mind memories of his previous life during militia training, although back then he had only dealt with antiquated firearms. None were as nimble as this water Lian Zhu. With a soft click, he squeezed the trigger, the smooth operation of the mechanism causing his lips to curve into an involuntary smile. Pray, tremble before my long gun, which has long awaited your arrival. Chapter 30. The sudden appearance of bear tracks. The morning sun, like liquid, penetrated the thin mist and scattered across the forest, transforming the dew on the leaves into what appeared to be scattered diamonds. Liu Wenyu treaded upon the damp, loamy earth, feeling a slight resilience beneath his feet. His system-enhanced physique granted him precise control over every muscle, allowing his steps to be as silent as a specter, with even the most fragile twigs yielding no protest. Suddenly, he halted, his ears quivering slightly. His extraordinary hearing detected every sound within a 100-meter radius, the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker 30 paces away, the gentle plop of dew falling from the tips of oak leaves to his right, and even the subtle vibrations of earthworms writhing beneath the soil. These sounds coalesced in his mind, constructing a vivid, 3-dimensional map of the forest. This perceptual ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Liu Wenyu reveled internally, his throat unconsciously swallowing. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, the humid air laden with countless scents, the acrid odor of decaying oak leaves, the fresh aroma of new moss, the sweet fragrance of wild roses in the distance, and a faint, almost imperceptible stench, reminiscent of a carnivorous predator's mark. His eyes flew open, pupils adjusting rapidly to the changing light. His body sank silently as if liquid, and his right hand spread its fingers, lightly brushing the ground. His hunting specialization skill allowed him to instantly interpret the information before him. The freshly overturned moss at the edge, the sap still oozing from the broken frond stems. The half-inch deep paw prints in the soil, the forepaw impressions marginally larger than the hind ones. An adult fox, weighing approximately 12 pounds, had sprinted through here half an hour ago. A hunter's smile crept across Liu Wenyu's lips. To him, these tracks were as glaringly clear as headlines in a newspaper. Rising to his full height, his gaze swept over the treetops like radar. To an ordinary person, it appeared as mere layers of pine needles. But his enhanced vision quickly pinpointed a small, brownish figure, a red-bellied squirrel, clumsily clutching a pine cone, its front teeth gnawing rhythmically, blissfully unaware of the grim reaper's gaze upon it. Let us see how my master-level marksmanship fares against you, Liu Wenyu mused quietly, his right hand already resting on the slung water Lian Zhu rifle. The motion of retrieving the weapon was as fluid as breathing. As the walnut stock nestled against his shoulder, his muscles instinctively adjusted to the optimal shooting stance. There was no need for deliberate aiming. His masterful marksmanship ensured a perfect alignment of his eyes, the sights, and the target. He held his breath, his heartbeat steady at 60 beats per minute. The system-enhanced cardiovascular system allowed him to maintain unnerving calmness in any situation. His index finger gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of doves into flight. Perched 20 meters high, the squirrel froze mid-bite, a 7.62 bullet piercing its left eye. The feeble connection of its two hind legs spun and plummeted, caught deftly in Liu Wenyu's left hand. Damn it, he lamented, gazing at the remaining morsel in his grasp. Regret washing over him. He looked from the rifle to the meat, wishing he could slap himself. Oh, what a sin. For the next 2 hours, Liu Wenyu roamed the forest like a specter of death. His enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to spot a wild rabbit feasting on mushrooms from 60 meters away. The bullet struck the lethal triangle beneath the rabbit's left ear while it still chewed. 3 wild chickens startled from the underbrush. Barely had time to react before the water Lianzhu unleashed 3 bursts of flame. The first round severed the spinal cord of the lead chicken. The second found its mark in the heart of the one to the right, while the third bullet penetrated the wing root of the last. The 3 bodies fell almost simultaneously, feathers drifting gently through the air. Most astonishingly, by a brook, 2 wild chickens basked side by side on a rock. Liu Wenyu narrowed his eyes. The bullet pierced the chest of the first chicken, continuing its trajectory into the abdomen of the second. The ancient art of killing 2 birds with 1 stone had transformed his hands into a modern feat of shooting 2 chickens with a single bullet. With each shot fired, Liu Wenyu felt his muscle memory deepening. The motions of pulling the bolt and ejecting the shell became increasingly fluid, allowing him to reload without even glancing at the chamber. The Mosin-Nagant rifle seemed to become an extension of his very being. At noon, Liu Wenyu rested upon a moss-covered basalt rock, sunlight filtering through the canopy to cast dappled shadows upon him. Within the system's inventory lay 12 small game. Yet he still felt unsatisfied. He retrieved his water bottle, taking a sip of the mountain's spring water, its icy flow soothing his throat, prompting thoughts of whether to delve deeper into the wilderness. Just then, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, a jolt of electricity coursing down his spine. His danger perception skill blared an alarm in his mind. Something was watching him, a presence that posed a threat to his life. Liu Wenyu maintained his drinking motion, allowing only his eyes to slowly rotate. 30 meters away, under a beech tree, a shadow the size of a fuel barrel fixated on him with yellow-brown eyes. An adult Asian black bear, standing over a meter at the shoulder, weighing conservatively 300 pounds at minimum. Its 4 claws glinted dangerously, each resembling a curved dagger. The moist black nose twitched continuously, clearly detecting the scent of blood from his game bag. Liu Wenyu's blood surged with adrenaline, not from fear, but from the ignited instinct to hunt. His enhanced cardiovascular system kept his heartbeat steady at 65 beats per minute, his palms dry enough to grip the rifle stock firmly. His mind raced like a supercomputer, rapidly analyzing the situation. The bear was downwind and had already detected his presence. At 30 meters, a missed shot would allow the bear to charge in 35 seconds. To the left lay a steep slope at a 45-degree angle, and to the right, a swift stream just 10 steps away. His gaze swiftly scanned the surrounding terrain, a bold plan beginning to take shape. Liu Wenyu slowly rose, stretching his limbs and deliberately cracking his joints. Simultaneously, he retreated to his left rear, his boot crushing a dry twig beneath its weight. Come here, you. The black bear was instantly incensed, its forepaws slamming the ground, sending leaves swirling into the air. It opened its gaping maw and emitted a threatening roar, thick saliva stretching into threads between its fangs. Come on, big fella, Liu Wenyu provocatively whispered, continuing to shift to the left. The moment the black bear's hind leg muscles tensed, preparing to charge, he suddenly executed a tactical roll to the right front. This maneuver demanded an impeccable combination of explosive power, coordination, and timing, an endeavor nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Yet Liu's physique, far exceeding that of the average human, allowed him to move with the swiftness of a cheetah. Bang! Chapter 31. The Return Journey, brimming with laughter. Bang! Liu Wenyu's shot was executed with remarkable precision. The bullet flew above the bear's gaping jaws, piercing through its eyeball and striking directly at the brain, ultimately exiting near the foramen magnum. The immense inertia propelled the bear's corpse forward, its fangs carving deep grooves where Liu had just stood, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash beside the rocks, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Liu Wenyu knelt on one knee, exhaling a sigh of relief as he ejected a still-smoking shell casing. The brass shell landed on the moss with a dull thud. That shot, even among master marksmen, was an extraordinary feat, requiring calculations of roll angles, firing timing, and lead distance, an array of variables. He approached the bear's carcass to assess the outcome, astonished to discover that the bullet exit wound was merely the size of a 5-cent coin, causing minimal damage to the precious bear pelt. The precision of the kill seemed to resemble that of a scalpel rather than a bullet. Just as he bent down to process his catch, a sudden rustling sound caught his right ear. The sense of danger screamed anew, this time alarmingly close. Liu Wenyu's muscles tensed instantaneously, leaving him no time to turn. A small black bear sprang from the thicket barely 5 meters away. Clearly, it was the cub of the bear he had just dispatched. Though it was only a fifth of the mother-S size, its furious charge could still prove fatal. In a split second, Liu Wenyu, relying on his enhanced neural reflexes, dove forward while simultaneously raising his firearm for a blind shot. 2 gunshots nearly overlapped. Bang! Bang! The first bullet penetrated the cub's jaw from below, while the second struck true at its heart. The cub, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a couple of steps before collapsing at Liu Wenyu's feet, warm bear blood splattering onto his boots. He maintained his aim for a full 10 seconds, ensuring the danger had completely passed before slowly lowering his weapon. Gazing at the 2 bear carcasses, one large and one small, Liu Wenyu could not help but grin. Buy one, get one free. What a deal. The subsequent processing of his bounty was nothing short of artistry. His hunting expertise enabled him to swiftly complete the exsanguination, skinning, and dismemberment. The dagger glided along the muscle fibers, perfectly separating the 4 bear paws, while the gallbladder was extracted intact, its heavy ball a precious medicinal ingredient. The thick layer of subcutaneous fat emitted a delightful hiss as it separated from the fur. An hour later, the 2 bears had been transformed into neatly stacked chunks of meat, rolled pelts, and categorized internal organs. Satisfied, Liu Wenyu stored all his spoils into the system space, dusting off his greasy hands as he stood upright. As the sun dipped low in the west, he began his descent along the ridge line. The system space housed not only the 2 black bears, but also a dozen small game and various mountain goods. His body, enhanced by the system, allowed him to navigate the rugged terrain with ease. Occasionally, he would leap over low shrubs with astonishing agility. When the outline of the distant village appeared in his sight, Liu Wenyu deliberately slowed his pace, slightly hunching his shoulders to revert to the guise of an ordinary youth. The thought of the treasures within the system's space elicited a chuckle from him. Reborn into this era of material scarcity, yet possessing such a miraculous system was inherently absurd. Carrying 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant down the slope, he spotted a small figure with braided hair tiptoeing under the old locust tree at the village entrance, peering out. Liu Wenyu's smile widened, and he unconsciously quickened his steps. Little Haoyue waved her short arms and dashed toward him, the red ribbons in her hair resembling flickering flames in the sunset. Third uncle, third uncle. Her youthful voice echoed through the valley. Liu Wenyu crouched down with open arms, ready to embrace the warmest hug in the world. Little Haoyue bounded into Liu Wenyu's embrace, her small arms tightly wrapping around his neck. Third uncle, I've been waiting for you all day. She tilted her face up, her nose dusted with soot, clearly having just sneaked out of the kitchen. Liu Wenyu chuckled as he wiped the smudge with his thumb, magically producing 2 plump wild rabbits from behind his back. Look what third uncle brought you. Wow. Little Haoyue's eyes widened in amazement as she reached out to touch the rabbit's long ears. We get to eat meat again tonight. Aunt Xiao's big yellow dog couldn't catch this many. Liu Wenyu's lips involuntarily twitched. He found it perplexing how the girl always compared him to a dog. He lifted his niece with one arm while holding the game in the other, heading home. Come on, let's get back so Grandma can stew some rabbit meat for you. Before he could step through the gate, his mother's booming voice rang out. Running up the mountain all day and forgetting to come home for a meal. Then came his second brother's conciliatory tone. Mother, the third has his own judgment. Liu Wenyu deliberately coughed at the entrance, eliciting several pairs of eyes to fixate on the game he held. His mother's spatula froze in midair. His second brother nearly dropped his cigarette, and even his usually stern eldest brother widened his eyes in astonishment. Did you really hunt all this today? His second brother was the first to regain composure, rushing over to weigh the rabbits in his hands. Good heavens, they must weigh 5 or 6 pounds each. His eldest brother approached with a frown, his rough fingers inspecting the gunshot wound at the rabbit's necks. One-shot kill. Where did you get the gun? Liu Wenyu had already prepared his response. I borrowed it from a friend in the city. As he spoke, he handed the pheasant to the eagerly waiting little Haoyue. Take this to Grandma for soup. The little girl clutched the pheasant, which was nearly as tall as she was, almost tripping over its tail feathers but unwilling to let go, her comical struggle eliciting laughter from the entire family. Finally, his mother set down the spatula, her eyes misty as she reached for the silky meat. The mountains are so dangerous. I told you not to go, but you never listen. What if something happened? It's all right, mother. Did you forget what Grandpa taught me? Not wanting his mother to continue, Liu Wenyu quickly diverted the topic. I'll clean these 2 rabbits first. As he spoke, he grabbed one rabbit, and in a flash of a knife, the skin was peeled off as smoothly as if removing clothing, with the entrails landing precisely in a prepared wooden basin, all in under 2 minutes. His second brother gasped. That technique is swifter than our village butcher. Grandpa taught me in my dreams, Liu Wenyu replied nonchalantly, continuing his work, soon finishing the second rabbit. The aroma of the fat quickly permeated the air, drawing little Hao Yue like a hungry cat circling the cutting board. Finally, his mother snapped back to reality, trembling as she touched the shiny meat chunks. This will last us for several meals. We'll stew one today, and the other must be salted for preservation. There's no rush, mother. Liu Wenyu winked. I want to take some to my elder sister's family tomorrow, along with the wild boar meat from last time. The family's expressions froze, his eldest brother incredulously asking, you used to go to your sister's house either because you were out of money or craving meat. How come after being struck by lightning, you've changed your ways? Chapter 32. The defense system gains a strange artifact. People do grow up, Liu Wenyu replied casually, inwardly chastising himself for his past misdeeds. Little Hao Yue excitedly tugged at Liu Wenyu's hand. Third uncle, are you going to Annie's house? Can you take me with you? Liu Wenyu could not help but chuckle. Just as he was about to respond, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. His elder and second sisters-in-law stood at the threshold, each carrying a basket filled with wild vegetables freshly foraged from the fields. At that moment, their eyes fixated on the 2 wild rabbits sprawled on the cutting board. Oh my goodness. Third brother, have you managed to catch some game again today? Just lucky, that's all. Liu Wenyu replied with a grin. The sisters-in-law washed their hands and took over the cooking duties from their mother-in-law. Noticing his father was absent from the house, Liu Wenyu turned to his elder brother with a hint of curiosity. Brother, where's father? He asked at the village entrance, playing chess with someone. Perfect. I'll head to the brigade office, and when I return, I'll call him home for dinner, Liu Wenyu declared, rising to grab the 2 rabbit heads and necks set aside on the cutting board, tying them together with twine as he prepared to leave. Third brother, why not take some meat with you instead? Just the neck and heads might upset the brigade leader. His elder brother frowned, his rough fingers pinching a cigarette, his tone laced with concern. Liu Wenyu's lips curled into a barely noticeable, cynical smile. Brother, according to our village's rules, we must turn in 20% of the game caught in the mountains, but the parts submitted are at one's discretion. These 2 rabbits weigh about 12 pounds together, which means 2 pounds and 4 ounces. He won't dare say a word against me. He shook the rabbit heads and necks in his hand, their weight undeniably sufficient. His second brother approached, cigarette in mouth, lowering his voice. Are you doing this on purpose? Who doesn't he know that Yin Mingpeng is a vindictive bastard? Aren't you worried he'll make things difficult for our family in the future? He wouldn't dare, Liu Wenyu replied with a chilling demeanor. As long as he doesn't provoke us, I can tolerate him as brigade leader for a while longer. But if he dares to cross us, I'll ensure he can't even keep that position. Keep dreaming. His second brother regarded him with a teasing expression. Just then, little Hao Yue peeked out from beside the stove. Third uncle, Ye wants to eat rabbit ears. Is Ye being good? Liu Wenyu asked with a smile. I'm good. Ye is the best listener, especially to third uncle. If you're so good, we want to eat those. There is hardly any meat on them. After dinner, I'll give you a special powder that helps you grow taller. How about that? Liu Wenyu ruffled the little girl's hair, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes as he turned to leave. As he walked down the village path, Liu Wenyu contemplated Yin Mingpeng, the brigade leader, who had taken advantage of his position to deprive the villagers of their work points. Last winter, Widow Li at the village entrance was penalized 3 work points for taking half a day off due to a high fever. Furthermore, it would be a disservice to himself not to take the opportunity to annoy him. Given Yin's position, the reward for getting under his skin should be worthwhile. Otherwise, he would have already devised a way to oust this scoundrel from his position. The brigade office was the most impressive building in the village, a brick structure with a faded red sign hanging above its entrance. As Liu Wenyu stepped into the courtyard, he heard Yin Mingpeng's booming laughter from within. Mingjiu, your chess skills seem to have regressed. Is anyone alive in there? Liu Wenyu called out, deliberately raising his voice. I come to turn in today's catch. Instantly, the room fell silent. Yin Mingpeng, his beard belly protruding, emerged, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the items in Liu Wenyu's hands. Just this? Lu Laosan, are you trying to insult me? 2 wild rabbits. By the rules, I'm turning in 20%. Liu Wenyu swayed the rabbit heads and necks, deliberately selecting the best parts, having heard that the brigade leader had a fondness for rabbit heads. Yin Mingpeng's face reddened visibly, his plump hands slamming against the doorframe. Lu Laosan, do you think I'm a beggar? Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses were lightly breached, earning him 1 point of breach value. Ding. Reward. 5 large iron pots. Upon hearing this reward, Liu Wenyu's heart leaped with joy. Iron pots were a coveted item in this era, yet he maintained a facade of righteous indignation. Yin Mingpeng, don't slander me. Am I wrong for following the village rules and turning in 20% of my catch? Besides, what kind of family would feed a beggar rabbit heads and necks? Get lost. Yin Mingpeng snatched the rabbit heads, saliva flying. Stop trying to fool me with these scraps. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses were moderately breached, earning him 2 points of breach value. Ding. Reward. Secret recipe for spicy rabbit heads. Liu Wenyu chuckled inwardly. This spicy rabbit head recipe was a specialty in 21st century Sichuan cuisine, a rare treasure in this era. Damn it, even beggars are picky about their food these days. Liu Wenyu cursed under his breath as he turned to leave. Lu Laosan, Yin Mingpeng, furious, trembled with rage. You better pray you don't fall into my hands one day. Just one opportunity, and I'll take you down. Liu Wenyu waved his hand without looking back. Then you'd better wait patiently. Just don't trip and fall one day while walking. Well, that would be quite the spectacle. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses were deeply breached, earning him 3 points of breach value. Ding. Reward. 30 packets of bee attractant powder, special item. The bee attractant powder, when applied, emits a distinctive scent that attracts bees and wasps within a 10-kilometer radius, inciting them to launch a frenzied and sustained attack on the source of the scent for a duration of 24 hours. Use with caution. Liu Wenyu paused in his steps. Taken aback, wow, this thing is impressive. Imagining Yin Mingpeng being stung by bees and wasps until he resembled a swollen pig, he couldn't suppress a laugh. Moreover, the powder-esque scent could attract bees and wasps from 10 kilometers away. Yin Mingpeng would likely end up severely hurt. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted his father squatting beneath the old locust tree, engrossed in a game of chess with several elderly men. Liu Wenyu approached, first distributing cigarettes to the uncles present before softly addressing Liu Dajan. Father, it's time to head home for dinner. Liu Dajan glanced up, glaring at him. You rascal. What were you shouting about at the brigade office? The entire village must have heard. Nothing much, just turned in 20% of my catch according to the rules. Liu Wenyu shrugged, who knew Yin the brigade leader would find the rabbit heads unsatisfactory, claiming even beggars wouldn't eat them. The surrounding elders displayed expressions of indignation. Old Li, in particular, exclaimed in outrage that Yin Mingpeng is becoming more unreasonable by the day. Sanwazi, don't stoop to his level. Ding. Li Laoshuan's defenses were lightly breached. Earned 1 point of breach value. Ding. Reward. 1 soft-shelled turtle. Liu Wenyu felt a rush of satisfaction, surprised by the unexpected windfall. Perhaps he could catch a small wild chicken for a dish worthy of a farewell banquet. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Importantly, his recent efforts had not been in vain, as the villagers' opinions of him had noticeably improved. After exchanging pleasantries with a few more people, he helped his father up and headed home. Upon returning, the aroma of stewed meat wafted through the yard. Little Hao Yue flitted around the stove like a butterfly, occasionally tiptoeing to sneak a peek at the simmering meat. Grandpa, third uncle. Seeing Liu Wenyu return, the little girl rushed over to hug his leg. The meat is almost ready. Liu Wenyu bent down to lift her up, patting her little belly. Did you sneak a taste? He recalled how she had trouble that night after gorging on wild boar meat. I didn't see. Yaya is waiting for Grandpa and third uncle to eat together. Little Hao Yue shook her head vigorously. At dinner time, the family gathered around the octagonal table. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of meat over the past 2 days, they found themselves fixated on the pot of braised rabbit in the center, their mouths watering in anticipation. The matriarch served each person a piece of meat, deliberately giving a larger portion to little Hao Yue. Eat more. Yeah, so you grow strong. The little girl eagerly took a big bite, burning her mouth yet reluctant to spit it out, causing the entire family to erupt in laughter. Suddenly, the eldest brother inquired, Are you really going to sister's house tomorrow? Yes, we have so much meat that we can't finish it all. I'll take some her. Liu Wenyu replied, chewing his rice. Sister's family isn't faring well, so we should lend a helping hand. The second brother cast a meaningful glance at him. You've really changed. Liu Wenyu smiled without replying, his mind already plotting the plan for the next day. The bear paws and bear bile in the system space were quite valuable. As dawn broke the following day, Liu Wenyu rose early. He quietly packed the bamboo basket with the rabbit and wild boar meat he had set aside the night before, wrapping it securely in oil paper. You're leaving so early? His mother peeked from the kitchen, holding firewood. I need to get there before noon. Liu Wenyu replied, adding 2 whole grain buns to the basket. The journey to sister's house was long, and he couldn't travel quickly with Ye. Just then, little Hao Yue, rubbing her eyes, bounded out of the room, her hair tousled. Uncle San, Ye is awake. She leaped toward him, almost tripping over the threshold. Liu Wenyu caught her, pinching her little nose. Slow down, or you won't make it to Annie's house. After breakfast, Liu Wenyu tied little braids in Hao Yue's hair and handed her 2 pieces of milk candy. The little girl twirled in delight, like a joyful sparrow. Let's go. Liu Wenyu squatted down and lifted her up. The early summer breeze still bore chill. Not far from the village, the little girl insisted on walking by herself, hopping ahead and occasionally stopping to pick wildflowers or chase after butterflies. Liu Wenyu trailed behind leisurely, occasionally reminding her, be careful, watch your step. After walking about 2 or 3 miles, the little girl's excitement began to wane. She squatted by the roadside, her face flushed, and the wisps of hair on her forehead damp with sweat. Uncle San, please give me a hug. Ye can't walk anymore. Liu Wenyu had anticipated this. He chuckled, shaking his head, squatting to shift the bamboo basket onto his back. Come here, little lazybones. Little Hao Yue cheered and scrambled into his arms. Liu Wenyu lifted her little bottom as he stood, and she clung to his neck like a koala. Hold on tight, he teased, quickening his pace, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Her little legs swung at his waist, and she occasionally twisted to point out the wildflowers along the way. As he felt her weight in his arms and listened to her innocent chatter, a warm current surged within him. Such days were truly delightful. The early summer mist had yet to dissipate as Liu Wenyu walked along the field path towards his sister's home, the dewdrops dampening his pant legs, cool against his skin. Little Hao Yue rested her head on his shoulder, clutching a handful of wildflowers, yawning occasionally. Uncle San, how much farther? She asked sleepily, rubbing her eyes. We're almost there. Do you see that big locust tree ahead? We'll arrive shortly after we pass it. Liu Wenyu jostled her gently in his arms, lifting her up a bit. The bamboo basket, tightly wrapped in oil paper, felt heavy on his back, yet it brought him a deep sense of reassurance. As the sun ascended, it dispelled the morning fog. The wheat in the fields had begun to sprout ears, swaying gently in the breeze. The distant calls of cuckoos echoed, seemingly urging them to hasten. Little Hao Yue had fully awakened and began squirming in his arms. Uncle Sam, put me down. Ye wants to walk by herself. Liu Wenyu laughed and set her down. She immediately darted off like a playful rabbit, hopping ahead. Today, she wore a faded floral dress, her 2 little braids swinging with her movements, glinting in the sunlight. Be careful, don't fall. Liu Wenyu quickened his pace to keep up, his gaze never straying from her tiny figure. After walking for about half an hour, several earthen houses came into view, their thatched roofs glowing golden in the sunlight. That was sister's house. Liu Wenyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and quickened his steps. His sister, Liu Wenwan, was in the yard picking vegetables. Upon seeing her brother and little niece, she nearly dropped the wild greens in her hands. Wenyu, what brings you here? She hurriedly wiped her hands on her apron and rushed over, scooping little Hao Yue into her embrace. Oh, my little Ye, do you miss your Annie? Little Hao Yue giggled and wrapped her arms around her aunt's neck, kissing her cheek. Auntie, Ye brought you candy. She pulled out a slightly melted piece of milk candy from her pocket. Wenjuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to Liu Wenyu. What is the sudden visit for? Is something wrong at home? Liu Wenyu shook his head with a smile and walked straight into the main room. His sister's in-laws, Guomantan and Ding Lanji, were sitting on the threshold, twisting straw ropes. Upon seeing him, they squinted their weary eyes in scrutiny. Uncle Gua, Aunt Ding, you both seem well. Liu Wenyu greeted them respectfully, his voice resonating. Oh, it's Wenyu. Ding Lanji quickly stood up, brushing off the straw from her clothes. Come in and sit. Wenwan, hurry. Pour your brother some water. Guomantan also shakily rose, his calloused hand clasping Liu Wenyu's arm. Young man, it's been a while since we last met. How are your parents? They are well, Liu Wenyu replied, helping the elder sit before turning to retrieve items from the bamboo basket. As he unwrapped the oil paper, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. This is, Wenwan exclaimed, her eyes widening, nearly spilling the water bowl she held. Freshly caught wild rabbit from the mountains yesterday and wild boar meat from a few days ago. Liu Wenyu presented the various meats on the table, explaining that they had plenty left at home and wanted to share some with them to taste. Ding! Guomantan experienced a moderate emotional response, earning 2 points of emotional value. Ding! Rewards obtained. Chapter 34. The Sweetness of Wild Game and Warm Affection. Ding! Rewards, 6 feet of high-quality hemp rope. Ding! Ding Lanji experienced a moderate emotional response, earning 3 points of emotional value. Ding! Rewards, 15 pounds of fresh eggs. Ding! Liu Wenwan experienced a moderate emotional response, earning 2 points of emotional value. Ding. Rewards. 2 pounds of brown sugar. The system notifications rang in Liu Wenyu's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Seeing the astonished expressions of the 3 elders before him, he felt a mix of satisfaction and sorrow. In the modern world, this amount of meat would be insignificant. But in this era of scarcity, it was a precious lifeline. With a thought, Liu Wenyu quietly placed the system rewards of brown sugar and eggs into the bamboo basket. Guomantin, gazing at the meat on the table, stomped his foot in agitation, the sound echoing on the ground. Young man, what are you doing? Is life at home so difficult? Why bring so much meat? Do your parents know? Ding Lanji trembled as she pushed the meat away. No. You must take it back. Wenwan, quickly pack it for your brother. Standing at the doorway, Wenwan was already in tears, choking on her words. Little Haoyue, puzzled, tugged at her aunt's sleeve. Auntie, don't cry. Yia has candy for you. Liu Wenyu's heart softened as he crouched down to lift the little girl into his arms. Smiling as he explained, Dear elders, please do not be anxious. Allow me to finish my tale. A few days ago, my companions and I ventured up the mountain and managed to catch a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds. We still have around 50 to 60 pounds of meat hanging at home. Rest assured, you may accept it without concern. Over 300 pounds? Guomantin gasped. Disbelief etched across his wrinkled face. How could you youngsters handle such a behemoth? It was merely luck, fortunately without peril. Liu Wenyu nonchalantly recounted the earlier dangers, then continued with a smile. Indeed, we have an abundance of meat at home. My mother specifically asked me to bring some for you. The elder sister wiped her tears and, with a quiver in her voice, remarked, You have truly grown. In the past, you would never have thought to bring gifts for your sister. Liu Wenyu felt a pang in his heart. In his previous life, he had indeed been rather selfish, never once considering his family. He quickly shifted the subject. Sister, where are brother-in-law, Xiaoming, and Xiaoyang? I haven't seen them. Your brother-in-law took the 2 boys to the river to catch fish. The elder sister composed herself, finally smiling. Those 2 little rascals insisted on having fish. They were clamoring to go out before dawn. They should be back soon. Just then, joyous shouts from the children echoed from outside. Mother, we caught fish. 2 sun-kissed boys rushed into the courtyard, each holding a string of crucian carp tied with straw. Upon seeing the gathered company, the boys paused momentarily before recognizing Liu Wenyu. Third uncle, the elder boy, Xiaoming, exclaimed first, with Xiaoyang eagerly following suit. Brother-in-law Guodeong, carrying a wooden bucket, was taken aback at the sight of Liu Wenyu. Wenyu? What brings you here? Before Liu Wenyu could respond, little Haoyue wriggled out of his hold and ran to her cousins, proudly declaring, Brother Xiaoming, Brother Xiaoyang, Yia has brought meat. It's delicious. The children were instantly drawn to the aroma of the meat, gathering around the table, visibly salivating. Brother-in-law's puzzled expression shifted between the meat and Liu Wenyu's face. Ding. Guodeong has been moderately affected. Gained 2 points of emotional impact. Ding. Gained reward. 6 wild carp, approximately 2 pounds each. Ding. Xiaoming has been lightly affected. Gained 1 point of emotional impact. Ding. Gained reward. A packet of maltose. Ding. Xiaoyang has been lightly affected. Gained 1 point of emotional impact. Ding. Gained reward. 5 glass marbles. Upon hearing the latter 2 rewards, Liu Wenyu shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the rewards for children were always related to their interests. Feigning a search in his backpack, he produced the previously rewarded packet of maltose and 5 marbles, presenting them before the 3 children. Wow, candy! Xiaoyang's eyes widened, his small hands reaching out eagerly. Xiaoming, though attempting to maintain an air of maturity, could not hide his yearning as he swallowed repeatedly. Meanwhile, little Haoyue curiously tiptoed, trying to catch a glimpse of the shiny glass marbles in third uncle's hand. Liu Wenyu knelt down, opening the packet of maltose, releasing a sweet, fragrant aroma that enveloped them. The 3 little ones inhaled deeply in unison. Even Guodeong, standing nearby, couldn't help but take a second glance. Here, each of you take a small piece. Liu Wenyu carefully broke off a chunk the size of his thumb, instructing, remember, let the candy dissolve slowly in your mouth. Do not chew it, and certainly do not eat it every day. Xiaoyang took the candy, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth, his eyes squinting in bliss. Xiaoming, mimicking an adult, first thanked third uncle before wandering over to his mother, eager to offer her the maltose. Liu Wenwan smiled, ruffling her son's hair before accepting the maltose and gently placing it in his mouth. Little Haoyue followed suit, sweetly saying, Thank you, third uncle. Such a good child. Liu Wenyu chuckled, patting Xiaoming's head before presenting the 5 glass marbles to all 3. Sunlight streamed through the marbles, casting colorful reflections on the ground, eliciting gasps of delight from the children. 2 for Xiaoming, 2 for Xiaoyang. Liu Wenyu divided the marbles between the boys, placing the final one in little Hao Yue's palm, saying, "This one is for Yiya. You must play together with your sister." Suddenly, Xiaoyang sprang forward, wrapping his arms around Liu Wenyu's neck, his candy-sticky lips planting a kiss on his cheek. "Third uncle is the best. Better than dad. Little rascal." Guodeong chuckled, playfully pretending to swat him, but Xiaoyang nimbly dodged behind Liu Wenyu. Xiaoming, more composed, caressed his two gleaming marbles and inquired, "Third uncle, are these very expensive? I've seen them at the village chief's grandson's place. He wouldn't let anyone touch them." A pang of sadness struck Liu Wenyu. In the later world, glass marbles were commonplace. Yet in this era, they were a rarity. He gently replied, "They are not expensive. Feel free to play with them. Next time I visit, I shall bring you something else." The three children erupted in cheers, Xiaoyang already tugging at his sister to hurry outside, exclaiming, "Yeah, let us go. I'll take you to win against Guzi in spinning tops. He said last time that I don't have any good toys." Little Hao Yue stumbled after him, calling back, "Third uncle, Yiya is going to play." The elder sister hurried to the door, admonishing, "Don't run too far. We'll be eating soon." Turning back to Liu Wenyu, she sighed, "You spoil them too much. Such wonderful gifts." "Sister, they're just children." Chapter 35. A toast to warm affection. Liu Wenyu chuckled as he rose, patting his brother-in-law on the shoulder. "Brother-in-law, let us enjoy a hearty meal together this afternoon. I brought a fine bottle of wine for us to share." The elder sister snapped back to reality, rushing towards the kitchen. "I'll start cooking right away. Wenyu, you sit and rest for a moment after your long journey. I'll help." Liu Wenyu rolled up his sleeves to follow her. "Brother-in-law, I also brought some brown sugar and eggs. Please put them away quickly before those two little rascals break the eggs." Upon hearing that there were more items, the elder sister's eyes brimmed with tears once again. "What are you doing this for?" "To nourish the children," Liu Wenyu softly replied. "Sister, I was thoughtless in the past. In the future, I will come to visit you often." At last, the elder sister's tears flowed freely, her shoulders trembling slightly. The crackling fire in the stove illuminated her rough hands and the prematurely wrinkled face. Liu Wenyu quietly added more firewood to the stove. But soon he was pulled out of the kitchen by his brother-in-law, who clasped his arm firmly. "Wenyu, you must tell me honestly," Guodeong insisted, dragging Liu Wenyu to the corner of the courtyard beneath an old locust tree before releasing him. The dark-skinned farmer's eyes widened in astonishment, his rough hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. "Over 300 pounds of wild boar. How did you manage to catch it?" Liu Wenyu scratched his head. Catching a glimpse of his elder sister peering anxiously from the kitchen window, he deliberately raised his voice to laugh. "Brother-in-law, it was truly a stroke of luck. That day, we merely intended to catch a few mountain chickens." As he recounted the story, Guodayong's expression grew increasingly animated. When he heard about the wild boar charging from the thicket, this man, who could typically carry 200 pounds of grain, gripped the coarse bark of the locust tree, his knuckles turning white. Zhuzi and I immediately climbed up the tree. Liu Wenyu glossed over the thrilling parts of the tale, deliberately omitting the perilous moments. The beast circled below, shaking the tree. "I thought it was a lost cause, so I shot down all the arrows I had brought." Guodeong inhaled sharply, instinctively touching his thigh. Last winter, Zhang Taitu, the hunter from the neighboring Wangjegu, met his demise at the hands of a wild boar. Who could have foreseen that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead mouse? Liu Wenyu hurriedly interrupted his brother-in-law's ensuing tale. "Behold, an arrow striking perfectly into the eye socket." That beast howled and crashed about, ultimately struggling for several minutes before succumbing entirely. "Good heavens!" Guodeong slapped the tree trunk, causing the locust flowers to flutter down like rain. "Your luck is something else entirely." Suddenly lowering his voice and leaning in with an air of mystery, he asked, "Wenyu, be honest with your brother-in-law. Your elder sister mentioned you had been in a coma for several days, and that our grandfather visited you in a dream. Is there any truth to that?" Liu Wenyu nearly choked on his own saliva, bewildered by the abrupt shift in topic from his brother-in-law, struggling to keep pace with his rhythm. Guodeong anxiously scanned the surroundings, retrieving a faded red cloth pouch from his pocket. "This is a talisman for safety that your sister obtained from the goddess temple last year. You should carry it." "Brother-in-law," Liu Wenyu chuckled, pushing the talisman back, insisting that there was no such deity in the mountains. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he lowered his voice and asserted, "My sister was not mistaken. During those days I was unconscious. Grandfather indeed imparted many skills to me in my dreams." Guodeong appeared more accepting of this explanation, yet his anxiety resurfaced. "This is something we should keep within the family. You mustn't speak of it outside. Is it not forbidden to promote such feudal superstitions nowadays? If the villagers were to find out, they might brand you with the stigma of promoting such beliefs." "Dinner is ready." The timely call from his sister interrupted the exchange, the aroma wafting from the kitchen causing Guo Daong to swallow hard. Liu Wenyu silently apologized once more to his deceased grandfather, when suddenly the courtyard door was flung open from the outside. 3 mischievous little rascals burst in like a whirlwind, with Xiao Yang brandishing a wooden top, shouting, "Father, third uncle, look at the one I won from Air Guzzi." Whack! The top slipped from his grasp and landed right at his elder sister's feet, nearly toppling the bowl of freshly cooked rabbit meat. Enraged, she grabbed a broom, ready to strike. The children screamed and scattered throughout the yard, while Guo Daong rushed to intervene, creating a scene beneath the old locust tree. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Wenyu slipped into the main room, where he found Guo Manton trembling as he arranged bowls and chopsticks on the 8 immortals table. Upon noticing Liu Wenyu's entrance, the elderly man's murky eyes sparkled with delight. "Boy, come, sit here. Today, the 3 of us shall share a drink." The midday sun filtered through the window, casting warm patches of light on the mottled earthen walls. In the center of the 8 immortals table, a bowl of braised rabbit meat glistened invitingly, alongside a steaming pot of wild boar meat stewed with vermicelli. "Don't just stand there." Guo Manton shakily raised a coarse porcelain wine cup, the rich aroma of Erdwo filling the air. "Liu Wenyu's presence is rare. Today, our Guo family shall celebrate as if it were the new year." Xiao Yang had long been drooling with anticipation. Seizing the moment when the adults were distracted, he reached for the chopsticks to grab some meat. His sister swiftly smacked his hand. "No manners. Let grandfather eat first. Eat, eat." The old man chuckled as he selected the fattiest piece of wild boar meat, but then turned and placed it into Xiao Haiyue's bowl, saying, "Here, yeah, eat more. The smarter you grow, the better." The little girl sweetly expressed her thanks, carefully blowing on the steaming morsel. Liu Wenyu noticed that while his sister served the 2 children meat, she only took some pickled greens for herself. His heart warmed, and he directly placed 2 pieces of wild boar meat in her bowl. "Sister, you should eat too. I'm fine with just vegetables." His sister hurriedly waved her hands, but Guo Daong pressed down on her shoulder. This honest farmer's eyes glistened with emotion. "Wife, you must eat. After all these years." After a few rounds of drinks, Guo Daong's face was flushed. Suddenly, he stood up, his hand trembling slightly as he raised the wine cup. "Wenyu, a toast to you from your brother-in-law." This man, not known for his eloquence, tilted his head back to down the drink, wiping his mouth afterward. "From now on, if there's anything, this life of your brother-in-law is yours." "What nonsense are you spouting?" His sister quickly pulled it back down, yet discreetly wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve. Xiao Haiyue, unbeknownst to Wen, had climbed onto Liu Wenyu's lap, her little head nodding drowsily, tightly clutching that glass marble. The sunlight filtering through her fine hair cast a soft, fuzzy shadow in Liu Wenyu's palm. "Third uncle," the little girl mumbled sleepily. "Yaya wants to eat meat tomorrow." Laughter erupted around the table. Liu Wenwan wiped away her tears, saying, "This child is just like Wenyu was when he was young, always craving." Liu Wenyu bowed his head to eat, yet a smile crept onto his lips, watching the gleaming faces of his relatives at the table, suddenly feeling that even the coarse, mixed grain flatbreads were imbued with sweetness. Chapter 36. The warmth of home in the kitchen smoke. As the sun leaned towards the west, Xiao Haiyue finally emerged from the inner room, rubbing her eyes. The little girl's hair was tousled, a few stubborn strands sticking up, her little hand clutching that marble tightly as she sleepily climbed onto Liu Wenyu's lap. "Third uncle is home," the little girl murmured in her baby voice, her small face rubbing against Liu Wenyu's washed-out shirt, leaving drool stains all over it. Liu Wenyu gazed down at his niece's rosy cheeks, his heart melting. He gently patted Xiao Haiyue's back and looked up at his sister, who was mending clothes. "Sister, how about letting Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang stay with me for a few days? They can keep Yaya company." "No way." His sister's sewing came to an abrupt halt, the needle nearly pricking her finger. She cast a frantic glance at their parents-in-law, who were sitting on the threshold weaving bamboo baskets, and lowered her voice. "Am I unaware of our family's situation? Having 2 more mouths to feed is a burden." Guo Daong also set down the half-finished bamboo basket, his dark face reflecting disapproval. "Wenyu, your brother-in-law appreciates your kind intentions. But these days," he rubbed his rough fingers, leaving his sentence unfinished. Yet everyone in the room understood. Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain these days. Liu Wenyu observed his sister's gaunt cheeks and the thick calluses on his brother-in-law's hands, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He cautiously retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, revealing several large black bills. "Sister, this is the money I made from selling wild game some time ago. Please take it for now. Put it away." His sister suddenly exclaimed sharply, startling Xiao Haoyue. Liu Wenyu quickly softened her tone, but was visibly anxious, her eyes reddening. Do you understand the importance of not flaunting wealth? We can't let outsiders see. She nervously glanced towards the door, fearful of anyone passing by. At that moment, Ding Lanji emerged from the inner room, holding a bulging coarse cloth bag. Wenyu, take this with you. It's the radish greens we dried ourselves. Grab a handful when boiling porridge to stave off hunger. Just as Liu Wenyu was about to refuse, he noticed Guomanton squatting on the threshold, quietly saying, "Take it. Your family has many mouths." The elderly man's rough fingers deftly worked with the bamboo strips, yet his gaze remained fixed on the ground. Xiao Yang had slipped in at some point, his dirty little hands tugging at Liu Wenyu's clothing. "Third uncle, can I go home with you? I only eat one meal a day, or half a meal." He emphasized his point by dramatically sucking in his stomach, indicating his small size. "You little rascal." Guo Deong pretended to scold him, raising his hand high, but only lightly ruffling his son's hair. "No going." "I know." Xiao Yang suddenly puffed out his chest, innocently declaring, "Grandma's house doesn't he have enough to eat either. Last year, third uncle even came to our house to get sweet potatoes." The room fell silent in an instant, Guo Deong awkwardly rubbing his hands. Liu Wenyu felt as if he had been stung by a hornet, the past misdeeds leaving scars on his loved ones. He crouched down to meet his nephew's gaze, seriously saying, "Xiao Yang is correct. It was my fault in the past. But I assure you, third uncle will never let it happen again." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, causing everyone to fall silent. His sister quickly pressed the cloth pouch back into Liu Wenyu's pocket, anxiously watching the courtyard door. Only when the footsteps faded did she let out a sigh of relief, yet she stubbornly refused to allow the children to go outside. "What if the kids just spent one night?" Guo Deong tentatively suggested, gazing at his son's hopeful eyes. "Not even for one night." The elder sister, in a state of agitation, stamped her feet and lowered her voice further. "Have you forgotten the last time? As soon as when you left after borrowing grain." Those whispers spread throughout the village. It was then that Liu Wenyu understood what his sister was afraid of. Silently, he lifted the already awakened little Haoyu and gently touched the heads of his two nephews, saying, "Next time you come, your third uncle will take you to the county to see the market." "Really?" Little Yang's eyes widened in excitement. "I want to see a tractor. I want to buy picture books." Little Ming could not help but shout, then timidly glanced at their mother. The elder sister turned her face away to wipe her eyes, ultimately refraining from further opposition. Suddenly, Guomanton stood up and retrieved an oil paper bag from the inner room, saying, "Take this with you. Your father's old leg ailment will benefit from soaking this in liquor." As the sun descended in the west, Liu Wenyu, carrying little Haoyu, set off on his journey home. His brother-in-law stubbornly stuffed half a bag of mixed grains into his bamboo basket, carefully covering it with straw. Little Ming and little Liang chased him for quite a distance before being called back by Guo Deong at the village entrance. The little girl, now awake, was in high spirits, chattering incessantly along the way. "Third uncle, why is the elder aunt crying?" "Because she's happy." "Then I will make the elder aunt happy every day." "All right." The evening breeze carried the rustling sounds of wheat ears, and Liu Wenyu turned to glance back at the village shrouded in dusk. His elder sister still stood beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, her figure growing smaller, yet she had not turned to leave. Ding! Liu Wenyu's defenses have been shattered. Gained 5 points of defense value. Ding! Reward obtained. 50 strings of bone and flesh connection, automatically stored in system space. The system's notification echoed in Liu Wenyu's mind. Yet he could not muster a smile. He weighed the heavy bag of grains on his back and recalled the words his sister had whispered as they parted. "If life at home becomes unbearable, just let me know. I can always spare some food." Suddenly, little Haoyu pointed at the evening clouds, exclaiming, "Third uncle, look! It's like the flower buns that elder aunt steams." Liu Wenyu followed her tiny finger and beheld the fiery clouds, reminiscent of the longevity peach buns his sister would steam during the new year. In those years, she would always secretly give him the biggest piece. The distant sound of the production team's closing bell startled a flock of sparrows. Little Haoyu squirmed in his embrace, suddenly pointing towards the edge of the field. "Third uncle, look! Grasshoppers!" Liu Wenyu followed her gaze and saw several plump grasshoppers hopping among the grass. His eyes brightened, and he gently set the little girl down. You, wait here. I'll catch some grasshoppers for you, and we can roast them when we get back." As dusk deepened and smoke spiraled upward, Liu Wenyu squatted by the edge of the field, listening to his niece's tinkling laughter, and suddenly felt that life was like the grasshoppers in his hand. Though small, they were indeed substantial sustenance. When Liu Wenyu returned home with little Haoyu, the sky had turned dark. In the yard, his father was squatting by the well, washing his feet, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, revealing his veiny calves. His older and second brothers sat smoking by the grinding stone, while his sisters-in-law busied themselves in the kitchen, the clattering of spatulas mingling with the crackling of firewood. Back already? His father glanced up and continued scrubbing the mud from his feet. How's your sister's family doing? Liu Wenyu set down little Hao Yu and took out the half bag of mixed grains from his bamboo basket. It's tough. The elder sister insisted on giving us this. His father's hands paused. Droplets of water trickled down his withered ankles. He stared at the sack of grain for a long while, finally letting out a long sigh without saying a word. Little Hao Yu bounced over to her grandfather, proudly holding up a marble. Grandpa, look, it's from third uncle. Oh, how beautiful. His father managed a strained smile, rough hands ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Go play. Grandpa is washing his feet, observing the weariness etched on his father's face. Liu Wenyu pulled his second brother aside to the jujube tree at the edge of the yard and lowered his voice. Second brother, did Yin Mingping's grandson make things difficult for our family when it came to job assignments? Chapter 37. A stirring exchange of bare meat for labor. Second brother Liu Wenxiang snorted coldly at the mention, exhaling a puff of smoke that lazily dispersed in the evening sun. Does he dare? I've been wanting to deal with him for a long time. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking audibly, the veins on the back of his dark hand standing out prominently. Liu Wenyu hesitated, wanting to speak but hesitating. Don't worry, his second brother firmly patted his shoulder. No matter what, Yin Mingpeng must maintain some face. That bastard Wu Ti hold his position as village chief if it weren't for his father's influence. Speaking of Yin Mingpeng, his father, Yin Dabin, was a figure of admiration in the village. Liu Wenyu recalled how, during summer nights when seeking relief from the heat, the elders would often recount the tale of a snowy night many years ago when a gang of bandits infiltrated the village. It was Yin Dabin who stood guard at the village entrance with an old hunting rifle, single-handedly holding off 7 or 8 bandits. The gunfire awakened the entire village, and by the time the police arrived, Yin Dabin had already collapsed in a pool of blood, having taken 3 bullets but still clutching one of the bandits' legs tightly. What a pity, the second brother sighed, extinguishing his cigarette, but in the dirt, good bamboo produces bad shoots. The reputation earned by Yin Dabin with his life has been squandered by his son. Now, who in the village didn't he whisper behind his back? Dinner is ready. The shout from his sister-in-law interrupted the brothers' conversation. Little Hao Yu, like a joyful little deer, bounded towards the steaming iron pot, exclaiming, I'm starving. I am starving. This elicited hearty laughter from the entire family. The next day, just as dawn broke and the dew on the grass glistened, Liu Wenyu quietly slipped out of the house. In the kitchen, his mother was steaming corn buns, the steam obscuring her face. Perhaps the health tonic mixed in with the vegetables recently had begun to take effect, as Liu Wenyu felt his parents appeared considerably younger these days. Were you off to so early? His mother asked without looking up, her hands continuing their work. Just going to the city for a stroll. Liu Wenyu replied vaguely, grabbing 2 still-hot corn buns from the steamer, wincing as he tucked them into his coat. Be back before dark. Understood, mother. After walking over a mile from the village, Liu Wenyu scanned his surroundings, confirming that there wasn't a soul in sight on the field path before he made a subtle gesture. With a whoosh, a gleaming bicycle materialized on the dirt road. The chrome parts on the handlebars sparkled in the morning sun, and the tires made crisp sounds as they rolled over the gravel. Having the system space is truly convenient. Liu Wenyu affectionately stroked the smooth bike seat and mounted it with a flip. As the wheels began to turn, he couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. 40 minutes later, the imposing city walls of Sijio appeared faintly through the morning mist. Liu Wenyu stopped in a small grove outside the city, retrieved a big front door cigarette from the system space, struck a match, and lit it. The pungent tobacco dulled his travel fatigue as he squinted at the slogans proclaiming long live the great leap forward. On the city walls, his thoughts drifting back to his previous life, a time when food delivery was just a call away. Who would fight so hard for a meal? Comrade, please show your identification. Just as he rode up to the city gate, a militiaman holding a rifle blocked his path. Liu Wenyu calmly produced the introduction letter issued by the brigade. The militiaman scrutinized the bicycle's steel stamp and stared at him for several moments before finally allowing him to pass. Upon entering the city, the scene before him tightened his heart. The sign at the entrance of the grocery store read, "No meat today," and the line for vegetables twisted around 3 corners. A few emaciated children pressed their noses against the glass of the pastry shop, their faces squished flat. The glass counter of the Shidon Supply and Marketing Cooperative gleamed brightly, where Jiang Chunyan and Wu Shilian leaned against the counter, engaging in casual conversation. Spotting Liu Wenyu riding his bicycle over, Jiang Chunyan's round face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Oh my, isn't this Comrade Liu? She hurriedly approached, though her eyes kept darting to the sack on the back of the bicycle. Behind her, Wu Shilian was even more exaggerated, her nose twitching incessantly, resembling a cat that had caught a whiff of fishy scent. The burlap sack was bulging, soaked through with dark red blood, leaving several ghastly stains on the cart's frame. Sister Jiang, Sister Wu, good morning. Liu Wenyu greeted cheerfully as he steadied his bicycle. Jiangzi, come help. Jiang Chunyan shouted towards the back of the warehouse, then turned to Wu Shilian and said, quickly go fetch the director and tell him, comrade, Liu has brought us supplies. No sooner had she finished speaking than a lean man darted out from behind the warehouse. Dong Wanquan rushed over, nearly tripping over his own shoelaces. Flustered, he adjusted his liberation hat tilted askew, his eyes wide as saucers. Liu, comrade Liu, what's in that sack? Brother Chong, just some mountain goods, Liu Wenyu replied, suppressing a chuckle. Mountain goods? Dong Wanquan suddenly froze, his nose twitching as if it were a radar. The pungent odor was undoubtedly that of meat. He lunged toward the bicycle, nearly pressing his face against the burlap sack. Jiang Chunyan stomped her foot in frustration. You fool. As if you want everyone to know. Hurry up and move it inside. As she spoke, she reached to pinch Dong Wanquan's ear. Trembling, he fumbled to untie the sack. Just as hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, Ding Shichong bounded down in a flurry, strands of his meticulously combed hair disheveled. Little Liu, at last you've come. He grasped Liu Wenyu's hand warmly, as if greeting a long-lost brother. Let them handle the heavy lifting. We'll go upstairs for tea. The office's decor made Liu Wenyu raise an eyebrow. The mahogany desk gleamed as if polished to a mirror finish, and in the corner stood a pristine Huasheng electric fan. In those days, an electric fan was a rarity, far beyond the reach of an ordinary worker's half-year salary. Ding Shichong personally brewed a cup of high-quality tea, the leaves unfurling in the hot water, releasing a fragrant aroma. What stuff have you brought this time? He asked, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yesterday, fortune smiled upon us in the mountains, Liu Wenyu replied, leisurely blowing away the froth. We encountered a black bear. With a thud, Ding Shichong's teacup lid clattered onto the desk. You mean to say that sack contains bear meat? His voice shifted pitch, fingers unconsciously tapping a rapid rhythm on the table. How many pounds? A full 100 pounds, Liu Wenyu grinned, setting down the teacup with a crisp sound against the tabletop. Ding Shichong leapt to his feet, pacing the office in excitement, his shoes creating a rapid tempo on the floor. Little Liu, how much do you intend to sell the bear meat for per pound? He suddenly turned to ask. Director Ding, Liu Wenyu met his gaze. I don't plan to sell this meat. What? Ding Shichong was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he anticipated what Liu Wenyu would say next. If possible, I'd like to exchange this meat for a job, a formal position at the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as predicted, upon Liu Wenyu's words, the office fell into a pin-drop silence. Ding Shichong's brows knit tightly, the rhythm of his fingers on the tabletop quickening. After a moment, he sighed deeply. Little Liu, it's not that I don't want to help. Right now, the quota for formal positions at the supply and marketing cooperative, he lowered his voice, making a gesture, can fetch this amount on the black market. 600 yuan. Liu Wenyu recognized the truth in Ding Shichong's words, knowing that such job quotas would be snatched away the moment they appeared on the black market. I understand, Liu Wenyu nodded, his expression betraying no disappointment. If it's too difficult for Director Ding, then forget it. A few days ago, Director Liu mentioned he might have a way, if all else fails. I'll just send the meat to him. Hearing Liu Wenyu's first half of the sentence, Ding Shichong breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing the latter half, he immediately sprang up. Wait a minute, Ding Shichong exclaimed, knocking his office chair back half a meter. What I meant was, let's discuss this matter further. Liu Wenyu leisurely lifted his teacup, observing the tea leaves swirling in the cup. Sweat beads glistened on Ding Shichong's forehead under the sunlight, resembling ripe grapes. Director Ding, I can wait. Liu Wenyu blew away the tea froth, glancing meaningfully out the window, but I can't say the same for that bear meat. The temperature at noon isn't low. Ding Shichong's complexion shifted dramatically. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Striding to the telephone, you wait a moment, I'll make a call. Liu Wenyu gestured for him to proceed, reclining comfortably in his chair. Ding Shichong seized the old-fashioned rotary phone, vigorously turning the dial. Operator, please connect me to Director Wang's office at the 49 City Cooperative Supply and Marketing Association. This is Ding Shichong from the Shidan Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Watching this scene, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but reminisce about the convenience of smartphones in his previous life. In this era, making a call involved operator connections, and often one would wait half a day for a call back. After hanging up, Ding Shichong returned to sit across from Liu Wenyu on the sofa. Little Liu, how large was that bear? Aside from the 100 pounds of meat, how much more is there? What about the bear paws and skin? Liu Wenyu smiled slightly. Director Ding, I have my own arrangements for the rest. However, he paused deliberately. If the job can be secured, I might be able to part with a bit more. Ding Shichong's eyes lit up, and after about 10 minutes, the office phone suddenly rang. Ding Shichong jumped up as if pricked by a needle, grabbing the receiver. Hello? Director Wong. This is Ding Shichong. I have a special situation to report to you. Liu Wenyu noticed Ding Shichong's fingers tightly gripping the phone line, knuckles turning white. A muffled voice emerged from the other end, and Ding Shichong's expression grew increasingly grim. Yes, I understand. Ding Shichong suddenly covered the mouthpiece, glancing at Liu Wenyu with a troubled expression. The higher-ups said the matter could be arranged, but the 100 pounds of bear meat isn't enough. They require an additional 60 pounds of meat and 4 bear paws. He swallowed hard. Of course, everything will be purchased at the highest price. Liu Wenyu narrowed his eyes, feigning contemplation, and after 5 seconds, he nodded decisively. Ding Shichong exhaled in relief, quickly agreeing over the phone. After hanging up, he slumped into his chair, his shirt back already soaked through. It's done. However, I hesitate to ask, who is this job being arranged for? For my sister-in-law. Seeing the confusion on Ding Shichong's face, Liu Wenyu casually explained, my sister-in-law treats me well. Whenever there is something good to eat or drink at home, it's always saved for me first. Such a rare opportunity must be prioritized for family. Ding Shichong nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. It's more convenient to arrange for a woman. Thus, let your sister-in-law start as a temporary worker, and after 3 months, she'll be confirmed. During this period, I'll have someone mentor her. What does that sound? Deal. Liu Wenyu extended his hand, but I have one condition. The paperwork must be completed within 3 days. Ding Shichong chuckled ruefully as he shook his hand. You're quite the negotiator. I'll have someone take care of it right away. As for the remainder, I'll go fetch the meat now. Liu Wenyu stood up. Half an hour later, Liu Wenyu returned to the supply and marketing cooperative on his bicycle, moving briskly. Ding Shichong eagerly peeled back a corner of the burlap sack, revealing 4 plump bear paws and several pieces of bear meat neatly arranged inside. What a treasure! Ding Shichong marveled, stroking the fur on the bear paws. The quality was such that even the chefs at state-owned restaurants would be drooling. Liu Wenyu merely smiled in silence. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly entered the doorway of the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon noticing Ding Shichong, the individual promptly approached him with swift strides. Director Ding, this is a message from Director Wong to deliver to you. Ding Shichong chuckled heartily, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket to offer the man a stick. After the individual departed, he directly handed the item in his possession to Liu Wenyu. Here, this is your sister-in-law's introduction letter. She'll be able to report for duty tomorrow. Liu Wenyu accepted it, carefully examining it before tucking it securely into his bosom. He recalled the hunched silhouette of his sister-in-law from his past life, the woman who had always insisted she wasn't hungry to save food. Director Ding, may our collaboration be fruitful, Liu Wenyu sincerely remarked. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Ding Shichong's smile was broad, revealing his teeth. Certainly. Certainly. By the way, he leaned in conspiratorially, don't forget about the fish you promised us last time. When you bring your sister-in-law to work tomorrow, be sure to bring them along. Before departing the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Wenyu purchased a net bag of assorted items. Some dented cans, slightly torn toothbrushes, crushed rock candy, and even a few bottles of Fungio with labels damaged by unknown fingers. Comrade Liu, from now on, your sister-in-law and I will be colleagues. Jiang Chunyan winked. If you come across any good items in the future, do remember us. On his way home, Liu Wenyu rode his bicycle with an unusual lightness. Glancing at the goods he had procured from the cooperative, he retrieved a can from his system space, along with a marinated pig's head. As he passed the village entrance, Yin Mingpeng was squatting under the locust tree with several village officials, smoking. Upon seeing Liu Wenyu's new bicycle, Yin Mingpeng's expression darkened instantly. Liu Laosan, where did you get that new bike? Yin Mingpeng inquired with a mocking tone. Liu Wenyu deliberately rang the bicycle bell loudly, skillfully maneuvering in front of Yin Mingpeng, kicking up a cloud of dust. Liu Laosan. Yin Mingpeng coughed, choking on the dust, his cigarette falling to the ground. You. Oh, isn't that Captain Yin? Liu Wenyu said, balancing on one foot, a forced smile plastered on his face. I apologize, I just learned to ride, and I'm still not very adept. Yin Mingpeng's complexion shifted from red to green, resembling a chicken caught by the neck. The village officials behind him struggled to suppress their laughter. Every time Liu Wenyu and Yin Mingpeng crossed paths, the latter would be left infuriated. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defenses have been mildly breached. Gained 1 point of breach value. Ding. Reward received. 10 braze trotters. The system's notification nearly made Liu Wenyu burst into laughter. He patted the bicycle seat and inquired with feigned innocence, Captain Yin, how do you like my bike? It's a permanent model, brand new. Yan Mingping's cheeks puffed up as he suppressed his anger. Lu Laosan. Don't think I don't know where you got that bike. You borrowed it, didn't you? Oh my, you are truly clever. You guessed it. Yan Mingpeng was left speechless, glaring menacingly at the shiny bicycle. The chrome handlebars gleamed in the sunlight, stinging his eyes painfully. Chapter 39. The Coercion for Proof to Captain Yin. By the way, Captain Yin, Liu Wenyu suddenly slapped his forehead. I need to trouble you for an introduction letter. Another introduction letter? Yan Mingpeng's voice rose sharply. What business do you have this time? Unfazed, Liu Wenyu retrieved the introduction letter from the cooperative from his pocket, waving it before Yan Mingpeng's eyes. My sister-in-law needs a letter of proof from the village to work at the Sijou City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Sijou City? Work? Yan Mingpeng snatched the letter, his eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? His voice faltered. The letter clearly stated in black and white that it was an introduction for a comrade reporting to their cooperative, stamped with the bright red seal of the Sijou City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. This is impossible. Yan Mingpeng's hand trembled slightly, the words on the letter blurring before his eyes. Ding. Yan Mingpeng's defenses have been severely breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward received. 50 Dazhou braised chickens. Liu Wenyu was overjoyed internally, but feigned a troubled appearance. Captain Yin, if you doubt it, feel free to call the Shidong Supply and Marketing Cooperative to inquire. Director Ding personally arranged it. Director Ding? Yan Mingpeng gasped. The village officials behind him also changed their expressions, whispering among themselves. Ding. Wang Feely has been severely breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward received. 50 yuan in cash. Ding. Li Baodian has been severely breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward received. 50 gene of watermelon. The series of system notifications echoed in Liu Wenyu's mind like firecrackers. He struggled to contain his laughter, feigning concern as he inquired, Captain Yin, you don't look too well. Are you feeling overheated? Yan Mingpeng's lips quivered, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. He never imagined that the woman who toiled in the fields could actually secure a position at the supply and marketing cooperative. That was a coveted job that many aspired to but couldn't attain. Your sister-in-law. Yan Mingpeng managed to stammer. What right does she have? Oh, that? Liu Wenyu waved dismissively. The director of the Shidong police station, Liu Qiushi, is quite well acquainted with me. He was the one who recommended this job. Yan Mingpeng's complexion shifted from green to pale, as if he had seen a ghost, although he did not believe Liu Wenyu's words. The introduction letter in his hand was undeniably genuine. Ding. Yan Mingpeng's defenses have been severely breached. Gain 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward received. Proficiency in intermediate medical skills, automatically learned. Liu Wenyu nearly toppled off his bicycle in astonishment. Medical skills? In this era of scarce medical resources, that was worth its weight in gold. He recalled his father's chronic leg ailment. The basic medical skills he had previously received had yielded no tangible results, leaving him curious about the capabilities of the advanced proficiency. Captain Yin? Liu Wenyu waved the introduction letter in front of Yan Mingpeng's face. Yan Mingpeng snapped back to reality, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. This matter must be discussed in a members' meeting. Discussed? Liu Wenyu scoffed. Very well. I shall head to Sijou City to speak with Director Liu right now. Yan Mingpeng's face drained of color. What kind of figure was the police chief of Sijou City? They could directly converse with the county party secretary. If the higher-ups learned that he, Yan Mingpeng, was obstructing matters, and if Liu Laosan truly knew the police chief. Wait. Yan Mingpeng abruptly grabbed Liu Wenyu's handlebars. I didn't mean that. Liu Wenyu shook off his hand coldly. What do you mean then? If you refuse to provide the introduction letter, I will have no choice but to seek out someone who can handle this matter. Sweat beaded on Yan Mingpeng's forehead. He fully understood the threat in Liu Wenyu's words. Should this matter escalate, the small amount of goodwill his father had earned with his life would be rendered worthless. Fine, I'll do it. Yan Mingpeng gritted his teeth as he spat out the words. He turned to Accountant Wang behind him. Go, fetch the official seal. Accountant Wang dashed off to the brigade office and soon returned with the official seal and letterhead. Yan Mingpeng took the pen, his hands trembling so much he could barely write. Name, Zhao Xiuyun. Yan Mingpeng muttered as he wrote, Work Unit, Shidong Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After finishing, he heavily stamped the official seal and tossed the introduction letter to Liu Wenyu. Take it. Liu Wenyu carefully examined the letter, confirming its accuracy before folding it neatly and placing it in his bosom. Thank you, Captain Yin. He pedaled off on his bicycle, adding before he left. By the way, my sister-in-law won't be coming to work tomorrow, so please remember to halt her work points. Yan Mingpeng trembled with rage. Yet he could only watch helplessly as Liu Wenyu rode away. The cheerful sound of the bicycle bell struck him like a series of stinging slaps across his face. Ding! Yan Mingping's defenses crumbled. He gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! Reward obtained. 5 strengthening pills. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. The strengthening pills were indeed a valuable treasure. As he turned a corner, Liu Wenyu abruptly halted his bike. Beneath the large locust tree by the roadside, a group of children was jostling around a frail figure. "Give me back my marbles," came the weeping voice of Xiao Haoyue. "Not a chance. Everything you have is stolen," a chubby boy declared arrogantly. "My dad says your third uncle is a thief." Liu Wenyu's gaze instantly turned icy. He steadied his bicycle and strode over. "What are you doing?" The children scattered in a frenzy, leaving only the chubby boy standing there, clutching Xiao Haoyue's glass marbles. "Return the marbles to her," Liu Wenyu said, squatting down to meet the boy's gaze. "Why should I?" The chubby boy quivered, though his bravado remained. "My dad is the squad leader." Liu Wenyu chuckled. "Oh? Has your father told you that not only am I a thief, but I'm also a villain?" With that, Liu Wenyu raised his hand and slapped the chubby boy across the face. The boy, startled, burst into tears and tremblingly returned the marbles to Xiao Haoyue before fleeing. "Third uncle." Xiao Haoyue leaped into Liu Wenyu's embrace, her cheeks still glistening with tears. "They said you'll eventually be sent away to get shot. Don't listen to their nonsense." Liu Wenyu wiped away his niece's tears and pulled a piece of milk candy from his pocket, popping it into her mouth. "Now, let's head home." In the courtyard, his sister-in-law was hanging laundry. Upon seeing Liu Wenyu return, she wiped her hands dry. "The third son is back. Are you hungry? There's still some in the pot." "Sister-in-law," Liu Wenyu said, pulling out a letter of introduction. "Starting tomorrow, you'll be a sales clerk at the Shidan Supply and Marketing Cooperative." His sister-in-law's hands froze mid-air, her lips trembling. "Third son, you can't be joking." "I'm serious." Liu Wenyu pressed the document into her hands. "I've arranged everything for you in the village." Tears streamed down his sister-in-law's face as she held the letter. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Zhao Xiulan's defenses have crumbled. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! Reward obtained. Chapter 40. Work brings joy. Ding! Reward obtained. 5 tickets for electric fans added to system space. Liu Wenyu observed his sister-in-law's tearful yet joyous expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Xiulan's sobs echoed like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility of the courtyard. Before Liu Wenyu could explain, a flurry of footsteps erupted from within the house. "What's wrong?" His father was the first to rush out, his pant leg rolled up, revealing a bulging calf. Following closely was his mother, still clutching unfinished shoe soles. His elder brother and second brother blocked the doorway, with his sister-in-law, Zhou Yuang, trailing behind. Third son, Liu Wengang, his elder brother, a man of simple demeanor, stared wide-eyed at his wife, who was weeping profusely. "What have you done to upset your sister-in-law?" Just as Liu Wenyu was about to speak, Zhao Xiulan seized her husband's arm, sobbing, No, it's not that the third son gave me." "Sister-in-law, take your time. If you don't clarify today, my brother will surely break my legs." Liu Wenyu jested with a shrug to his family. Zhao Xiulan took a deep breath, trembling as she raised the letter of introduction. "The third son found me a job at the supply and marketing cooperative in the city." The courtyard fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "What?" Liu Wengang snatched the letter, his rough fingers tracing the paper, but he realized he could not read a single word. In the end, he could only scratch his nose in confusion and pass the letter to Zhou Yuang. "Sister-in-law, I can't read. Could you please take a look?" Zhou Yuang read the contents of the letter aloud, word for word, and the expressions on the family members' faces turned vividly animated. Ding! Liu Wengang's defenses have crumbled. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! Reward obtained. 50 cans of pork. His father rushed forward, snatching the letter to examine it closely in the sunlight. "Is this official seal genuine?" "Father, it's absolutely true," Liu Wenyu affirmed with a smile. "I just got it sorted today." Ding! Liu Dashan's defenses have crumbled. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! Reward obtained. 5 bicycle tickets. His mother embraced Liu Wenyu tightly, her tears and snot staining his clothes. "My son. What is this?" Ding! Sun Xiaoyan's defenses have crumbled. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! Reward obtained. 5 sewing machine tickets. His second brother, Liu Wenxiang, squeezed through, delivering a hearty punch to Liu Wenyu's shoulder. "Good lad. You've really done it." His voice quivered with emotion. "I knew you would amount to something." Ding! Liu Wenxiang's defenses have crumbled. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! Reward obtained. 5 radio tickets. Zhou Yuang stood at the edge of the crowd, her expression complex, filled with happiness for her sister-in-law, yet tinged with envy. Noticing her expression, Liu Wenyu gently parted the family members and approached her. "Sister-in-law, This is merely the beginning. Zhou Yueying blinked in surprise. Third son, what do you mean? In just a few months, Liu Wenyu's voice was soft yet firm. I will surely find you a job too. Zhou Yueying's lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Third son, I. Ding. Zhou Yueying's defenses have crumbled. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding. Reward obtained. 5 watches. Remarkably, in the span of mere moments, all the tickets had been gathered. By then, arranging a job for each of his brothers and sisters-in-law would be more than sufficient. Liu Wenyu turned to his family. Speaking each word deliberately, elder brother, second brother, you needn't be anxious. When the time comes, I will ensure each of you has a job, and we will all acquire urban household registration. His father dropped his pipe with a thud. His mother covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Father, mother. Liu Wenyu supported his parents. Once we all start working, you two can stay home and enjoy taking care of the grandchildren, living comfortably for a few years. Ding. The entire family's defenses have crumbled. Gained 25 points of vulnerability. Ding. Reward obtained. 100 cubic meters of system space expansion. Liu Wenyu was nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. The system space had expanded again. This meant he could store even more supplies. Liu Wengang, the eldest brother, a towering figure, now wept like a child. Brother, I'm sorry for scolding you for not being diligent before. What is the point of saying that? Liu Wenyu patted his brother's shoulder. We're family. Xiao Haoyue had somehow squeezed in, tugging at Liu Wenyu's sleeve. Third uncle, I want a job too. Laughter erupted from the entire family. Liu Wenyu lifted his little niece, kissing her cheek. You're still young. Focus on school for now. When you grow up, I'll find you the best job. Really? Xiao Haoyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pinky swear. Liu Wenyu extended his pinky. The courtyard was filled with joyous laughter. Even the usually stoic father revealed a rare smile. His mother busied herself at the stove, saying she would make dumplings for the whole family. Third son, come here. His father suddenly beckoned, calling Liu Wenyu into the inner room. His voice, though not loud, instantly quieted the bustling courtyard. Liu Wenyu followed his father into the inner room, where the wooden door creaked shut, isolating them from the clamor outside. Sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting dappled shadows on the floor, while motes of dust floated in the air. His father settled down on the edge of the Kong, methodically filling his pipe with tobacco. Liu Wenyu noticed a slight tremor in his father's fingers. Speak honestly to me, son, his father finally said, his voice lowered to a near whisper. How did you come by this job? He struck a match, the flame illuminating the creases etched into his weathered face. Liu Wenyu had anticipated this inquiry. He licked his dry lips and leaned in slightly. Father, you know how I've been going up the mountain lately? Just the other day, I hunted a black bear and gave a meat to Director Ding at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in exchange for this job. A black bear? His father's grip on the match faltered, nearly singeing his fingers as he looked up sharply. You did this alone? Tobacco fell from the pipe onto his faded blue trousers. I was just lucky, Liu Wenyu replied evasively. Please, don't mention this to anyone. Director Ding assured me that as long as I can occasionally procure some game, he can arrange more work for our family. I can't shake the feeling that since you were struck by lightning, you've changed entirely. His father suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse. He raised his bloodshot eyes, adding, sometimes I wonder if you've been possessed by a spirit. Chapter 41. Joy under the jujube tree. Liu Wenyu's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his back. His father's words pierced through to the most secret corners of his soul like a sharp knife. Father, please. He attempted to maintain his composure, forcing a smile. It's just that the lightning opened my mind, and during my unconsciousness, Grandpa taught me so many skills in my dreams. His father's weather-beaten eyes bore into him, seeming to see through to his very essence. Liu Wenyu instinctively swallowed, his fingers absently tracing the seam of his trousers. Ah, my son, his father sighed heavily, his rough hand patting the edge of the Kong. Sit down. Liu Wenyu cautiously took a seat, barely touching the edge, ever ready to leap up and flee. Do you remember when you were 6? His father retrieved his pipe, leisurely filling it again. You stole 2 eggs from old Wang's house, and when I caught you, you refused to admit it. I hung you from the beam and whipped you 3 times. Liu Wenyu blurted out, I remember. It feels like it happened just yesterday. His father's hand paused in the act of lighting the pipe. Through the swirling smoke, his sharp eyes softened slightly. I remember when your mother was pregnant with you. That jujube tree in our yard suddenly died. You said it was an ill omen, insisting that your mother should abort me. It was your mother who threatened to die unless she did, Liu Wenyu interjected. His father took a deep drag from his pipe, suddenly laughing. All right then, you are indeed my son. He reached out, ruffling Liu Wenyu's hair with enough force to nearly push him off the Kong. It's just that your mind has become so sharp all of a sudden. It feels quite unusual. A lump formed in Liu Wenyu's throat. His father was using his own way to convey that no matter how much he changed, he would always be his son. "Father," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "Everyone must grow up eventually. I feel like I've died once already." "Enough of that." His father waved his hand dismissively. "I'm old now. I can't meddle in the affairs of the young. But one thing," he suddenly grew serious, "you must not engage in any illegal activities. Rest assured." Liu Wenyu straightened his back, his voice unconsciously rising. "I promise to stay on the right path." At that moment, his mother's voice called from outside. "What are you two talking about? Hurry out and help make dumplings." His father stood, brushing the ash from his trousers. "Let us go. We can't keep your mother waiting." He paused at the door, glancing back at Liu Wenyu with a complicated look in his eyes. "Remember, no matter what happens, this family will always be your foundation." Liu Wenyu nodded earnestly, following his father out. In the courtyard, the family sat happily under the jujube tree, joyfully making dumplings, their faces lit up with smiles, except for the little girl, who pouted with a look of grievance. Seeing her expression, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but laugh. He bent down and scooped her up, gently pinching her cheek. "Oh, what's wrong with our little Haoyue? Your little mouth looks like it could hold an oil bottle." Little Haoyue tilted her head back, her big eyes brimming with tears, her voice quivering. "Mama is mean. She won tea, let me play." And with that, the tears began to fall. "Play with what?" Liu Wenyu asked, momentarily taken aback. Before he could finish, his sister-in-law pointed at her with a rolling pin. "You little brat. That flour is for making dumplings, not for playing. If you reach for it again, I'll spank you." The rolling pin arced through the air, causing little Haoyue to shrink back into Liu Wenyu's arms. He burst into laughter, carrying the little girl over to the table. Sunlight streamed through the branches of the jujube tree, casting dappled shadows on the countertop. He feigned seriousness and scolded. "What my sister-in-law says is true. This flour is not a toy." Yet he stealthily tore off a small piece of dough, quickly stuffing it into the little girl's hand. The family, initially believing Liu Wenyu was finally putting his foot down with the little girl, were surprised when his sister-in-law nodded in approval and resumed rolling out the dough. But when she looked up, she saw little Haoyue holding a handful of the white dough, her tear-streaked face now adorned with a sly smile. "Liu Wenyu." His sister-in-law stomped her foot in frustration, the rolling pin striking the countertop with a thud that sent flour flying. "You keep spoiling her. When she grows up and can't find a husband, let us see if you continue to indulge her." Liu Wenyu remained unfazed, spinning around with the little girl in his arms, eliciting peals of laughter from her. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, proudly declaring, "With a niece as beautiful as you, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you when the time comes." He elongated the final syllable. "I bet our doorstep will be trampled by suitors." Though little Haoyue didn't fully grasp his words, she understood her third uncle was praising her and waved her small hands excitedly, smearing the dough across Liu Wenyu's face. The family couldn't contain their laughter. Even Liu Wenyu's stern sister-in-law cracked a smile. His father, seated on a stone bench beneath the jujube tree, watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. He took a puff from his pipe, the smoke curling up into the sunlight. At that moment, the courtyard was filled with the scent of flour, the aroma of dumpling filling, and the sound of laughter echoing. Little Haoyue had completely forgotten her earlier grievance, focused intently on shaping her dough into whimsical animals, occasionally holding them up for her third uncle to admire. Liu Wenyu squatted on the ground, patiently teaching her how to shape the ears of a little rabbit. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the jujube tree, casting playful shadows on the ground. "Third brother, where did you get that bicycle?" Liu Wenshan, the eldest brother, set down the dumpling he had just wrapped, his tone laced with curiosity. "Yes, just like that. Gently pinch it," Liu Wenyu softly instructed little Haoyue when he suddenly noticed a hush fall over the courtyard. He looked up to find everyone's gaze fixed on a brand-new, forever bicycle leaning against the courtyard wall. The black paint gleamed in the sunlight, and the chrome handlebars shone brightly. Liu Wenyu stood up, brushed off the flour from his hands, and casually remarked, "Oh, the bicycle? I bought it." Before he could finish, the courtyard erupted into chaos. "What?" His sister-in-law dropped the dumpling skin she was holding, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" His second brother leaped from his stool. "A bicycle costs nearly 200 yuan, and you need a ticket." Xiao Haoyue was taken aback by the adult's reactions, causing the dough in her hands to tumble to the ground. Liu Wenyu bent down to retrieve it, casually returning it to her grasp, a relaxed smile still gracing his face. "I wasn't speaking nonsense. I simply believe that a bicycle would be a convenient addition to our household." The spoon in my hand clattered as it fell into the filling basin, and I trembled as I approached. "Third brother, where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? It couldn't possibly be." Ding. Liu Wenxiang has sustained moderate damage to his defenses. Gain 2 points of defense damage. Ding. Reward acquired. Chapter 42. The warmth concealed within the aroma of dumplings. Ding. Liu Wenyu has also sustained moderate damage to his defenses. Gained 2 points of defense damage. Ding. Zhao Xiaolan has suffered deep damage to her defenses. Gained 3 points of defense damage. Ding. Zhou Yueying has suffered deep damage to her defenses. Gained 3 points of defense damage. Ding. Sun Xiaoyan has suffered deep damage to her defenses. Gained 3 points of defense damage. Ding. Liu Dashan has sustained light damage to his defenses. Gained 1 point of defense damage. Rewards doubled. Ding. Reward acquired. 90 yuan in cash, 40 wife cakes, and 20 pounds of premium tobacco. Listening to the system's notifications, Liu Wenyu felt an inner delight as he observed the astonished expressions of his family. A whimsical thought suddenly struck him. What if he were to transform the system rewards of bicycle tickets, sewing machine tickets, radio tickets, and watch tickets into tangible items? Bringing one back every now and then? How would his family react? Wouldn't the rewards from the system become endless? Just as he was lost in this delightful reverie, his father suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the flour on the surface to rise in a cloud. Purchased? Then where did your money come from? His father's expression darkened ominously, veins bulging on his forehead. Liu Wenyu was startled by the thunderous reprimand, nearly leaping from his seat. He blinked rapidly, quickly regaining his composure. Father, I mentioned it earlier, didn't I? I earned it by selling, some meat. As he spoke, he shot a glance at his worried mother, subtly signaling his father to avoid mentioning the bear hunting incident. His father's frown deepened, the smoking pipe thudding heavily against the table, emitting a dull sound. The courtyard fell silent. Even Xiao Haoyue sensed the disquieting atmosphere and obediently hid behind her third uncle. Third brother, his elder brother approached, speaking in a hushed tone, "You mustn't engage in speculative ventures. The authorities are cracking down hard now." "Where do you think I'm going with this?" Liu Wenyu replied, exasperated, as he pulled out a small booklet stamped with a red seal from his pocket. "Look, this is issued by the police station in the city. The money has a legitimate source. I just assisted the supply and marketing cooperative in acquiring some mountain goods." His second brother leaned closer to inspect and suddenly exclaimed, "It's true. There's even the police station's official seal." His sister-in-law, somewhat skeptical, took the bicycle license and examined it closely under the sunlight. How much mountain goods would it take to buy a bicycle? Liu Wenyu smiled mysteriously. As long as it's not speculative, that's all that matters. He wrapped an arm around his mother's shoulders, assuring her that their family's fortunes would improve from here on out. This time, his father fell silent, merely puffing on his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze shifted back and forth between his son and the bicycle. Eventually, he stood up, approached the bicycle, and gently ran his rough palm over the gleaming frame. "Since you earned it, then make good use of it." But remember, his voice was hoarse. One must remain grounded and not. I know. No breaking the law." Liu Wenyu interjected cheerfully. "You can rest easy, father. You spendthrift. Do you still have any money from selling things? Hand it all over to me. I'll save it to find you a wife." His mother, having none of his excuses, directly reached for the money. Feigning reluctance, Liu Wenyu slowly extracted 2 crisp 10 yuan bills from his pocket. The moment the bills surfaced, his family's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that all? Be honest." His mother's reflexes were swift, snatching the money from him, her fingers making a rustling sound against the bills. "If I find any hidden away, I'll give you a proper thrashing." Liu Wenyu instantly donned a pitiful expression. "Mother, I truly have no more left. Not even a dime. If you don't believe me, search me." He spread his arms wide, resembling a wrong bride. His mother was not one to be courteous, her rough hands searching him thoroughly. Satisfied that he indeed had no hidden stash, she grumbled as she retreated into the house. "You spendthrift. Spending over 200 yuan on a bicycle. How much grain could that buy? This money could even be enough for you to marry a third wife." Laughter erupted in the room. Liu Wenyu scratched his head, his face a picture of helplessness. Stealing a glance at his father, he noticed that although the old man still wore a stern expression, the corners of his mouth had begun to lift slightly, and the embers in his pipe danced merrily. All right, everyone disperse," his father finally spoke. "Let us keep the bike in the main room tonight, away from the rain." Xiao Haoyue suddenly darted out from behind her third uncle, cautiously reaching for the bicycle bell. The crisp sound startled her, prompting her to quickly retract her hand, eliciting another round of laughter from the adults. The previously tense atmosphere in the courtyard had finally eased, leaving only the sound of her mother's incessant counting of money from within the house. Noticing the adults had quieted down, Xiao Haoyue perked up again, tugging at Liu Wenyu's sleeve. "Third uncle, let us ride the bike." "Absolutely." Liu Wenyu scooped the little girl up and placed her on the crossbar of the bicycle. "Come on, third uncle will take you for a spin." "Third brother, we still haven't finished wrapping the dumplings." His mother called out anxiously. "I'll be right back. Just a quick ride." Liu Wenyu was already pushing the bicycle out of the courtyard. Xiao Haoyue sat at the front, brimming with excitement, her laughter ringing like silver bells through the alley. Observing this scene, his sister-in-law sighed. That child is still so unruly. Let him be, his father interjected, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Third brother has grown up. In the courtyard, the sun continued to shine warmly, mingling the scent of flour with the aroma of dumpling filling wafting through the air. His sister-in-law resumed rolling out the dumpling wrappers, while his elder brother and second brother continued to wrap dumplings. Seated beneath the old locust tree, his father squinted at the entrance of the courtyard, where the jubilant laughter of his granddaughter and the crisp sound of the bicycle bell resonated. As the sun began to set, Liu Wenyu returned home with the bicycle, the enticing aroma of dumplings having filled the entire courtyard. Xiao Haoyue sat on the front crossbar, her cheeks flushed, clenching a handful of wildflowers. Just in time, his sister-in-law called from the stove, lifting the lid of the pot, a cloud of white steam billowing upward. The dumplings just went in. Liu Wenyu set the little girl down and leaned over the pot, taking a deep breath. It smells amazing. The filling you made is simply unparalleled. His father, sitting on the threshold of the main room, grunted in response. Stop buttering me up. Wash your hands and come eat. Gathered around the octagonal table in the main room, the family enjoyed steaming plates of dumplings, their enticing aroma filling the air. Liu Wenyu picked up a dumpling, dipped it in garlic vinegar, and took a bite, the savory broth bursting in his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, his words muffled as he struggled to cool down the heat. Slow down. No one is going to snatch it from you, his mother said, sympathetically offering him a bowl of dumpling soup. Have some soup to cool down. His father, having consumed several dumplings in silence, suddenly looked up and asked, Third brother, tomorrow you will accompany your sister-in-law to sign in. Of course, Liu Wenyu nodded. I still need to go fishing by the river for a bit. Fishing? His second brother's eyes lit up. I'll go with you. Chapter 43. A bounty of 600 pounds for fishing. Liu Wenyu shook his head. Second brother, don't you have to work tomorrow? I'll manage on my own. He winked mysteriously. I bought a new fishing gear set a couple of days ago. I'm sure I'll catch some big fish. What? You spent money on fishing gear? Upon hearing this, I was immediately incensed, slamming my chopsticks down onto the table. Can't one simply find a bamboo pole, tie a line, and go fishing? What a wasteful endeavor. It seems you have too much money to burn. Liu Wenyu shrank his neck, hastily stuffing a dumpling into his mouth and mumbling, Mother, I only want to catch big fish. Catch a big fish, my foot. I retorted angrily. Haven't you caught fish with a bamboo pole before? Now that you have money, you begin to show off. My father leisurely sipped his dumpling soup and suddenly interjected. All right, compared to the days of indulging in excessive feasting, buying fishing gear to catch fish is at least a means of sustenance. At his words, the dining table fell silent. My elder and second brother stifled their laughter, while my sister-in-law quickly offered me a dumpling, saying, Mother, try this one. I added extra sesame oil. I shot a glare at my father, but accepted the dumpling nonetheless, replying, You just spoil him. Then turning back to Liu Wenyu, I warned, If you don't catch any fish, I'll deal with you. Liu Wenyu chuckled, Don't worry, Mother. I guarantee you'll have a delicious fish soup tonight. He winked at little Haoyue. How about I cook fish head for our little Yaya then? Great. The little girl clapped her hands in delight, her mouth still smeared with dumpling filling. After finishing his dumplings, my father set down his chopsticks and pulled out his smoking pipe. Liu Wenyu, quick on his feet, rushed to fetch the tobacco he had received as a reward from the system. Father, try this. I bought it at the supply and marketing cooperative today. My father skeptically opened the cloth bag, and a rich aroma of tobacco wafted into the air. He pinched a bit of the tobacco between his fingers, his eyes lighting up. Is this Xiangqing tobacco? You have a discerning eye. Liu Wenyu praised. I heard this tobacco doesn't irritate the throat. Give it a try. My father, pleased, filled his pipe and lit it under the oil lamp, taking a deep puff with an expression of bliss. Ah, this is indeed good stuff. Seeing this, I felt another wave of irritation rising, but my sister-in-law swiftly interjected, Mother, look how happy father is. Consider it a tribute from the third son. Oomph. I pouted, but said no more, merely pushing the remaining dumplings into Liu Wenyu's bowl. Eat more, lest you find yourself hungry in the middle of the night. My father savored a sip of the fingio Liu Wenyu had brought back, chewing on a piece of pig's head meat with a look of sheer delight. I offered little Haoyue a piece of pig's head meat, casting a disapproving glance at Liu Wenyu. With a bit of money, he no longer knows how to behave, indulging in both wine and meat. One might think our family is swimming in riches. Liu Wenyu chose not to argue and instead smiled at my father. This time, Liu Dashin was quite supportive, waving his hand to silence my spouse. The third son now knows to bring food and drink home. Isn't that better than when he had a little money and squandered it with his unruly friends? You old man, I've noticed you seem to enjoy contradicting me lately. After the meal, Liu Wenyu retrieved a set of premium fishing gear awarded by the system, the dark green rod glistening beautifully in the sunlight. Fortunately, the fishing rod was crafted from rohan bamboo, making it quite suitable for this era. My heavens! How much did this cost? My sister-in-law exclaimed, wide-eyed. What a wasteful item. I slapped Liu Wenyu's back. Do you have money to burn? My father, however, took the rod and examined it closely, a fine rod. He looked up at Liu Wenyu. To do well, one must first equip oneself properly. Fishing is an art. Liu Wenyu gazed at his father in astonishment. Father, you are quite cultured. Get lost. My father feigned a kick at him. I know much more than you think. After filling our bellies, Liu Wenyu stepped outside with the fishing gear on his back. The air was fragrant with the scent of earth and grass, a rarity in the surroundings of the future city of Shijiazhuang. Following a familiar path, he arrived beneath the old locust tree at the eastern edge of the village, where a river bend lay, the water flowing gently, a perfect spot for fishing. Once he chose his position, Liu Wenyu deftly assembled his fishing gear. The system-bestowed skill of fishing mastery allowed him to navigate this water body with expert precision. He gently cast the rod, the hook tracing an elegant arc before splashing into the water, creating ripples. Almost instantly, the bobber plunged. Excellent. Liu Wenyu flicked his wrist, and the rod bent into a graceful arc amidst the splashes. A plump grass carp emerged, glistening in the morning light. The first catch. Grinning, he removed the fish from the hook, discreetly transferring it into the system space behind the cover of the fish basket. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. With each cast, a fish was hooked within a minute. Carp, crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, and yellow catfish, one after another, were pulled from the water. Liu Wenyu's movements became increasingly fluid, reeling in fish, changing bait, all in seamless succession. By sunset, his system space boasted over 600 pounds of fish. After glancing at the basket where he'd set aside 10 fish, each weighing around 3 pounds, he nodded in satisfaction, packing up his gear to head home. As the last rays of sun bathed the village path, Liu Wenyu hummed a tune while carrying the fish basket home. The 10 large fish inside occasionally flopped, splashing water onto his trousers. Just as he rounded the old locust tree, he collided with the returning team leader, Yan Mingpeng. Initially jovial, Yan Mingpeng's expression soured upon seeing Liu Wenyu, as if everyone owed him money. Oh, isn't this Liu the Third? Yan Mingpeng squinted, his gaze flicking to Liu Wenyu's fish basket. You spend all day goofing off, and now you're out fishing again? Liu Wenyu could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids. Simply pulling out 2 carp from the basket and tossing them at Yan Mingpeng's feet, per the rules. Here, that's your 20%. The 2 fish flopped on the ground, splattering mud onto Yan Mingpeng's trousers. You! Yan Mingpeng's face turned a deep shade of anger as he pointed at Liu Wenyu's nose. Liu the Third. Are you trying to bribe me? Liu Wenyu scoffed, extending the basket toward him. I caught 10 fish in total. According to village rules, 2 must be submitted. Is there a problem with that? He deliberately emphasized the word rules. A few villagers began to gather around, drawn by the commotion. Yan Mingpeng's composure faltered. I have no issue with the 2 fish, but what is this attitude? Puffed. Liu Wenyu rolled his eyes. Even beggars complain about their food. It's better to have something to eat than nothing at all. He raised his voice. Take it or leave it, if you don't want it. I'll just leave it here. I've done my part. Whether you take it or not is your problem, not mine. Ding. Yan Mingpeng's patience reached its limit. Gained 1 point of defensive breach. Ding. Reward. 1 yuan. Hearing the system's notification, Liu Wenyu nearly choked on his own saliva. Is this it? 2 fish could easily fetch at least 2 yuan at the city's collection station, and yet he only received a single yuan as a reward? This deal feels like a loss. Yan Mingpeng's expression shifted through various shades before he finally snorted coldly. Who needs your 2 worthless fish? With that, he lifted his foot, intending to step over the fish. Liu Wenyu, quick-witted, grasped his arm. Wait. He bent down to pick up the 2 fish, waving them in front of Yan Mingpeng. These fish are now communal property. If you refuse to take them, that's dereliction of duty. Without waiting for response, he thrust the 2 fish into Yan Mingpeng's arms. The fish squirmed desperately, their tails slapping against Yan Mingpeng's abdomen. Liu the Third. Yan Mingpeng trembled with fury. Chapter 44. Sister-in-law's tears of joy. What's wrong with me? Liu Wenyu feigned innocence. I am merely safeguarding the collective interests. If you refuse them and they die or rot, who will bear the loss? Among the onlookers, some villagers could not help but burst into laughter. Yan Mingpeng's face turned a deep shade of liver color as the 2 fish in his arms continued to thrash about, drenching his clothes in water stains. Very well. Just you wait, Liu Lao-san. Yan Mingpeng gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of humiliation. Ding. Yan Mingpeng's defenses have been moderately breached. He gains 2 points of breach value. Ding. Reward acquired. 4 gene of food coupons. Now, this is starting to resemble something Liu Wenyu thought with quiet satisfaction, though he feigned a look of grievance on his face. Captain, I am merely acting according to the rules. Why do you threaten me? Speechless with anger, Yin Mingpeng turned and walked away, still clutching the wriggling fish. Even at a distance, the sound of their tails slapping against him echoed like a mocking accompaniment. Old San, you've truly offended him this time, Uncle Wong from the same village remarked with concern. Liu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Can he really eat me? Upon returning home, his siblings had just come back from the fields. Liu Wenyu placed the basket of fish on the ground and called out to his sister-in-law, let's add a dish for dinner. Startled, she turned to see the large fish in the basket, her eyes sparkling. So big. Old San, you're impressive. Add a dish. We just had dumplings for lunch. We can make do with a simple porridge for dinner. His mother immediately objected to Liu Wenyu's suggestion. Liu Dashin ignored his wife's grumblings and glanced at his son. Did you pay the village dues? Liu Wenyu grinned. Yes, I've paid. The remaining fish can be taken to the city tomorrow to share with your future co-workers. His father paused, looking at him with a knowing gaze. You're becoming quite clever, aren't you? Rest assured, father, Liu Wenyu patted his chest confidently. I handle my affairs with utmost reliability. At dinner, his mother ultimately succumbed to Liu Wenyu's pleas and stewed one of the fish. Little Hao Yue perched on the table's edge, gazing longingly at the fish dish. Here you go, little glutton. Liu Wenyu delicately picked the tender belly meat, ensuring all the bones were removed before placing it in the little girl's bowl. Thank you. Third uncle. Little Hao Yue sweetly expressed her gratitude, savoring each bite. His sister-in-law served everyone a bowl of fish soup, and when it came to Liu Wenyu, she deliberately added extra pieces of fish, saying, Old San, eat more. You've worked hard today. A warmth spread through Liu Wenyu's heart. In his past life, after marrying Li Shaoqing, he had been enraptured in a world of tenderness, soon separating from his parents, and since then, he had seldom felt such familial warmth. Now, living his second life, he finally understood how precious these seemingly ordinary gestures of care truly were. By the way, his elder brother suddenly spoke. I've taken a half-day off tomorrow to accompany your sister-in-law to the supply and marketing cooperative to report. Liu Wenyu nodded. All right, let us go early. It will be a good opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the process. Once I help you and urge find jobs, you'll manage the paperwork on your own. His elder brother and second brother paused, momentarily taken aback, but then they simultaneously shook their heads and laughed, evidently not taking his words seriously. Liu Wenyu chose not to elaborate and continued to eat. After dinner, his father set down his bowl and wiped his mouth. Old San, may I borrow your fishing gear tomorrow? The entire family fell silent. His father was notoriously averse to water and had never shown any interest in fishing. Suppressing his laughter, Liu Wenyu replied, Father, you want to fish? What? Can I fish? His father shot back, eyes wide. I saw the fish you caught today. They look quite plump. Of course. Liu Wenyu quickly nodded. I'll prepare the fishing gear for you before I leave tomorrow. As night deepened, Liu Wenyu lay in bed, reflecting on the day as harvest. The system space brimmed with over 600 gene of fish, enough to yield at least $100 tomorrow. Remembering Yin Mingpeng's hasty retreat with 2 fish, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but chuckle. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky. He yawned and gradually fell into slumber. Tomorrow promised to be another day filled with hope. As the night grew deeper, the Liu family's courtyard was only alive with the chirping of insects. In the east wing, Zhao Xiulan gently patted her daughter's back until little Haiyue's breathing became steady and deep. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, Zhao Xiulan once again retrieved the letter of introduction from beneath her pillow. Her rough fingers delicately traced the characters on the paper, fearing to crumple it even slightly. Supply and marketing cooperative clerk, Zhao Xiulan, she silently mouthed, chewing each word countless times. Suddenly, a hot tear fell onto the paper, soaking a small patch. Wife. Liu Wengang stirred groggily, reaching for his spouse. Why haven't you slept yet? Zhao Xiulan grasped her husband's hand tightly. Her grip so firm it jolted Liu Wengang awake. In the moonlight, he saw tears on her face, yet her eyes shone with an unsettling brightness. Head of the household. Look. Zhao Xiulan raised the letter before his eyes, her voice trembling. It has my name on it. My name. Liu Wengang rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. And before he could speak, his wife suddenly burst into laughter. The sound echoed in the quiet night, startling him. I'll also be a consumer of goods now. Zhao Xiulan laughed nervously, tears streaming down her face. I'll receive $27.50 a month, and a year later, $32.50. I could buy goods without coupons. Liu Wengang watched his wife's mix of laughter and tears, feeling a chill run down his back. He quickly sat up, pulling her into his embrace. Xiulan, calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down? Zhao Xiulan stifled her voice, but tremors coursed through her. Do you understand what this means? Our daughter can follow me to change her household registration to the city. She can go to school there. No longer will she toil in the fields as we did. Choking on her words, she buried her face deep into her husband's chest. Liu Wenyu felt his shirt quickly dampen with her tears. I can hardly believe this is real. How did our once carefree old San suddenly become so compassionate? Before she could finish, her sobs overwhelmed her again. Liu Wenyu fumbled to wipe her tears, only for them to flow more freely. Little Haoyue stirred uneasily in her sleep, and the couple immediately held their breath. Once the child settled back into a deep sleep, Zhao Xiulan let out a long sigh, carefully folding the letter and slipping it back beneath the pillow. Sleep now, she whispered, her voice much calmer. We need to rise early tomorrow. Liu Wenyu nodded, but noticed that after lying down, his wife's hand instinctively reached beneath the pillow, as if confirming the presence of some precious treasure. Chapter 45. The matter of housing is complicated. At dawn the next day, Liu Wenyu was awakened by the rustling sounds in the courtyard. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to find his elder brother pacing back and forth in the yard. Elder brother, what are you doing up so early? Liu Wenyu yawned. I'm anxious. Liu Wenyu looked exhilarated. Your sister-in-law couldn't sleep a wink last night. You have no idea how intense her gaze was. Seeing his brother's anxious demeanor, Liu Wenyu could hardly contain his amusement. After breakfast, Liu Wenyu pushed his bicycle, ready to set off. His elder brother had changed into a clean blue cloth outfit, his hair meticulously styled. His sister-in-law appeared somewhat tense, nervously rubbing her hands. Just as he was about to push the bike out, their father, Liu Dashan, unexpectedly emerged from the house, holding the wooden box he had unearthed from the jujube tree a few days prior. Old San, wait a moment, his father's voice was somber. As fate would have it, you are heading into the city today. Kindly find a place to sell the contents of the box. Father, perhaps we should reconsider, Liu Wenyu suggested, observing the reluctance etched on his father's face. After all, this represented the last cherished remnant left by his grandfather. Let us not dither, his father interrupted, though his gaze softened. Your sister-in-law has just secured a job, and our financial needs will surely increase. Convert the goods into money to stabilize our living conditions. In due time, you can venture into the black market to see if you can acquire more provisions for storage. Clutching the cold wooden box, Liu Wenyu felt its weight burdening him. He lifted his gaze to his father, noting the new streaks of gray in his hair, and his heart swelled with mixed emotions. Understood, father, he said, carefully tucking the wooden box into his coat. Rest assured, I will handle it properly. Be cautious on your journey, his father said, patting his arm before glancing at his eldest son and daughter-in-law. You should go as well. The sooner you leave, the sooner you can return. Liu Wenyu exchanged a knowing look with his brother and sister-in-law before pushing the bicycle and stepping out of the courtyard. The morning light filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Third brother, may I take a turn riding? His elder brother, perched on the crossbar, asked eagerly after they had ventured a short distance from the village, his eyes fixed on the handlebars. Liu Wenyu raised an eyebrow. Elder brother, are you certain? This contraption can be quite unforgiving if not ridden properly. What is there to fear? His brother puffed up his chest. I see you riding with such ease. Before he could finish his sentence, his sister-in-law slapped him on the back. Sit still. If this brand new bicycle gets scratched, it would be a tragedy. His brother shrank back but remained undeterred. Riding is something one can easily learn, right? Just imagine, once I master it, we could ride it to your mother's home. How impressive that would be. His sister-in-law, momentarily swayed by his words, opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from responding. Liu Wenyu, noticing this, smiled and interjected, Elder brother, why don't we complete our business in the city first? If you still wish to learn upon our return, I shall teach you. Deal. His brother readily agreed, yet his eyes couldn't help but wander, coveting the bicycle. After more than an hour, the trio finally arrived at the Shidon Supply and Marketing Cooperative. A long queue had already formed outside, snaking around the corner. Liu Wenyu navigated the familiar terrain, greeting several sales clerks before leading his brother and sister-in-law directly to Ding Shichang's office. He knocked gently on the door and, upon receiving a response, entered, placing the burlap sack he carried onto the desk. Uncle Ding, I have brought my sister-in-law to report for duty. Here are a few fish I caught last night for you to savor. Ding Shichang smiled warmly, casually opening the sack. Although the fish were no longer thrashing about, their gills still fluttered faintly, indicating they were very much alive. Liu, you are far too kind, Ding Shichang said appreciatively, rising to call Liang Chunyan from outside the office. Liang, please escort Comrade Zhao to the police station and grain depot to complete the necessary formalities. Originally, Liu Wenyu intended to accompany his brother and sister-in-law to the police station himself, but he welcomed the opportunity to relax while someone else took care of it. Thank you, Sister Liang. I brought some fish. Please remember to take one home when you finish work. After his brother and sister-in-law left with Liang Chunyan, he settled onto the sofa with Ding Shichong, engaging in light conversation. Uncle Ding, my sister-in-law is a diligent and honest person. I hope you will look out for her in the future. Liu Wenyu said, retrieving 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and placing them on the coffee table. Ding Shichong's eyes lit up. Though he feigned modesty, what is this? We're all family here. It's only right, Liu Wenyu smiled, nudging the cigarettes toward him. By the way, Uncle Ding, regarding the housing situation. Ding Shichong exhaled a puff of smoke, lowering his voice. I've already spoken with Director Wang from the street office. There are currently 2 vacant rooms. One is about 20 square meters, while the other is 50 to 60 square meters. As for which one you will receive, he cast a meaningful glance at Liu Wenyu, leaving the conclusion unspoken. Liu Wenyu nodded in understanding. With ample funds and provisions in his system space, he believed securing the larger room would not pose a significant challenge, provided Director Wang was not overly greedy. An hour later, Liang Chunyan returned with his brother and sister-in-law. His sister-in-law had red eyes, clearly having been in tears, while his brother was flushed with excitement. Ding Shichong, noticing their expressions, clapped Liu Wenyu on the shoulder. Come, I will introduce you to Director Wang. The street office was not far behind the supply and marketing cooperative. Along the way, his sister-in-law tightly gripped her work permit, her knuckles turning white. His brother quietly informed Liu Wenyu that upon receiving the little booklet embossed with the national emblem, his sister-in-law had burst into tears. Director Wang, Ding Shichong navigated them to the West Chang'an Street office, gently knocking on the door of an office, exchanging pleasantries with the occupant. A woman in her 40s emerged, sporting a neat bob and clad in a gray linen suit, exuding an air of competence. She scrutinized Liu Wenyu for a moment, her gaze lingering on the watch on his wrist. Director Ding, is this the capable individual you spoke of? Director Wang asked with a knowing smile. Liu Wenyu stepped forward respectfully, greeting her. Director Wang nodded and ushered them into the office. The housing situation is quite tight, comrades, Director Wang stated matter-of-factly, adopting a business-like demeanor. Currently, our street office has only 2 vacant rooms. The smaller one is designated for single employees, while the larger one. Liu Wenyu caught her meaning and exchanged a glance with Ding Shichong. Uncle Ding, would you mind taking my brother and sister-in-law for a stroll? I have some matters I wish to discuss privately with Director Wang. Chapter 46, Housing Matters Resolved. Ding Shichong nodded with a smile. Perfect. I'll take Comrade Zhao Xilan back to familiarize her with our cooperative operations. Once you've concluded your discussion with Director Wang, simply come find me at the cooperative. As soon as only Liu Wenyu and Director Wang remained in the office, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Director Wang leisurely lifted her teacup for a sip, her eyes fixed intently on Liu Wenyu. Director Wang, I am a straightforward person, Liu Wenyu stated directly. The small room is indeed insufficient for living. Could we possibly allocate the larger one to my sister-in-law? Director Wang set down her teacup and suddenly smiled. Young comrade, do you have any idea how many people are queuing for housing in the city? Her gaze bore into Liu Wenyu, as if he were a sumptuous piece of meat on a cutting board. Just yesterday, someone from the cotton spinning factory came looking for me. Liu Wenyu mentally cursed the cunning old fox, but maintained a smile on his face. Director, how about this? I can offer you 30 gene of pork. Director Wang's eyes visibly brightened at the suggestion, but quickly shook her head. My son is getting married in 4 days. Additionally, add 10 live fish weighing over 3 gene each. Liu Wenyu gritted his teeth. This was his bottom line. Time was too short to procure more items. The office fell into a tense silence. Although he maintained a calm exterior, he mentally berated Director Wang countless times. Director Wang's fingers lightly tapped the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Finally, she slammed her hand on the table. It's settled. The items must be delivered within 3 days, and I will handle the paperwork for the house in that time frame. No problem. Liu Wenyu exhaled in relief. Rest assured, Director Wang, she suddenly lowered her voice, I will compensate according to market prices, not a penny less. Liu Wenyu abruptly looked up, astonished. Director Wang smiled wryly, shaking her head. I'm also compelled by circumstances. If it weren't for old Ding mentioning your ability to procure supplies. She unexpectedly rose and bowed slightly to Liu Wenyu. I apologize for any offense. Leaving the street office, Liu Wenyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had initially anticipated encountering an insatiable individual, but upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, he found Ding Shichong and his elder brother smoking at the entrance, while his sister-in-law was behind the counter, engaged in conversation with Jiang Chunyan. Upon seeing Liu Wenyu's return, Ding Shichong promptly ushered him into the office. After closing the door, he produced a cigarette and extended it towards Liu Wenyu, inquiring, have you reached an agreement? Yes, 30 gene of pork, and 10 fish weighing over 3 gene each. Liu Wenyu replied, taking the cigarette and lighting it. Ding Shichong inhaled sharply, before Wang Yuxia could finish her words. Liu Wenyu interjected. Director Wang stated that she will compensate for everything at market price. You rascal. Ding Shichong, Shamaglare. Can you refrain from gasping like that when you speak? I nearly thought she was going to air. As he spoke, he wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Liu Wenyu chuckled. Uncle Ding, you really needn't worry about that. Get out of here. Ding Shichong waved his hand dismissively. I've worked alongside Director Wang for many years. She is exceedingly concerned about her reputation. If it weren't for her son's wedding being in dire need of supplies. Just then, the office door swung open, and the elder brother peeked in. Third brother, your sister-in-law has finished her business. Liu Wenyu rose to take his leave, and as he followed his elder brother out of the supply and marketing cooperative, his sister-in-law had donned a brand-new deep blue work uniform, radiating a distinct aura. Sister-in-law, you look splendid, Liu Wenyu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. His sister-in-law shyly tugged at the hem of her clothing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother, sister-in-law, I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't be returning home with you. He then pressed the bicycle key into his brother's hand. Ride slowly on the way back. Be careful. Upon receiving the key, Liu Wengang furrowed his brow. Where are you off to this time? Have you forgotten, brother? Liu Wenyu lowered his voice. Father asked me to take care of those items. He gestured to his bulging backpack. His brother's expression grew complex as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning in closer. Third brother, just sell them an antique shop. Make sure you don't go to places you shouldn't. Rest assured, brother, Liu Wenyu interrupted him with a smile. I know what I'm doing. He then pointed to the bicycle. Just don't crash my new ride. Get lost. His brother pretended to strike him, but then turned serious. Come home early, or mother will worry. Sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan tugged at her husband's sleeve anxiously, her face etched with concern. Should we just walk back? What's there to be afraid of? Liu Wangong's eyes sparkled. If the third brother can ride, surely I can manage too, he exclaimed, preparing to mount the bicycle. Liu Wenyu quickly intervened. Wait, brother. The city is crowded with people and vehicles. Be careful not to run into anyone. Wait until we're out of the city before you practice. He anxiously reiterated. Remember, only after we leave the city. I know. Liu Wengang waved his hand impatiently. You sound just like those gossipy women in the village, going on and on. He then winked his wife. Come on, dear, let us head home. Watching his elder brother push the bicycle with his sister-in-law following closely beside him as they gradually receded into the distance, Liu Wenyu chose not to visit the antique shop. After all, this was the last remnant of his grandfather's legacy for his father, and since the system space was not lacking in provisions or money, he deemed it wiser to keep these items. The early summer sun cast a warm glow upon the flagstone path as Liu Wenyu navigated through the narrow alley behind the supply and marketing cooperative. This shortcut was one Ding Shichong had previously shared with him, and indeed, within 10 minutes, he reached the mouth of the alley where the police station was located. He weighed the wooden box within his messenger bag, and with a thought, stored it within the system space. However, just as he was about to step toward the police station, the system's prompt resonated in his mind, halting him in his tracks. Ding! Energy items available for system upgrade detected. Would you like to absorb? The sudden notification sent Liu Wenyu's heart racing, and the messenger bag in his hand felt unexpectedly heavy. System, you can still upgrade? He exclaimed inwardly, instinctively tightening his grip on the bag strap. Ding! Energy items available for system upgrade detected. Would you like to absorb? The mechanical female voice echoed once more in his mind. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Liu Wenyu continued his inquiry. What benefits does an upgrade confer? The current system level of the host is level 1. The system's voice replied steadily. Upon upgrading, the quality and quantity of items rewarded by the system will be enhanced. Liu Wenyu's eyes brightened. Was this not the upgraded golden finger he had longed for? But then he frowned, unable to suppress his complaint. Why didn't you say so earlier? Host did not inquire proactively. The system cannot disclose such information. The system responded matter-of-factly. Liu Wenyu rolled his eyes, realizing the system was rather obstinate. He weighed the bag again and asked, what will happen to my silver yuan and gold ring after absorption? Precious metals will be entirely converted into energy. The items will cease to exist. Antique items will only absorb their contained energy. The physical objects will remain unaffected. This response plunged Liu Wenyu into a moment of contemplation. How is energy value calculated? Based on the rarity and historical significance of the item. Suddenly, a bold thought flickered in Liu Wenyu's mind. If I were to absorb the entire Great Wall, wouldn't that allow you to level up by dozens or even hundreds of levels? Ding! Warning. The system promptly interrupted his fantasy. Items containing energy must first be stored in the system space before absorption. Furthermore, the current capacity of the system space is insufficient to accommodate large structures. A sweep of his consciousness over the system's space revealed that, after 2 expansions, it only measured about 600 square feet. Not to mention the Great Wall. Even a larger building might not fit. How useless, Liu Wenyu scoffed, yet a plan began to form in his mind. He glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, then slipped into the shadows of a wall. I'll try absorbing a silver yuan first. He cautiously issued the command. Ding. Absorption successful. Gained 3 energy points. Current energy, 3. 100. Almost simultaneously with the system's prompt, a silver yuan in the space dissolved like it was subjected to intense heat, transforming into a wisp of silver mist that vanished before his eyes. He widened his eyes and quickly counted, confirming 1 less yuan datu. This efficiency, Liu Wenyu marveled at the system's magic while lamenting the loss of the silver yuan. It was a relic left by his grandfather. He stared at the remaining 29 silver yuan and the gold ring in the box, torn between his thoughts. Absorbing them would expedite the system's upgrade. Yet these items held the memories of his family. System, how much energy can the gold ring provide? He hesitantly inquired. Detection indicates this gold ring has a high purity. It is estimated to yield 18 energy points. Forget it, I can't touch this. He sighed and carefully placed the gold ring back at the bottom of the box. I'll absorb 5 more silver yuan. Ding. Absorption successful. Gained 15 energy points. Current energy, 18,100. As 5 silver yuan vanished, Liu Wenyu felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. Yet, upon reflection, the benefits of an upgraded system might make these sacrifices worthwhile. He meticulously stored the remaining silver yuan, deciding to keep a few for his father as a memento. System, what is the typical energy value of antique items? He pondered as he walked toward the police station. Depending on the era and rarity, the specific energy points contained within vary greatly. The mere thought of antiques from this period caused Liu Wenyu's eyes to sparkle. Antiques these days may not be as ubiquitous as cabbages, but they're certainly not rare treasures either. Furthermore, the antique shops of this time genuinely possess remarkable items, and their prices are quite reasonable. However, purchasing too many at once would draw undue attention and potentially incite trouble. Guwei Street undoubtedly stands as the finest destination. Considering the impending natural disasters over the next 3 years, a few pounds of cornmeal might very well exchange for an antique. With this in mind, Liu Wenyu had already begun to formulate a plan in his heart. He straightened his collar and strode purposefully towards the police station. The sunlight cast elongated shadows upon the mottled brick walls. Upon exiting the alley, the familiar gray brick entrance of the police station came into view. Beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, several women wearing red armbands were engaged in casual conversation. "Good sir, I am looking for Director Liu," Liu Wenyu announced, smiling as he presented a cigarette to the doorman. The doorman, who had been lazily reclining against his chair, suddenly seemed to recall something upon seeing Liu Wenyu. "Young man, are you Liu Wenyu?" he inquired, taking the cigarette and scrutinizing the young man before him. "The director has mentioned you quite a bit these past few days." Liu Wenyu, somewhat surprised, responded, "Director Liu is looking for me?" "Indeed." The doorman rose enthusiastically. Come, I'll take you to him." As they walked, he continued, "Just a couple of days ago, the director mentioned wanting to find you in the countryside. Your timing is impeccable." After traversing the courtyard of the police station, the doorman halted before an office, gently knocking on the door. "Director, Comrade Liu Wenyu has arrived. Come in." A resonant voice called from within. Upon entering, Liu Wenyu beheld Liu Qiushi bent over his desk, reviewing documents. Upon noticing Liu Wenyu, he immediately set down his pen, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "Ah, young lad, at long last you are here." Before Liu Wenyu could fully comprehend, Director Liu had already approached him with large strides, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "If you hadn't come soon, I would have personally gone to find you." "Director Liu, I'm somewhat perplexed," Liu Wenyu replied. Director Liu beckoned him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. "I've heard you traded over 160 pounds of bear meat and 4 bear paws for a position at the supply and marketing cooperative with Old Ding." Liu Wenyu was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously inquired, "Director Liu, do you know Director Ding from the cooperative?" "Not just know him." Liu Qiushi laughed heartily, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes unfurling. "We were comrades in the same company on the Korean battlefield and returned to civilian life in the same year. Old Ding is notorious for his loose tongue. The moment you exchanged work with him, I received word the very next day." After saying this, he feigned displeasure and shot Liu Wenyu a mock glare. "I say, you're rather ungrateful. We've known each other longer. Why didn't you come to me first for such a good opportunity?" He leaned in closer. "If you had given me 160 pounds of bear meat and 4 bear paws, I could have secured you a position as well." Liu Wenyu's eyes brightened, and he excitedly thumped the table. "Director Liu, is this for real? If I really manage to procure 160 pounds of meat, can you truly offer me a position? Hey, don't go twisting my words. Liu Qiushi quickly waved his hands, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. I specifically mentioned bear meat. If it's wild boar meat, it would need to be at least 200 pounds. Is that genuine? Liu Wenyu's voice involuntarily rose an octave. Seeing Liu Wenyu's reaction, Liu Qiushi felt a surge of delight. It was evident that this young man had connections. He thumped his thigh emphatically. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you can indeed bring the goods, I shall gladly offer you the position. Chapter 48. The under-the-table deal at the police station. In truth, Liu Qiushi was scheming in his mind. Their police station's patrol team was set to expand. And although it was merely temporary work, it offered a monthly salary of 18.5 yuan along with a meal. While the job may seem inconsequential, it was quite sought after in the current climate. Originally, he had 10 positions available, but now only 4 remained. Rather than exchanging them for favors, it would be more prudent to trade for tangible goods from Liu Wenyu. Director, what kind of position are you referring to? Liu Wenyu cautiously inquired. Temporary worker in the patrol team. Liu Qiushi was forthright, explaining that while it was a formal position, it paid 18.5 yuan a month and included a meal. Most importantly, he added with a significant pause, if one performs well, there's a possibility of permanent employment in the future. Liu Wenyu felt a wave of elation. The terms were slightly less favorable than his sister-in-law's position at the cooperative, but in the eyes of rural folk, it was still a coveted opportunity. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then suddenly asked, Director Liu, if I were to procure more meat, would there be additional positions available? Liu Qiushi's eyes lit up. How much do you have in stock? Well, Liu Wenyu grinned mysteriously. That depends on how much you need. The two exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the unspoken understanding between them. Liu Qiushi stood up to close the doors and windows, lowering his voice as he returned to his seat. Here's the deal, 200 pounds of pork for 1 position. He raised 4 fingers. But I can only offer you 4 positions at most. Liu Wenyu rapidly calculated in his mind. The system space contained over 600 pounds of fish and more than 100 pounds of pork. If he could convert these into work positions, Director, I have an idea. Liu Wenyu leaned closer. In addition to the pork, I can also procure live fish. How's that sound? Half an hour later, as Liu Wenyu exited the police station, he found a paper bearing the official seal in his pocket. This is to certify that Comrade Liu Wenyu has provided our station with various supplies. According to their agreement, Liu Wenyu was to deliver within 3 days, 200 pounds of pork and 800 pounds of live fish. In exchange, he would receive 4 temporary positions in the patrol team. More importantly, Director Liu also promised to grant him a long-term procurement certificate. Turning the corner, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but whistle. Now, not only could he arrange for his elder brother and his second brother to move into the city, but even his brother-in-law and childhood friend Zhuzi could benefit from this opportunity. As he passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, he noticed Ding Shichong peering out the door. Upon spotting Liu Wenyu, old Ding hurried over. Why haven't you left yet? Liu Wenyu grinned widely. Uncle Ding, I just visited the police station and met with Director Liu. Guess what he told me? What did he say? Ding Shichong swallowed hard, instinctively sensing trouble. That old rascal likely had nothing good to say. He mentioned. Liu Wenyu dramatically elongated his tone. How you used to call out for Suehua in your sleep while on the Korean battlefield. That old fool. Ding Shichong's face flushed crimson, feigning a strike. I knew he'd bring up those ancient stories. As the two bantered, Liu Wenyu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Uncle Ding, my sister-in-law will be working with you from now on, so I hope you'll look out for her. Rest assured, I won't let your sister-in-law be bullied. Ding Shichong assured, patting Liu Wenyu on the shoulder. But remember, if you come across anything good in the future, don't forget about us. Your sister-in-law will be working with us now, so you must distinguish between friends and foes. Understood. As the sun began to set, Liu Wenyu set off on his journey back to the village. He intentionally detoured to the threshing ground, where he indeed found his elder brother awkwardly practicing riding a bicycle. His sister-in-law squatted nearby, cradling little Hao Yue, watching with a mix of concern and amusement. Third brother, his elder brother called from a distance, Look, I can ride now. Hey, ha. Daddy's clumsy. Observing Liu Wengang tumble to the ground, the little girl clapped her hands and burst into gleeful laughter. Liu Wenyu was greatly amused by the comical antics of his elder brother, bursting into laughter as he hurried over to help him up. Brother, you really need to practice your skills. Liu Wengang brushed off the dust from his clothes, feeling somewhat indignant as he muttered, This darn bike is uncooperative. He then shot a glare at the gleeful little girl. You heartless child, laughing at your father's fall. His sister-in-law quickly approached, cradling the child, and produced a handkerchief to wipe her husband's brow. Perhaps we should push it back. The sun is nearly set. Absolutely not, Liu Wengang exclaimed, seizing the handlebars with determination. I must ride home today. Third brother, lend me your support. with a facade of amusement. Liu Wenyu handed his net bag to his sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaolan took the bag, curiously bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Third brother, what delightful treasures have you brought back? She inquired, detecting an enticing aroma. Oh, on my way back, I happened to pass a deli and bought 2 roast chickens. Before his sister-in-law could ask further, Liu Wenyu had steadied himself behind the bicycle's rear seat. Brother, I'll help you balance it. But let's agree if you fall again. Don't blame me. Yet, he pondered to himself, if his brother were to learn that he and their second brother could also find work in the city, would he still have the inclination to practice riding? As the sun dipped below the distant ridge, the family silhouettes were the only ones remaining in the grain threshing yard. Liu Wenyu, drenched in sweat, gripped the handlebars, finally managing to wobble forward under his brother's guidance. Brother, keep your back straight and look ahead, not at the wheels. Liu Wenyu encouraged, jogging alongside to assist. I know. Liu Wenyu replied, his voice betraying his nervousness, his hands tightly gripping the handlebars until his knuckles turned white. His sister-in-law stood nearby, holding little Haoyue, watching her husband's clumsy attempts with a mix of concern and amusement. The little girl blinked her large eyes and suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, Daddy's silly, Daddy's going to fall. No sooner had she spoken than Liu Wenju's handlebars swerved, and both he and the bicycle tipped sideways. Liu Wenyu reacted swiftly, catching him just in time to prevent another tumble. You ungrateful child. Liu Wenyu feigned anger, glaring at his daughter. Little Hia, undeterred, only giggled louder, her clear laughter ringing sweetly in the twilight. Brother, it's about time to head back, Liu Wenyu said, patting the bicycle seat and inspecting the vehicle. Noticing a patch of paint scraped off the front fender, he remarked how glaringly conspicuous it appeared in the dim light. Liu Wenyu, seeing this, leaned in anxiously. Third brother, if father asks about this, just say I scratched it while riding. Liu Wenyu raised an eyebrow at his brother. Liu Wenyu scratched his head sheepishly. You really understand me. His sister-in-law couldn't help but interject. You've truly reached the pinnacle of being a big brother. Hush! Liu Wenyu swiftly silenced his wife, turning back to his younger brother with a charming smile. Third brother, I've taken quite a few beatings for you in the past. You can consider this your way of repaying me. Liu Wenyu chuckled at his brother's demeanor. All right, I'll take the blame for you. But, he pointed to little Haoyue, who was tilting her head curiously at them. Are you certain she won't spill the beans when we get home? Chapter 49. Good news amidst the aroma of food. The night had fully enveloped the land, and the distant village flickered with scattered lights. His sister-in-law, cradling a now sleepy little Haoyue, urged, it's dark, we should hurry home. I'll take one last round. Liu Wenyu stubbornly mounted the bicycle again, convinced he could manage this time. Liu Wenyu shook his head in resignation, but steadied the rear seat to help his brother maintain balance. This time, Liu Wenyu rode with a semblance of grace. Though the handlebars still wobbled from time to time, he finally managed not to fall. I can ride. Did you see that, third brother? I can ride. Liu Wenyu shouted with excitement, his voice carrying far into the dusk. In the distance, they saw the warm glow emanating from their home. Upon entering the courtyard, the enticing aroma of dinner wafted towards them. His second sister-in-law was setting the table outside and, spotting them, cheerfully called out, You're finally back. Your mother has been fretting for quite some time. And the second brother? Liu Wenyu carefully leaned the bicycle against the wall, wiping the seat with his sleeve. He.S. digging in the backyard, his sister-in-law replied, calling inside, Mother, they're back. Sun Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of stir-fried greens. Why did you return so late? Her gaze fell on the bicycle, and her brow furrowed. What happened to the paint on this bike? Liu Wenyu immediately became anxious, glancing discreetly at his brother. Just as Liu Wenyu was about to speak, little Haoyue suddenly poked her head out from her mother's arms and chirped, The bike was broken by Daddy. Daddy is so silly. He couldn't learn after practicing all afternoon. The entire courtyard fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Liu Wenyu turned crimson with embarrassment, gently pinching his daughter's little nose. You little traitor. Liu Dashin stepped out from the house, holding a pipe. He surveyed the bicycle, then looked at his eldest son's flustered expression, a rare smile flickering across his face. All right, let us eat. The dining table was adorned with a bowl of cornmeal muffins, a plate of pickled vegetables, a bowl of stir-fried greens, a pot of thin porridge, and the 2 roast chickens Liu Wenyu had brought back. This dinner spread was undoubtedly a remarkable feast for a rural household in that era. Liu Wenyu noticed that his mother had specially steamed a bowl of white rice for little Haoyue, drizzling it with soy sauce and pork fat. Third son, how did everything go today? Liu Dashin took a sip from his cup. Liu Wenyu placed a piece of roast chicken into both his parents' bowls before retrieving the prepared 72 yuan from his pocket and sliding it across the table to his father. Father, the items left by grandfather sold for 72 yuan. Lu Dashin glanced at the crumpled bills but did not reach for them. You keep the money. We'll use it to buy some grain from the black market when we can. He paused. After dinner tonight, I'll have your eldest and second brother dig the cellar a bit deeper. Liu Wenyu nodded, returning the money to his pocket. His mother, Sun Xiaoyan, glanced at the roast chicken on the table and couldn't he help but admonish, this money is for buying grain for the family. If you dare to squander it, I'll break your legs when you return. Mother, they say strict fathers and kind mothers. Why do I feel like you're even more severe than father now? Liu Wenyu jested, grinning. Sun Xiaoyan lightly smacked him on the back. Stop with the foolishness. Just make sure to buy enough coarse grain and millet for Yaya. And if there's a famine, we can endure a bit longer. I promise to complete the task. Liu Wenyu straightened up, performing an exaggerated salute, which sent little Hao Yue into fits of giggles. Lu Dashin looked at his granddaughter with a hint of softness in his eyes. He tapped his pipe and instructed his two sons, eldest, second, after dinner, dig the cellar deeper. I suspect what your grandfather told your third brother in his dreams is true. This year, harvest 1T be bountiful. Understood, father. Lu Wengang and Lu Wenxiang replied in unison. Seizing the moment, Liu Wenyu observed his second brother, Lu Wenxiang, who was 3 years his senior and a diligent worker. His dark face bore the marks of years spent laboring in the fields. Third brother, what are you staring at? Are you not going to eat? The second brother waved his hand in front of Liu Wenyu. Oh, nothing. Liu Wenyu snapped back to reality, taking a few bites of rice before suddenly speaking. Father, mother. Eldest brother, second brother, I have something to tell you. The entire family turned their attention to him. Liu Wenyu cleared his throat. I went to the police station today, and Director Liu mentioned they are hiring temporary workers for the patrol team, offering 18 yuan a month, with a meal included. The dining table fell into an immediate hush. Lu Dashin's pipe hung suspended in midair, while Sun Xiaoyan's hand, poised to serve food, stalled. Everyone comprehended the significance of securing a job in the city. It represented a steadfast livelihood, no longer reliant on the whims of fate. Old third, do you mean to say? Lu Wengang's voice quivered slightly. I have secured 4 positions. Liu Wenyu glanced at his elder brothers. If you both are willing, you may give a try. I intend to reserve the remaining 2 spots for my brother-in-law and Juzi. Ding. Family collectively breaks down. Obtain 21 points of emotional defense. Ding. Reward acquired. 90 yuan in cash, 60 jin of rice, 30 jin of cotton, and 30 jin of pork. Liu Wengang was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leapt from his seat. Really? Old third, you mustn't be deceiving me. Absolutely true. Liu Wenyu affirmed with a nod. However, there is a condition. Within 3 days, I must deliver 200 jin of pork and 800 jin of fish to the police station. The staggering figures caused the entire family to collectively gasp. Lu Dashin furrowed his brow. Such a large quantity of meat. Where will you procure it? Father, rest assured. I have my connections. Liu Wenyu replied with a mysterious smile. Lu Wenxiang swallowed hard. Old third, is this job truly meant for me and big brother? His voice trembled. And for you, second brother. Liu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively. Do you truly believe that with my temperament, I could be the kind to diligently attend a job? Liu Wenxiang's dark complexion glimmered under the oil lamp. His hands, accustomed to wielding a hoe, trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, releasing only a few choke sounds, as tears unexpectedly cascaded down his cheeks, splattering onto the rough wooden table. Second brother, Liu Wenyu softly called, but Liu Wenxiang grasped his wrist tightly. Old third. Liu Wenxiang's grip was astonishingly strong, his voice a mere whisper, second brother this lifetime. He could not continue, instead holding onto his brother's wrist with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to merge their 2 decades of brotherly affection into that single grasp. It was then that Liu Wenyu noticed the thick calluses on his brother's palm, with several areas still unhealed and cracked. Liu Wengang suddenly enveloped both his younger brothers from behind, his voice tinged with emotion. Good brothers. You are all my cherished brothers. His tears and snot smeared across Liu Wenyu's back. Little Hao Yue, startled by the sudden scene, timidly tugged at her mother's clothing. Mother, why are father and second uncle crying? Chapter 50, Fishing Under the Moonlight. Zhao Shuan wiped her tears and embraced little Hao Yue. Your father and the others are just very happy. Liu Dashin silently puffed his dry tobacco, his gaze flitting between his 3 sons. When it settled on the youngest, a rare softness flickered in his sharp eyes, one that Liu Wenyu had never witnessed before. Old third has grown up. Liu Dashin's voice was low and solemn. Those simple words ignited warmth in Liu Wenyu's heart. In his memories, his father had never bestowed such praise upon him. Sun Xiaoyun, her eyes reddened, approached and gently ruffled her youngest son's hair. I used to scold you for being so unfocused, but now it seems. Her voice choked. My son has surpassed everyone. Mother. Liu Wenyu's cheeks flushed, awkwardly evading her hand. I am no longer a child. Liu Wenyu finally regained some composure. Wiping his face vigorously with his sleeve, old second brother may be clumsy with words, but this sentiment, I hold it close to my heart. What are you saying, second brother? Liu Wenyu feigned nonchalance as he playfully punched Liu Wenyu shoulder. What do we brothers have to worry about? Suddenly, Liu Wenyu slammed his hand on the table. No way. Such good news calls for a toast. He stood to fetch some liquor. We've barely touched our meal. What do we need alcohol for? Sun Xiaoyan grasped her eldest son firmly. Mother, Liu Wenyu elongated his tone, just this once. Mother, what mother? All right, go fetch it. Liu Dashan unexpectedly interjected, knocking his pipe. Sun Xiaoyan looked at her husband in astonishment, but Liu Dashan merely gazed at his three sons, slowly adding, such a joyous occasion certainly deserves a toast. As the coarse earthenware bowls were filled with liquor, Liu Dashan raised his bowl, his gaze sweeping over his three sons. We, the Liu family men, must remember, united as brothers, our strength is unbreakable. United as brothers. The three sons echoed in unison, the clinking of their bowls resonating melodiously. Little Haoyue imitated them, raising her small wooden bowl. Yeah, wants to join too. Sun Xiaoyan wiped her eyes and suddenly stood up. I will go fry some eggs for you all. Although little Haoyue did not comprehend what the adults were celebrating, she clapped along. Yeah, wants to eat eggs too. Amidst the laughter that filled the room, Liu Wenyu discreetly wiped the corners of his eyes. In that moment, he realized what it truly meant to be family. Not the treasures that a system might offer, but these simple, unadorned joys and tears. After the meal, Liu Wenyu wiped his mouth and rose to retrieve the fishing gear from the corner. Just as he hoisted the fishing rod onto his shoulder, his brother Liu Wenyu approached with a playful grin. Old third, I'm coming with you. Liu Wenyu's dark face bore a rosy hue from the alcohol. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Liu Wenyu grimaced, second brother, with your skills, you might as well stay home. Don't waste your effort. Liu Wenyu, undeterred, retorted, at least I've caught fish before. Indeed, Liu Wenyu mercilessly countered, the last time we went by the river. You sat there all afternoon and only caught 3 tiny crucian carp, none even the size of my palm. Liu Wenyu was at a loss for words, his face flushing deeper. At that moment, Liu Dashan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Old third is right. With your skills, it's better to sit this one out. He set down his pipe, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his trousers. I will accompany old third. Liu Wenyu gazed at his father in surprise, meeting those unyielding eyes, and could only nod in resignation. The moonlight poured like water over the country path. The father and son walked in tandem, silence enveloping them. Liu Dashan's silhouette, bearing the fishing basket under the moonlight, appeared particularly grand, while Liu Wenyu trailed behind, inhaling the faint sense of tobacco and liquor that clung to his father. Upon reaching the riverbank, Liu Dashan chose a tranquil bend in the stream. Just as he was about to set down the fishing basket, he noticed Liu Wenyu had already set up the fishing rod with adeptness, his movements reminiscent of a seasoned angler. Father, please sit and take a rest. Liu Wenyu withdrew a small cloth pouch from his pocket, containing his meticulously crafted bait, a mixture of flour, fermented grain, and egg, exuding an enticing aroma. Liu Dashan chuckled, shaking his head, recalling how his spouse would scold him animatedly whenever their son concocted such bait, and he couldn't help but laugh. You are indeed a bit extravagant. Just wait and see. Father, Liu Wenyu grinned, as he prepared to attach the bait to the hook, before he could explain his strategy to his father. The fishing rod suddenly plunged dramatically. About one. Liu Wenyu's eyes sparkled, his arm muscles tautening instantly, with the high-quality fishing gear enhancing his strength. He didn't require any finesse. He simply yanked the rod with force. With a splashing sound, a carp weighing over 5 jin leaped out of the water, tracing a shimmering arc in the moonlight before plopping onto the grassy bank, flailing its tail wildly. Liu Dashan's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. In his 50-plus years of life, he had never witnessed such a fishing technique. No finesse, no coaxing, just a direct pull, and it had succeeded. This, Liu Dashan stammered, his rough hands instinctively reaching out to touch the thrashing fish, confirming its existence. Liu Wenyu deftly removed the fishhook, tossing the carp into the basket. A triumphant smile gracing his lips. Father, what do you think? My bait wasn't wasted, was it? Liu Dashan had yet to recover from his astonishment when Liu Wenyu's second fishing rod began to tremble. This time, it was a grass carp weighing over 4 pounds, which he effortlessly hauled onto the shore. Liu Dashan's voice quivered slightly. Your fishing skills. They must have been taught to you by grandfather in your dreams. Liu Wenyu had indeed become quite adept. Any seemingly irrational occurrence was conveniently attributed to his late grandfather. Father, rest assured, just tonight alone, I estimate I can catch at least 200 to 300 pounds of fish. Liu Dashan crouched down, examining the bait his son had used under the moonlight. then glanced at the two thrashing fish still in the basket, and the wrinkles on his face began to smooth out. Over the next few hours, Liu Wenyu resembled a precise fishing machine, rarely missing a catch. Liu Dashin also kept busy, managing to catch 3 fish in that time, though the largest was barely the length of chopsticks. Before long, the basket was brimming, prompting Liu Dashin to seek out a nearby small puddle to serve as a temporary holding place. The moonlight shimmered on the river's surface, creating a silvery wave. Liu Wenyu glanced at his watch, noting it was already past midnight. Stretching lazily, he said to his father, "Father, shall we take a break?" Liu Dashin nodded and sat beside his son. He took out his pipe, leisurely filling it with tobacco. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Wenyu checked their haul. There are now over 100 fish of varying sizes in the puddle, collectively weighing no less than 270 to 80 pounds. At this rate, catching 800 pounds of fish in 2 days seemed entirely feasible. Suddenly, Liu Dashin exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "But what about the 200 pounds of pork?" Chapter 51. The Moonlit Capture of a Giant Catfish. Liu Wenyu chuckled, "Father, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll bring Zhuzi along to scout the mountains. If luck is on our side, we can secure the 200 pounds of pork in just 1 day." Liu Dashin hesitated momentarily. "Just be careful." He silently puffed on his pipe for a few moments before reaching out to pat his son's shoulder. "Lao San, I used to underestimate you." Just then, the fishing rod began to shake violently. Liu Wenyu instinctively grasped the rod, feeling an immense force surge through it, nearly pulling him into the river. He quickly steadied himself, gripping the rod tightly with both hands. "Father, it's a big one," he shouted, excitement lacing his voice. Liu Dashin sprang to his feet, unsure of how to assist, only able to anxiously call out, "Be careful. Don't break the rod." With unwavering focus, Liu Wenyu battled the colossal creature beneath the water, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The fish's strength far exceeded that of any he had encountered before. Even with the system's assistance, he felt the strain. "No, I need to change my approach," Liu Wenyu murmured to himself, suddenly loosening some of the fishing line. The fish immediately darted towards the center of the river, allowing Liu Wenyu to adjust his stance and tighten the line once more. The tug-of-war ensued for nearly 10 minutes until finally, a massive shadow surfaced. In the moonlight, Liu Dashin gasped. It was the largest catfish he had ever seen in his life, easily weighing 70 to 80 pounds. "Lao Sang, be careful." Liu Dashin couldn't help but shout, his voice trembling. Liu Wenyu gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to drag the fish towards the shore. Just as the fish was about to reach the bank, it suddenly thrashed its tail, sending up a tremendous splash of water. Liu Wenyu lost his footing, nearly falling, but he clung to the rod with unwavering resolve. "Father, grab a stick and hit it on the head," Liu Wenyu shouted urgently. Liu Dashin finally reacted, seizing a sturdy branch from the riverbank and charging forward. He timed his strike perfectly, bringing the branch down hard onto the catfish's massive head. With a dull thud, the catfish convulsed violently. Liu Dashin gasped for breath and landed several more blows. Watching as the enormous creature, nearly his own height, ceased its struggle, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Finally realizing his hands were trembling. "Lao Sang." Liu Dashin's voice had taken on a different tone. Liu Wenyu, thoroughly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Father, this one must weigh 70 to 80 pounds. Liu Dashin suddenly burst into hearty laughter, the sound resonating across the tranquil riverside. "Good lad, you truly have it in you." His rough hand landed heavily on his son's shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. Under the moonlight, the father and son gazed at the teeming fish in the puddle. And Liu Dashin suddenly mused, "Lao San, I used to think you were a bit off-kilter, but now it seems." He paused. The ancestral graves of the Liu family must be sending up smoke. "Father, shall we fish a little longer?" Liu Wenyu swiftly shifted the topic. "The fish are biting well right now." Liu Dashin shook his head. "That's enough. These fish will keep us busy for quite a while. Besides, you still need to head up the mountain with Zhuzi tomorrow." After considering this, Liu Wenyu began to pack up his fishing gear, while Liu Dashin carefully stowed the giant catfish separately, anxious not to damage it. On the way back to the village, Liu Dashin carried the largest catfish, his pace matching that of Liu Wenyu. As they neared home, Liu Dashin suddenly halted, turning to his son, "Lao San, be careful in the mountains tomorrow. Wild boars can be quite fierce." Liu Wenyu nodded. "Father, rest assured, I will prioritize safety." Liu Dashin seemed to want to say more, but ultimately sighed. "Hurry and carry the rest of the fish back, then get some rest. Dawn is approaching." Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Liu Wenyu was astonished to find the kitchen still aglow. Sun Xiaoyun emerged with a kerosene lamp, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the fish they had caught. "Heavens, have you emptied the Dragon King's fish pond?" she exclaimed softly, fearful of waking the others. Liu Dashin puffed out his chest proudly. "See, This is all thanks to my son. Sun Xiaoyan glanced at the fish and then at her youngest son, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. My son has truly grown up. Mother, please don't say that. Liu Wenyu quickly interjected. You and father should clean these fish first. There is still plenty by the river. I'll go fetch the rest. Without waiting for a response, Liu Wenyu turned to leave, but Liu Dashin hurried after him. Wait, I'll go with you. No need, father. Liu Wenyu waved his hand. It's just 100 or so pounds of fish. I can carry them back alone. You and mother take care of these. Watching his son stride confidently out of the courtyard, Sun Xiaoyan leaned closer to her husband, lowering her voice. Old man, according to village customs, we need a hand over 20% of the catch. Liu Dashin, hearing this, flicked the fishy hem of his clothing, his voice low but firm. You're mistaken. My dear, hand over what? Why should we give any to the village? Sun Xiaoyan anxiously wrung her apron. But it's village rules. Village rules, my foot. Liu Dashin retorted, pulling his wife close and gesturing at the wriggling fish in the basin. Look at these. Lao San worked hard to catch them. Why should we give them away for free? Besides, in this darkness, who could possibly know how many we caught? The light from the kerosene lamp flickered on the fish scales, casting shifting shadows on Sun Xiaoyan's face. But if the villagers find out what? Liu Dashin spat on the ground, pulling out his pipe and giving it a sharp knock against his shoe. At first light, let the eldest and second take these fish to the station. Hearing Liu Wenyu's footsteps approaching, Sun Xiaoyan quickly wiped her hands. I'll follow your lead. Lying in bed, Liu Wenyu listened to the hushed conversations of his parents and the sounds of them preparing the fish, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Liu Wenyu appeared at Zhuzi's house bright and early. Wenyu, you're here so early? Have you eaten breakfast yet? The freshly baked mixed grain pancakes made by Aunt Wang beckoned, urging everyone to gather and partake. Liu Wenyu chuckled and shook his head, saying, Aunt, I just set down my bowl and came right over. He noticed Wang Changshun squatting at the threshold, indulging in a smoke. Hastily, he retrieved a pack of daikyamen from his pocket, offering one to him. Uncle, give this a try. Wang Changshun's eyes lit up as he accepted the cigarette. Inhaling deeply with delight, what a fine smoke. You've struck it rich lately. Haven tea you? At that moment, Zhuzi, his hair a disheveled mess, dashed out from the latrine, his belt unfastened, and asked eagerly, What do you need me for when you go? Are we heading up the mountain? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 52. The joyful news shakes the Wang family. Liu Wenyu nodded, unable to suppress a smile at Zhuzi's excitement. You should eat first. I have something important to discuss with you. Zhu Tiangzu quickly finished his porridge, wiped his mouth, and grabbed a piece of the mixed grain pancake, asking, What is it? Ven Yuye. Liu Wenyu glanced around, lowered his voice, and recounted how he had secured 4 job positions in the city the previous day. Once everything is in place, my elder brother, and my second brother can join the patrol team. Not only will there be a monthly salary of 18.5 yuan, but meals will also be provided. Clatter. Just as Liu Wenyu finished speaking, Aunt Wang's bowl clattered to the ground. Wang Changshun, too engrossed in a cigarette, failed to notice the ash falling onto his trousers. Zhuzi gaped in astonishment, momentarily speechless. When you go, is that really true? He stammered, his voice trembling. Liu Wenyu solemnly nodded. Of course, it's true. I came to ask you to head up the mountain today. Let us resolve the pork issue. Suddenly, Aunt Wang covered her face and began to weep. Wenyu, I don't know how to thank you. Her rough hands, marred with cracks, trembled uncontrollably. Wang Changshun abruptly stood, grasping Liu Wenyu's hand tightly. The usually jovial man was at a loss for words, choked with emotion. Shall I bow to you then? Ding. The Wang family collectively broke down, earning 9 points of emotional vulnerability. Ding. Reward received. 1 Type 54 pistol, 30 rounds of ammunition, 30 yuan in cash, and 30 jin of 5 spice beef. Uncle, what are you doing? You're not trying to shorten my lifespan, are you? Liu Wenyu quickly stepped forward to support the trembling Wang Changshun. Zhuzi is my brother. If there is a good fortune, he will certainly share in it. Wang Changshun firmly patted Liu Wenyu on the shoulder and then turned to the still-dazed Zhuzi. His voice taking on a different tone. Zhuzi, kneel before your Wenyu go. Without hesitation, Zhuzi dropped to his knees before Liu Wenyu, his forehead striking the muddy ground with a thud. Wenyu go, my life henceforth belongs to you. When Zhuzi lifted his head, his forehead was already reddened, tears glistening in his eyes. Liu Wenyu was taken aback by this display and hurriedly bent to help him up. Zhuzi, what are you doing? Get up. Wang Changshun, however, blocked Liu Wenyu. Wenyu, he must do this. The old man's voice quivered. Uncle knows what this job means for our family. It signifies that the Wang family will rise. It means Zhuzi will no longer have to toil like your aunt and I. Aunt Wang nodded vigorously, wiping her tears, her rough fingers twisting the edges of her garment. Knuckles widening. Feeling a lump in his throat, Liu Wenyu forcefully pulled Juzi up. Uncle, Aunt, please don't do this. Juzi and I have grown up together. He has always shared in my meals. Wang Changshun wiped his face with his sleeve, then turned and fetched a dusty wine jar from the house. Wenyu, we must drink a toast today. This is the sweet potato liquor I saved for 5 years, just waiting for Juzi's wedding day. Uncle, that one tea do. Liu Wenyu waved his hands. Juzi and I still need to head up the mountain. Drinking will only hinder our hunt. Wang Changshun, realizing this, sheepishly returned the jar. Rubbing his hands together, right, the matter at hand is more pressing. He suddenly lowered his voice. Wenyu, I have an old rifle in the house. Would you like to use it? Liu Wenyu smiled mysteriously and pointed to the bulging sack beside him. No need. Uncle, I brought my own. Juzi leaned in curiously. But Wang Changshun swatted him away. You little rascal, don't touch that. Hurry up and gather your things to head up the mountain with your Wenyu go. Even if we encounter a tiger today, we must bring back those 200 pounds of meat. Juzi snapped back to reality, rushing inside and soon emerging with a bow and hunting knife slung over his shoulder. Liu Wenyu noticed that Juzi's eyes were still glistening with tears. Venyu Yi, let us go. Juzi's voice brimmed with determination. Aunt Wang hurriedly dashed into the house and soon emerged with a cloth bundle. Wenyu, take this for the road. The pancakes are freshly made and still warm. Just then, Wang Changshun, who had been pondering for a while, spoke up again. Wenyu, how about I join you? Liu Wenyu quickly waved his hands. Uncle, that is unnecessary. Juzi and I are already accustomed to working together. Too many people will only startle the game. If you truly wish to help, perhaps you could go fishing by the river. My father went early this morning. Wang Changshun considered this, realizing that with his old limbs, he might not be of much assistance, and reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll go. He turned to his wife, calling, Dear, bring me the largest fish basket we have. Leaving the Wang family courtyard, Juzi followed Liu Wenyu closely, occasionally stealing glances at the bulging sack. Upon reaching the old locust tree at the village entrance, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Wenyu go, what exactly did you bring? Liu Wenyu glanced around to ensure there was no one else, then pulled out the water-cooled rifle he received as a reward from the system. The dark barrel glimmered coldly in the morning light. My goodness! Juzi gasped, nearly jumping up. What is this? Shoo! Liu Wenyu made a gesture for silence. Keep it down. This is borrowed. I must return it after use. Juzi excitedly touched the barrel. Lowering his voice, Wenyu go, is this gun really not yours? Liu Wenyu chuckled. What are you thinking? It's just a temporary loan from a friend. He patted Juzi's shoulder. Let us go. Our task today is no small feat as the two traversed the trail behind the village into the mountains. The morning dew soaked their pant legs. Juzi hesitated, finally asking, Wenyu go, will that job really work out? Have I ever deceived you? Liu Wenyu inquired. Juzi vigorously shook his head, his eyes reddening again. I feel like I'm dreaming. All right, Liu Wenyu interrupted. Save your energy for hunting wild boars. Just follow my lead and don't act recklessly. Juzi nodded firmly, patting the bow on his back. Don't worry, Wenyu go, I'm accurate with my shots. Walking along the mountain path, Juzi couldn't help but ask again, Wenyu go, is it true that the patrol team pays 18.5 yuan a month? Absolutely. Liu Wenyu replied with a smile, but once you start, be sharp, don't bring me shame. Chapter 53, Perils of the Dense Forest Hunt. Juzi nodded earnestly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Wenyu go, don't worry, I'll work hard. My parents have never seen so much money in their lives. Liu Wenyu's heart softened as he patted Juzi's shoulder. Our future days will surely improve. Meanwhile, Wang Changshun arrived at the riverbank, fishing rod and basket in hand. From a distance, he spotted Liu Dashin sitting on a large rock, his fish basket already half full. Old Liu looks like a fruitful catch, Wang Changshun called out cheerfully. Liu Dashin turned around and was greeted by a smile. Ah, Brother Wang has arrived? Come over quickly, there are plenty of fish here. As Wang Changshun settled down, he could hardly contain his excitement as he began to extol Liu Wenyu's virtues. Old Liu, your Wenyu is truly remarkable. Just now he said, Hush. Liu Dashin suddenly gestured for silence, pointing toward a few villagers fishing in the distance. Keep your voice down. Wang Changshun understood and lowered his voice. When you mentioned he could help my Juzi secure a job in the city with the patrol team at the police station, earning a monthly salary of 18. Thank you, Yuan. I don't even know how to thank that kid. Liu Dashin smiled mysteriously. It's a good thing for the children to succeed. He paused, but old Wang, don't speak of this outside just yet. At that moment, Chun Erling from the village approached. Oh, you two uncles are fishing? It seems you've caught quite a bit. Liu Dashin remained unfazed. There aren't many fish in the river. How much can one catch? Chun Erling squinted. But I heard that even before dawn, your eldest and second were pushing several sacks of fish towards the city. Upon hearing this, Liu Dashin's heart sank. It was likely that his eldest and second were seen leaving the village, Otherwise Chun Erling wouldn't be so certain. Observing Chun Erling's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Changshun couldn't hold back. Erling, why don't you just keep your mouth shut? Several sacks of fish? Have you gone mad with your craving for fish? Faced with Wang Changshun's tirade, Chun Erling sheepishly retreated. But Liu Dashin knew that the villagers were beginning to notice the changes in his family. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the morning mist had dissipated, and Liu Wenyu and Zhuzi had ventured deep into the forest several kilometers in. The scent of damp earth mingled with the fresh aroma of pine needles, and the thick carpet of fallen leaves crunched softly beneath their feet. With the system enhancing his senses, Liu Wenyu's perception became extraordinarily acute. He could even detect the distinct odor of wild boar wafting through the air. Zhuzi, slow down. Liu Wenyu suddenly halted Zhuzi with a hand, whispering, "There is movement ahead." The two held their breath and peered through the thicket. 20 meters away, 3 wild boars were rummaging through the soft earth for food. The largest boar weighed over 200 pounds, its bristles standing erect like steel needles, and its tusks gleaming ominously in the morning light. The other 2 were slightly smaller, but still weighed over 100 pounds. Zhuzi nervously swallowed, his fingers instinctively tightening around the bow. Liu Wenyu gently shook his head, signaling him to remain still, while he slowly raised his water-cooled rifle. The cold metal felt reassuring in his grip. Each component of the firearm seemed an extension of his own body, a testament to the mastery of marksmanship bestowed by the system. Taking a deep breath, Liu Wenyu aimed for the vital point behind the largest boar's ear, knowing a single shot would bring the beast down instantly. Boom! The gunfire echoed through the valley, startling a flock of birds. The bullet pierced through the boar's skull, and before the creature could utter a sound, it collapsed, its limbs twitching momentarily before lying still. "Wenyu, you hit it!" Zhuzi exclaimed in hushed excitement, but his expression froze the next moment as the anticipated scene of the remaining boars scattering did not occur. Instead, the other 2 boars raised their heads, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on the thicket where the 2 were concealed. Oh no! Liu Wenyu's heart raced with a surge of instinctive dread. The 2 boars let out piercing screams, their hind legs propelling them forward in a frenzied charge towards their direction. The mere distance of 10 meters was nothing for a rampaging wild boar, and Liu Wenyu could even see the froth at the corners of their mouths and the mud caked on their tusks. In an instant, he yanked Zhuzi's collar, forcefully pulling him behind himself while swiftly cycling the bolt of his rifle and raising the weapon again. Boom! The second shot whistled through the air, striking the leading boar in the neck. Blood gushed forth, but the wounded beast did not falter. Instead, it charged even more furiously, undeterred by its injury. "Zhuzi, shoot!" Liu Wenyu shouted, quickly reloading. His movements were fluid and decisive, the skills rewarded by the system allowing him to remain astonishingly calm in the face of life and death. Zhuzi, though initially pale with fear, snapped to attention at Liu Wenyu's command. He fumbled with the bowstring, but in his panic, the first arrow veered off course, grazing the boar's back as it flew past. At this moment, the leading boar was less than 5 meters away. Liu Wenyu could smell its foul odor. He steadied his rifle, aimed at the boar's eye, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet zipped past the boar's ear, leaving a bloody mark on its coarse hide. The injured beast emitted a deafening howl, its tusks glinting menacingly in the sunlight, now only 3 meters away from Liu Wenyu. "Wenyu!" Zhuzi shouted in terror. Instead of retreating, Liu Wenyu advanced, swiftly sidestepping while drawing the recently bestowed 54 Type pistol from the system. The boar brushed past him, the rush of wind stinging his cheek. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots rang out almost simultaneously. The bullets found their mark behind the boar's ear, and the crazed beast finally collapsed, sliding a couple of meters further due to momentum, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Watch out behind you!" Zhuzi suddenly screamed. Liu Wenyu turned to see the second boar charging at them. Although it had been hit in the neck by the rifle, the wound wasn't fatal. It lowered its head, tusks aimed directly at Liu Wenyu's abdomen. In that critical moment, Liu Wenyu felt time slow down. This was the newly activated danger perception ability of the system. He clearly saw the trajectory of the charging boar, and his advanced combat proficiency allowed his body to instinctively roll to the right. The boar's tusks grazed past him, tearing a gash in his clothing. Chapter 54. The Tumult of Descending the Mountain. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air, striking the boar squarely in the eye. Zhuzi had finally steadied himself and released a crucial shot. The boar let out a wretched scream, shaking its head in agony. Seizing the moment, Liu Wenyu raised his pistol, aiming at the boar's other eye, and fired 3 rapid shots. Bang! 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 The third boar finally collapsed, its limbs twitching a few times before falling still. The forest fell silent once more, save for the heavy breaths of the two companions echoing in the air. Wenyu, are you all right? Zhuzi collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. Liu Wenyu inspected himself. Apart from a torn shirt and a few scrapes, he was unscathed. He exhaled a sigh of relief and patted Zhuzi's shoulder. It's all right, thanks to your arrow. Zhuzi gazed in awe at the 3 fallen wild boars. Wenyu, just look at how much meat we've gotten. Liu Wenyu estimated. That big one weighs at least 250 pounds. And the 2 smaller ones together are over 200 pounds. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. 3 wild boars should yield over 300 pounds of clean meat. Zhuzi looked at the gun in Liu Wenyu's hand with reverence. Wenyu, your marksmanship is simply incredible. I barely saw how you switch guns. Liu Wenyu smiled, but refrained from elaborating. He approached the boars, confirming they were indeed deceased, and began contemplating how to transport these hefty creatures down mountain. Wenyu, there's no way the 2 of us can carry these 3 hefty beasts back. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhuzi's forehead as he gazed despondently at the 3 wild boars, their combined weight exceeding 400 pounds. Who said it was just the 2 of us? Liu Wenyu produced a cigarette and offered one to Zhuzi, striking a match and inhaling deeply. Brother Wenyu, what do you mean? Zhuzi inquired. According to regulations, we are required to submit 20% to the brigade. Since that's the case, what's wrong with having those who partake in the feast contribute a bit of labor? In this world, who gets to enjoy a free meal without putting in any effort? Zhuzi's eyes brightened at this notion. I'll head back to the village and rally some people, he exclaimed. Wait. Liu Wenyu grasped him firmly, lowering his voice. Remember, it must be Yin Mingpeng, that scoundrel who leads the team personally. Does he think that being a brigade leader means he can merely talk without any work? Zhuzi winked in understanding. Got it. I'll ensure he personally comes to haul the boars. With that, he dashed down the mountain, his steps light as if he had already forgotten the earlier peril. As Zhuzi's figure vanished into the distance, Liu Wenyu found a flat stone to sit upon and retrieved a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda from his system space. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, taking a generous gulp. The icy soda slid down his throat, prompting a contented belch. The sun illuminated the forest, and the distant chirping of birds filled the air. After resting for over an hour, Liu Wenyu finally extracted his hunting knife from the system space and began to bleed the wild boars. The blade sliced through the boar's throat, and dark red blood gushed forth. The largest boar had tusks measuring nearly half a foot long, and its thick mane was still sticky with resin from their struggle. Liu Wenyu chuckled at the memory of the earlier excitement. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. You have met your end in a worthy manner. Bleeding the animals was a skillful task that required precision to ensure a clean drain without compromising the meat's quality. Just as the blood from the 3 wild boars was nearly depleted, distant voices finally reached his ears, and Zhuzi's figure appeared intermittently among the trees. Right up ahead, Zhuzi's voice carried from afar. As the crowd approached, leading the way was none other than Yin Mingpeng, donned in a pristine blue cadre uniform, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a leader on an inspection. Upon seeing Liu Wenyu, his jowls quivered. Lu Laosan, I heard you, and Zhuzi took down 3 wild boars. Surely, you didn't simply stumble upon one slain by others? Liu Wenyu calmly stood up and kicked the largest boar. If Brigade Leader Yin doubts me, he may inspect the wounds. The arrow on the eye was shot by Zhuzi, and the other 2 were felled by my rifle. The villagers had gathered around, and as their gazes fell upon the 3 wild boars, gasps of astonishment erupted. Good heavens! This boar must weigh at least 300 pounds. Wenyu and Zhuzi are remarkable. They've brought home 3 wild boars. Now the whole village can feast. As the villagers expressed their amazement, a series of system prompts echoed in Liu Wenyu's mind. Ding! Villager Wang Dazhuang's defense moderately breached, gaining 2 points of breach value. With the villagers' exclamations, the system's reward notifications continued to sound in his mind. What delighted Liu Wenyu most was the increasingly dark expression on Yin Mingpeng's face, akin to someone who had just bitten into a bitter herb. Brigade Leader Yin. Liu Wenyu raised his voice deliberately. According to regulations, we must turn in 20% to the brigade. The remainder will be split equally between Zhuzi and me. Is that agreeable? Yin Mingpeng's lips twitched. Yes, that's no problem. However, with such heavy boars to carry down the mountain, you can't expect the members to assist without compensation. Liu Wenyu interjected with a bright smile. Of course, the brigade must assist with the transport. After all, with this much meat, it's impossible for just the 2 of us to manage. Besides, since the brigade is receiving 20% of the meat, isn't it only fair for them to lend a hand? As Liu Wenyu finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. Yin Mingpeng's face turned a shade of crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His sense of crisis intensified. Liu Wenyu's words had begun to carry more weight than his own as brigade leader. At that moment, a crisp notification chimed in Liu Wenyu's mind. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defense moderately breached. Gained 2 points of breach value. Ding. Gained reward. 2 stamina. This reward brought Liu Wenyu joy. It seemed that Yin Mingpeng, that scoundrel, had finally yielded something useful. Observing the delight on Liu Wenyu's face, Yin Mingpeng could no longer contain himself. Liu Wenyu, you brought a firearm to the mountain without authorization. I must report you to the commune. The scene fell silent. Liu Wenyu wiped the smile from his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brigade Leader Yin. This gun was borrowed from Director Liu in Sijio City. I suggest you think carefully about the consequences before you speak. Moreover, had it not been for this gun, these 3 wild boars might have descended the mountain to wreak havoc on the crops, or worse, injure someone. Exactly. A booming voice resonated from the back of the crowd. And within moments, Militia Captain Yo Desui pushed his way to the front. Yin Mingpeng, you've been brigade leader for several years. Have you ever brought back even a morsel of meat for the village? Now, that Wenyu has taken down wild boars for everyone to enjoy, you're putting on airs? The words struck Yin Mingpeng like daggers to the heart. He trembled with rage, pointing at Nyo Desui, but unable to utter a single word. Liu Wenyu's mind was filled with another system prompt. Ding. Yin Mingpeng's defense lightly breached. Gained 1 point of breach value. Ding. Gained reward Chapter 55. Dividing the meat to win hearts. Ding. Gained reward. 1 pair of cloth shoes. Is this it? Liu Wenyu inwardly questioned the system. Having just received attribute points, and now only being rewarded with a pair of worn shoes? The system calm. Mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Repeated targeting of the same objective results in diminishing rewards. It is advisable for the host to broaden the target range. Liu Wenyu secretly scoffed, unable to resist complaining to the system again in his mind. Meanwhile, Nyo Desui had begun rallying several young men to bind the wild boars, preparing to carry them down the mountain. Yin Mingpeng stood to the side, his expression fluctuating between anger and despair. Everyone, listen up. Liu Wenyu clapped his hands. Tonight, we will divide the meat at the threshing ground. Each household will receive at least 3 pounds. Good. The villagers cheered in unison, as several young men quickly bound the largest boar with wooden levers. Observing this, Yin Mingpeng, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, some people think that just because they brought back a bit of wild game, they can win the hearts of the villagers. Nyo Desui turned abruptly, driving his knife into the ground. Yin Mingpeng, either lend a hand or keep your mouth shut. Do you really think being brigade leader makes you a lord? Yin Mingpeng's face turned ashen, silenced by the scornful gazes of the crowd. Reluctantly, he shuffled to the end of the line, pretending to assist in securing the wooden lever, his polished shoes leaving unsightly marks on the muddy ground. As they descended the mountain, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Liu Wenyu and Zhuzi walked at the forefront, 6 strong young men carrying the boars behind them, the wooden lever creaking under the weight. The evening breeze carried the fragrant scent of mugwort from the mountains, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, creating a strangely harmonious atmosphere. Brother Wenyu, Zhuzi leaned in closer, speaking softly. Look at Yin Mingpeng. He behaves as if someone owes him 200 yuan. Liu Wenyu chuckled, the smoke from his cigarette obscuring the coldness in his eyes. He glanced back at the figure hiding at the end of the line. It was clear that no further rewards could be extracted from that scoundrel. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity. As the sun sank lower in the west, the throng finally returned to the village entrance. The 3 wild boars were bound with coarse ropes to the wooden lever, carried into the brigade compound by a dozen strong laborers. The villagers, alerted by the commotion, had gathered, with children weaving through the crowd, excitedly shouting. As the grand procession returned to the village entrance, the horizon was graced with the last remnants of the evening glow. 3 wild boars were unloaded onto the flagstone in the center of the village office. The largest of them still adorned with a half-torn blade of grass dangling from its tusk, swaying gently in the evening breeze. Make way, don't touch, shouted Nyo Desui, waving his hands to disperse the crowd. Yet, the children darted through the legs of the adults like eels, with one audacious lad even reaching out to touch the boar's tusk, only to be yanked back by his mother, who firmly grasped his ear. Liu Wenyu fished out a cigarette from his pocket, struck a match, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he noticed Yin Mingpeng standing at the fringe of the crowd, his face dark and brooding as if it were about to rain. Nyo, the scale is here, Zhuzi exclaimed, dragging out the rusty old scale from the warehouse, the clinking of the weights ringing out sharply. This scale had been constructed during the era of collectivization, its markings worn smooth from years of use. Nyo Desui took the scale, swiftly tying a hemp rope. A few young men lent a hand. 4 sturdy lads stepped forward, inserting a wooden lever through the ropes binding the boar. Lift. At the command, the largest boar swayed slightly off the ground. The scale's beam oscillated violently, the iron chain creaking under the strain. 237 pounds, Nyo Desui announced loudly. The crowd erupted into a buzz. Old Zhang counted on his fingers. In my 60-plus years, I've only seen 2 boars this size, both taken down by the Liu family's 3 sons. When a second boar was weighed, Liu Wenyu caught a glimpse of Yin Mingpeng inching closer to the scorekeeper, his beady eyes fixed on the scale with a thief's vigilance. Upon hearing the figure of 126 pounds, Yin visibly relaxed, the corners of his mouth twitching. The final boar weighed in at exactly 100 pounds. Niu Desui wiped his brow, smudging his clothes with grease, totaling 463 pounds. Wenyu, Zhuzi, according to village rules, we owe 2/10, which is 92 pounds and 6 ounces. Is that agreeable? No problem, Liu Wenyu replied, blowing his smoke ring. Niu, I would appreciate your help in gathering the meat. At this, Yin Mingpeng immediately squeezed his way forward. Wait. So many have helped you this afternoon. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Liu Wenyu calmly extinguished his cigarette, casually brandishing the butchering knife before Yin. Yin Mingpeng, do you really consider yourself important? You vanish during work, but appear when there's a profit to be made? The glinting tip of the knife flashed ominously in the twilight. Yin Mingpeng swallowed hard, taking 2 steps back, his brand-new shoes stepping into a puddle of blood. A chuckle erupted from the crowd, followed by a wave of laughter. Yin's face turned the color of liver. Niu Desui had already begun the work. The sound of the knife slicing through the pigskin made the onlookers wince, yet they all craned their necks to watch. With a crisp crack, a whole hind leg was removed, steam still rising from the severed bone. As the wild boar was processed, Niu Desui stood tall, calling out, "Everyone line up." One representative from each household. All right. The villagers cheered in unison, and a few children jumped for joy. Yin Mingpeng's face darkened, but he dared not protest further. Liu Wenyu pretended not to notice, turning to assist Niu Desui in distributing the meat. Ding! Yin Mingpeng's defense is partially breached, earning 2 points of breach value. Reward, 20 pounds of fine flour. Liu Wenyu's lips curled into a smirk as his knife became increasingly deft. The pork ribs were meticulously cut into strips, and the marbled belly was divided into uniform blocks. The mingled scent of blood and the unique aroma of pig fat wafted through the courtyard. Dear uncles and elders, we shall now begin distributing the meat. 3 pounds per household. Line up to collect. The crowd stirred immediately, quickly forming a long queue. Niu Desui and the village scorekeeper managed the weighing, while Liu Wenyu and Zhuzi wielded the knives. This arrangement left Yin Mingpeng with no opportunity to intervene, forced to stand by and watch helplessly. Antli, your family has many strong laborers. I'll cut you a chunk of belly for stewing, Liu Wenyu said, handing over a piece of marbled pork. Oh, how generous, Antli replied, her eyes squinting with delight. Uncle Zhang, you recently welcomed a grandson. This rib will make the best soup. Li, this hindquarter is for you. It'll be tender when stir-fried. Liu Wenyu tailored the meat distribution according to each family's needs, giving tender cuts to the elderly and fattier portions to those with many children, earning waves of gratitude. With each piece of meat handed out, he collected another reward from the system. When it was the turn of Widow Liu, a woman as thin as a reed, she shyly hung her head, hesitant to approach. Her rough fingers twisted the patched hem of her clothing, her shoes worn with holes revealing her dark toes. Behind her, 2 emaciated children stared hungrily at the meat table, their mouths watering. Sister, this piece is for you, Liu Wenyu said, selecting a generous cut of pork belly, glistening enticingly in the sunlight, thick with fat enough to last half a month. Widow Liu's eyes reddened, trembling hands reaching out, then retracting this. This is too precious. Take it, Liu Wenyu insisted, unceremoniously stuffing the meat into her tattered basket, then turned to fetch a package of pig liver, tightly wrapped in fresh lotus leaves. Add a bit of ginger when you cook porridge, it'll nourish the blood. The children need it for their growth. Tears finally fell from Widow Liu's eyes, splattering onto the dust-laden ground, creating small craters. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, Liu Wenyu, are you using public meat to gain favors? Widow Liu flinched, nearly dropping the meat. Liu Wenyu swiftly steadied her hand, not turning his head as he waved the knife. The blade, freshly sharpened, glimmered coldly in the sunlight. If team leader Yin has objections, why not come over and distribute the meat himself? Liu Wenyu's voice, though not loud, silenced the crowd. A droplet of blood from the knife plopped onto the flagstone, sounding a clear challenge. Yin Mingpeng looked as if he were a chicken caught by the neck, while the assembled villagers erupted in laughter, someone calling out, Team leader Yin, if you're so capable, why not bring back a wild boar in a few days to share with everyone? Amidst the laughter, the meat distribution continued. Liu Wenyu wiped the sweat from his brow and continued slicing. His movements were crisp and efficient. Each cut yielded pieces of similar size. Next, he called without raising his gaze, the blade of his knife scraping against the whetstone. The edge glimmered in the sunset, reflecting the neatly arranged meat on the table. His arm muscles rippled as he sharpened the knife, the veins beneath his skin writhing like worms. "Give me a few pounds of fat." A shrill female voice pierced through the commotion. The sound grated on the ears like nails on a chalkboard. Liu Wenyu looked up to see Qian Wenfang squeezing to the front, her waist twisting like a water bucket. She wore a brand-new polyester shirt, resembling a garish old hen. Behind her trailed a chubby boy, wiping his nose with his sleeve, clearly weighing more than 100 pounds, far heftier than the other village children. "Ah, Director Qian has come to collect meat herself?" Liu Wenyu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He deliberately emphasized the title director, knowing that this woman, buoyed by her husband's position as the village captain and her role as the women's director, often barked orders at others. Qian Wenfang slammed her pristine bamboo basket onto the table, splattering a few droplets of blood. "Enough chatter. Cut me 3 pounds of fat. My old Yin has been losing his appetite lately. The doctor said he needs fatty meat to build up." Laughter erupted amidst the crowd. For it was common knowledge that Yin Mingpeng had exploited his authority to reap benefits in the village, ensuring his family enjoyed a far superior diet than anyone else. Liu Wenyu, unfazed, brought his knife down with a swift motion. The chopping board trembled as a piece of meat, weighing approximately 3 pounds, soared into the air and landed with a thud in Qian Wenfang's basket, a chunk of pure lean meat, devoid of any visible fat. "What do you mean, Liu Laosan?" Qian Wenfang shrieked, her lips quivering with indignation, her jowls shaking in tandem. "I wanted fatty meat." Liu Wenyu plunged the knife into the chopping board, the blade vibrating with a low hum. "Director Qian, you have arrived too late. The fatty portions have all been allocated." He gestured towards the scant remnants of meat left on the board. "This is all that remains. Take it or leave it." Qian Wenfang's plump face turned a deep shade of purple as she pointed at a clearly visible piece of fat on the board. "Liu Laosan, do you take me for blind? Is there not clearly a piece of fat right here?" "Qian Wenfang," Liu Wenyu bellowed suddenly, startling her into silence. He brandished the butcher's knife, its tip aimed squarely at her nose. Blood droplets slid down the blade, splattering onto Qian Wenfang's pristine cloth shoes. "This wild boar was brought back by me and Zhuzi at great peril. Distributing it to your family is a favor. Withholding it is my right. If you continue this ruckus, you won't even get this piece." The courtyard fell silent. The sound of a fly's wings could be heard. Qian Wenfang trembled, and then, unexpectedly, she began to wail, Old Yin, come quickly. Someone is threatening to kill your wife." With a loud bang, the office door was kicked open, and Yin Mingpeng emerged, his expression dark as a storm cloud. "What is the matter?" he asked, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a bureaucratic tone. Though his eyes dared not meet the knife in Liu Wenyu's grasp, Qian Wenfang rushed to him, her demeanor that of a wronged woman. "He has given our family nothing but lean meat, and he pointed a knife at me." She thrust the basket towards Yin Mingpeng, the meat within swaying, a vivid crimson. Yin Mingpeng glanced at the contents of the basket, his brow furrowing in a way that could crush a fly. "Liu Laosan, your distribution is rather inequitable, is it not?" "Equitable?" Liu Wenyu scoffed, the knife in his hand gleaming like silver in the setting sun. "I shall reiterate. This wild boar was returned at the cost of my life and Zhuzi's. I shall distribute it as I see fit. If you're dissatisfied, you need not partake." Yin Mingpeng's face turned an ashen shade at these words, the veins on his forehead bulging. He slammed his palm onto the table, causing the teacup to jump. "Liu Wenyu, do not be so arrogant. This wild boar was hunted on collective land and rightfully belongs to the community. As the village chief, I have the authority to demand a redistribution." Unfazed, Liu Wenyu wiped his hands of grease, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Where were you when the collective needed you? Every time, you took more than your fair share, and it was only out of respect for your father that we did not confront you. Do you think this position of village chief was meant for you?" At these words, the crowd stirred with agitation. Neo Desui seized the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, come and see. Yin is trying to swindle again." The crowd erupted into a frenzy, several young men rolling up their sleeves and moving forward. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Yin Mingpeng's bravado diminished. "You are spouting nonsense." "Nonsense?" Liu Wenyu pressed closer, the butcher's knife glimmering ominously in the twilight. "Do not think that your past misdeeds are forgotten. Last winter, you embezzled the village's relief grain for your own gain. The year before, you inflated work reports for the irrigation project, and those gifts you delivered to the county. Were they not extracted from the community's pockets?" Each accusation struck Yin Mingpeng like a dagger, draining the color from his face as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Sensing her husband's humiliation, Qian Wenfang began to wail anew, collapsing to the ground in tears. "This is an injustice. I will report you to the commune. A glint of frost flashed in Liu Wenyu's eyes. He stepped closer, towering over Qian Wenfang. Go ahead, and while you are at it, inform the commune leadership about how your husband pilfered the village's relief grain last winter. And don't forget to mention how many bribes he has sent to the county. Would you like me to accompany you? Ding. Qian Wenfang's defenses crumbled, earning her a penalty of 3 points. Ding. Reward acquired. Chapter 57. Establishing authority under the moonlight. Ding. Reward. 30 pounds of lard. Her cries abruptly ceased, a flicker of panic crossing her chubby visage. She looked to Yin Mingpeng for help, only to find him staring at Liu Wenyu in sheer terror, his lips trembling without a sound. Take your meat and leave. Liu Wenyu hurled the basket to the ground, the 3 pounds of lean meat landing in the dust. If you cause any more trouble, I will report you both to the authorities in the city. Yin Mingpeng's legs visibly weakened, and he dragged a dazed Qian Wenfang and their son away from the village office, their demeanor utterly deflated. The onlookers erupted in cheers, and several young men even whistled in delight. Liu Wenyu returned to the meat stall, wiped his knife clean, and called out to the villagers in line, "Next!" His voice was resounding and powerful, carrying far into the dusk. By the time all the meat had been distributed, night had fully descended. Zhuzi, along with his elder brother and second brother, gathered around, gazing at the remaining meat on the board, their faces alight with genuine smiles. Old 3, what shall we do with the leftover meat? The elder brother asked, rubbing his hands, his eyes lingering on the meat. Liu Wenyu pulled out a cigarette case, distributing one to each of the 3. With a match struck, their weary yet exhilarated faces were illuminated. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Zhuzi, we'll split the extra 80 pounds of meat equally between our 2 families. Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhu immediately became flustered, shaking his head vigorously. Brother Wenyu, that one do. You did all the hunting. I merely followed along. Enough nonsense. Liu Wenyu interrupted, swiftly bringing the butcher's knife down to slice a piece of marbled hind leg meat and tossing it in front of Zhuzi. Take it. Why all this chatter? The second brother squatted on the ground, drooling as he stared at the neatly cut meat. Suddenly, he looked up. Old 3, what about the remaining 200 pounds? When shall we deliver it? Liu Wenyu squinted, the glow of the cigarette ember flickering in the night. We'll set off before dawn tomorrow to deliver it to Director Liu at the police station. We'll also take care of your employment paperwork and household registrations. By the way, he turned to the elder brother, have you secured your introduction letter from Yin Mingpeng? At the mention, Liu Wengang's face stiffened. When I returned from the city this morning, I went to his house, but that scoundrel claimed he didn't have the official seal on him. Damn it. Liu Wenyu crushed the cigarette but into the ground, sparks flying. Let us go to his house right now and confront him. If we don't get that introduction letter tonight, I'll tear his roof off. Zhuzi seized the butcher's knife from the board. Let us go. Let us see if that bastard dares to refuse us. Uncle Nyo, could you please keep an eye on this meat for a moment? We'll be right back. Liu Wenyu offered a cigarette to Nyo Deshui, nodding in farewell. Go on. I'll make sure not a single ounce goes missing, Nyo Deshui assured them. With that, the 4 of them strode purposefully towards Yan's house, their shadows elongated by the moonlight, resembling 4 unsheathed swords. The night breeze carried the enticing scent of meat, mingled with the earthy and bloody odors, a potent aroma that was particularly pungent. The night was as dark as ink, with moonlight filtering through the clouds and illuminating the yellow earth road. Liu Wenyu and his companions marched under the moonlight, their demeanor fierce as they approached Yan's home. In the distance, a few dogs barked, then fell silent once more. Wait. Upon reaching Yan's courtyard, Liu Wenyu raised a hand, signaling for the others to halt. Inside, Qian Wenfang's sharp voice could be heard scolding. I must have been cursed to marry you, you good-for-nothing. You can't even handle Lu Lao-san. And you still think you are the village chief. What do you understand? Yin Mingping's voice was low, yet it could not conceal the anger simmering within him. Lu Lao-san had somehow befriended the chief of a police station in the city, and his father's esteemed reputation in the village only added to the problem. Confronting him openly would only lead to our own detriment. Liu Wenyu narrowed his eyes, eager to hear more from the couple, but beside him, Wang Taizhu could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it! With a furious roar, Zhuzi kicked the old wooden gate, which had long fallen into disrepair, causing it to splinter and crash to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. In the courtyard, Yin Mingpeng, seated on a stone bench and smoking, was startled by the sudden commotion, causing the burning cigarette to fall onto his lap. He fumbled to extinguish the embers while glancing up to see 4 menacing figures standing at the entrance, particularly the blood-stained butcher's knife in Zhuzi's hand glinting ominously in the moonlight. What do you want? Yin Mingping's voice trembled, realizing that trespassing was against the law. Qian Wenfang dashed out from the house and, upon witnessing the scene, turned pale with fright, retreating behind Yin Mingpeng for protection. Liu Wenyu shot a disapproving glare at Zhuzi before sauntering into the courtyard. The sound of his shoes creaking as they pressed against the fallen door echoed in the stillness. He surveyed the surroundings. Yan's courtyard was considerably more spacious than that of ordinary villagers, piles of firewood stacked in the corner, and a piece of dried cured meat hanging from the eaves. Captain Yin, Liu Wenyu's voice was as icy as the winter chill. My brother and the others came to you this noon for an introduction letter, and you claimed the official seal was not with you? Yin Mingpeng swallowed hard, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the moonlight. Yes, it is indeed not with me. You must be joking. Liu Wenhui, the second brother, stepped forward, seizing Yin Mingpeng by the collar. I see you are deliberately trying to make things difficult for us. Zhuzi thrust the butcher's knife into a nearby wooden table, the blade vibrating ominously. Wenxiang, why waste breath on him? If he doesn't issue the introduction letter today, I swear I'll slaughter all the pigs in his pig pen. Upon hearing that her family's pigs were in danger, Qian Wenfang panicked. You dare? Those are the commune's breeding pigs. Liu Wenyu chuckled derisively. The communes? I suspect they're privately raised by your family. Shall we go to the commune tomorrow and confront them about it? At this remark, Yin Mingpeng's complexion turned even graver. He forced himself to appear calm as he adjusted his disheveled collar. Liu Laosan, let us discuss this rationally. I can issue the introduction letter, but you must agree to one condition. A condition? Liu Wenyu squinted. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate? Yin Mingpeng steeled himself. Recently, you've managed to secure numerous job placements in the city. If possible, could you sell one to my brother-in-law? You must be dreaming. Zhuzi yanked out the butcher's knife again. Your brother-in-law is just a small-time punk, unworthy of such opportunities. Liu Wenyu raised a hand to calm the enraged Zhuzi, fixing a long stare on Yin Mingpeng before suddenly breaking into a smile. All right, Captain Yin. However, I must warn you, factory recruitment in the city requires political scrutiny. If they discover your brother-in-law's theft of grain from the production team 2 years ago or his harassment of Widow Li last year, don't blame me. Chapter 58, Morning Delivery of Wild Boar Meat. Yin Mingpeng's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he turned and retreated into the house. I will prepare the introduction letter for you. Qian Wenfang attempted to intervene, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Liu Wenxiang. This woman, who usually exuded dominance in the village, now cowered like a quail in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Sounds of rummaging came from within, and after approximately 10 minutes, Yin Mingpeng emerged, clutching 3 introduction letters stamped with a red seal. His hands trembled slightly, and as he handed over the letters, his gaze darted nervously, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Liu Wenyu took the letters and scrutinized them in the moonlight. The seal was bright and clear, and the content was well articulated. Satisfied, he distributed the letters to his brothers and Zhuzi. If only you had been so agreeable from start. Liu Wenyu patted Yin Mingpeng on the shoulder with such force that the latter nearly stumbled. Yin Mingpeng wore an expression akin to someone who had just consumed something unpleasant. If there is nothing else, you should leave quickly. We need to have our meal. As the 4 turned to depart, Zhuzi deliberately sharpened the butcher's knife against the table, the grating sound piercing through the stillness of the night. As they stepped out of Yan's courtyard, the moonlight bathed them once more. Liu Wenyu exhaled deeply, pulling out a cigarette box to share with the others. The moment the match flared to life, it illuminated their resolute faces. You truly are remarkable, Laosan. The second brother excitedly patted Liu Wenyu on the shoulder. That guy nearly wet himself in fear. The eldest brother, more composed, expressed concern with all this commotion. Do you think you will retaliate? Zhuzi scoffed, spitting on the ground. What is there to fear? Let him come at us. Liu Wenyu took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Don't worry, big brother. He won't dare act impulsively now. Tomorrow, when we deliver the meat to the police station and finalize the paperwork, we will have nothing to fear. In the distance, the aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air. Liu Wenyu extinguished his cigarette. Let us go back, load the meat, and get a good night's sleep. We'll set off early tomorrow. Upon returning to the brigade headquarters, they found Niu Deshui squatting by the meat counter, smoking. Hearing footsteps, he sprang up. Did you complete the task? Yes, Uncle Niu, Zhuzi said, waving the introduction letter. Niu Deshui grinned widely, revealing a few yellow teeth. I knew you'd succeed. I prepared the meat for you. 200 jin without a single pound missing. The remaining offal is in the bamboo basket. Liu Wenyu gratefully offered Niu Deshui a cigarette. Uncle Niu, thank you for your hard work. When we return from the city tomorrow, I'll bring you a good bottle of wine. The next morning, as dawn broke, Liu Wenyu, along with his family and Zhuzi, appeared at the village entrance. Liu Wenyu's bicycle was laden with over 200 jin of wild boar meat. while Zhuzi assisted in pushing the bike. The oldest and second brothers held wooden sticks, their expressions tense. The elder sister followed behind, intending to tidy up the room allocated to her in the city. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, Yin Mingpeng glowered as he watched them depart. Qian Wenfang fretted beside him. Is that it? Where's our dignity? Silence. Yin Mingpeng glared fiercely at her. Do you think this is over? Once I find the opportunity, I will ensure they regret it. The heavy sacks weighed down the bicycle tires, causing them to bulge slightly, and the group had to take turns pushing, switching off as they trudged along. This meat is incredibly heavy. The second brother Liu Wenyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting. Zhuzi grinned. Heavy is good. It means the meat is substantial. The chief will surely be pleased. The eldest brother Liu Wengang, ever cautious, frequently glanced back, wary of potential bandits lurking in the shadows. The five journeyed slowly, taking nearly 2 hours to finally reach the city of Sijio. They then split at the entrance to Lingjing Alley, with the elder sister heading toward the supply and marketing cooperative. The morning sun illuminated the red brick walls of the police station, imparting a solemn and dignified aura. Elder Zhang Dongyang, lounging against a chair, stifled a yawn, and upon spotting Liu Wenyu and his brothers, his face brightened with a smile. Liu Wenyu had frequently brought gifts to the station, and just yesterday, the brothers had delivered over 200 jin of live fish. Ah, little Liu is here. Zhang Dongyang jogged over, his eyes fixated on the sack on the back of the bicycle. What goodies have you brought for us this time? Liu Wenyu smiled as he offered a cigarette. Grandpa Zhang, just a bit of wild boar meat to enrich the rations for the comrades at the station. Oh, wild boar meat. Now that is a rarity. Zhang Dongyang was beaming with delight, hastily inviting them into the courtyard. Director, come out quickly. Comrade, Liu has brought us supplies again. Liu Qiushi, the director, was engrossed in paperwork in his office when he heard the call and swiftly stepped outside. Upon seeing the bulging sacks strapped to the back of the bicycle, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Well done, lad. You brought the goods so promptly. Liu Wenyu deftly untied the sack's mouth, revealing an assortment of wild boar meat, both lean and fatty. Liu Qiushi reached out to touch it, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent quality. Indeed, the meat is firm, and the fat is plentiful. Come, let us head inside for some tea. Once inside the office, Liu Qiushi instructed someone to pour tea for the 4 of them, and then summoned the local police officer. Take these 3 comrades to complete their employment paperwork and household registration, and while you're at it, help them with their grain and secondary food stamps. After the older brothers left with the officer, only Liu Wenyu and Liu Qiushi remained in the office. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the steam from the tea cups rose gracefully in the beams of light. Liu Qiushi lifted his cup and took a sip, smiling as he spoke. Wenyu, you have been quite helpful to our station during this time. The fish from last time, and now this meat, have garnered much appreciation from the comrades. Liu Wenyu humbly smiled in response. Uncle Liu, you flatter me. It's only my duty. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liu Wenyu suddenly lowered his voice. Uncle Liu, actually, I came here today to ask for your assistance with something. Liu Qiushi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, what is it? Let me be clear, though. I currently have no job openings. Even if you were to barter with me, I would need some time to inquire. It's not about a job, Liu Wenyu interjected, waving his hand dismissively and leaning in closer. I would like to know if you could help me obtain a firearm license. A firearm license? Liu Qiushi's voice rose sharply, and he placed his cup down with a thud. What on earth do you need that for? Liu Wenyu calmly explained. Uncle Liu, as you know, I hunt these wild game in the mountains. While no one is pursuing the matter at present, it could be considered illegal if scrutinized. So, Chapter 59, System Upgrade Brings New Hope. Liu Qiushi furrowed his brow in contemplation, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. The office fell silent, save for the ticking of the wall clock. After a considerable pause, Liu Qiushi finally spoke. I can assist you in obtaining a firearm license, but there are conditions. Liu Wenyu's eyes brightened with anticipation. Please do tell. First, you must procure the firearm yourself. The station cannot provide one. Liu Qiushi raised a finger. Second, it is to be used solely for hunting. Under no circumstances are you to flaunt it during regular times. Third, he fixed his gaze on Liu Wenyu's eyes. You had better behave yourself. If anything goes awry, I will be implicated as well. Liu Wenyu promptly patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Uncle Liu, I shall adhere to the law without fail. With a sigh, Liu Qiushi stood up and retrieved a form from his drawer. Fill this out. Remember what you have said. Just as Liu Wenyu began to fill out the form, the older brothers returned after completing their paperwork, their faces alight with barely contained joy, especially the second brother, who seemed to walk with a spring in his step. All taken care of? Liu Wenyu inquired, looking up. The eldest brother nodded enthusiastically. Everything is settled. The officer who assisted us mentioned that our grain stamps will be ready by the day after tomorrow at the latest, and our dormitory has already been assigned. We can start work tomorrow. Liu put away the form and rose to see them off. All right, I have a multitude of tasks to attend to. You all may head back now. As for your firearm license, you will have to return in a few days to collect it. The four expressed their heartfelt gratitude before departing. As they exited the police station, Zhuzi couldn't help but ask, Brother Wenyu, why do you want a firearm license? Are you truly planning to hunt regularly? Liu Wenyu smiled mysteriously. Better safe than sorry. Besides, he lowered his voice. Yin Mingpeng will surely not let this go. We need to be cautious. The eldest brother's expression shifted at this remark. Are you suggesting that scoundrel will? Liu Wenyu reassured him. Don't worry, brother. I know my limits. He patted his brother's shoulder. Now, let us swing by the supply and marketing cooperative to pick up a few things and celebrate properly. The sun shone brightly, casting elongated shadows of the foreign ground. In the distance, the cooing of doves was heard as a flock of white pigeons soared across the azure sky, heading toward distant horizons. Liu Wenyu squinted at the sky, a knowing smile gracing his lips. With a firearm license, he would possess an additional protective talisman. In these tumultuous times, certain matters required forethought. Liu Wenyu pushed his bicycle alongside the second brother and Zhuzi toward the cooperative, while the eldest brother went to assist his sister-in-law with tidying the house after leaving the police station. The midday sun beat down relentlessly, prompting pedestrians to seek refuge in the shade of trees. What should we buy? The second brother, Liu Wenxiang, asked eagerly, eyeing the display window of the cooperative. Liu Wenyu produced a wad of notes and cash from his pocket. Let us first grab a couple of packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of fine liquor. Oh, and we must get some snacks for Yeya. Upon hearing about treats for the little girl, Zhuzi perked up. I know what Xiao Haoyue loves. Last time I brought her sesame candy, and she was delighted, with it all over her face. Stepping into the cooperative, the dazzling array of goods behind the glass counter was overwhelming. The salesgirl, a young woman with braided hair, lazily lifted her eyelids as they entered. What do you want? 2 packs of Dakian cigarettes and 6 bottles of Fingio, Liu Wenyu declared, then pointed to the jars of sesame candy and fruit hard candy. These, and a half-pound of each. The salesgirl efficiently wrapped their purchases, the sound of the abacus clicking rhythmically. That will be 14 yuan and 80 cents. Additionally, you'll need cigarette, liquor, and candy ration tickets. After settling the bill, Liu Wenyu divided the items into 2 bundles. He handed a pack of cigarettes for bottles of liquor and some candy to the second brother. Brother, take these back first. We'll have a proper celebration tonight. Liu Wenxiang took the items, a hint of confusion on his face. Aren't you coming back with us? I have some matters to attend to. Liu Wenyu waved his hand dismissively, turning to pass the remaining items to Zhuzi. Zhuzi, don't forget to deliver the liquor to Uncle Nyo as promised. Zhuzi thumped his chest in assurance. You can count on me, Brother Wenyu. However, the second brother furrowed his brows. Brother, where exactly are you going alone? In the city. It's nothing. I'm just taking care of some personal business, Liu Wenyu replied with a mysterious smile. You two head back first. After watching them leave, Liu Wenyu turned and rode his bicycle in the opposite direction. Navigating through 2 alleys, he arrived at a bustling area and casually approached a middle-aged man. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to the nearest antique shop? The man took the cigarette offered, inhaled deeply, and nodded in satisfaction. After sizing up Liu Wenyu, he pointed eastward. Walk straight for 2 intersections, then turn right. You'll see the sign for the state-run antique shop. Thank you, kind sir. Liu Wenyu expressed his gratitude and pedaled off in the indicated direction. Turning the corner, he soon spotted a gray brick building with a wooden sign hanging that read state-run antique shop. Liu Wenyu secured his bicycle and entered, greeted by dim lighting and a display of various antiques behind the glass counters. An elderly clerk, wearing reading glasses, glanced up at him. What can I assist you with? Comrade? Feigning indifference, Liu Wenyu replied. You carry on with your work. I'm just browsing. The old clerk huffed dismissively, clearly accustomed to customers who merely looked without purchasing. Yet, he couldn't resist offering a warning. Just be mindful. Many items here are fragile. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. You needn't worry. I'm quite careful. Liu Wenyu wore a smile as he began to leisurely meander through the shop. His gaze swept over the rows of glass display cases, showcasing a myriad of antiquities, yellowed books, tarnished brassware, and faded embroidery. In this peculiar era, these relics of the past were often sold at bargain prices, leaving them largely overlooked. When Liu Wenyu's fingers inadvertently brushed against a blue and white porcelain bowl, a crisp notification rang in his mind. Ding. Energy item for system upgrade detected. Although he had anticipated this moment, a thrill coursed through him nonetheless. He tentatively inquired in his mind, System, can it be absorbed directly? Ding. The current system level is too low. Items containing upgrade energy must be stored in the system space before absorption. This revelation ignited a spark in Liu Wenyu's eyes, prompting him to follow up. Are you suggesting that once the system reaches a certain level, I can absorb energy without needing to store the items? Ding. The host may understand it this way. Liu Wenyu stifled his excitement, feigning nonchalance as he picked up the porcelain bowl to examine it closely. The base bore the mark of the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, the glaze shimmering and the artistry exquisite. In a few decades, this piece would surely command a price in the millions. Comrade, how much for this bowl? Liu Wenyu inquired casually. The elderly shopkeeper glanced up before stating a price. 5 yuan. The absurdity of the price nearly made Liu Wenyu laugh out loud. He pretended to hesitate, rummaging through his pockets. Could be a bit cheaper? My grandfather has a fondness for such antiques. 450 is the lowest. Take it or leave it. The old shopkeeper replied with an air of impatience. Liu Wenyu quickly produced the money. I'll take it. Upon completing the transaction, the shopkeeper carelessly wrapped the bowl in old newspaper and handed it over. Liu Wenyu gingerly tucked the bowl into his coat, secretly transferring it into the system space. Ding. Energy item for absorption detected. Would you like to absorb it now? Liu Wenyu mentally replied. Not yet, intending to delve deeper into the system upgrade on his way home. For now, his priority was to unearth more items imbued with energy. Comrade, do you have more porcelain like this? Liu Wenyu asked nonchalantly. My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and I wish to purchase a few more pieces. The shopkeeper finally raised his head, adjusting his glasses. There's a box in the back storage. If you're truly interested, it's 1 yuan each. Take your pick. Suppressing his excitement, Liu Wenyu exclaimed, Would you be so kind as to show me? The old shopkeeper slowly rose to his feet, leading Liu Wenyu to the back courtyard. Upon opening the weathered wooden door of the storage, a cloud of dust enveloped them. In the corner lay a large wooden crate, haphazardly filled with various porcelain and brass items. Choose for yourself. Once you've made your selection, come out to settle the bill, the shopkeeper said before turning to leave. Liu Wenyu crouched down, beginning to touch each piece of debris. With each genuine artifact he encountered, a prompt resonated in his mind. In less than 10 minutes, he had discovered 7 antiques containing system energy amidst the clutter. Returning to the front hall with his trove of treasures, the shopkeeper glanced over and stated 7 yuan. Liu Wenyu readily paid the sum, slipping the shopkeeper an additional pack of cigarettes. Uncle, if you come across more antiques like these, please set them aside for me. The shopkeeper accepted the cigarettes, his demeanor noticeably brightening. You have an eye for quality. Next month, I'll have another batch. Come back then. As Liu Wenyu exited the antique shop, he cast a glance at the items within the system space, a smile gracing his lips. What was deemed worthless in the present would, in time, yield an astonishing fortune. Mounting his bicycle, he hummed a tune as he turned into an alley. His eagerness to discover the new functions unlocked by the system upgrade was palpable. In this extraordinary era, foresight was indeed the greatest asset. He hastily stored all the antiques he had just procured from the shop into the system space, and the next moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Energy item for system upgrade detected. Would you like to absorb it? Without hesitation, he thought, absorb it all, immediately. As the energy was being absorbed, a minute felt like an eternity. When the system's notification chimed again, Liu Wenyu nearly leapt with joy. Ding! Absorption successful. 156 energy points gained. Current energy, 174, 100. The energy points met the requirements for an upgrade. Would he like to proceed? Upgrade. He fervently thought, gripping the bicycle handlebar tightly. Ding! Upgrade successful. System elevated to level 2. Additional functions available for the host to explore. Liu Wenyu quickly steadied his bicycle, leaning against a weathered brick wall to examine the system interface. As he concentrated, a semi-transparent screen unfurled before him. Host, Liu Wenyu. System level, 274. 200. Ability 1. Breach reward. Gain 2 items upon activation. New ability 2. Telekinetic collection. Items within a 1-meter radius can be stored in system space. His breath quickened at this newfound ability, his fingers instinctively digging into the wall's crevice. He glanced around, ensuring no one was in the alley, and his gaze settled on a small stone at his feet. Collect! He silently commanded. The stone vanished from the ground in an instant. Liu Wenyu hurriedly checked the system space and was elated to find the stone resting quietly in a corner. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. It truly works. Trembling with excitement, he then focused on a loose brick by the wall. Again, this time, he remained silent, concentrating solely on the brick. Yet, it did not budge. Liu Wenyu furrowed his brow, stepping closer to reduce the distance to within a meter, and tried again. The brick disappeared without a sound. So that is how it works? It must be within a meter. Enlightened, He began to pace the alley like a child discovering a new toy, testing the limits of this ability. A fallen leaf, a grain of sand, a twig. Within mere minutes, the system space brimmed with an assortment of odds and ends. Liu Wenyu realized that anything he could clearly perceive could be collected. Leaning against the wall, countless possibilities flooded his mind. He understood all too well what this ability signified in this age of scarcity. Food, tickets. He shook his head, unwilling to entertain further thoughts. Yet a smile persisted on his lips. Just as he was musing, footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Liu Wenyu turned alertly, spotting a middle-aged woman sporting a red armband peering in his direction. He quickly tossed the stone back into the system space, feigning the act of tying his shoelaces. "Young man, what are you doing here?" the woman asked suspiciously. "Oh, my bicycle chain came off," Liu Wenyu replied casually, patting the seat and flashing a harmless smile. The woman scrutinized him for a moment, her gaze lingering on his faded but tidy clothing, seemingly satisfied with his identity, before nodding and moving on. Liu Wenyu exhaled deeply, only then realizing his back was soaked with sweat. He had nearly let his exuberance betray him in public. In this era, any unusual behavior could attract unnecessary trouble. Caution was paramount, he reminded himself as he pushed his bicycle out of the alley. The sun once again graced his face with its warm embrace, while pedestrians hurried along the streets, everything unfolding as it typically did. He mounted his bicycle, setting off towards his next destination with fervent anticipation. He was eager to discover the monumental changes that awaited him should the system ascend to the next level. Chapter 61. Energy Accumulating for Upgrade. After traversing 2 streets from the narrow alley, Liu Wenyu gradually slowed his pace. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the excitement still bubbling within him. The locust trees lining the roadside cast dappled shadows, as a group of young students wearing red scarves gleefully dashed past him. "Comrade, could you spare a light?" Liu Wenyu called out to a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, who promptly produced a pack of the Qianmen cigarettes and deftly offered one. The man's eyes brightened as he accepted the cigarette and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What fine tobacco!" "Please, enjoy," Liu Wenyu said. Using the match, the man held to light his own cigarette before continuing leisurely. "Could I inquire if there is a state-run antique shop nearby?" The man savored puff. Squinting thoughtfully, there's one at the entrance of Dongxi Alley, quite a prominent establishment. "Interested in old artifacts, are you?" "My father has a penchant for antiques, and I've been tasked with sourcing a few," Liu Wenyu replied, flashing a hearty smile as he offered another cigarette. "Could you point me in the right direction?" "Proceed 2 intersections ahead, turn right at the post office." The middle-aged man detailed the route, and Liu Wenyu nodded appreciatively, committing the directions to memory. 20 minutes later, Liu Wenyu found himself at the entrance of Dongxi Alley. This state-run antique shop indeed appeared far more grand than the previous one, its vermilion door wide open, adorned with a wooden plaque proclaiming it as a cultural relic store of the East District of the capital. He secured his bicycle at the entrance and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a row of glass display cases showcasing an array of porcelain and jade artifacts, with several framed paintings adorning the walls. The interior was brightly lit, the floor laid with pristine blue bricks, impeccably clean. "Hello, sir. What might you be interested in?" A melodious female voice emanated from behind the counter. Liu Wenyu glanced up to see a young woman in her early 20s smiling at him. She wore 2 glossy braids, her round face adorned with dimples, bright eyes sparkling with vitality, dressed in slightly faded blue work attire, a Mao Zedong badge pinned to her chest. "Just browsing," Liu Wenyu replied nonchalantly, his gaze already scanning the shop. "Certainly, take your time. If you find anything of interest, just call out," the girl replied warmly, nodding before returning to organize the item tags on the counter. Liu Wenyu strolled leisurely through the store, his hands clasped behind his back, akin to an ordinary customer. The antiques here were evidently of a much higher caliber than those in the previous shop, with price tags reflecting the same. His attention was drawn to a central display featuring a blue and white lotus-patterned plate, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, its glaze lustrous, the intricate patterns exquisite. "May I take a look at that?" Liu Wenyu inquired, pointing to the plate. Of course, the girl promptly opened the display case, carefully retrieving the plate and placing it on the counter. "This is a fine example from the Mid-Qing dynasty, priced at 30 yuan. Liu Wenyu feigned expertise, flipping the plate over to inspect the mark, where the 6 characters reading "made during the Yongzheng reign of the Great Qing" were clearly visible. The moment his fingers brushed the bottom of the plate, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! An item containing upgrade energy has been detected. Liu Wenyu's heart leapt with joy, but he soon furrowed his brow. The system did not prompt him as before to absorb the energy. He attempted to issue a command in his mind. Absorb energy. Ding! This item has not yet been stored in the system space and cannot be directly absorbed. The system replied coldly. Indeed, it was still ineffective. Liu Wenyu sighed inwardly, placing the plate back in the display case. 30 yuan was no trifling sum, equivalent to over a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Though he had considerable cash in his system space, he could not afford to squander it indiscriminately. Excuse me, may I ask if you have anything priced a bit more reasonably? Liu Wenyu inquired, carefully choosing his words. The girl blinked, seemingly comprehending his intent. There are some items on the back shelves that are in less than perfect condition, but are much cheaper. Would you like to have a look? That would be wonderful. Liu Wenyu nodded eagerly. The girl led him to the back of the shop, where several wooden shelves were stacked with various seemingly damaged antiques. Inkstones with missing corners, porcelain bowls with cracked glazes, and incense burners tarnished with rust. All of these have been authenticated by masters and are genuine antiques, albeit with imperfections, hence their lower prices, she explained, each priced at 5 yuan. Liu Wenyu suppressed his excitement, casually browsing through the items. His fingers discreetly brushed against each artifact, awaiting the system's notification. Ding! An item containing upgrade energy has been detected. Ding! An item containing upgrade energy has been detected. Within a matter of minutes, he uncovered 3 energy-infused antiques among the array of flawed items. A Ming Dynasty blue and white cup with minor chips, a Qing Dynasty copper enamel pot with slight deformation, and a Han Dynasty jade disc with a crack along its edge. I'll take these 3, Liu Wenyu declared, setting aside his chosen items and continuing his search. The girl gazed at him in astonishment. You have a keen eye, comrade. These are all fine pieces despite their flaws. My grandfather has a fondness for antiques. A little damage doesn't detract from their value. Liu Wenyu chuckled, lifting a darkened copper object from the shelf. What about this one? That is a copper mirror from the Song Dynasty, heavily oxidized. The patterns on the back are barely discernible. She shook her head. Only 3 yuan. As Liu Wenyu's fingers made contact with the copper mirror, the system notification chimed once more. Without hesitation, he added the mirror to his collection. That makes 4 items. Totaling 18 yuan, the girl skillfully wrapped the items in old newspaper. I'll prepare your receipt right away. Thank you, Liu Wenyu said, handing over 2 10-yuan bills. As the girl provided his change, he casually inquired, do you frequently receive new stock here? It's hard to say, but whenever new items arrive, they are typically displayed at the front counter, she responded. Liu Wenyu nodded in understanding, then handed her a piece of white rabbit candy. Thank you, comrade. I shall return to explore again soon. Exiting the antique shop, Liu Wenyu eagerly sought a secluded corner to swiftly transfer the 4 recently acquired antiques into his system space. Ding! Detecting absorbable energy items. Would you like to absorb them immediately? Absorb all. Liu Wenyu mentally commanded. Energy absorption in progress. Ding! Absorption successful. This time, you have gained 89 energy points. Current energy, 163, 200. Liu Wenyu frowned slightly. The energy acquired this time was considerably less than before. It appeared that the energy contained within antiques, as the system had indicated, was indeed contingent upon their age and rarity. However, he was heartened to realize that he was not far from the energy required to elevate the system to level 3. Chapter 62. Energy in the chair assists in upgrade. Mounting his bicycle, Liu Wenyu contemplated where to continue his treasure hunt. According to the young woman's earlier remarks, there were several more antique shops in the East District. Yet, having already purchased quite a bit today, further exploration might attract undue attention. Just as he hesitated, he recalled the old clerk from the first shop mentioning that a new batch would be processed next month. It seems I must plan my route and timing carefully. I cannot be too frequent, Liu Wenyu mused to himself. In this era of scarcity, a young man frequently frequented antique shops to procure odds and ends, despite lacking a legitimate source of income, inevitably arousing suspicion among others. Pedaling slowly on his bicycle, Liu Wenyu's mind began to devise a long-term collection plan. The enhancement in abilities brought about by the system upgrade filled him with anticipation, but more critically, he pondered how to safely and efficiently acquire greater energy in this peculiar time. Regardless, today he resolved to elevate the system to level 3, deeming any risk worthwhile. If inquiries were to arise, he could always claim that he was merely selling goods to the supply and marketing cooperative and the local police station. As he navigated the alleys of the city, the bicycle wheels emitted a gentle creak over the cobblestones. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the locust trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Following the address provided by a young woman earlier, Liu Wenyu was poised to proceed to the next antique shop when he abruptly halted at the entrance of an alley. The state-owned Dongxi Trust Shop. A faded wooden sign hung on the gray brick wall, with several weathered red characters barely visible in the sunlight. Liu Wenyu smacked his forehead in frustration. In this era, besides antique shops, one could often unearth treasures in trust shops, where confiscated old furniture and daily necessities were processed. Many of these vintage furnishings were crafted from precious woods. Their substantial size causing Liu Wenyu's eyes to gleam and his heart to race. If he could stumble upon rosewood or Wang Wali, the energy value would surely be significant. He swiftly secured his bicycle and bounded into the trust shop. In stark contrast to the bright and tidy ambience of the previous antique shop, this trust shop was dimly lit, with the air thick with the mingled scents of wood and dust. The shelves at the entrance were chaotically piled with various second-hand items, enamel basins, old garments, and a three-legged stool. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a faded shirt, engrossed in repairing something. Upon hearing the door creak open, he merely lifted his eyelids to glance at Liu Wenyu before resuming his task, exhibiting no inclination to greet him. Unperturbed, Liu Wenyu wandered about the shop. The front half was primarily cluttered with miscellaneous daily necessities, while the back was crammed with an array of vintage furniture, an incomplete 8 immortals table, a peeling vanity, and a wooden bed with a broken beam. He reached out to touch a seemingly aged 8 immortals table, yet his mind remained silent, devoid of any system alerts. It appeared not all antiques held energy. Liu Wenyu mused silently as he ventured further inside. In a corner, 2 Grandmaster chairs caught his eye. The chairs were deep crimson, adorned with exquisitely carved cloud patterns on the armrests. Although the surface bore some scratches, their overall structure remained intact. Liu Wenyu reached out to caress the armrests. The wood smooth and warm, with intricate grain. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Energy-containing item detected. The system's alert rang out abruptly. A surge of joy filled Liu Wenyu's heart as he prepared to scrutinize the chairs, only to be interrupted by a sharp reprimand from behind. Young man, if you aren't buying, don't touch. I'd hate to see you scratch it. Turning around, he noticed the middle-aged salesman had somehow appeared behind him, now sporting a stern expression fixed upon him. The man had high cheekbones, small eyes, and a downturned mouth, exuding an air of meanness. Liu Wenyu, aware of the salesman's demeanor during such times, chose not to engage further and instead suppressed his discontent, inquiring, "Comrade, what is the price of these 2 chairs?" The salesman scoffed, sauntering over slowly, dusting off non-existent dirt with his cloth. 30 yuan each. If you take both, I'll give you a discount of 2. So that's 58. This price was exorbitant for that era, equivalent to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. However, Liu Wenyu remained unfazed, pulling out 6 large black 10 yuan notes from his inner pocket and placing them on the nearby 8 immortals table. Issue a receipt. Ding! Sun Hao's defenses were moderately breached. Gained 2 breach points. Ding! Reward acquired. 20 yuan in cash. The salesman was clearly taken aback, his small eyes widening in disbelief. He anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man could produce such a sum of money, and his demeanor immediately softened. Comrade, you have a discerning eye. This is genuine old rosewood. Please hurry. I'm pressed for time. Liu Wenyu interrupted his flattery, secretly amused by the man's opportunism. The salesman, embarrassed, quickly shut his mouth and prepared a purchase receipt. Do you need delivery? No, I'll take it myself. Liu Wenyu effortlessly hoisted the first Grandmaster chair onto his shoulder and strode purposefully toward the exit. The salesman gaped, astonished. The chair must have weighed 50 to 60 kilograms. A burden even for most, yet this young man handled it as if it were merely a stool. What does this kid eat to grow? The salesman muttered, watching as Liu Wenyu made 2 trips to carry both chairs outside. Outside the shop, Liu Wenyu feigned retrieving a bundle of twine from his messenger bag, while in reality, he drew it from the system's space. With swift movements, he securely bound the 2 Grandmaster chairs crosswise on the back of his bicycle, tightening the ropes and placing some old cloth in critical areas to prevent scratches. Humph, what a show-off! The salesman scoffed, leaning against the doorframe, observing Liu Wenyu's efforts. Convinced he would surely topple while riding, Liu Wenyu paid no mind, confirming the bindings were secure before executing a graceful mount onto his bicycle. He deliberately showcased his prowess as he rode away, one hand steadying the handlebars, the Grandmaster chairs remaining steadfast on the rear. Turning a corner into an uninhabited nook, Liu Wenyu directly stored the 2 Grandmaster chairs into the system space, the wood grain appearing particularly exquisite under the system's unique illumination. Ding! Energy absorbable items detected. Would you like to absorb immediately? I'll absorb. Energy absorption in progress. Ding! Absorption successful. Gained 200 energy points this time. Current energy, 363, 200. The system energy now meets the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Chapter 63. Frenzied Acquisition of Energy. Upgrade. An instant spark of elation flickered in Liu Wenyu's eyes as he commanded without hesitation. Ding! Upgrade successful. The system has ascended to level 3. Additional features are now available. Please Please check them at your convenience. Eagerly, Liu Wenyu opened the system interface, and a translucent screen unfolded before him. Host, Liu Wenyu. System level, 3, 163, 400. Ability 1, breach reward, triggers to gain 3 items. Ability 2, thought collection, can collect items within a 2-meter radius into the system space. The range for item collection has expanded to 2 meters. Liu Wenyu nearly shouted in excitement. This meant acquiring items would be far more convenient in the future. However, upon glancing at the energy points required for the next upgrade, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. A sudden suspicion flitted through his mind, leading him to confirm with the system. System, does the next upgrade require double the energy points of the current level? Ding. System notification. The upgrade rule states that each level requires double the energy points of the previous level. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. This revelation tightened Liu Wenyu's chest. He swiftly calculated in his mind. Upgrading to level 4 necessitated 400 energy points. Level 5 demanded 800 points. And level 6 required 1,600 points. Continuing in this manner, would level 10 ultimately require 600 points? The realization of this exponentially escalating figure caused Liu Wenyu to involuntarily gasp in disbelief. How exaggerated! Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the bicycle handle, his knuckles paling slightly. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that if the energy demands were so immense, the system's capacity for enhancement must be equally formidable. With this thought, Liu Wenyu hastily inquired, what about the increase in the range of item collection? Does it also grow exponentially? Indeed, came the system's succinct response. This affirmative answer instantly banished Liu Wenyu's earlier concerns, replaced by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He released his grip on the handlebar, noticing a thin sheen of sweat forming in his palm. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon his slightly flushed face, illuminating the vibrant spark in his eyes. 2 meters for meters, 8 meters, he mentally calculated, envisioning that if this trajectory continued, he would inevitably achieve the ability to collect items from a distance. This thought nearly made him leap with excitement, prompting a swift glance around to ensure no one had noticed his unusual behavior. After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Liu Wenyu remounted his bicycle. He realized that to attain this goal, meticulous planning was imperative from this moment onward. Not only should he expand the range of his collection, but he must also adopt strategic approaches, prioritizing the search for precious artifacts imbued with high energy. He needed to hasten his quest to gather more invaluable relics. With determination, Liu Wenyu pedaled toward the next antiquity shop. The sunlight warmed his face, reflecting the ambition sparkling in his eyes. In the alley, several children playing curiously observed the young man speeding by on his bicycle, puzzled by the joy radiating from him. They would never fathom the fervent aspirations and anticipations igniting within this seemingly ordinary youth. Liu Wenyu had initially planned to halt once he upgraded the system to level 3 today, yet upon discovering he was merely 200 energy points shy of achieving level 4. Restlessness began to stir within him once more. Such is human desire. Once a definite goal and the confidence to achieve it are established, it becomes as untamed as a runaway stallion. The afternoon sun blazed upon the flagstone streets of the city, and Liu Wenyu's bicycle wheels rolled over the mottled shadows cast by the light. His shirt was drenched with sweat, clinging to his skin, yet he was oblivious. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind: to collect more energy-laden artifacts and elevate the system's level. Comrade, this one Wally round chair is indeed an authentic antique. The elderly shopkeeper, adjusting his glasses, appraised the young man before him. How much? Liu Wenyu interrupted directly, his fingers gently tracing the chair's backrest, savoring the subtle texture of the wood. 80 yuan, no negotiation, the elderly clerk replied, extending a bony finger to indicate the price. This is, without hesitation. Liu Wenyu produced a stack of large black bills from his pocket, slamming them onto the counter, watching as the cash in his system's space visibly diminished. As he carried the chair outside the shop and turned into a deserted alley, he promptly stored it in the system's space. The familiar prompt chimed, ding. Detecting absorbable energy item. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Absorb, he commanded. Energy absorption in progress. Absorption successful. Gained 150 energy points this time. Liu Wenyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the system interface. Host, Liu Wenyu. System level, 3, 313, 400. Current energy, 313, 400. Just 87 points shy of advancing to level 4. This thought invigorated him, propelling him to remount his bicycle and speed toward the next shop. For the following hours, Liu Wenyu traversed the streets and alleys of the city, as if possessed. From Dongdan to Shixi, from Xuanwu to Chongwen. His footsteps nearly covered every antiquities and trust shop in the city. In a small trust shop near Lilikang, he spent his last 30 yuan on a pair of incomplete bronze ear cups, and at a second-hand stall in Nanlo Guxiang, he exchanged his ration tickets for a chipping stone. With each acquisition, he sought a secluded corner to absorb it into the system, watching as his energy points gradually climbed. As the sun began its descent, Liu Wenyu finally halted in front of a remote trust shop, only to realize, upon delving into his system space, that his cash reserves had dwindled to near nothing. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, suddenly aware that his hands were trembling uncontrollably, and his throat felt as dry as sandpaper. "Comrade, what's wrong? Do you need assistance?" A middle-aged woman, wearing an apron, stepped out from the shop, eyeing the perspiring young man with suspicion. "I'm fine, miss. Just the heat is a bit much." Liu Wenyu forced a smile as he slowly pushed his bicycle away. Turning the corner, he leaned against the wall, plunging into the system space once more. The sight before him took his breath away. The corners of his space were filled with various antiques, blue and white porcelain vases, rosewood pen holders, gilded bronze Buddha statues, over 30 items in total. What have I done? Liu Wenyu suddenly snapped back to reality, a wave of panic washing over him. In this era of scarcity, a young man frantically acquiring such odds and ends could easily attract unwanted attention. Yet at this moment, the arrow had already been loosed. Further worry was futile. Taking a deep breath, he commanded the system, "Absorb everything." Ding. Commencing absorption. The system's notification chimes echoed continuously, inundating Liu Wenyu's vision with a flurry of numbers. Absorption successful. Blue and white lotus pattern plate gained 80 energy points. Absorption successful. Ming Dynasty Wang Wali pen holder gained 120 energy points. Absorption successful. Qing Dynasty gilded bronze Buddha statue gained 200 energy points. The final prompt rang particularly clear. Total absorption this time yielded 1113 points of energy. Current energy 1426. 400. Liu Wenyu's heart raced. This figure far exceeded his expectations. The system interface promptly appeared. The energy points absorbed meet the requirements for system upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. He commanded without hesitation. Ding. Upgrade successful. System has advanced to level 4. A translucent light screen unfurled before him, rejuvenating the system interface. Host, Liu Wenyu. System level, 4, 10, 26, 800. Ability 1, breach reward upon triggering, obtain 4 items. Ability 2, thought collection, can absorb items within a 4-meter radius into the system space. Liu Wenyu's eyes widened. The collection range had indeed doubled. Yet, even more thrilling was the subsequent prompt from the system. Remaining energy points meet the requirements for further upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Continue upgrading. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Ding! Upgrade successful. System has advanced to level 5. The light screen refreshed once more. Host, Liu Wenyu. System level, 5, 226, 1600. Ability 1, breach reward upon triggering, obtain 5 items. Ability 2, thought collection, can absorb items within an 8-meter radius into the system space. 8 meters. Liu Wenyu nearly shouted in delight. This meant that standing in the yard, he could collect items from inside the house. He was eager to experiment with his newfound abilities. His gaze fixed upon a withered branch situated 5 or 6 meters away. Retrieve. The branch instantaneously vanished from its original position, manifesting within the confines of the system space. Liu Wenyu trembled with excitement. The extraordinary nature of this power, granting him a palpable sense of transcendence over mundane rules. However, upon noticing that the next level upgrade required 1,600 points of energy, his fevered mind finally regained composure. At this rate of growth, achieving level 10 would necessitate tens of thousands of points, implying the collection of countless precious artifacts. Patience is key. I must tread carefully from here on. Liu Wenyu murmured to himself. He slowly pedaled his bicycle through the alley, the setting sun stretching his shadow long behind him. The day's extravagant purchases had entirely depleted his savings, exposing him to considerable risk. Henceforth, he must proceed with greater caution and meticulous planning. Glancing upward, he observed the evening sky ablaze with hues of crimson. This evening, he would make a trip to Guay Street to see if any unexpected treasures awaited him. As Liu Wenyu prepared to return, he suddenly smacked his forehead. He had nearly forgotten the items he promised Director Wang. Following the address provided by Director Wang, he pedaled furiously toward his destination. Upon arriving at number 16 Lingjing Hutong, he was promptly halted by 2 elderly ladies at the entrance. "Comrade, whom are you seeking?" "Ladies, I'm here to see Director Wang. We had an appointment a few days ago." Upon hearing he was looking for Director Wang, The two ladies immediately gestured enthusiastically towards the right direction. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, it's you, little Liu. Wang Yuxiao exclaimed upon opening the door and spotting Liu Wenyu. Her furrowed brow dissipating in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Come in. Liu Wenyu placed the items he carried beside the table. Lowering his voice with a grin, Aunt Wang, I've brought the things. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Wang Yuxiao feigned reproach. You rascal. Yet. She swiftly unwrapped the two burlap sacks, revealing thrashing live fish and enticingly aromatic cured pork. Have a seat. I'll brew you a pot of fresh tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Wenyu sensed the moment was right to take his leave. However, Wang Yuxiao was unwilling to let him go, gripping his arm tightly. Where are you rushing off to? You must stay for dinner. Liu Wenyu repeatedly insisted he had matters to attend to at home, and after much effort, he finally extricated himself and pushed his bicycle out of the courtyard. Wang Yuxiao accompanied him to the gate, advising, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to Aunt Wang. I will always lend a helping hand. Liu Wenyu responded with a smile. The bicycle bell chiming as he gradually faded into the twilight of the alley. Upon returning to the village, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Distant barks of dogs echoed, and the wheels of his bicycle crunched softly against the dirt path. Under the moonlight, the outline of the Liu family's courtyard emerged subtly, while the flickering glow of an oil lamp danced upon the window paper. Just before entering, he overheard his mother's robust voice scolding from within. Don't you all know how old 3 is? Allowing him to roam aimlessly in the city? Old 2, are you a blockhead? If he won't come back with you, can't you just tug on his ear to bring him back? Mother, old 3 is grown. You can't just get lost. His sister-in-law's gentle voice interjected. He is handling important matters in the city. It's normal for him to return late. Times are not peaceful. His mother's voice escalated. Just the other day in Wangjiazwang, someone was ambushed and struck from behind. What if old 3? Enough. His father, Liu Dashan, slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. His legs are his own. How can elder brothers drag him back? You know how stubborn that boy is. Even 9 oxen couldn't pull him back once he sets his mind. Liu Wenyu listened intently from outside, a smirk involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. He shook the net bag hanging from his bicycle handlebar, the enticing aroma of 2 paper-wrapped Texas-style chicken wafting through the air, accompanied by a tin of malted milk. The back seat was securely bound with 2 crates of North Ice soda, the glass bottles shimmering under the moonlight. Mother, I'm back, he called out loudly, kicking the courtyard gate open. The door to the main room swung open with a bang, and his mother, broom in hand, charged out energetically. Under the moonlight, her graying hair sparkled silver, her eyes shining fiercely. You little rascal. Do you want to give your mother a heart attack at this hour? However, upon noticing the items dangling from his bicycle, her scolding abruptly ceased. Her eyes widened in disbelief, scanning the 2 paper-wrapped packages and the malted milk. Her lips quivering slightly before she finally exclaimed, "What a waste of money." She turned and shouted back into the house, "Eldest, hurry up and help your brother with his things." His sister-in-law emerged from the main room, cradling little Haoyue, the girl with 2 horned braids, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Old 3, go wash your hands. I've saved some food for you on the stove. I'll bring it right over. Thank you, sister-in-law, Liu Wenyu said, taking his niece into his arms, her soft body carrying the scent of soap pods. He playfully rubbed his new stubble against her slightly yellowed cheek. Little Yi, do you miss your third uncle? Hizi, Ido. Third uncle is naughty. It tickles. Little Haoyue squirmed in his embrace, her small hands pushing against his chin, her laughter ringing like silver bells, startling the sparrows perched on the jujube tree in the yard. His elder brother approached silently, his bronze face betraying no emotion. With a rough hand, he effortlessly lifted the 2 crates of soda, his muscular arms bulging like hills. Inside the main room, the oil lamp cast the shadows of everyone upon the mottled earthen walls. His father sat on a stool, smoking a pipe, the ember flickering in and out of light. Upon seeing Liu Wenyu enter, he squinted his murky eyes. Why are you so late returning? I was discussing matters with a few friends in the city. Before I knew it, night fell. Liu Wenyu replied as he placed little Haoyue on the stool and opened one of the paper-wrapped packages. His mother was pouring hot water into an enamel basin when the delicious aroma of the chicken wafted toward her, making her nostrils twitch. She had intended to say more, but swallowed her words upon glancing at Liu Dashan beside her. At that moment, his sister-in-law entered with a steaming bowl of corn porridge, topped with a poached egg. Everyone, dig in, Liu Wenyu said as he tore the chicken into small pieces, the golden skin glistening with droplets of oil. He handed a chicken leg to little Haoyue and placed another in his mother's bowl. I don't want this. It's too salty, his mother immediately protested. But his sister-in-law firmly pressed her down. Mother, old 3 is offering this to you. Just eat it. His mother took the chicken leg and savored it. Then couldn't he help but grumble, how much did this cost? Liu Wenyu lowered his head to eat, allowing his mother's chatter to linger in his ears. In the dim glow of the oil lamp, his brothers occasionally glanced at the chicken on the table, their throats bobbing, yet none dared to reach for it. His elder brother's rough fingers tapped absent-mindedly along the edge of the table, while the second brother pretended to study the patterns on the octagonal table intently. Brother, sister-in-law, why aren't you eating? Liu Wenyu feigned a loud crunch while biting into a chicken wing, golden oil dripping down the corners of his mouth. Liu Wengang waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile on his dark face. We already had dinner. You just enjoy yourself. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach audibly rumbled. Echoing sharply in the quiet room, Liu Wenyu pretended not to hear, taking another hearty bite of chicken, deliberately smacking his lips loudly. Such delicious Texas-style chicken. And no one is eating it? Truly a strange occurrence. Could you please refrain from smacking your lips while eating? Liu Wenxiang, the second brother, finally could not hold back and shot him a fierce glare. What is wrong with smacking my lips? Liu Wenyu replied, shaking his head, his glistening lips shimmering under the light, indicating how delicious the food was. If it weren't tasty, I wouldn't even be smacking my lips. After saying this, he turned to his little niece beside him. Yeah, isn't the chicken leg delicious? The little girl, clutching the chicken leg in both hands, her face smeared with grease, looked up with her cheeks puffed like a hamster and exclaimed, delicious. She then hurriedly bent down to continue her feast, as if afraid someone might snatch it away, determined to nibble every morsel of meat from the bones. Seeing that this spectacle left both of his brothers unfazed, Liu Wenyu directly grabbed several pieces of chicken and unceremoniously stuffed them into his father's and two sisters-in-law's hands. Hurry up and eat. There's a whole chicken over there. We'll divide this one today, and let us stew the remaining one with some cabbage tomorrow. As Liu Dashan received the chicken, the calluses on his hands brushed against his son's fingertips. He set down his smoking pipe and carefully licked the grease off his fingers before taking a small bite. Chewing slowly, his murky eyes brightening a few degrees. Ah, this is authentic Texas-style roast chicken. Liu Dashan squinted, oil beads dotting his mustache, appreciating the tender meat and the authentic spices used. While the two brothers hesitated, the two sisters-in-law could no longer resist the aroma of the chicken and began to savor it in small bites. Everyone eat up, Liu Dashan suddenly declared, tapping his smoking pipe against the table. If you don't eat, this kid will hog it all. He shot a glare at Liu Wenyu, though his eyes betrayed a concealed amusement. Liu Wenyu chuckled, pushing the remaining chicken toward the center of the table. Only then did the eldest brother cautiously pick up a piece and take a bite, instantly filled with flavor. He ate slowly, chewing each mouthful at least 20 times, as if attempting to engrave the taste into his memory. The second brother, in stark contrast, devoured his in a few bites, even sucking the bones until they turned pale, finishing with a lingering lick of his fingers. The flickering kerosene lamp cast alternating shadows and light on everyone's faces. Little Hao Yue had finished her chicken leg and was now staring eagerly at the bones on the table. Outside, the sound of barking dogs echoed, and the evening breeze slipped through the door cracks, carrying the scent of the fields. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery frost across the ground. The old jujube tree in the yard rustled softly, as if providing a musical accompaniment to this humble yet warm family feast. The next morning, as the mist began to lift, the eldest brother and his wife rode out on their bicycles. They had an important task today, to accompany the elder sister's husband to report for duty. Liu Wenyu was unconcerned about whether they would find their way, as his elder brother had already experienced everything yesterday. After breakfast, he grabbed his fishing gear and walked along the small path leading to the riverbank. The dude dampened his pant cuffs, cool against his calves, while the river glimmered like silver under the morning sun. Upon reaching the old locust tree at the village outskirts, a figure dressed in a navy blue cloth shirt suddenly emerged from a fork in the road. Lao San! Lao San! Zhao Pozi waved her handkerchief, her small feet hurriedly chasing after him. Liu Wenyu did not slow his pace, the fishing rod trembling slightly on his shoulder. Zhao Pozi, panting heavily, blocked his path. Her face creased into an exaggerated smile. Annie has something to tell you. Aunt Zhao, Liu Wenyu interjected, unconsciously rubbing the fishing rod in his hands. You needn't concern yourself with the Li family's daughter. Zhao Pozi's smile faltered, her handkerchief pressed against her mouth. What do you mean by that? The Li girl is quite presentable and an excellent worker. That woman is not who she seems. Liu Wenyu's voice was not loud, yet it landed with the weight of a stone cast into water. Several early rising villagers deliberately slowed their pace, straining to eavesdrop. Zhao Pozi's expression shifted through 3 stages. Cold sweat seeping from her dyed hairline. Lao San, you mustn't speak carelessly. Did you ever notice that she sometimes gags while you interacted with her? Liu, when you stepped around her, the fishing hook glinting coldly in the sunlight. Aunt Xiao, let me advise you one last time. Do not harm your fellow villagers for a few coins of betrothal gifts. It will bring you misfortune. Her words struck Zhao Posey like a dagger. She grasped Liu Wenyu's bamboo basket tightly, lowering her voice. Lao San, are you speaking the truth? Ding. Zhao Taohua's defenses have been breached. Gain 3 points of breach value. Ding. Reward, 60 cans of milk powder. Damn. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but curse. A level 5 system was already so generous. What would it be like if he reached level 10? The false cannot become true, and the true cannot be false. You keep busy. I still need to go fishing. With a nod, he strode toward the riverbank. The sound of Zhao Posey's hurried footsteps trailing behind him. He knew she would undoubtedly seek to verify the truth of his words. But there were more pressing matters at hand. He needed to devise a way to earn more money and level up the system. As the morning mist gradually lifted, the river shimmered with glistening waves. Liu Wenyu stepped onto the dew-soaked cobblestones, arriving at the familiar backwater bay. On the bank sat 7 or 8 old men wearing straw hats, their fishing rods angled like antennas along the shore. Their hunched figures solidified into silhouettes in the morning light, only slightly swaying whenever they cast their lines. Zhang Yi Libo, good morning. Liu Wenyu greeted each of them in turn, and the elderly men responded warmly. He settled onto a flat piece of bluestone, took out a worm, and baited his hook. As the hook sliced through the water surface, a smile crept onto Liu Wenyu's lips. The level 4 system's mineral collection range had reached 8 meters, enough to cover most of this backwater bay. Feigning concentration on the bobber, he submerged his consciousness into the system's space, ready to unleash his abilities. Splash! Within 5 seconds of the hook entering the water, the bobber plunged steeply beneath the surface. The fishing rod bent into a perilous arc, its tip nearly touching the water. The old men turned their heads in unison. Even Zhang Ye's smoking pipe fell from his hands in astonishment. A big catch, Li Bo exclaimed, pointing at the splashing water with his bony finger. However, Liu Wenyu remained unmoved. As the fishing line tightened, he focused his thought. Collect. The system's space opened silently, and the massive creature beneath the water vanished in an instant. The fishing rod snapped back to its original position as if the fierce struggle had never occurred. A chorus of regretful sighs erupted from shore. What a pity. Zhang Yi picked up his smoking pipe, knocking it against the sole of his shoe. That looked to be at least 10 pounds. Feigning disappointment, Liu Wenyu shook his head. What is meant to be will always be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. As he rebaited his hook, he caught a glimpse of the old men's baskets, all alarmingly empty. Even the fish had become wise and were no longer easily caught. As the second line went down, the bobber barely steadied before it plunged once more. This time, it was a grass carp, which Liu Wenyu quickly collected into the system's space the moment it bit. Although the surface of the water appeared calm, the system space now housed a lively, wriggling fish. The sun rose higher, casting a golden sheen across the river. The old men began to fidget. Some pulled out flatbreads to munch on, while others sighed over their empty baskets. Liu Wenyu's basket contained only 2 small crucian carp, which he had specifically caught to divert attention. Old San, your luck, ISN, tea great today. Li Bo leaned over to glance at his basket, his beard twitching. I was hoping to share in your good fortune and have a bowl of fish soup. Liu Wenyu smiled innocently, rummaging in his pocket to produce a pack of cigarettes to distribute. The old men immediately brightened, their rough fingers tenderly caressing the rolled cigarettes. Zhang even generously offered him half a coarse flatbread mixed with bran. You young folks have big appetites. Here, have some. The flatbread felt as rough as sandpaper in the old man's gnarled hands. Liu Wenyu expressed his gratitude, savoring the treat with delight. The roughness of the bran scraped against his throat, yet it evoked memories of his childhood days spent gleaning wheat ears alongside his elder brothers. Back then, the mere discovery of a half-filled ear of wheat would bring them joy for an entire day. As the midday sun grew increasingly scorching, the elderly men gradually began to reel in their lines. Liu Wenyu too feigned to rise, while in reality, he stealthily secured one last carp. At that moment, the system storage was already brimming with over 100 sizable fish, the smallest weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds, accumulating to an estimated total of over 600 pounds. However, Liu Wenyu felt a profound dissatisfaction with this catch. He had distinctly noticed that the fish in the river were significantly fewer than during his previous outings. The road leading back to the village was blistering hot, and the cicadas' cacophony was deafening. Liu Wenyu contemplated the fate of these fish, realizing that the supply and marketing cooperative would likely not be able to accommodate such a large quantity. They had only recently received 800 pounds from the police station, and it seemed they would not require more in the immediate future. Alas, it appeared he must seek additional outlets for his catch. In truth, he was aware of a certain location where selling several £100s of fish daily would pose no issue, though the prices would undoubtedly be unremarkable. Namely, the fish procurement station in the city. If memory served, the station currently classified fish into various grades. Those weighing under £2 fetched a mere 0.18 yuan, while those above £2 could be sold for 0.20 yuan. Ideally, he hoped to find a few state-owned enterprises willing to purchase several £1,000s in one go. After much deliberation, Liu Wenyu resolved to take things one step at a time. However, tonight, he intended to venture into the black market for a stroke of luck. The night was as dark as ink, a heavy obscurity enveloping the streets and alleys of the city. At midnight, Liu Wenyu, hunched over and carrying a bulging burlap sack, navigated through the labyrinthine alleys of the city. The pungent odor of fish emanating from the sack was particularly pronounced on this summer night, attracting a few curious nightcats that trailed behind him, their green eyes glimmering in the darkness. The entrance to the black market was concealed within a narrow alley, where two burly men squatted in the shadows, smoking. The sparks from their cigarettes flickered intermittently like two lurking beasts. Before Liu Wenyu could approach, one of them stood up, his robust arm blocking the path, casting a shadow that enveloped Liu Wenyu entirely. Buying or selling? The man asked, his voice deep and thick with nasality. Selling, Liu Wenyu replied, retrieving a dime from his pocket and offering it. The paper bill glimmered with a bluish hue under the moonlight as the sentinel examined it, rubbing it between his fingers before bringing it to his nose for a sniff, and finally stepped aside to create a narrow opening. His companion remained silent, merely taking a deep drag from his cigarette, the ember flaring up to reveal a face marred by scars. Stick to the rules, and don't cause any trouble, the man warned, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon traversing the dim alley, the scene before him opened up. Vendors selling grains, fabrics, and various tickets were vociferously bargaining, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony. The air was thick with a mingled sense of sweat, smoke, and cheap liquor, alongside a faint whiff of urine. Liu Wenyu deftly maneuvered through the crowd and found a corner to squat down. Just as he set the burlap sack down, several shadows encircled him, akin to cats drawn to the scent of fish. Brother, what are you selling? Inquired Asin Monvering Ostrohot, his eyes glinting shrewdly beneath the brim. Fish, fresh ones, Liu Wenyu replied, loosening the sack's mouth to reveal a bounty of plump, gleaming fish, their gills still slightly moving in the moonlight. How much? A well-dressed, elderly woman pressed forward, gingerly touching the fish's scales with her finger. 3 mao per jean, no tickets. Liu Wenyu's voice was soft, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. A murmur rippled through the crowd. A middle-aged woman in work pants scoffed. The aquatic station only sells for 2 mao 5. She scrutinized Liu Wenyu with a skeptical gaze. The aquatic station requires fish tickets and a queue, Liu Wenyu replied nonchalantly, lifting the largest fish, which slapped its tail against the ground with a crisp sound. Look at this fish. It weighs at least 5 pounds, and its gills are still moving. At that moment, a rotund man with a beer belly squeezed to the front. Clad in a crisp, new shirt, his Shanghai watch gleamed golden in the moonlight, starkly contrasting with the surrounding drab figures. Little brother, I'll take all of these to save you the hassle of selling them one by one. His words instantly provoked discontent among the onlookers, and an elderly man in a cadre uniform could not restrain a murmur. Do you not understand the order of things? His voice, though hoarse, carried an undeniable authority. As a dispute loomed, Liu Wenyu hastily intervened. Everyone, please don't rush. Let's focus on the individual sales first, and then we can address this gentleman's request. Seeing that the rotund man refrained from opposing, Liu Wenyu promptly urged the crowd to select fish. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, he had sold 5 fish, each weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. As he counted the 780 yuan he had earned, the bill still bore the fishy scent. He mused that this transaction was far more lucrative than selling to the procurement station, where not only were the prices unsatisfactory, but the service was also abysmally poor. Once the crowd dispersed, the rotund man remained squatting in place, producing a pack of the Tianmen cigarettes, the golden line on the box glinting in the darkness. He offered one to Liu Wenyu, the cigarette exuding a rich tobacco aroma. Thank you, but I don't smoke, Liu Wenyu waved his hand, noting the man's impeccably trimmed nails, an indication that he was not accustomed to hard labor. The rotund man did not press the matter and lit a cigarette for himself, taking a deep drag and releasing a smoke ring that slowly ascended in the light. Brother, besides these, do you have more goods? Liu Wenyu's eyes lit up, though he maintained a facade of indifference. How much does the elder brother desire? He deliberately lowered his voice, feigning caution. Under 500 jean, we could transact tonight. But if it's too much, we might have to wait a couple of days. The rotund man glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention to their conversation, then leaned closer to Liu Wenyu, whispering, 3,000 Jin. Can you manage that within 2 days? The rotund man's proposition sent a thrill through Liu Wenyu. 3,000 Jin? He pretended to ponder seriously, but inside, he was elated. This deal was far more substantial than he had anticipated. No problem. When is the elder brother needed? By the day after tomorrow, at the latest, the rotund man replied, standing up, his belly straining against his shirt. Liu Wenyu assisted him in carrying the burlap sack as they exited the black market. The night breeze began to stir, dissipating the oppressive heat in the air. It wasn't until they had distanced themselves from the black market that they paused. Little brother, what should I call you? The rotund man gasped. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, a relaxed smile gracing his face now that the deal was struck. Liu Wenyu's mind raced. In these times, revealing one's true name was best avoided. Recalling his place in the family hierarchy, he replied, You may call me Lao San. May I ask for your surname? Elder brother? My surname is Feng Jinya, the rotund man replied with a jovial smile, exuding an approachable demeanor, though his keen eyes sparkled in the night. Lao San, for our transaction the day after tomorrow, where shall we meet? Liu Wenyu quickly deliberated. 3,000 Jin was no small quantity. The logistics of transport and handover necessitated a sufficiently discreet, secure, and convenient location. He immediately thought of the abandoned patch of weeds behind the mechanical factory, a secluded area with cover against the walls, and one he was quite familiar with from his previous life. Even if discovered, it would afford him a quick escape. Brother Feng, do you know the wasteland behind the east suburb mechanical factory? Right by the wall's base, it's deserted at night, with no one around. And the wall is tall enough for some cover. Liu Wenyu lowered his voice. How about I wait for you there at midnight the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing Liu Wenyu's words, Feng Jinya laughed. Lao San, to be candid, I actually work at the east suburb mechanical factory. The reason for procuring such an abundance of fish in one go is that our factory is hosting a banquet in a couple of days. Liu Wenyu feigned a look of sudden realization, nodding his head. I thought it improbable that a private individual could consume such a substantial transaction. It turns out my elder brother is indeed a person of respectable occupation. His face bore a hint of envy as he spoke. Feng Jinya patted Liu Wenyu on the arm, the solid grip instilling a greater sense of trust. Let's settle on this then. A promise is a promise. However, Liu Wenyu immediately adopted a look of hesitation, nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothing. Brother, if you have any difficulties, feel free to speak up. If I can assist, I will not hesitate, Feng Jinya declared, thumping his chest, the watch on his wrist glinting under the moonlight. Well, I shall be frank then. Liu Wenyu sighed. 3,000 pounds of fish is no problem, but my residence is quite some distance from the city. I can only guarantee the fish will be fresh. But whether they're alive or dead, I cannot assure you. Feng Jinya nodded in understanding. Rest assured, we are reasonable people. As long as you ensure the fish is sufficiently fresh, it matters not if it is alive. As he spoke, he pulled 3 large black $10 notes and several industrial coupons from his pocket and handed them to Liu Wenyu, saying, Consider today's payment settled, and those industrial coupons a token of brotherly goodwill. Liu Wenyu accepted the money and coupons, running his fingers over them to confirm their authenticity. They then discussed further details, agreeing upon a specific delivery time and a code phrase. As they were parting, Feng Jinya suddenly grasped Liu Wenyu's arm with a force that made him frown. By the way, brother, if anyone asks tomorrow night, just say we bought the fish at 32 cents a pound. Liu Wenyu was acutely aware that Feng was aiming to profit from the price difference. 3,000 pounds would yield a profit of $60, equivalent to 2 months' wages of an ordinary worker. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling broadly to reveal 2 rows of even teeth. Fear not, brother Feng, my reputation for discretion in the village is quite renowned. They call me Iron Mouth. Lock tongue. Feng Jinya was momentarily taken aback before bursting in a hearty laughter, his robust hand patting Liu Wenyu's shoulder with such force it was painful. What a splendid Iron Mouth. Lock tongue. It's settled then. His laughter echoed sharply in the still night, startling crows from nearby trees. Feng Jinya bent down, laboriously shouldering the bag of fish once more, nodding at Liu Wenyu before turning on his heel and disappearing into the darkness of the alley. Liu Wenyu remained stationary, only exhaling the breath he had been holding once he could no longer hear the sound of footsteps. The night breeze caressed his flushed cheeks, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. He felt the cash and coupons in his pocket, already beginning to contemplate the fishing spot for the following day. The night wind dispersed the clouds overhead, and the moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Time had unexpectedly slipped into the early hours, and Liu Wenyu retrieved his bicycle from the system space, turning to meld into the shadows of the alley. Upon returning home, he gently pushed open the creaking courtyard gate, the moon casting a slender shadow on the ground. Inside, he heard his father's familiar cough, and he promptly cleared his throat in response. The courtyard was tranquil, the only sounds being the chirping of crickets in the corner and the occasional barking of dogs in the distance. Back in his small room, Liu Wenyu swiftly discarded his clothes and lay down on the bed. He stroked the stubble on his chin, deep in thought. Entering the system interface, he found over 500 pounds of fresh fish neatly stacked in a corner of the space, the largest grass carp weighing around 17 to 18 pounds. Its silvery scales shimmering under the system's unique white light. In the darkness, he lay with his eyes open, plotting for the following day. The river section in the village had evidently yielded less in recent days. He had only managed to catch around 600 pounds of fish that entire morning, a pace that would not suffice in just 2 days. It seemed a trip to the Miyun Reservoir was inevitable. He silently repeated the name in his mind, his eyelids growing heavy. At dawn, Liu Wenyu was startled awake by the crowing of roosters in the village. He sprang up like a fish out of water, quickly dressing and heading to the courtyard to wash up. After hastily gulping down a couple of spoonfuls of porridge his mother had prepared, he grabbed his pre-packed fishing gear and mounted his bicycle. Lao-san, off to fish again this early? His father sat on the threshold, smoking. Yes, I heard the Miyun Reservoir has plenty of fish, so I thought I might try my luck. Liu Wenyu tightened the laces of his liberation shoes, avoiding his father's gaze. His mother hurried out from the kitchen, stuffing 3 steamed buns made from mixed flour into his arms. It's over 20 miles. Remember to eat at noon. Climbing onto the brand new permanent brand bicycle, Liu Wenyu rode toward the village exit, facing the rising sun. By the time the sun reached the treetops, the outline of the reservoir finally emerged in the distance. The azure surface of the water resembled a massive emerald embedded among the mountains, sparkling silver in a gentle breeze. Liu Wenyu found a secluded corner to stash his bicycle in the system space, and then retrieve his fishing rod and stool. He deliberately chose a quiet bay, thick with reeds, where the muddy bank was imprinted with various animal tracks. The moment the hook hit the water, Liu Wenyu sensed something was amiss. The fishing rod in his hand trembled violently, as if an army was charging forth. Up! Liu Wenyu exerted force with his hands. The water erupted into a huge splash as a fish, nearly half his height, leaped out of the water, its silver belly glistening in the sunlight, disappearing into the system space the next instant. Liu Wenyu clearly observed that the fish must have weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds. Chapter 68. Cleverly outwitting the elder for rewards. The ensuing scene felt surreal. As soon as the hook sank, it was seized, sometimes even with several fish competing simultaneously. Carp, grass carp, silver carp, a veritable parade of fish dove into his system. After 2 hours, the system space had accumulated over 1,000 pounds of fish, with several of the largest weighing nearly 40 to 50 pounds. Young man, it seems today your luck is rather lacking. A sudden voice startled Liu Wenyu, causing him to jump. He turned to see an elderly man in a straw hat standing behind him, appearing to be in his 60s. His skin as dark as old tree bark, wrinkles gathering at the corners of his eyes, and a basket in hand containing at least 3 or 4 fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds each. Liu Wenyu instinctively glanced at his own empty basket, recalling the 1,000 pounds of fish in the system space, and his lips involuntarily twitched. He had no desire to argue with the old man, merely offering a sheepish smile. Yes, I've only just arrived not long ago. Fishing is all about patience. Let me tell you. Listening to the old man's incessant chatter, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. It appeared that no matter the era, the hierarchy among fishermen remained unchanged. Those who caught more had the right to pontificate. Seeing that Liu Wenyu showed no signs of impatience, the old man plopped down directly on the rock beside him. He set his basket down, splashing water as a few fish flopped inside. Looking at your setup, I reckon you don't even know how to bait the hook properly? Liu Wenyu glanced down at the small lump of dough haphazardly attached to his hook, which indeed looked rather unkempt. He intended to retort, but was interrupted as the old man continued his monologue. I'm Zhang, been fishing for 20 years. I've seen it all. The old man removed his straw hat to fan himself, revealing a shiny bald head. Now regarding baiting the hook, it should be shaped like a juju pit of moderate size, with the hook tip just barely exposed. Liu Wenyu feigned attentiveness while intently feeling the subtle movements of the fish hook. Each time a fish bit, he would seamlessly draw it into the system space. Most importantly, the location. Old Zhang grew increasingly animated, gesturing towards the water surface. I frequent this bay. The depth is 3 meters and 2, with a patch of aquatic grass below, carpador nesting there. Suddenly, Liu Wenyu's fishing rod trembled violently. Upon inspecting the system, he discovered it was a catfish weighing around 25 to 26 pounds, thrashing wildly in the water. With a glint in his eye, he decided to tease the loquacious old man. Up! Liu Wenyu gathered his breath and sprang to his feet, the fishing rod bending into a breathtaking arc. The water erupted in a colossal splash as a massive silver catfish leapt into the air, tracing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. The sound of its tail slapping the water was as thunderous as firecrackers, drenching both men's pant legs. Old Zhang's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, his straw hat forgotten on the ground. I've fished for decades, and have never seen such a colossal catfish. Liu Wenyu pretended to struggle clumsily with the hooked fish while discreetly using the system to lessen its thrashing. He allowed the fish to flounder at the bank for a while longer, the scene becoming quite spectacular. You, young man, are incredibly lucky, old Zhang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixated on the enormous fish. That must weigh at least 25 to 26 pounds. No, surely it's at least 28. Ding. Old Zhang's defenses were thoroughly breached. Gained 3 points of breach value. Ding. Reward obtained. Special skill, Lightness Art of Grass Flying. Lightness Art of Grass Flying. Upon mastering this skill, the host can move as lightly as a swallow, swiftly traversing fragile surfaces such as water or grass. Reaching speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. Note, please avoid crowds while using, as it may provoke superstitious rumors about land spirits. System's considerate reminder. Do not turn back to pose while fleeing, as it may lead to collisions with trees. Purelak, purelak. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. I can't compare to you, old man. Liu Wenyu was overjoyed upon reading the system's description of the skill. Even the incessant chatter of the old man suddenly seemed endearingly charming to him. The enormous fish, which he had almost forgotten, was finally pulled ashore. He wished for the old man to linger a bit longer, unaware that his earlier smugness was beginning to turn old Zhang's complexion a shade of green and then pale. The old man crouched down, trembling hands gingerly touching the fish's scales. This size, these scales, my heavens, it must be the king of the reservoir. He looked up at Liu Wenyu, his eyes now tinged with envy. Young man, your skills, your luck, I'm truly impressed. Liu Wenyu smirked inwardly, but feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, Uncle Zhang, you flatter me. I'm merely a novice. I shall certainly practice those techniques you mentioned. Old Zhang picked up his straw hat, patting it, his expression complex as he gazed at the large fish Liu Wenyu had carelessly tossed at his feet. Young man, old Zhang suddenly lowered his voice. Are you interested in selling this fish? I assure you, I won't let you suffer a loss. How about 2 dons per pound? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Wenyu rejected the offer. I'm sorry, dear sir, but I intend to take this fish home for my family to enjoy. Old Zhang sighed in disappointment, but couldn't resist asking, what bait did you use? Might you enlighten this old man? Liu Wenyu chuckled inwardly, casually pulling a handful of bait from his pocket. Just this, homemade for my family. Old Zhang examined the unremarkable dough bait, turning it over in his hands, and even pinching a small piece to smell, his face a tableau of disbelief. Yeast? Eggs? Cornmeal? It seems there's a hint of liquor as well. After speaking, old Zhang looked at Liu Wenyu incredulously, inwardly scolding the young man for his extravagance. Ding. Old Zhang's defenses were moderately breached. Gained 1 point of breach value. Ding. Reward obtained. 12 packs of special cigarettes. As Liu Wenyu contemplated whether he should offer a couple of packs of cigarettes to express his gratitude, his fishing rod began to shake violently again, employing the same tactics. He hooked another large carp weighing around 10 pounds. Old Zhang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, oblivious to the bait that had slipped from his fingers. Another one? This can't be happening. His voice had shifted in pitch, disbelief palpable. Ding. Old Zhang's defenses were moderately breached. Gained 2 points of breach value. Ding. Reward obtained. Illusory disguise mask. Special item. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liu Wenyu's heart raced. A special item? This was the first time he had received such a reward since activating the system. He suppressed his excitement, continuing to feign a struggle with the large carp while impatiently inquiring in his mind about the system. System, what functions does this illusory disguise mask possess? Illusory disguise mask. When worn, it not only alters facial features, but can even completely change body shape and voice. It is an absolute necessity for home and travel. The system paused for a moment. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. This system was quite adept at evading the truth. Home and travel. Indeed, this was clearly a tool for nefarious deeds. He envisioned countless scenarios for its use, such as transforming into Yan Mingpeng's appearance to sneak into the women's restroom at the commune, or adopting his guise whenever he visited the black market. Young man, the fish is getting away. Old Zhang's exclamation snapped Liu Wenyu from his reverie. He suddenly realized he had been lost in thought for too long. The hooked carp was floundering near the shore, nearly exhausted. He quickly pretended to drag the fish ashore, his heart soaring with delight. "Uncle, what do you think of this fish?" Liu Wenyu deliberately waved the fish in front of old Zhang. Old Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Liu Wenyu's wrist. "Young man, tell me the truth. Besides the bait, do you have any secret techniques?" With a mysterious smile, Liu Wenyu pulled out 2 packs of the special cigarettes he had just earned. "Uncle, today's catch is all thanks to your guidance. Please take these 2 packs as a token of my gratitude." Seeing the cigarettes, old Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He glanced around furtively before hurriedly stuffing the cigarettes into his inner pocket, moving swiftly as if afraid Liu Wenyu might change his mind. "This is too precious." The old man protested verbally while his hand clutched his pocket tightly. "The fishing spot I mentioned is just beyond that reed marsh, with a depth of about 4 meters. As old Zhang continued to ramble on about the fishing location, Liu Wenyu's rod trembled once more. This time, he didn't even bother to tire the fish out. He yanked it straight out of the water, just as he had done the first time. Ding! Old Zhang's defenses were deeply breached. Gained 3 points of breach value. Ding! Reward obtained. Advanced diving skill. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. Old Zhang was truly his lucky star today. However, seeing the old man's expression of existential doubt, he felt a twinge of guilt. "Uncle, why not take this fish home?" Liu Wenyu suggested, pointing to the large carp he had just caught. Old Zhang swallowed hard. His gaze conflicted for a moment before he finally shook his head. No, that won't be necessary. I've lived a long life, and today has truly opened my eyes." He patted his pocket filled with cigarettes and suddenly lowered his voice. "Young man, do you possess that skill?" Liu Wenyu's heart skipped a beat. "Which skill?" "The one you know of." Old Zhang mysteriously made a peculiar gesture. "And my grandfather once mentioned that there were people who practiced fish magic, casting a handful of rice into the water while chanting an incantation, causing fish to leap ashore on their own." Liu Wenyu nearly choked on his own saliva. The old man's imagination was truly boundless. As the sun gradually dipped toward the west, Liu Wenyu glanced at the system space, already boasting over 2,000 gene of fish catch. He stretched lazily and began to pack his fishing gear. "Uncle, it's getting late. I shall take my leave," he said, threading the few large fish he had caught onto a piece of grass rope and deliberately flaunting them in front of old Zhang. Awakened from his reverie, old Zhang hurriedly called out, "Wait. Young man, will you return tomorrow? Let us fish together. I can show you where to find them." Liu Wenyu secretly chuckled, but wore a grateful expression on his face. "That would be splendid. With your guidance, I'm sure to learn a great deal." Watching Liu Wenyu's retreating figure, old Zhang remained rooted to the spot for quite some time. He looked down at the few fish in his basket, which he had once taken pride in, and suddenly found them utterly unremarkable. "How strange, truly strange," he muttered, occasionally glancing in the direction Liu Wenyu had departed. Meanwhile, Liu Wenyu reached a secluded spot and stored the large fish in the system space, whistling as he mounted his bicycle. He couldn't help but laugh at the stunned expression of old Zhang. With 500 to 600 genes still remaining, he could likely finish it all by tomorrow morning. He looked at the mountain of fish in the system space, and a bolder plan began to take shape in his mind. Since such a fortuitous opportunity presented itself, and with old Zhang being such a lucky star that yielded rewards, it would be wise to fish here more often in the future. As the sun set, Liu Wenyu pedaled his bicycle into the village. The 2 large carp, each weighing 5 to 6 gene, swayed on the handlebars with a bumpy road, their shiny scales glistening in the afterglow. At this hour, villagers were returning home from work, and those who caught sight of his rear catch couldn't help but gawk in astonishment. Where on earth did Wenyu get those fish? Goodness, they must weigh 5 to 6 gene each. What kind of luck has the third son of the Liu family had lately? Whispers of astonishment filled the air, and many swallowed hard. In this time, if it weren't for the recent good fortune of Liu Wenyu, who among them had managed to catch any meat in half a year. 2 fish of such size could easily provide a family with several hearty meals. As Liu Wenyu basked in the envious gazes of the crowd, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Turning around, he found Yin Mingpong blocking the path with 2 cousins, his horse-like face betraying a mixture of jealousy and greed. Liu III. Yin Mingpong stood with his hands on his hips, his voice deliberately raised. "Have you gone fishing again? According to village rules, you owe 2 tenths. He stared at the 2 fish, licking his lips. "These must add up to over 10 gene. You should hand over 3 gene, so the villagers can enjoy some meat too." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, the onlookers sporting expressions of morbid curiosity, some even revealing hints of greed. Liu Wenyu narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You can take that to your mother." The 3 words exploded in the crowd like thunder. Yin Mingpong's face turned a deep shade of purple, his finger trembling as he pointed at Liu Wenyu. You what about me?" Liu Wenyu leaned his bicycle against him, waving the 2 fish in front of Yin Mingpong's face. "I caught these at Miyun Reservoir today, not in the river by the village, so why should I owe you anything?" Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ding. Yin Mingpeng experienced a minor mental breakdown. Gained 1 point of breakdown value. Ding. Reward. 5 yuan. Hearing the system's notification, Liu Wenyu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This scoundrel was like a squeezed lemon, only yielding a mere point of breakdown value. Had it not been for the system reaching level 5, the reward might have shrunk to 1 yuan, barely enough to buy a decent bottle of wine. Humiliated before the crowd, Yin Mingpeng trembled with rage. He swung his hand violently. Liu III, you have insulted me time and again. I will settle this with you today. With that, he and his cousins charged forward. Fists raised. Chapter 70. Darkly administering strange medicine to summon a swarm of bees. The villagers gasped and scattered. In the past, Liu Wenyu would surely have been beaten to a pulp, but now, not only did he possess extraordinary physical abilities, but he also had the advanced combat skill bestowed by the system. The first cousin rushing in was deftly sidestepped by Liu Wenyu, who delivered a powerful elbow strike to his back, sending him crashing to the ground, face first into the dirt. The second fared worse. The moment he swung his fist, Liu Wenyu seized his wrist and executed a shoulder throw, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Seeing the situation turn against him, Yin Mingpeng attempted to flee but was caught by Liu Wenyu, who yanked him back by the collar. With a swift motion, Liu Wenyu hooked his leg, sending Yin Mingpeng soaring through the air and crashing onto the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire encounter lasted less than a minute. The three Yin brothers lay on the ground groaning, refusing to rise. Is that all you've got? Liu Wenyu dusted off his hands, gazing down at Yin Mingpeng, who was feigning unconsciousness. Remembering that the system had only granted him a meager 4 yuan in rewards, he felt his irritation mounting. Captain Yin, calm down, Liu Wenyu said, suddenly adopting a friendly demeanor, recalling a recent system reward. However, as he bent down to assist Yin Mingpeng, he took the opportunity to sprinkle the system reward, the bee-attracting powder, onto his shoulder. Caught off guard by the sudden change in attitude, Yin Mingpeng stood there dazed as Liu Wenyu helped him to his feet, even brushing off the dirt from his clothes while ensuring the powder was evenly distributed. We're all from the same village. There's no need to escalate matters, Liu Wenyu said sincerely, though inwardly he was elated. He hopped on his bicycle and, before leaving, couldn't resist adding, but I have a short temper, so it's best you don't provoke me again. With that, he pedaled away swiftly. Liu Wenyu rode fast, only stopping once he turned into the threshing yard. Looking back, he saw Yin Mingpeng helping his 2 cousins to their feet, who were now hopping in rage, cursing in his direction. System, is that bee-attracting powder reliable? Liu Wenyu wiped the sweat from his brow. It had been quite a while, and there had been no sign of activity. Could it be a counterfeit product? Let the bees fly for a while, the system cryptically responded before falling silent again. Liu Wenyu shrugged and pushed his bicycle toward home. Passing the old locust tree at the village entrance, he noticed several children gathered around, watching ants move their nest. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out a handful of fruit candies from the system space. Here, 2 for each of you, he said, distributing the candies while casually inquiring. Are there many bees in the fields this year? Yes. A little girl with braids pointed to the west. There are tons of bees in the rapeseed field over there. Liu Wenyu's eyes lit up, and he hummed a tune as he walked home. Just as he turned into his alley, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Venye, Venye. It was the little girl with braids, running breathlessly. Bees. A lot of bees are flying toward the village. Liu Wenyu quickly pulled out a piece of candy and handed it to her. Good child. Hurry home and close the doors and windows. The little girl joyfully dashed away. Liu Wenyu climbed up the old elm tree by his yard, which afforded him a perfect view of the threshing yard in the village center, the route Yin Mingpeng would have to take home. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a moving cloud appeared in the distance. As it drew nearer, the cloud revealed its true form, a massive swarm of bees, 1,000 strong. They flew toward the village, as if guided by some mysterious force. Liu Wenyu gasped. The system had once explained the effects of the bee-attracting powder, but he had never imagined it could be so terrifying. If surrounded, he wouldn't just be in trouble. He would be in grave danger. In the distance, terrified screams echoed through the air. Liu Wenyu squinted, faintly discerning Yin Mingpeng racing across the threshing ground, pursued by a swirling cloud of golden yellow. His 2 cousins had long since disappeared, leaving only Yin Mingpeng darting about, resembling a headless fly. Help! Get away! My face! My arm! The piercing cries reverberated above the village. The villagers hastily shut their doors and windows, daring only to peek through the cracks at this spectacle. A few intrepid young men attempted to rush out to assist, but as soon as they opened the door, they were driven back by the overwhelming swarm of bees. Liu Wenyu watched with keen interest from his perch in the tree. Yin Mingpeng now resembled a comical human beehive, with bees crawling densely across his head and body. He flailed and rolled in a frenzy, only to enrage the bees further. "Serve you right, you conniving scoundrel," Liu Wenyu muttered under his breath. Though a twinge of anxiety flickered within him. Was this too extreme? He hoped it wouldn't lead to a tragedy. Just as he hesitated about whether to intervene, Yin Mingpeng made a jaw-dropping move, plunging headfirst into a nearby cesspool. With a splash, waste splattered everywhere. Miraculously, the bees ceased their assault, circling above the cesspool for a few moments before gradually dispersing. Liu Wenyu gaped, momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated Yin Mingpeng's audacity to leap into the cesspool for the sake of survival. However, upon reflection, a rational person would likely choose the latter over being stung into a swollen visage. "System, is this truly the only remedy?" he inquired, remembering that the powder's effects were supposed to last for a full 24 hours. The swarm disperses upon encountering water, rendering its efficacy significantly diminished after washing. The system replied calmly. Liu Wenyu finally succumbed to laughter. He slid down from the tree, dusted himself off, and hummed a tune as he made his way home. Today had been splendid. He caught fish, taught Yin Mingpeng a lesson, and tested the new tool's effects. Upon entering the main room, he hung the 2 large fish from the beam. His mother, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, poked her head out, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the fish. "Did you catch all these today?" "Indeed," Liu Wenyu replied with a grin. "Mother, we're having fish soup tonight." Just as his mother was about to ask further, a commotion erupted outside the yard. Liu Wenyu glanced through the window and nearly burst into laughter. Yin Mingpeng, drenched in filth, was being carried home by his family, his face swollen like a pig's head, groaning incessantly. "What happened?" his mother inquired, perplexed, unaware that the instigator was right before her. Liu Wenyu's mind drifted to the myriad of disguises in the system's space, a bolder plan taking shape in his thoughts. If he could assume any identity, why not? "System," he pondered internally, "is the efficacy of the disguise mask truly as extraordinary as you described?" This system solemnly warns. The electronic voice of the system suddenly turns serious. "With great power comes great responsibility. Please use the tools judiciously to maintain world peace." Liu Wenyu rolled his eyes. "Speak plainly. Products from this system are guaranteed to be of premium quality. There's no strongest, only stronger." With that, Liu Wenyu finally felt reassured. If that were the case, he would transform into Yin Mingpeng's likeness tonight when heading to Guijia Street. Even if someone recognized him, it would bear no consequence for him. Chapter 71. The moonlit night approaches Guijia Street. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the enticing aroma of fish wafted from the Liu family courtyard. Liu Wenyu sat beneath the jujube tree, observing his mother and sister-in-law bustling at the stove. The 2 large fish had been cleaned, one braised in soy sauce and the other salted, hung from the beam. "Third son, wash your hands. Dinner's ready," his mother called, wiping her hands on her apron as she turned towards the courtyard. The dining table, usually lively, felt notably subdued today. His elder brother, sister-in-law, and second brother had all gone to work in the city, leaving the household notably emptier. Even the clattering of dishes sounded particularly resonant. Third uncle, Fish, little niece Liu Haoyue, perched on a tall stool, clutched a porcelain cup filled with her special milk powder in one hand and held chopsticks in the other, eyeing the bowl of braised carp on the table with anticipation. "Here, let third uncle serve you," Liu Wenyu said, lifting a piece of fish belly, carefully removing the bones before pushing half a steamed bun toward the little girl. She instantly broke into a radiant smile, abandoning her milk powder to focus on the fish before her, her small mouth glistening with oil as she intermittently emitted contented hums. Liu Wenyu, unable to resist her adorable antics, reached out to ruffle her hair. However, he then noticed his sister-in-law, Zhou Yuang, merely stirring at her bowl of rice. Having not taken a bite, "Sister-in-law, try this fish. It's delicious," Liu Wenyu urged, placing a piece of fish in front of her. Zhou Yuang finally snapped back to reality, offering a strained smile. "Thank you, third son." She took a small bite of fish, but her eyes frequently darted toward the door, as though awaiting someone's return. Liu Dashin took a couple of swigs of liquor, suddenly speaking up, "Don't fret too much about the second family. It takes time to adjust after moving to the city." "Father, I'm fine." Zhou Yuang quickly shook her head, though her eyes glistened with tears. "It's just that with so many people suddenly gone, it feels a bit strange." Liu Wenyu set down his chopsticks, speaking earnestly, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. In no more than 2 months, I'll ensure you have a job in the city as well. By then, I'll help you secure a place to live, and you can be with second brother again." Zhou Yuang paused, then hurriedly waved her hands. "Third son, don't overthink it. I'm just worried about your second brother adjusting to a new place and not sleeping well." Her voice trailed off until it was nearly inaudible. Liu Wenyu fell silent, focusing on his bowl of rice. He understood his sister-in-law's feelings. Suddenly being apart from her husband and the household feeling so empty would be unsettling for anyone. After dinner, Zhou Yuwang assisted their mother in clearing the table while Liu Wenyu stepped outside to enjoy the evening breeze. The summer night air carried the fragrance of the fields, and distant frogs croaked. Liu Dashan approached, seated on a stone bench with his pipe. Third son, Liu Dashan exhaled a puff of smoke. Your sister-in-law has been a bit off lately. If you truly have connections in the city, arrange for her to have a job as soon as possible. Liu Wenyu gazed at the stars above, softly responding, Father, I understand. I will find a way to help with the job situation promptly. His words were not mere comfort. After all, the system space still contained various valuable resources that could easily be exchanged for job placements in the black market. Moreover, with a mask of infinite disguise, he no longer had to worry about identity issues. The glow of the fire in the pipe illuminated the wrinkles on Liu Dashan's face. The elder sighed, with your second brother gone, we've lost a strong laborer. Your sister-in-law is resilient. She won't say it, but it weighs on her. Before he could finish, the sound of pattering footsteps echoed from the house. Little Hao Yue emerged, rubbing her eyes and clutching her small pillow. Third uncle. The little girl mumbled drowsily, I'm sleepy, time for bed. Liu Wenyu bent down to scoop her up. Her small frame was soft and fragrant. How about you sleep with Grandma tonight? Third uncle has something to attend to. No. Hao Yue shook her head vigorously, her small arms clinging tightly to his neck. Tell me a story. Liu Dashan chuckled and waved his hand. Go on then, little ancestor. Once she gets going, she won't stop. Reluctantly, Liu Wenyu carried his niece back inside. Under the flickering oil lamp, he gently patted Hao Yue's back and hummed a familiar lullaby. The little girl curled in his embrace, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. Third uncle, as she was nearly drifting off, Hao Yue suddenly murmured, second aunt cried today. I saw it. Liu Wenyu paused. When did that happen? As she anticipated your imminent return, the little girl's voice dwindled, ultimately fading into a rhythmic sound of steady breathing. Once Hao Yue had succumbed to slumber, Liu Wenyu gently cradled her into her mother's chamber. The elderly lady was busy mending shoes, and upon his entrance, she gestured towards the neatly arranged bedding. Mother, Liu Wenyu placed Hao Yue down and whispered, I must venture into the city tonight. I may return late. Son, Chiayun's expression tightened. Are you going to the black market again? Make sure to wear an extra layer. It gets chilly at night. Liu Wenyu felt a warmth spreading his heart. Nodding emphatically, it felt wonderful to be cared for by a mother. Outside the courtyard, the moonlight cast a pale glow on the dirt path. Liu Wenyu touched the disguise mask nestled in his embrace, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yin Mingpeng's piggish face floated into his mind. Tonight's excursion to the black market would certainly benefit from this fellow's visage. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly heard a rustling behind him. Turning around, he found his sister-in-law, Zhou Yuwang, standing at the entrance of the side room, her eyes appearing somewhat reddened under the moonlight. Sister-in-law? Liu Wenyu approached. You're still awake? Zhou Yuwang fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Old 3, your second brother's job at ISNT dangerous. Is it? At that moment, Liu Wenyu realized his sister-in-law had been waiting specifically for him. He spoke soothingly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Eldest brother and second brother's duties are merely patrols. They receive 2 meals a day. While it may not always include meat, they will certainly not go hungry, and the police station has even assigned them accommodations. That's good. Zhou Yuwang lowered her head. I'm just a bit concerned. Sister-in-law, Liu Wenyu said earnestly, I assure you, within 3 months at the latest. I will ensure you can also enter the city. Zhou Yuwang's eyes widened, tears glistening in the moonlight. Really? When have I ever deceived my own family? Liu Wenyu chuckled, patting his chest. Now go back to sleep. It's chilly at night. Watching his sister-in-law's lighthearted retreat, Liu Wenyu inhaled deeply. In his previous life, he had been reckless, never realizing the depth of affection between his sister-in-law and brother. His brother had been gone for merely a day, yet she was already so anxious. Standing at the edge of the wheat field, the surroundings were deserted, with only the moonlight pouring like water over the fields. He inhaled deeply, feeling the peculiar energy within him, a reward from the system manifesting as the skill of lightness. 60 kilometers per hour, he murmured to himself. This speed surpasses even modern electric bikes. Can be real? Chapter 72. The system unveils truths and alleviates fears. He attempted to harness that energy and suddenly felt his body become extraordinarily light. With a gentle push from his toes, he found himself floating approximately 3 feet above the ground. Wow! Liu Wenyu exclaimed, nearly losing his balance. He quickly steadied himself and ventured forward with a step. Whoosh! The scenery before him blurred instantaneously, and the wind howled in his ears. He felt akin to an arrow released from a bow. darting several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Too fast, too fast. Liu Wenyu flailed, attempting to decelerate, but inadvertently stepped on a dry twig. His body lost balance, spinning in the air as if inebriated. Ahead loomed an old locust tree, its stout trunk reflecting a cold sheen in the moonlight. Liu Wenyu widened his eyes, desperately trying to alter his course, but the inertia was overwhelming, propelling him like a cannonball towards the trunk. It's over. Instinctively, he raised his hands to protect his rather handsome face, albeit slightly less appealing than that of the reader. Just as he was about to collide, his body reacted autonomously. He lightly pushed off the tree trunk with his feet, vaulting into the air and executing a graceful somersault, landing securely atop the tree's crown. Heart racing, Liu Wenyu clung to the trunk, peering down to see he was at least 5 or 6 meters above the ground. The wheat field below shimmering like a silver sea under the moonlight. This skill is exhilarating. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suddenly invigorated. This is incredibly thrilling. Cautiously adjusting his posture, he attempted to leap from the treetop to another tree. This time, with the mental preparation, his movements were much more fluid. His body felt as light as a feather, gliding effortlessly among the treetops. Ha! Liu Wenyu couldn't suppress his laughter. This sensation is utterly delightful, reminiscent of an unparalleled master in a martial arts novel. The more he played, the more exhilarated he became, jumping from treetop to the ridge of the fields, and then from the ridge to a haystack, even attempting to skim across the surface of a pond as if a dragonfly alighting on water. The moment the splashes erupted, he suddenly recalled the system's warning: avoid crowds while using this ability. If any night wanderer from the village were to witness this, they might just kneel in awe, proclaiming him a celestial being descended to earth. Gazing at the sky, Liu Wenyu decided to call it a night. He lightly landed behind a concealed earthen mound, feeling that his stamina had been significantly expended. 15 minutes. Panting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This skill is certainly exhilarating, yet it drains energy excessively. After resting for a moment, Liu Wenyu retrieved the disguise mask from his pocket. Under the moonlight, the seemingly ordinary mask shimmered with an unusual luster. It's time to get down to business. He inhaled deeply and placed the mask upon his face. A refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. Looking down at his hands, his formerly slender fingers had transformed into short, coarse, dark appendages, and his clothing morphed into the blue cloth shirt commonly worn by Yan Mingpa. Touching his face, the texture had completely altered. Liu Wenyu could even feel Yan Mingpeng's distinct facial features. Clearing his throat, he attempted to speak, but the voice that emerged was that of Yan Mingpeng's distinctive quacking tone. How intriguing, immensely intriguing. Extracting a small mirror from the system space for a glimpse, he found himself staring at the loathsome visage of Yan Mingpeng. But at this moment, it bore Liu Wenyu's signature sly smile, creating a striking discord. Captain Yan, I'll be borrowing your face tonight. Liu Wenyu grinned malevolently as he tucked away the mirror and brushed off the dust from his attire. Initially intending to travel by lightness, he reluctantly acknowledged his depleted energy. Consequently, he retrieved a bicycle from the system space and pedaled toward the direction of Sijiacheng. The night breeze caressed his face, imbued with the unique fragrance of summer foliage. Remembering his sister-in-law's red-rimmed eyes, he pedaled with even greater fervor. The abilities bestowed by the system, rather than being employed to punish villains like Yan Mingpeng, he yearned to ensure a better life for his family. The bicycle rattled along the bumpy rural path, the moonlight illuminating the road ahead for Yan Mingpeng. In the distance, the walls of Sijiacheng gradually became discernible, heralding an impending adventure unlike any other. Unbeknownst to Liu Wenyu, the real Yan Mingpeng was presently lying on his own bed, groaning, his face smeared with ointment for bee stings, emanating an odor reminiscent of a pigsty. Lu Lao-san, I won't let this go easily, Yan Mingpeng seethed through gritted teeth, entirely unaware that his doppelganger was cheerfully making his way towards Sijiacheng. Liu Wenyu pedaled furiously, the wheels crunching over the uneven dirt path, emitting a creaking sound. The night breeze swept across the face that belonged to Yan Mingpeng, carrying with it the characteristic warmth of a summer night. The outline of Sijiacheng gradually sharpened under the moonlight, the shadows of the walls resembling a lurking giant. Arriving at a secluded corner outside the city walls, he halted, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was in sight before stowing the bicycle into the system space. Recalling his previous life's memories, Guijia was situated not far inside the city walls, down a narrow alley. Liu Wenyu adjusted the straps of the bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, filled with meticulously prepared goods. 10 pounds each of cornmeal, white flour, and rice, along with 10 pounds of pork, a mix of fat and lean. These items were highly sought after in an era of scarcity, especially for the former Qing aristocrats on Guizhou, who were desperately seeking to sell off their possessions. Despite their current inability to produce even a few coins, they were all too eager to maintain their pride, even at the cost of suffering. Liu Wenyu expressed his understanding. After all, these individuals had lived lives of luxury and opulence in their earlier years. He took a deep breath, traversed the shadows of the city wall, and turned into a narrow alley. The moonlight was obscured by the towering walls on either side, plunging his vision into darkness. At the end of the alley, he could faintly discern a flickering white lantern, upon which the character Dian was inscribed in bold black ink. This was the place. Liu Wenyu unconsciously swallowed hard. In his previous life, having been born with a silver spoon and nurtured under the banner of the red, he had always regarded tales of ghosts and monsters with disdain, dismissing them as mere feudal superstitions. However, now, having experienced such absurdity firsthand in this reincarnation, if there truly were supernatural beings in this world, he would undoubtedly believe in them. The storefronts lining the alley were draped in white cloth, their windows filled with paper effigies, paper horses, and paper houses, all intended for funerary use. The paper figures, adorned with exaggerated blush, seemed to come alive under the moonlight, their hollow eyes fixated on passers-by. A gust of chilling wind swept through, sending paper money swirling from a nearby shop, skimming past Liu Wenyu's feet. He inhaled sharply, a cold sweat forming on his back. Host need not worry. The system detects no supernatural energy fluctuations in the vicinity. The system suddenly spoke in his mind. Are you certain? Liu Wenyu muttered softly, for why did he feel as though something was watching him? Chapter 73. The bronze ding conceals great power. As he inquired of the system, Liu Wenyu suddenly turned around, only to see a black cat perched on the wall, its yellow eyes glimmering in the shadows. The cat meowed at him, gracefully leaping down and vanishing into the darkness. How absurdly I frightened myself. Liu Wenyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued onward. The deeper he ventured, the more sinister the atmosphere became. Some shop fronts even displayed several black lacquered coffins, glinting ominously in the moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of incense and paper ash, mingled with a faint odor of decay. This place is hardly fit for human habitation. Were it not for the system's leveling, I wouldn't set foot here even if you killed me, Liu Wenyu grumbled, unconsciously quickening his pace. According to his recollection, the entrance to the black market should be located behind a paper-making shop named Fushaodang. He soon located the establishment, which was slightly larger than the others, flanked by two life-size paperboy figures adorned with eerie smiles. He circled to the side of the shop, where a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, awaited him. The alley was dimly lit, with only the moon casting mottled shadows. This is Guizhou. Liu Wenyu inhaled deeply and stepped into the passage. The alley was lined with stalls, yet it was surprisingly quiet. Most vendors, clad in faded long gowns, sat silently behind their goods, their watchful gazes scrutinizing each passerby. There were no cries of sales. The entire transaction process maintained an eerie tacit understanding. Liu Wenyu observed that the method of trade here was indeed peculiar. Buyers merely needed to crouch down and whisper a few words to the vendors, and upon reaching an agreement, they exchanged money and goods in a fluid motion. Adjusting the strap of the bamboo basket on his shoulder, Liu Wenyu feigned nonchalance as he approached the first stall. The vendor was an elderly man with a goatee, displaying only 3 items before him: a square inkstone, a short sword mottled with rust, and a roll of yellowed scroll. He crouched down and casually picked up the short sword. The moment his fingers brushed the hilt, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting absorbable energy item. Liu Wenyu's heart leaped with joy, yet he maintained his composure, examining the sword closely. Beneath the verdigris, exquisite patterns were faintly visible. Old gentleman, how much for this? He inquired in the distinctive croaky voice of Yan Mingpan. The old man raised his clouded eyes and extended 3 bony fingers, 30 gene of white flour, or 10 gene of pork. Liu Wenyu nearly burst into laughter. This old fellow certainly dared to ask for a price. He deliberately placed the sword back and picked up the scroll, and the system emitted a similar notification. What would be the bundled price for these 3? He asked tentatively. The old man's eyes brightened as he stroked his goatee, contemplating for a moment. 80 gene of white flour, or 25 gene of pork. Comrade, these are all treasured heirlooms passed down through generations. 30 gene of white flour. Liu Wenyu retorted sharply. After all, these items were not edible or drinkable, and such a price was utterly ludicrous. The old man's expression shifted. This can't be. Just this warring state's bronze sword alone. That's the price. Take it or leave it, Liu Wenyu declared, feigning to walk away. Wait. The old man hastily called after him, "Add 5 gene of pork, and you can have all 3. Liu Wenyu pretended to hesitate for a moment, ultimately nodding begrudgingly. He retrieved the food and meat from his bamboo basket, and the old man eagerly accepted them, clutching them tightly as if they were precious treasures. Once the transaction was completed, Liu Wenyu sought a shadowy corner to store the 3 items within the system space. Instantly, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting absorbable energy item. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Absorb. Ding! Absorption successful. Gained 200 energy points this time. Current energy, 426, 1,600. Liu Wenyu's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated such a bountiful return on his first transaction. He stifled his excitement and continued deeper into the alley. For the next 2 hours, Liu Wenyu thrived in his element. Utilizing the system's detection capabilities, he selectively targeted antiques that truly contained energy. He was equally unyielding in his negotiations, mercilessly cutting prices. An impoverished man of the banner sought to exchange a family heirloom jade pendant for 5 gene of white flour. But Liu Wenyu managed to haggle it down to 2 gene of cornflour. A shabby-dressed man attempted to sell a family heirloom prayer bead, starting at a price of 20 gene of meat, only to be secured by Liu Wenyu for 10 gene of white flour and 3 gene of pork. With each completed transaction, Liu Wenyu seized opportunities to store the items in the system space, absorbing their energy. As each antique transformed into energy points, the progress bar for his system upgrade surged rapidly. Qing Dynasty Jade Finger Ring, energy points, 60. Ming Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Shard, energy points, 35. Song Dynasty Bronze Mirror, energy points, 150. Just as Liu Wenyu contemplated the potential for a system upgrade that evening, a small stall at the end of the alley caught his attention. The vendor was a disheveled young man, displaying only a dirty cloth bag before him. Liu Wenyu crouched down, and the young man instinctively clutched the bag tighter. "Brother, what good items are you selling?" Liu Wenyu asked in a lowered voice. After a moment's hesitation, the young man slowly opened the bag. Inside lay a small black ding, supported by 3 legs and 2 ears, its surface marred by rust. The instant Liu Wenyu's finger grazed the ding, the system's alert tone sounded in his mind once more. Liu Wenyu scrutinized the object in his hand. Though the ding was no larger than his palm, it felt remarkably heavy, with strange patterns faintly visible on its belly. "What dynasty is this from?" he inquired cautiously. The young man shook his head. "I don't know. It was passed down from my elders." 30 gene of white flour, 10 gene of pork. 10 gene of white flour, 5 gene of pork. Liu Wenyu interrupted decisively. "The deal can be made right now." The young man's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. "Could you perhaps give a little more? My mother is ill." Observing the young man's gaunt cheeks and tattered clothing, Liu Wenyu felt a pang of compassion. He sighed, 15 gene of white flour, 5 gene of pork, and an additional 10 yuan. "This is my final offer." The young man trembled with excitement, nodding vigorously. Once the transaction concluded, Liu Wenyu hurried to a secluded corner to store the ding in the system space. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the bronze tripod absorbed energy points, 500. Current energy, 1450, 1,600. Liu Wenyu gasped in astonishment. This small tripod harbored such immense energy. Just 150 more points were needed for the system to ascend to the next level. However, regrettably, the location where the young boy had set up his stall had already reached the end of Guay Street. Only one stall remained, displaying merely 2 items that he had yet to examine, leaving him uncertain of their authenticity. Nonetheless, Liu Wenyu clung to a glimmer of hope and decided to approach for a closer inspection. Chapter 74. A night expedition to Guay Street yields abundance. The stall owner was a thin, elderly man, around 60 years of age, wrapped in a faded blue cloth gown. His face, lined with deep wrinkles resembling dried orange peel, was illuminated by a remarkable brightness in his eyes, glinting with shrewdness even in the dimly lit alley. In front of him lay 2 seemingly unremarkable items: a bronze incense burner missing its lid, coated in a dull verdigris, and a dull gray jade tablet, its edges worn smooth. "Comrade, do you see anything to your liking?" The old man's voice boomed, contrasting sharply with the eerie ambience of Guay Street, resonating with a vigor not typical for someone of his age. Liu Wenyu crouched down, his fingers barely grazing the bronze incense burner when the system's prompt echoed in his mind. He discreetly touched the jade tablet, receiving a similar energy notification. Astonishingly, both items, which appeared inconspicuous, were indeed genuine. "How much for these 2? Liu Wenyu deliberately lowered his voice, adopting the distinct croaky tone of Yan Mingpa. The old man extended 4 rough fingers, calloused knuckles adorned with small scars. 40 gene of cornmeal for both items. This price made Liu Wenyu raise an eyebrow. Compared to the stall owners who demanded scores of gene of white flour or rice, this old man was remarkably fair. Nodding, he pretended to retrieve a bag of cornmeal from his bamboo basket, but in reality, it came from the system's space. Comrade, you're quite straightforward. The old man accepted the bag, deftly weighing it in his hands, a smile revealing a few yellow teeth. He produced a worn flour sack from behind and skillfully poured the cornmeal inside, as if performing a magic trick. Come, sit for a while. The old man, in a manner akin to a magician, pulled out a small wooden stool, its legs polished smooth from wear. I've wrapped up for the day. Idleness is unproductive. Liu Wenyu hesitated, but ultimately accepted the stool, eager to inquire about the happenings on Gue Street. He fished out a pack of de Qianmin cigarettes from his inner pocket, offering one to the old man. What is your surname? Please, just call me Qian. The old man took the cigarette, inhaling deeply with a nostalgic glint in his squinted eyes. Good smoke. He carefully tucked the cigarette behind his ear, his rough fingers caressing the rolled paper, reluctant to light it just yet. How long have you been in this business, old Qian? Liu Wenyu smiled as he offered another cigarette to the man, lighting one for himself as well. As the match flared to life, it illuminated the creased and weathered face of the old man. Taking a deep drag, the smoke billowed from his nostrils. It's been 3 generations now. His voice dropped to a somber tone, laced with reminiscence. My grandfather set up stall here. Then it passed to my father, and he handed it down to me. He sighed, the ember of his cigarette flickering in the darkness. Initially, I thought in this new society, I could find a respectable job at a trust store. Yet they deemed me too old. No amount of persuasion would suffice. Liu, when you noticed the old man's calloused fingers absently rubbing the tattered cloth of the stall, the scars on his knuckles starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Your prices are far more reasonable than others, Liu Wenyu remarked casually, scanning the old man's humble stall. Old Qian chuckled, revealing a few yellow teeth. Those spendthrifts disregard their ancestral belongings, merely seeking to barter them for a meal. He lowered his voice, a hint of pride evident in his tone. But I am different. These items, he gestured to the 2 antiques he had sold to Liu Wenyu, are gathered bit by bit from the countryside. Liu Wenyu felt a spark of interest. You still venture into the countryside to source goods? Of course. Old Qian perked up, sitting up straighter. In the surrounding areas of the 4-9 city. Which village have I not traversed? He suddenly sighed. Just recently, I acquired a copper mirror in Tong County. Its quality was impeccable. Alas, my wayward son stole it to trade for liquor. As their conversation deepened, their rapport grew warmer. Old Qian recounted tales of his youthful bravado, revealing how he had once spent a night in a graveyard as part of a bet, earning him the nickname Money Daring. Back then, I feared nothing, he reminisced, shaking his head as ash from his cigarette fell with each gesture. Suddenly, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer. But if we speak of true misfortune, it would be about a copper mirror I received last year in Chongping. Liu Wenyu leaned forward, intrigued. What was so cursed about it? Old Qian glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering. The back of that mirror bore strange engravings. Upon first sight, I sensed something was amiss. His voice dwindled to a near whisper. That night I brought it home. I had a bizarre dream. A woman in red stood before my calm. Liu, when you listened intently, a chill creeping up his spine, as if someone was breathing on him. He suddenly turned, only to find the alley shrouded in paper ash, glowing pale in the moonlight. Please continue, he urged, feigning calm as he turned back to face old Qian, whose eyes glimmered unervingly in the dark. The next day, I promptly sold that mirror. Old Qian said, smacking his lips, the cigarette now burning perilously close to his fingers, yet he seemed oblivious. In our line of work, some things are best left untouched. He flashed a grin, revealing a few yellow teeth. Comrade, if you're interested, feel free to visit often. I occasionally come across rare curiosities. Liu Wenyu felt a surge of excitement. Old Qian, how about this? Please keep an eye out for particularly unique antiques, especially those. He pondered his phrasing. Vintage treasures. We can negotiate on pricing. Old Qian's eyes brightened. Ah, so you are quite the connoisseur. No problem. Consider it done. He deliberated, then produced a crumpled piece of cigarette box paper, scribbling an address with a pencil's tip. This is where I reside, in a communal courtyard. If you have specific items in mind, feel free to seek me out anytime. Liu Wenyu accepted the note, glancing at the moonlight to discern the address written as 37, Bingma Si Hutong, back courtyard. He carefully folded it and tucked it into his inner pocket when suddenly, distant barks of dogs echoed through the air. Old Qian's expression shifted, swiftly extinguishing his cigarette. Oh, dawn is approaching. I must take my leave. He nimbly gathered his stall, rolling up the tattered cloth and tucking it under his arm, appearing far from the frail, elderly man he was. By the way, Old Qian suddenly turned before departing, moonlight casting shadows on half his face, making him appear particularly weathered. What should I call you? My surname is Yan. Liu Wenyu maintained his composure, adopting Yan Mingpeng's surname. Comrade Yan, I shall remember that. Old Qian nodded. I am here nearly every night. If you find the time, do drop by. With that, he swiftly disappeared into the depths of the alley, his footsteps swiftly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Liu Wenyu glanced at the sky, the horizon beginning to blush with dawn's first light. Upon exiting Guijia, he casually sought a secluded corner, ensuring that no one was around before stowing away the two antiques he had just purchased into his system space. Ding. Ming Dynasty Bronze Incense Burner, Energy Absorption Points, 80. Ding. Han Dynasty Jade Tablet, Energy Absorption Points, 120. Current Energy Points, 1650, 1600. The conditions for system upgrade have been met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Liu Wenyu's heart raced, and without hesitation, he selected yes. A warm current surged throughout his body, as if countless tiny electric currents coursed through his veins. In his mind, a melodious system notification chimed. Ding. Upgrade successful. The system has ascended to level 6. Additional features have been unlocked. Please check them at your convenience. Chapter 75. System Level 6, Disguising to Play with the Dogman and Woman. The familiar translucent interface reappeared before him. Host, Liu Wenyu. System Level 6, 50, 3200. Ability 1. Defense Break Reward, trigger to gain 6 items. Ability 2. Thought Collection, can collect items within a 16-meter radius into system space. Ability 3. System space expanded by 500 cubic meters. Energy required for next upgrade, 3,200 points. Liu Wenyu clenched his fists in excitement. This excursion to Guijia had yielded far beyond his expectations. Not only had he amassed enough energy for an upgrade, but he had also made the acquaintance of Old Man Qian, a local power broker. Future treasure hunting would be even more adept. He took one last glance at the slowly awakening Guijia before turning to leave the city. In the darkness preceding dawn, the paper effigies of boys and coffins appeared less ominous, instead exuding a touch of absurdity. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, Liu Wenyu found a deserted spot to remove his disguise, restoring his true appearance. He hummed a cheerful tune as he mounted his bicycle, the wheels rolling over the rustic path, stirring a light cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the real Yan Mingpeng was at home, burning with fever and cursing Lu Laosan's name incessantly. As Liu Wenyu pedaled along the rural road, his spirits lifted. He contemplated the bountiful rewards from his trip to Guijia. Suddenly, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Yan Mingpeng's defenses have been deeply breached, gaining 5 points of defense breach value. Ding. Reward acquired. 30 pounds of honey. Liu Wenyu abruptly squeezed the brakes, leaving deep tracks in the dirt road as his bicycle skidded to a halt. He paused momentarily, then couldn't help but laugh aloud. That rascal must be cursing me at home. He imagined Yan Mingpeng's current state, lounging on the bed, groaning, with medicinal ointment smeared across his face, emanating a lingering stench while continuously muttering curses at his own name. This image sent Liu Wenyu into fits of laughter, nearly causing him to topple from his bicycle. Clearly, this fool was attributing the bee sting incident entirely to me. Liu Wenyu wiped away tears of mirth, muttering to himself. But in truth, he's not wrong. After all, I am indeed the culprit. He retrieved a small jar of the freshly acquired honey from the system space, unscrewed the lid, and inhaled the sweet aroma that instantly wafted forth, attracting a few early-rising bees to swirl around the jar. The quality is quite commendable. Liu Wenyu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the system's rewards had returned to their former standard. This realization invigorated him. Ever since his rebirth and the acquisition of the defense-breaking system, he had taken to teasing Yan Mingpeng during his spare time, which had resulted in his rewards dwindling. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Liu Wenyu thought, the remaining portions of the bee-attracting powder shall be reserved for Captain Yin to enjoy. He casually returned the honey to the system space and pedaled onward. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, carrying the scents of earth and grass. Liu Wenyu's mood was exceptionally buoyant, even beginning to devise plans for his next scheme against Yan Mingpeng. I must find an opportune moment, he mused, preferably in a place where the whole village can witness, allowing that scoundrel to embarrass himself once again. As his bicycle rounded a bend, the silhouette of Wote Dazhuang came into view, just as he prepared to accelerate to return home for breakfast and continue his fishing endeavors at the Miyun Reservoir. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures flashing away, disappearing into the distant thicket. Li Xiaoqing, Zhang Wenba. Liu Wenyu abruptly gripped the brakes, the bicycle tires carving deep grooves into the dirt path. His gaze fixated on the thicket ahead, his chest heaving violently, as if a fire were igniting within him. Indeed, it is them. Liu Wenyu seethed under his breath, his fingers instinctively tightening around the handlebars. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tide. Recalling the stormy night when he returned home, weary, only to discover the divorce papers left by Li Shaoqing. Later, he heard she had gone south, while he himself fell into a slump due to the upheaval. That would not happen again. Liu Wenyu inhaled deeply, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He glanced around, confirming that no one was in sight, and promptly retrieved the myriad disguise mask from the system space. As the mask pressed against his face, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Liu Wenyu felt his facial muscles shifting, contorting, ultimately settling into the loathsome visage of Yan Mingpeng. Resembling the swollen face of a pig from the previous day, SB Sting, appearing particularly grotesque. Perfect, Liu Wenyu smirked, feeling the uneven contours of his new face. A sinister smile creeping across his lips. In the guise of Yan Mingpeng, he would present this couple with a most delightful gift. He swiftly stowed his bicycle into the system space and stealthily approached the direction in which the two had vanished. The morning dew soaked his pant legs, but he paid it no mind, his entire focus trained on the dense locust grove ahead. As he drew closer, faint voices emerged from the thicket. Be gentle. Be careful, the child in my belly. I will be careful, don't worry. Crouching behind a bush, Liu Wenyu peered through a gap. Witnessing a scene that quickened his blood, the two were now unclothed, with Li Shaoqing pinned to the ground by Zhang Wenbo. System, extract the bee-attracting powder, he silently commanded. A powder, visible only to him, materialized in his palm, and Liu Wenyu chuckled coldly. This specially crafted powder would attract bees within 100 meters, but was harmless to the user. Having completed his preparations, Liu Wenyu deliberately stepped on a twig, producing a sharp snap. Who? Zhang Wenbo, alert, quickly lifted his head and scrambled to retrieve his clothes. Ding! Zhang Wenbo's defenses have been deeply breached. Gained 3 points of defense breach value. Ding! Li Shaoqing's defenses have been deeply breached. Gained 3 points of defense breach value. Ding! Reward acquired. 90 pounds of dog meat. 90 pounds of lamb. Liu Wenyu imitated Yan Mingpeng's raspy voice, coughing as he emerged from the bushes. Cough, cough. It's me. Yan Mingpeng. Li Shaoqing turned pale with fright, hastily wrapping her coat around her chest. Captain Yan, what are you doing here? Is morning exercise not permissible? Liu Wenyu deliberately adopted Yan Mingpeng's crude tone, feigning surprise upon recognizing them. Oh, is that not Li Shaoqing from the neighboring village and Zhang Wenbo? What are you two up to this early? May I join on the fun? Zhang Wenbo forced a calm demeanor. Report to Captain Yan. We are searching for a sheep that went missing from the production team. Yes, yes. Li Shaoqing quickly chimed in. That sheep is quite valuable. Chapter 76. The farcical scene in the mountains. Liu Wenyu harbored a cold sneer within, yet feigned a look of sudden realization, deliberately elongating his tone. Oh, searching for sheep. Are we? His gaze leisurely swept over the two bare bodies, ultimately settling on the trousers discarded by Zhang Wenbo, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeking sheep necessitates shedding one's trousers? Could it be that the sheep has burrowed into some unspeakable place? Before he could finish his thought, he turned his gaze towards Li Shaoqing, who was huddled behind a tree, his eyes as sharp as ice-forged blades. You, little wench, usually masquerade as a paragon of virtue. Who would have guessed you possess such lewdness beneath the surface? Those cries just now could be heard across half a mountain, utterly entrancing. Ding! Detected Li Shaoqing's profound vulnerability. Gained 3 points of vulnerability. Ding! Acquired skill reward. Enchanting melody. Enchanting melody. A voice like celestial music, clear and ethereal as a mountain stream. Melodious and graceful as a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. It intoxicates the listener, leaving echoes for 3 days. Liu Wenyu rolled his eyes at the skill description echoing in his mind. What use could such a trivial skill serve in this day and age? If it were in the future, perhaps a live stream of singing would garner some tips. But now, was he to serenade the old ox of the production team? Meanwhile, Zhang Wenbo and Li Shaoqing had turned ashen. In this era, engaging in illicit affairs could lead to public humiliation, and if word got out, they would never be able to hold their heads high again. Captain Yan, please let me explain, Zhang Wenbo stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his hand instinctively groped towards his pocket. The money he intended to save for a piece of cloth for Li Shaoqing now seemed a desperate means to avert disaster. Stop dilly-dallying. Liu Wenyu kicked the nearby tree trunk violently, sending a shower of dry leaves fluttering down. It's simple. Either I get to join in, or I will raise my voice right now and summon the villagers to witness your disgraceful antics. You choose. Having spoken, he deliberately displayed a facade of insatiable desire, his eyes roaming lasciviously over Li Shaoqing's pale skin, as if ready to pounce like a wolf at any moment. Ding! Detected Zhang Wenbo's extreme vulnerability. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding! detected Li Xiaoqing's extreme vulnerability. Gained 5 points of vulnerability. Ding, acquired item rewards. 30 pairs of tattered shoes. 60 lamb heads. Liu Wenyu nearly choked at the system's notifications. Was this nonsensical system mocking him? Accepting the lamb heads was one thing, as they were indeed meat. But what was the meaning of rewarding him with so many pairs of tattered shoes? Zhang Wenbao's complexion turned a sickly shade, veins throbbing at his temples as he stepped forward, his voice trembling with rage. Yin Mingpeng, don't go too far. My father works at the commune. If this escalates, do you think I won't have him skin you alive? You might lose your position as team leader, and your life may be at stake. Huh, Liu Wenyu scoffed. Taking slow steps forward, the sound of his military boots crunching on the brittle leaves resonating sharply in the still forest. Zhang Wenbao, even now you resort to threats from your father? My voice turned icy, like shards of ice. I am utterly unmoved by such tactics. Your father's position at the commune means nothing. Do you think he can silence the entire commune? Li Xiaoqing curled up amidst the pile of dead leaves, her hands futilely attempting to cover her nakedness. The mountain wind, chilling as it swept through, sent shivers down her spine, her complexion pale as parchment, lips trembling with fear. The man who had been so enamored moments ago now regarded her as a discarded piece of refuse. Moreover, as the old adage goes, Liu Wenyu's gaze darted between the two, his voice deliberately elongated. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a romantic spirit in the afterlife. If you do not cooperate today, he paused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I'll weave your sordid affair into a tune for the village children to sing. Within 3 days, the entire region will know of your illustrious deeds. At that point, not only will you be too ashamed to show your faces, but your parents will bear the brunt of your disgrace as well. His words struck Zhang Wenbao like a heavy blow, twisting his expression into one of sheer horror, fear rapidly replacing his initial bravado. As he swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, Zhang Wenbao's voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from a rusty pipe. For the sake of our family's reputations, can you endure this? I assure you, I will never think of you as tainted. Li Xiaoqing jerked her head up, disbelief igniting in her eyes, as if she were seeing this man for the first time. Before Zhang Wenbao could finish, a piercing scream erupted from her lips, shattering the silence of the forest. Zhang Wenbao, are you even man? Disregarding her nakedness, she lunged at Zhang Wenbao, her nails clawing at his face. I am your woman. I carry your child. How can you send me to be defiled by another? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Her wails echoed through the valley, laden with despair. Zhang Wenbao stumbled back, swiftly dodging her attack, but soon found his face marred by fresh scratches, blood seeping forth. Calm down, he bellowed in a low voice. Do you not see the situation we are in? If there were another way, do you think I would wish for this? Beast, you wretched beast. A resounding slap cut through Li Xiaoqing's cries, Zhang Wenbao's palm crashing against her face, leaving a vivid red imprint. Stumbling backward, she fell to the ground, tears mingling with blood, a trickle escaping from her lips. She stared at Zhang Wenbao, her expression shifting from anger to disappointment, ultimately settling into a profound silence. Ha ha ha. Liu Wenyu clapped his hands and laughed uproariously, the sound piercing the tranquil forest like a knife. What a splendid performance. Truly a delightful spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Wiping away tears of laughter, his tone suddenly turned cold. Zhang Wenbao, weren't you off to find sheep? Why don't you hurry along now? As for comrade Li Xiaoqing, his gaze roamed over her with unabashed scrutiny, as if appraising a merchandise for sale. She can remain here. I have decided to give her a thorough lesson in moral education, so she understands the meaning of womanly virtue. After all, Comrade Xiaoqing appears quite lost at present. Chapter 77. The initial success of the scheme to kill with a borrow blade. Zhang Wenbao's complexion shifted erratically, alternating between shades of green and white, before he clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Wait, Liu Wenyu suddenly called out again. Strip off all your clothes. If you dare leave even a single piece on, I will summon people right now. Yin Mingpeng. Zhang Wenbao whirled around, his eyes nearly spitting fire. His fists clenched tightly. Do not push your luck. Leave a line for future encounters. I'll leave a line for your mother. Liu Wenyu shouted fiercely, raising his foot and delivering a brutal kick to Zhang Wenbao's abdomen. Either strip completely and leave, or I will call for help right now. The choice is yours. The mountain wind wailed through the trees, shadows dancing under the moonlight like countless ghostly claws reaching for the sky. Zhang Wenbao stood rooted to the spot, his fists whitening, nails digging painfully into his palms, blood seeping forth. Ultimately, trembling, he discarded his sole piece of outerwear onto the ground. As he turned around, completely bare, Liu Wenyu let out a whistle, his tone dripping with derision. I thought you were quite the man. Turns out you're just a pathetic coward. You can't even keep your own woman, yet you dare to challenge me? Zhang Wenbo stood a short distance away, completely naked, trembling, whether from the cold or sheer rage was uncertain. The mountain breeze swept past him, but he fixed his gaze on Liu Wenyu, forcing out through clenched teeth, Yin Mingpa, you better wait for me. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this humiliation. Ding. Zhang Wenbo's defenses had been thoroughly breached. Gained 5 points of breach value. Ding. Reward acquired. 12 small yellow croakers. Upon hearing the system notification, Liu Wenyu felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained an air of disdain. Waving his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. Get lost. Don't impede my good fortune. As he watched Zhang Wenbo's bare figure disappear into the depths of the dense forest, the smirk on Liu Wenyu's face gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of shrewd calculation in his eyes. Originally, he had intended to eliminate this coward by trapping him in the system space. But Zhang Wenbo's vow of revenge had unexpectedly shifted his perspective. Keeping him alive could prove far more advantageous than simply disposing of him. Liu Wenyu muttered to himself, unconsciously stroking the stubble on his chin. Zhang Wenbo appeared fierce, but was fundamentally a coward, harboring a sinister streak beneath his facade. Having endured such a profound humiliation today, stripped of his clothing and abandoned in the mountains, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Yin Mingpeng, with his father's meager influence in the commune. It was only a matter of time before he found an opportunity to sabotage Yin Mingpeng. At that point, Liu Wenyu could merely watch from a distance, relishing the spectacle of these two fools tearing each other apart. Should Zhang Wenbo manage to dethrone Yin Mingpeng, or even cause a fatality, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Even if Zhang Wenbo were to falter against Yin Mingpeng, it mattered little. When two tigers clash, one is bound to be injured, allowing Liu Wenyu to reap the benefits. Both men were adversaries from a previous life, and the demise of either would lighten his burdens significantly. With a cold laugh, Liu Wenyu turned his attention to Li Shaoqing, who remained huddled on the ground, frozen in the position she had assumed after being struck. Her vacant gaze fixated on the ground. The blood at the corner of her mouth had dried into a dark red stain. The hysterics from earlier seemed to have drained her of all vitality, leaving only a numb shell behind. Liu Wenyu, disinterested in her plight, focused his thoughts and directly absorbed her into the system space. Huh. Did you truly believe I would stoop to associating with someone of your ilk? Liu Wenyu scoffed at the empty woods. What I desire is merely the rewards from the system. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the forest, where the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows across his face, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Next time I come up the mountain, I shall toss you into the deepest ravine to feed the wolves. The wild wolves had been starved for half the winter. Within days, not even bones would remain. A gust of wind howled through the mountains, stirring the dry leaves and producing a rustling sound, as if in response to his words. Liu Wenyu inhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him. The thrill of vengeance coursed through him like rich liquor, igniting his very core and compelling him to sing aloud. He tilted his head back and let out a long, triumphant laugh that resonated through the stillness of the forest, startling a few roosting birds that flapped away into the depths of the trees. By the time Liu Wenyu emerged from the thicket, he had regained his composure, and his bicycle was laden with various items. He intended to return home, first before heading to the Miyun Reservoir to finalize the remaining 1,000 caddies of fish. Upon reaching home, he found the courtyard securely locked. Liu Wenyu retrieved his key and opened the door. The yard was quiet, save for the two hens pecking leisurely in the corner. He glanced up at the sun, estimating that his parents and sister-in-law had long since departed for the commune to earn work points. In this era, who did not leave home before dawn and return only after dark, all for a handful of work points that yielded scant earnings throughout the year. After wheeling his bicycle into the yard, Liu Wenyu began unloading the items while mentally calculating his next steps. He needed to hurry and buy a decent house in the city, bringing his parents over to enjoy a comfortable life. His sister-in-law's employment also needed to be arranged, and he thought of his uncle. The memory of his uncle's past assistance to their family caused Liu Wenyu to pause momentarily. He shook off the unpleasant recollections, resolving that in this life, he would ensure his uncle and aunt lived well. Once everything was in order, Liu Wenyu stood in the yard and lit a cigarette. It had been nearly a month since his rebirth, and indeed, some changes had occurred at home. The grain bin was full, and while meat was not a daily staple, having at least one meal per day was no longer a problem, and a smile had returned to his mother's face. Yet this was still insufficient, far from enough. He was not an ambitious person. He merely wished for his family to live without worry, free from the anxieties of financial strain. Thinking of his mother's anxious expression as she gazed at the grain bin, At his father's calloused hands, Liu Wenyu felt a tightness in his chest. I must act quickly, he murmured to himself, locking the yard gate and pushing his bicycle out. Today, he still needed to rush to the Miyun reservoir to handle the remaining 1,000 caddies of fish. Once this batch was sold, his finances would be significantly more secure. As the wheels rolled over the village's dirt road, a cloud of fine dust was kicked up. Liu Wenyu pedaled faster, as if pouring all his determination into the spinning wheels. The sunlight bathed his resolute profile, casting a gentle halo around him. After more than an hour, Liu Wenyu reappeared at the reeds where he had fished the day before, only to find it was no longer deserted. Chapter 78. Fishing at the reservoir with the old man. The old man Zhang he had encountered yesterday was crouched by the shore, holding a bamboo pole, his eyes fixed intently on the water surface. Uncle Zhang, you're here fishing so early? Liu Wenyu approached, a smile on his face as he greeted him. Old man Zhang turned at the sound, a flicker of wariness flashing in his murky eyes. Upon recognizing Liu Wenyu, he relaxed slightly. Ah, it's you, young lad. Setting up his stool and fishing rod, Liu Wenyu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the old man. Here, uncle, have a smoke. Old man Zhang's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted it, bringing it close to his nose to inhale deeply. Good smoke. He carefully struck a match and lit it, taking a satisfying drag. I thought you wouldn't come today after catching so many fish yesterday. I sold them, Liu Wenyu replied succinctly, cutting him off. I had good luck. On my way back, I ran into a buyer from the city who took them all. Hearing this, old man Zhang's face lit up with envy. Ah, you young lad are not being fair. I wanted to buy one from you yesterday, but you wouldn't sell. Uncle Zhang, selling to you is a different matter. If someone reports us, we'd both be in trouble. Ding. Old man Zhang's defenses were lightly breached. Gained 1 point of breach value. Ding. Reward acquired. 600 rounds of 762mm ammunition. Upon hearing the system notification, a subtle smile crept onto Liu Wenyu's lips. He anticipated that a casual jest would yield a reward from the old man. However, Liu Wenyu quickly shifted the conversation. If we catch a lot of fish today, I can give you 2 for free. At Liu Wenyu's promise, old man Zhang's eyes widened in excitement. Realizing the offer, he broke into a wide grin. Oh, how could I accept such generosity? Observing the old man's astonished and delighted expression, Liu Wenyu chuckled inwardly. He leisurely baited his hook, keeping a watchful eye on old man Zhang's every move. Uncle, let us have a competition today to see who can catch fish first. Liu Wenyu provocatively challenged. Hey, you think you can outdo an old man? Old Zhang suddenly perked up, exclaiming, when I was fishing at this reservoir, you were still in your diapers. If we were to compare who catches the bigger fish, I would humbly concede. But if it's a matter of who catches fish first, then I am unafraid. Liu Wenyu smiled silently, giving a gentle flick of his wrist as the fishing hook silently plunged into the water. Closing his eyes, he expanded his mental energy, attuning himself to the movements beneath the surface. Liu Wenyu's eyes snapped open, and he jerked the fishing rod upward, simultaneously with a mere thought. He drew the hooked fish directly into his system space. Wow, old Zhang exclaimed, astonished. You hooked one that quickly? Liu Wenyu feigned regret, shaking his head, alas. It slipped off the hook. With that, he cast his line once more. Old Zhang scoffed. The youth are so impulsive. Fishing requires patience. No sooner had he finished speaking than Liu Wenyu's rod trembled again. This time, he deliberately let the fish thrash on the surface for a moment, creating the illusion of a fierce struggle before finally drawing it into his space. Another one got away. Liu Wenyu lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Old Zhang, wide-eyed, soon broke into a gleeful chuckle. Seems like your luck today isn't so great after all. Ding. Old Zhang's defenses have been slightly breached. Gained 1 breach point. Ding. Reward received. 60 pounds of premium bait. Listening to the system's notification, Liu Wenyu's heart soared with joy. This old man was practically a walking reward package. For the next hour, Liu Wenyu performed a variety of fishing antics, sometimes letting fish thrash on the surface, sometimes pretending to lose the hook, each time perfectly triggering old Zhang's nerves. This is impossible, old Zhang exclaimed, watching Liu Wenyu lose yet another fish, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet. I've been sitting here for ages, and my float hasn't moved an inch. Old man, fishing is just like doing business. Without taking risks, one cannot reap rewards. Liu Wenyu teased, recalling their previous conversation about bait. As he spoke, he handed over the carefully prepared bait at his feet. Old Zhang took it with skepticism, but his expression changed as he nearly exclaimed, "What a waste of money." "It's a family secret," Liu Wenyu said mysteriously, "but you must promise me. Never speak of it." Old Zhang nodded vigorously, eagerly pinching off a piece of dough to bait his hook. However, half an hour later, his float remained utterly still. Meanwhile, Liu Wenyu had already accumulated over 30 large fish in his system space. How peculiar. Old Zhang scratched his head. Your bait seems ineffective. Perhaps the fish have all migrated to my side? Liu Wenyu replied, suppressing a laugh. Just then his fishing rod bent dramatically. This one's a whopper, Liu Wenyu shouted, simultaneously using his mind to control a 15-pound grass carp thrashing wildly at the water surface. Amidst the splashes, old Zhang's eyes nearly bulged out. Heavens! Are you the reincarnation of the Dragon King? Why is it that every fish you catch is a giant? Liu Wenyu pretended to struggle to reel it in, while in reality, he was controlling the fish's thrashing force with his system's abilities. After a vigorous battle, he finally landed the large fish. This one must weigh at least 14 or 15 pounds. Old Zhang exclaimed, his voice trembling. Ding! Old Zhang's defenses have been moderately breached. Gain 2 breach points. Ding! Reward received. 60 military-grade binoculars. Liu Wenyu humbly waved his hand. Just luck, that's all. Old Zhang was now utterly questioning his existence. He unsteadily stood up and approached Liu Wenyu. Young man, may I try your fishing spot? Liu Wenyu generously vacated the space. Please, go ahead. Old Zhang eagerly settled into the spot. Strange, strange, he murmured. Do the fish recognize people? Liu Wenyu struggled to contain his laughter as he moved a short distance away to cast his line again, quickly hooking an 18 or 19-pound carp. Ding! Old Zhang's defenses have been deeply breached. Gained 3 breach points. Ding! Reward received. 18 free attribute points. Upon hearing this reward, Liu Wenyu's eyes brightened. Previously, he had received attribute points, but was unable to access the page due to a low level. Now that he had leveled up to 6, he wondered if he could finally view his attributes. Without hesitation, he silently called out in his mind, System, display the attribute panel. Attribute panel updated successfully. Name, Liu Wenyu Stamina, 18, average for adult males. 10 Agility, 17, average for adult males. 10 Strength, 19, average for adult males. 10 Endurance, 15, average for adult males. 10 Charm. Special attribute, not yet unlocked. Charm? Liu Wenyu mused. If this attribute increases, could it lead to charming beautiful young maidens into willingly offering themselves? Chapter 79. The Journey Home. Fatigue sets in. Liu Wenyu, with a flicker of thought, swiftly allocated the 18 free attribute points. A warm surge coursed through his body, muscles slightly swelling, and a soft crackling sound echoed from his bones. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. This sensation was exhilarating. Turning to Old Zhang, who was still grappling with his existential crisis, Liu Wenyu decided to further tease this walking reward package. The surface of the water rippled with the sound of a fish tail slapping against it, causing Old Zhang's jaw to nearly drop. How is this even possible? Ding! Old Zhang's defenses have been lightly breached. Gained 1 breach point. Ding! Reward received. A box of screams. Screams? Liu Wenyu was momentarily taken aback by this reward. System, you'd be better off rewarding me with a box of wah. As yet another hefty fish was pulled ashore, Old Zhang mechanically lifted his head. His expression a complex mix of disbelief as he gazed at Liu Wenyu. Old 3, you must honestly tell me, do you possess any sort of magical abilities? Liu Wenyu burst into hearty laughter. You're joking. If I had magical powers, would I be toiling away in the countryside? Old Zhang was now thoroughly overwhelmed. He slumped back onto his stool, staring blankly at the water. After fishing for over 40 years, I've only just come to understand that there are greater forces at play. Suppressing his laughter, Liu Wenyu packed up his fishing gear. Today's exploits had yielded an astonishing bounty. Not only a substantial cache of fresh fish, but also numerous rewards from Old Zhang. Before leaving, he deliberately added a parting jab. Old man, fishing is a matter of 3 parts skill and 7 parts luck. This fish is a gift for you. With that, he placed a large fish he had just caught at Old Zhang's feet. Old Zhang mechanically accepted the fish, muttering, this shouldn't be. It makes no sense. As the setting sun painted the clouds in splendid shades of orange and red, the distant mountains, like ink, traced gentle undulations. On the rural dirt road, Liu Wenyu pedaled his bicycle, the wheels crunching over the gravel with a delicate sound. The evening breeze carried the fresh essence of the fields and a hint of coolness, brushing against his cheeks, which were slightly flushed with excitement. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, yet his spirit remained in a euphoric afterglow. He could distinctly feel the changes brought about by the allocation of those 18 attribute points. It was as if boundless energy coursed through his limbs, his muscle fibers tightening, and his bones seemingly growing more resilient. This palpable sense of empowerment dulled the weariness accumulated from nights of sleeplessness. It had also brought about an intriguing contradiction. His body brimmed with energy, while his mind incessantly signaled a need for rest. 3,600 pounds. a figure that echoed in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upward. The mere thought of the bountiful catch amassed in his system space instilled within him an unparalleled sense of peace. As he contemplated this, the familiar thicket by the roadside came into view. The trees appeared denser and more profound than those in the fields, casting thick shadows in the soft glow of the evening light. Liu Wenyu instinctively squeezed the brake, causing the wheels to slow, emitting a gentle friction sound. He deftly veered his bicycle into a narrow dirt path, nearly concealed by overgrown grass, pedaling inward for several meters to ensure that this secluded spot remained hidden from the main road. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the occasional chirp of returning birds perched on branches. He steadied himself on one foot and gracefully dismounted. Turning back, he glanced at the rear of his bicycle, where several large fish were securely bound with sturdy twine, their scales still glimmering faintly in the dim light, their tails occasionally twitching in an unconscious dance. "Collect," he silently commanded, and with a mere thought, the hefty fish seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind an empty rack and a small patch of dampness as evidence of their recent existence. The entire process was executed with such stealth and efficiency that it was nothing short of astonishing. Liu Wenyu nodded in satisfaction. The convenience of the system space never ceased to amaze him, regardless of how many times he experienced it. He remounted his bicycle, returning to the main road, pedaling onward in the direction of home. However, once the initial thrill had ebbed, especially after achieving his modest goal of 3,000 pounds, the taut string of his mental energy, strained for countless hours, seemed finally permitted to relax. This release came with such force that the pent-up fatigue, long suppressed, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, nearly overwhelming him. Ugh! He could not help but open his mouth, letting out a deep and prolonged yawn, tears welling in his eyes, blurring his vision. An hour later, the silhouette of the old locust tree at the village entrance finally emerged against the twilight horizon. Upon seeing this familiar sight, the last vestiges of his resolve seemed to find solace. At this moment, attributes, defense values, and system rewards paled in comparison to the door before him and the promise of a bed. His entire world had contracted to a singular, pure, and urgent desire for sleep. All the excitement and calculations could wait until after he awoke. Now, nothing could deter him from meeting the Sandman. He steadied his bicycle and staggered towards the house, his legs feeling as if they were laden with lead. His mother, Sun Xiaoyun, emerged from the kitchen, carrying steaming corn cakes. Spotting him, she called out, "Is the third son back? Quick, wash your hands. Dinner is ready." The aroma of the meal, which usually would have made his mouth water, now only induced a wave of nauseating fatigue. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy as he forced a smile, his voice hoarse and thick with exhaustion. "Mother, I can't eat. I'm too tired. I'm going to sleep for a bit." Sun Xiaoyan, catching the dim light from within the house, finally noticed her son's face, which bore the marks of extreme fatigue. Dark circles framed his eyes, tugging at her heart. "What has worn you out so? At least have a few bites before you sleep. You can't go to bed on an empty stomach." "I really can't eat," Liu Wenyu replied, stifling another massive yawn that brought tears streaming down his cheeks. Rubbing his sore eyes, he suddenly remembered something and mustered the strength to look at his father, Liu Dashan, who was sitting in the courtyard, puffing on his pipe. "Father," he approached, his voice muffled, "I'm afraid I'll oversleep. Please wake me at 10 if there's something important." Liu Dashan looked up, under the dim light. The extreme exhaustion etched across his son's face silenced the question that had risen to his lips, and he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Liu Wenyu, anxious that his father might forget the time or misjudge it, removed his watch from his wrist and handed it over. "Father, make sure to call me at the designated time." His actions and tone conveyed a near-obsessive urgency, as if this matter held the utmost significance. Chapter 80, A Father's Deep Love in the Late Night. Liu Dashan extended his rough hand to accept the watch, still warm from his son's skin. The cold metal casing rested heavily in his calloused palm. Observing his son, who looked as though he could fall asleep while standing, his heart softened, and his voice unconsciously softened. "All right, I understand. At 10, I'll call you. Go sleep now," with his father's assurance. The final taut string of Liu Wenyu's resolve finally snapped. He replied with a weary acknowledgement and could no longer maintain his composure, turning to stagger towards his dark little room, lacking even the energy to wash up. Sun Xiaoyan watched her son's almost ethereal form drift away, her heart aching as she furrowed her brow. Setting the plate down on the table, she turned to her husband with concern. "This child, I hope he hasn't exhausted himself to the point of illness. His face is so pale." Liu Dashan carefully placed the watch on the table, taking another puff from his pipe. The smoke curled around him as he sighed. "Let him be. The third son has been pushing himself these past few days." Just look at the bloodshot in his eyes. Save some food for him. Keep the fire in the stove going, so when he wakes, he can have a hot meal. Son Xiaoyun, hearing his words, refrained from saying more, merely glancing at her son's closed door, her eyes filled with a mother's unique blend of concern and love. She turned and silently approached the stove, lifting the lid to carefully extract some tenderly stewed fish and cornbread, placing them in a large bowl, which she then covered with another bowl, gently placing it back on the stove to keep warm. The courtyard fell into a deep silence, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. Liu Dashan ceased smoking, occasionally picking up the old watch from the table and scrutinizing the slowly moving hands under the oil lamp's glow. The dim light stretched its focused shadow long against the earthen wall, embodying a father's quiet and steadfast vigil. Has the second son and Yaya not returned yet? I hope everything is all right, Son Xiaoyun inquired with a hint of worry, glancing at the moon, which had begun to rise in the sky. The second son finished work, and with the young couple engaged in conversation, it is likely they lost track of time. It takes at least 2 hours for them to return. Given that the eldest hasn't seen Yaya in 2 days, they probably stayed over tonight. Then let us eat. With the children absent, the old couple's meal was quite simple. The table was set with a plate of leftover pickles from breakfast, a dish of wild vegetables drizzled with a few drops of sesame oil, and 2 bowls of thin porridge that reflected shadows. Son Xiaoyun retrieved the golden, glistening corn cakes she had earlier set aside, evidently reserved for her son. Liu Dashan lifted his bowl, gulping down a hearty mouthful of porridge, his rough fingers tearing off a piece of cornbread, eating silently with the pickles. There was no fish or meat on the table. The best food was reserved for the hard-working son and the greedy little granddaughter. Son Xiaoyun, lacking an appetite, picked at the wild vegetables, chewing slowly while her ears remained attuned to any sounds from the east room, fearful of missing the noise of her son waking. The courtyard remained eerily quiet, the leaves of the old locust tree rustling gently in the breeze. Sigh, Son Xiaoyun murmured, her voice ringing clear in the stillness of the night. Seeing the third son like this truly pains my heart. Why must he work so hard? What will we do if his health collapses? Liu Dashan finished the last bite of his cornbread, chewing slowly and deliberately. He lifted his bowl, ensuring he drank every last drop of porridge before speaking, his voice deep but imbued with the sincerity of a farmer. He understood his son's spirit. Ever since he woke, Liu Wenyu had been harboring a fierce determination. Let him forge his own path. We will keep the home front secure for the children, ensuring they are neither hungry nor cold. Though such words are spoken, the depths of his eyes, having weathered decades of storms, conceal an indelible trace of concern. He simply refrains from voicing it, swallowing all emotions along with the dry tobacco that he ingests. The modest evening meal was swiftly consumed. Son Xiaoyun adeptly gathered the dishes, her movements deft and light, as the clinking of porcelain barely broke the silence. Liu Dashan once again picked up the watch, bringing it close to the oil lamp, his murky eyes squinting into thin slits, fixated on the slowly crawling second hand, as if he were steadfastly guarding an immensely significant mission. The dim light cast the silent figures of the 2 elders against the mottled earthen wall, intertwining into a silhouette titled concern. Night deepened gradually. At precisely 10 o'clock, Liu Dashan pushed open the door to the east room. The halo of the oil lamp delineated Liu Wenyu's deeply sunken profile, lost in slumber upon his pillow. After a brief hesitation, Liu Dashan gently nudged his son's shoulder. Lao San, it's 10. Liu Wenyu jolted awake, his heart racing, momentarily disoriented. Rubbing his face vigorously, the cold sensation sharpened his muddled mind. I know, father, he replied, still heavy with sleep. The dishes on the stove were kept warm, a reminder to eat well before heading out. Liu Dashan observed as his son quickly donned his clothes and reminded him, you're hungry. It's empty in your stomach. Liu Wenyu indeed felt the pangs of hunger. Approaching the stove, he lifted the lid of a bowl, and the fragrant aroma of fish and pancakes wafted towards him. He devoured a generous bowl of the meal, the warmth of the food dispelling the last remnants of chill, invigorating him considerably. Satiated, he pushed his bicycle toward the gate, only to find Liu Dashan standing silently by the door, his figure appearing particularly solemn and resolute in the night. 3. Liu Dashan spoke, his voice low. I'll accompany you. Don't be deceived by my age. I still possess the strength for heavy labor. As he spoke, his rough palm involuntarily clenched, signaling his determination. A warmth spread through Liu Wenyu's heart, yet he firmly shook his head. There's truly no need, father. I'm going to the capital to discuss serious matters. Not to toil. I'll be back before dawn. It's getting late. You and mother should return to the house and rest. It's chilly outside. Liu Dashan, under the moonlight, observed his son's seemingly revitalized eyes, then fell into contemplation for a moment before slowly nodding and stepping aside. Very well, take care of yourself. Rest assured, Liu Wenyu replied, mounting his bicycle, his silhouette swiftly merging into the dense night. At 11:25 that night, behind a mechanical factory in the capital, the distant glow of streetlights mingled with the rustling of the wind against the tall factory walls, infusing the air with a distinctive industrial scent. Liu Wenyu stowed his bicycle within the shadows, his figure silently approaching the overgrown thicket beside the back door. He held his breath, his consciousness sweeping through a 16-meter radius like an invisible radar, finding it eerily still and deserted. With a thought, the catch from his system space was immediately transferred out. Suddenly, dozens of bulging burlap sacks appeared in the previously empty thicket as if conjured by magic. The sound of struggling fish tails echoed sharply in the deathly silence of the night. Having completed this task, Liu Wenyu withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, his gaze keenly fixed on the rear entrance. Only a few minutes passed when a soft metallic clink shattered the stillness. The heavy iron back door of the factory was slowly pushed open from the inside, creating a narrow gap. The king covers the earth. Chapter 81. Under the moon. The fish trade is busy. The river demon of Baota Town. Liu Wenyu responded to the code in a low yet clear voice. The sound possessed a peculiar resonance in the stillness of the night, quickly swallowed by the shadows beneath the towering wall. The figure behind the iron door, upon hearing the precise reply, seemed to finally relax their last shred of vigilance. The door creaked softly on its hinges as it was fully open enough for passage. Feng Jianya stepped out, leaving the iron door ajar, maintaining a stance that allowed for a quick retreat. He approached Liu Wenyu with several strides, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings before finally resting upon Liu Wenyu's face, the surprise in his eyes still not entirely faded. "Lao-san? Just you?" His voice dropped lower, almost a whisper, yet resonated distinctly in the quiet of the night. Liu Wenyu inhaled deeply from the nearly burnt-out cigarette, the flickering orange glow illuminating his seemingly calm yet weary profile. Exhaling a cloud of smoke that dissipated slowly in the cool moonlight, he nodded, his expression reflecting the characteristic shyness and sincerity of a rural youth in the presence of someone significant. "Brother Feng," he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse yet clear enough for the other to hear. "The villagers are somewhat inarticulate, shy around strangers, and would never engage in small talk for fear of missteps that might delay your important matters. After some discussion, they decided to send me as a representative to run errands." Liu Wenyu spoke as if this were the most reasonable arrangement imaginable. Upon finishing, he produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Feng Jianya. Once Feng Jianya accepted it, Liu Wenyu naturally gestured towards the shadowy thicket nearby. "The fish have been brought in on a cart. They're just behind those bushes. Absolutely fresh, just out of the water." Feng Jianya followed his indication without hesitation, hastening a few steps to push aside the branches. The moonlight barely filtered through the foliage, illuminating the scene within the grass, where dozens of damp burlap sacks were piled together, the pungent scent of fresh fish immediately assaulting the senses, overpowering the intrinsic aroma of rust and oil from the factory area. A few loosely tied sack openings revealed silvery fish tails flailing weakly, producing faint pattering sounds. He crouched down, pressing his hand firmly on one of the bulging sacks, feeling the slick texture beneath his palm. Seeing all this, Feng Jianya felt entirely reassured, and the last vestige of doubt vanished. He turned back, the tension in his face easing into a genuine and approving smile, giving Liu Wenyu a thumbs up. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Brother, your village handles matters superbly." His tone brimmed with unreserved excitement. "The goods are undeniable. Wait here a moment. I'll call my brothers out. Let us weigh the goods and move swiftly to conclude this." As he turned to push open the slightly ajar iron door, his movements suddenly halted, as if seized by an exceedingly important thought. He stopped, quickly turned back, lowering his voice to an extreme whisper, his breath brushing against Liu Wenyu's ear, his tone gravely serious, even laced with an undeniable warning. "By the way, Lao-san," he fixed his gaze intently on Liu Wenyu's eyes, ensuring every word was firmly planted in his mind. "Remember, the procurement price is 32 cents per pound. This is in black and white, set by the factory's logistics department. It's a done deal. No matter who inquires later, even if a factory leader happens to ask, you must stick to this figure. Absolutely remember, it's 32 cents, not a cent more, not a cent less." His eyes lingered on Liu Wenyu's face for 2 or 3 seconds, as if confirming whether he truly understood the significance behind his price. Liu Wenyu's gaze remained steady, showing not the slightest flicker, and without hesitation, he nodded, taking the lead. "Brother Feng, rest assured, I understand the rules. It's 32 cents, no mistake. The agreed share will not be shortchanged. Every penny accounted for in the total." Receiving this anticipated yet immensely satisfying response, Feng Jianya felt the last remnants of tension dissolve from his face. He patted Liu Wenyu's arm with vigor, his smile rekindling its warmth. Good brother. Truly insightful. Open-hearted. Just wait, it will be ready shortly. With that, he wasted no time, turning to push the iron door wide open and stepping inside. From within, a muffled yet urgent voice could be heard. Hurry, hurry, everyone come out. The supplies have arrived. Be quick and nimble. No dalin. Outside. Liu Wenyu tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, meticulously extinguishing it with a shoe, leaving no trace of embers. The moonlight illuminated half of his face, which remained calm and unperturbed, as if the earlier exchange had merely been a mundane conversation. Only the fleeting glint in his eyes revealed the depth of his understanding and calculation. He stood quietly, like a statue melded into the night, awaiting the forthcoming weighing and handover. The cool night breeze swept through, stirring up a bit of dust, carrying with it the peculiar yet authentic scent of fish and the mingling odors of factory rust. Inside the iron door, a cacophony of hurried, yet deliberately muted footsteps echoed. Soon, leading the charge was Feng Jianya, followed by over a dozen men clad in factory work attire. These individuals were evidently no novices, moving quickly and with clear roles assigned. Someone wheeled in a scale, the weights clanging with a dull metallic sound, while another held a blank ledger and a fountain pen. And the remaining 6 robust men approached the pile of burlap sacks, ready to begin their task. Move faster. Keep the noise down. Feng Jianya directed in a hushed tone, joining in to assist with lifting the sacks onto the scale. Silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the heavy thuds of the sacks being moved, the creaking of the scale as its beam was pressed down and raised, and the quiet counting of the scribe. This sack weighs 103 pounds. Recorded. This one is heavy, 118 pounds. Yes, this sack is 95 pounds. The entire process was astonishingly efficient, in less than 10 minutes. Over 30 sacks have been weighed. The bespectacled, middle-aged accountant, utilizing the light from a nearby worker's flashlight, swiftly manipulated the abacus beads, murmuring figures to himself. Finally, he looked up, adjusted his glasses, and addressed Feng Jianya and Liu Wenyu clearly. Captain Feng, and this young brother. The total catch amounts to 3,216 pounds. Old third brothers, is that weight correct? Feng Jianya inquired, turning to Liu Wenyu, adhering to protocol. Despite the trust, this formality was essential. Chapter 82. The Unspoken Agreement of Commission. Liu Wenyu immediately donned a simple, yet slightly bashful smile. Rubbing his hands together as he stepped forward, his voice soft yet audible enough for the core group surrounding him. Brother Feng. The number you have here is undoubtedly accurate, without a doubt. You can absolutely trust it. He affirmed this, then seamlessly shifted the conversation to display remarkable generosity. So, Brother Feng, and all the hardworking brothers who toiled through the night, let's not count it as 3,216 pounds. That sounds too fragmented. Let us round it to 3,150 pounds. Easier for accounting. Upon hearing this, several workers who had been stretching their wrists instinctively paused, their gazes widening in surprise. The bespectacled accountant also blinked in astonishment, looking up from above his lenses. To deduct 66 pounds was no trivial matter. At 32 cents per pound, that amounted to over $20. Liu Wenyu seemed oblivious to the astonished stares. Continuing to speak with a natural ease, the extra 66 pounds of fish, consider it a token of my appreciation, it won't be counted. Let us distribute it among the brothers who came out to work tonight. This late hour, we can't just have everyone laboring for nothing, can we? A momentary silence enveloped the scene. Only the wind whispering through the walls could be heard. The astonishment on the workers' faces swiftly transformed into expressions of delight and disbelief. 5 or 6 pounds of fish. In this day and age, that was a remarkable bounty. Whether for their own families or as gifts, it carried substantial prestige. Their gazes toward Liu Wenyu became exceedingly warm and friendly. Feng Jianya was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, his face breaking into a radiant smile as he vigorously patted Liu Wenyu on the shoulder, raising a thumb in approval, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Brother, no wonder your village sent you as their representative. You know how to handle things. Truly remarkable. I owe you one. His words were not just directed at Liu Wenyu. They were also intended for the attentive audience around them. He understood perfectly. This young man was exceptionally adept at navigating social intricacies. This gesture not only garnered the goodwill of his subordinates, making them eager for future endeavors, but it also bolstered his own standing as the facilitator. Without hesitation, he waved his hand decisively, calling out to the bespectacled accountant. Old Wei, what are you still standing there for? Did you hear that? Count it as 3,150 pounds. Hurry up, pay up. At 32 cents a pound, not a penny less. Old Wei finally snapped back to reality. Nodding vigorously, yes. Understood, Captain Feng. He efficiently retrieved a bulging old leather bag from his coat, unfastened its clasp, and, in the beam of the flashlight, began to count the thick wad of cash with nimble fingers, his expertise evident in his swift motions. Before long, he meticulously verified the amount again and then handed it to Liu Wenyu, his tone markedly more courteous than before. Young brother. For 3,150 pounds at 32 cents each, the total comes to $1,008 exactly. Please check if the amount is correct. Liu Wenyu regarded the thick stack of bills, maintaining his smile as he replied. The numbers processed by Accountant Wei are undoubtedly accurate. You can trust it. However, despite his assurances, he accepted the money, then, in front of everyone, began to swiftly and skillfully count the bills. His movements were fluid and natural, revealing that he was no novice. Yet his earnest demeanor prevented any further speculation, leaving the impression that this young man was both diligent and trustworthy. Soon he finished counting, the amount precise. Captain Feng, Accountant Wei, thank you. Liu Wenyu tucked the money carefully into his inner pocket, patting it once more for reassurance. Is we who should be thanking you? Feng Jinya beamed, while the workers began to joyfully discuss how to divide their unexpected bounty, the atmosphere turning particularly lively. Now, you all hurry and move the goods inside. I must return quickly, as the village is awaiting news. Liu Wenyu suggested, discreetly signaling to Feng Jianya. Old Wei, you lead the others to haul the goods back. I'll see off young third brother. Feng Jianya said, turning to the bespectacled man, and then stepped alongside Liu Wenyu. All right, be careful on the way, young third brother, and we shall meet again. Old Wei adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his face as he nodded at Liu Wenyu before turning to instruct the workers to begin moving the weighed sacks into the factory. The workers, invigorated by the thought of soon receiving fresh fish, became even more efficient in their actions. Feng Jianya placed a hand on Liu Wenyu's shoulder, the two of them appearing as close-knit brothers, walking side by side into the deepening night, distancing themselves from the bustling and clamorous factory entrance. Upon reaching the shade of an old locust tree, darkness enveloped them completely. Feng Jianya came to a halt, his hand sliding off Liu Wenyu's shoulder. Although a smile lingered on his face, his gaze now bore a hint of tacit anticipation and scrutiny. He remained silent, simply observing Liu Wenyu, who comprehended the unspoken significance of the moment. His innocent smile remained unchanged, yet his actions became remarkably swift and decisive. He deftly retrieved the stack of freshly warmed bills from his inner pocket, his fingers skillfully flicking through them with precision as he counted out a portion. In the moonlight, the crisp new notes emitted a faint crackle. Brother Feng, Liu Wenyu's voice was low yet unmistakably clear as he extended the counted money, positioning it perfectly for Feng Jianya to grasp. In total, it's 3,150 jin, according to our agreement of 2 fun per jin. That amounts to 63 yuan, every cent accounted for. His movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any hesitation or reluctance, as if this were merely a customary step in the transaction. Feng Jianya's eyes darted quickly over the stack of cash, and with years of experience, he had already gauged its thickness and denomination. The remaining tension on his face melted away, replaced by a satisfied smile. He made no pretense of refusal, nor did he count the money on the spot, as that would imply distrust and diminish his stature. With an air of nonchalance, he reached out, accepted the bills, and with a slight curl of his fingers, secured them firmly in his palm before casually slipping them into his coat pocket. The motion as fluid as water flowing downstream, as if rehearsed countless times. Ah, brother, you are truly too generous, he exclaimed, offering polite words while patting his bulging pocket, his smile growing warmer and more genuine. I relish dealing with someone as straightforward as you. Delightful. Next time, if there are good things to be had, just bring them directly. I assure you, the price will not disappoint. Of course, with you watching over us, we can rest assured in our village. Liu Wenyu replied with a smile, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Chapter 83. The Mark of a Secret Agreement. In the future, I shall undoubtedly trouble you further, Brother Feng. Not at all. Feng Jianya reassured him. We are all brothers here. The final weight lifted from his heart. His spirits soared as he regarded Liu Wenyu with increasing fondness. At that moment, a critical thought suddenly struck him, and his smile dimmed slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. By the way, third brother, while this collaboration has been smooth, there's one thing I need to ask. Should there be further needs at the factory, or if I have other avenues I wish to explore with you, how might I reach you? I cannot have you running to the black market on a whim, can I? This was indeed a practical concern. Liu Wenyu pondered briefly upon hearing this. He could not reveal his place of residence. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the heavy iron back door, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. He lifted his head, a naive yet clever smile gracing his face, pointing towards the door. Brother Phone, how about this? If you need anything next time, you needn't seek me out specifically. That would be too conspicuous. Just take a moment to draw a circle on this door with chalk or charcoal or something. Nothing too large, just enough to be noticeable. He mimicked the motion of drawing a circle with his hand, continuing to explain. As for me, I generally head into the city every 2 or 3 days to attend to some matters and bring back a few items. Each time I pass by this area, I will make a point to glance at this back door. If I see a circle drawn, I will know you have something for me. Feng Jianye's eyes lit up as he listened. This plan sounded both discreet and convenient, entirely bypassing intermediaries. Liu Wenyu elaborated on the subsequent steps. Upon seeing the mark, I will come by that day, or, at the latest, the following day at this time. I will be waiting here for you. Alternatively, he paused, suggesting a more secure option, if you think it prudent. I could go directly to the security office at the factory's front entrance and state I have matters to discuss with you, asking them to relay the message. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Feng Jianye exclaimed upon hearing this arrangement, clapping his hands in delight, his face alight with approval. Brother, your mind is truly sharp. This method is splendid, undetected, and saves effort. It's settled then. The more he contemplated this idea, the more ingenious it seemed, avoiding frequent contact that might raise suspicions while allowing for timely communication. He could almost envision a future filled with smooth transactions. All right, then it's settled, Liu Wenyu affirmed, noticing Feng Jianye's satisfaction. Brother Feng, if there's nothing else, I really must take my leave. The roads are rather perilous at this hour. As he finished speaking, he prepared to turn away, only to be abruptly grasped by Feng Jianye's arm. Liu Wenyu allowed a hint of confusion and wariness to cross his features as he turned back to inquire, Brother Feng, is there something else you need? He secretly speculated whether there was an issue with the previously discussed sum or if Feng had suddenly changed his mind. Noticing Liu Wenyu's reaction, Feng Jianye immediately released his grip, donning a reassuring smile as he produced a newly opened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Liu Wenyu with a tone that was both warm and tentative. Brother, please do not misunderstand. It's nothing serious. I simply recalled the topic and thought to ask. After lighting Liu Wenyu's cigarette and igniting one for himself, he lowered his voice to continue. It's about this, brother. I see that the routes from your village are quite wild. You have fresh fish readily available. I just wanted to ask if, aside from what comes from the water, do you have connections for goods from the mountains and forests? For instance, wild chickens, wild rabbits, and if you could procure larger game like wild boars or roe deer, that would be even better. Liu Wenyu's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Feng Jianye's inquiry. It was akin to finding a pillow when one was sleepy. However, he revealed none of this on his face. Instead, he furrowed his brows slightly, adopting an expression that conveyed both intrigue and considerable difficulty. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the smoke as if to mask his inner conflict before slowly replying, his tone laced with hesitation and caution. Brother Feng, your question strikes at the heart of the matter. To be frank, we do have such goods, but he confirmed the existence of the goods, keeping Feng's appetite whetted, only to shift the conversation, revealing his reluctance. He sighed heavily and shook his head, swallowing the rest of his words, choosing instead to smoke deeply, his brow furrowing even tighter. Feng Jianye, feeling the heat of anticipation in his heart, noted Liu Wenyu's troubled demeanor and immediately grew anxious, pressing for clarification. But what, brother? If there is any issue, feel free to share. Is it a matter of logistics? Or perhaps pricing? As long as the goods are good, those are not obstacles. In a few days, the deputy section chief of their procurement department would retire, and if he could seize this opportunity, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance from the position he had held for several years. He was fearful that this golden opportunity would slip away, and his tone involuntarily carried a hint of urgency. Observing Feng Jianye's anxious expression only bolstered Liu Wenyu's confidence. He forced a bitter smile and waved his hand, as if resolving to speak candidly. Ah, Brother Feng, since you've broached this topic, I won't beat around the bush. I'll speak plainly. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, lowering his voice further, exuding sincerity and resignation. The truth is, the large game we hunt in the mountains, particularly wild boars, are not directly sold. Oh, why is that? Feng Jianye inquired, increasingly perplexed. If there are goods, why not sell them? What purpose do they serve? Liu Wenyu glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Brother Feng, our village is poor. Everyone risks their lives climbing the mountains for what purpose? In pursuit of securing a stable future for the younger generation at home, he meticulously observed Feng Jianye's reaction. Thus, for substantial transactions involving premium mountain goods, the village typically retained such items, negotiating directly with factories that had job vacancies to exchange them for employment opportunities for the village's youth. This endeavor was of paramount importance, far outweighing the mere acquisition of immediate cash. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianye's excitement visibly diminished, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He was acutely aware of the scarcity and significance of job positions, recognizing that this was indeed a far more complex and challenging matter than simply selling goods for profit. He chewed thoughtfully, momentarily rendered speechless, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Liu Wenyu, sensing the opportune moment, decided to stoke the flames of interest further. He casually continued to divulge information with a hint of regret in his tone. Just the other day, our village exerted considerable effort to capture 3 large wild boars, yielding over 400 pounds of pork alone, not to mention a substantial amount of offal and lard. Can you guess what happened next? Chapter 84. The mutual agreement solidified at night. Liu Wenyu glanced at Feng Jianye and, without waiting for a response, posed a rhetorical question. The villagers, young and old, didn't consume a single morsel of meat. Instead, they gathered several hundred pounds of fresh fish and sent it to the city to negotiate with the leaders of various units. After much discussion, they ultimately secured 4 positions in the patrol team for the village. Though these positions were temporary, the leadership assured that within 3 months, they could be converted to permanent roles. The villagers were absolutely elated. For positions in the patrol team, really? Feng Jianye gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. The prospect of exchanging 3 wild boars and several hundred pounds of fish for 4 permanent job positions was, in his view, a remarkably acceptable trade-off. He even felt that the other party had somewhat profited from the deal. Their machinery factory, a colossal establishment employing thousands, had ample resources, while positions were indeed scarce. They were not entirely unattainable. If they could truly barter a few positions for substantial quantities of coveted meat to enhance the employees' meals or distribute as welfare, it would be a commendable achievement. The factory leadership might even lend their support. This notion burgeoned in his mind like wild grass. He took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, discarding the butt on the ground and crushing it underfoot as if solidifying a resolve. He raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and spoke earnestly, even with a hint of desperation. Old third brother, are you serious? Can you really procure such valuable items? Liu Wenyu nodded solemnly. Brother Feng, given our current rapport, do you think I would deceive you? The mountains hold treasures. It merely depends on whether the villagers are willing to exert themselves. Good, 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 Feng Jianye exclaimed thrice, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Old third brother, we have a deal. Next time, if your village captures more of these magnificent beasts or accumulates sufficient mountain goods, you must come to our machinery factory first. He patted his chest. Although he couldn't guarantee anything outright, his tone brimmed with confidence. Though I may be just a minor section chief, I have some connections in the factory and can relay your requests. As long as the goods are of high quality and substantial quantity, I will advocate for you. With our factory's thousands of employees, a few job positions should not pose a problem. It's certainly better than the patrol team. He could almost envision himself reporting to the factory leadership with bags of pork and wild game, basking in their approving smiles. Liu Wenyu finally displayed a beaming smile of gratitude, quickly grasping Feng Jianye's hand. Brother Feng, your words are truly a tremendous help to our village. I will certainly convey this to the village elders. If this comes to fruition, you shall be our village's great benefactor. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. It's all about mutual benefit, mutual benefit. Feng Jianye grinned broadly, as if the good fortune had already been secured. Then it's settled. Mark the door with a circle for fish. If you manage to procure large quantities, simply send someone from the security office to summon me. Agreed. Brother Feng. Just wait and see. Liu Wenyu nodded vigorously, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Feng Jianye, his mind finally at ease, jovially patted Liu Wenyu's arm. It's dark out. Be cautious on your way back. Please send my regards to the villagers. Of course. I will. Liu Wenyu replied. You should head back quickly. It's chilly outside. All right. I won't see you off any further. I'll watch you go. Feng Jianye stood beneath the tree, waving his hand. Liu Wenyu refrained from saying more, turning away to stride towards the bicycle waiting in the shadows. He effortlessly swung his leg over the seat, pedaling swiftly as the bicycle glided into the night, soon becoming a mere silhouette accompanied by the distant sound of whirring wheels. Feng Jianye remained rooted in place until Liu Wenyu's figure faded from view, then allowed a satisfied smile to spread across his face as he turned away. Whistling an off-key tune, leisurely making his way back to the now-closed rear entrance of the machinery factory. The night was thick, yet his spirits soared. This transaction felt overwhelmingly fulfilling to him. The night breeze carried a slight chill, brushing against Liu Wenyu's flushed face, yet did nothing to temper the fervor within him. The bicycle chain emitted a cheerful clatter, as if providing a soundtrack to his current elation. He rode swiftly, the wind howling past his ears. The steadiness he had maintained when parting from Feng Jianya was now cast aside, replaced by an exhilarating and almost overwhelming excitement. 900 plus yuan. A thick stack of crisp bills now securely nestled within the system space, heavy and warm to the touch. Even more invigorating was Feng Jinya's final words and his fervent, eager gaze. Positions at the machinery factory, Liu Wenyu whispered to himself, unable to suppress a smile as his lips curled upward. He had deliberately used the story of bartering wild boars and fish for job positions to entice Feng Jianya, and the effect had been surprisingly effective. It was evident that Feng Jianya was not just intrigued but deeply compelled. For a factory of such magnitude, securing a few job positions was indeed a trivial matter. In this era of widespread scarcity, it was clear that astute individuals knew precisely how to prioritize their choices. The machinery factory, a behemoth employing thousands, Liu Wenyu murmured, his eyes gleaming with anticipation in the night. Brother Feng, it won't be long before I'm not the one seeking to exchange job positions, but you will be pleading with me for more meat. He could almost envision the stir that would ensue when succulent wild boar meat and bags of fresh fish were presented before the factory leadership. At that point, securing a few job positions would be merely a matter of conversation. With money in hand, he felt a newfound confidence, and the long-suppressed desire for opportunities surged forth like spring grass. The system had reached level 6, and his mind raced with possibilities. To progress further, an immense quantity of energy points was required, far too substantial to accumulate through mere interactions with ordinary artifacts. He must seek out truly significant goods, akin to the monumental Shang and Zhou Bronze Ding he had once encountered. The exhilarating sensation of absorbing the tremendous energy from that bronze vessel remained etched in his memory. It was not merely a leap in system level. It was an indescribable spiritual fulfillment and a resonance with ancient history. Given the remarkable gains of the evening and the hour still early, why not venture to that realm brimming with potential once more? Guajia, a place that would later be renowned for its culinary delights, was, in this era, a different scene altogether. It resembled a hidden corner of the city, conducting a myriad of transactions, both overt and covert, under the shroud of night. There lie heirlooms eager to be liquidated, squanderers oblivious to their worth, and opportunistic bargain hunters like him, all amidst a tumultuous landscape that is both chaotic and spontaneous, yet brimming with possibilities.